Chapter 1. The Mysterious Yozuan and the Reforging of the Dantian. On the vast continent of Jiuzhou, within the great Yin Empire, lies the city of Maple Leaf. Bang! Bang! A boy, age around 13 or 14, stood bare-chested, his fists and legs striking the wooden post before him with rapid precision. Sweat cascaded down like raindrops, dampening a small patch of the ground beneath him. The boy's name was Liu Feng, the second young master of the Liu family in Maple Leaf City. Although blessed with exceptional talent and innate intelligence, his fate was irrevocably altered 3 years prior when his dantian was shattered, forever severing his ties to the realm of the powerful, confining him to the mere heights of a warrior at the 9th tier. Yet Liu Feng, possessing an indomitable spirit, had not ceased his training over the past 3 years. However, the lingering affliction resulting from his shattered dantian severely hampered his progress, rendering his efforts almost futile. The impending 3-year deadline only fueled his desperation to train harder. Bang! Bang! After a series of combination punches, he paused, panting for breath, and turned to a row of stone locks at the corner of the courtyard. He hoisted a 100-pound stone lock overhead before slowly squatting down to leap like a frog. After half a stick of incense, the muscles in Liu Feng's arms and legs began to tremble, yet he gritted his teeth to persevere. As he contemplated the remaining month until his duel with Feng Yuxiu, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. To elevate himself from the shattered 3rd tier to the 1st tier of a warrior in such a short span seemed nearly impossible, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. For that faint possibility, he was determined to give it his all, even if it meant failing to achieve a reversal. He would not regret having fought against the suffering endured over the past 3 years, even if he could not repay Feng Yuxiu for the torment he had caused. Wow! Suddenly, while leaping with the heavy stone lock, Liu Feng felt the world spin, stars exploding before his eyes, and the ground beneath him seemed to vanish. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ah! Ah! His relentless training had triggered a resurgence of the affliction left by his shattered dantian, causing searing pain akin to fire to envelop him. He curled up on the ground, cries of agony escaping his lips. Boom! Under a clear sky with clouds drifting lazily, a thunderous roar erupted above Liu Feng's head. An orange fireball appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards the ground at an alarming speed. Liu Feng, writhing in pain on the ground, fixed his gaze upon the descending fireball, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding as it approached. Ah! Realizing the imminent danger of the fireball plummeting towards him, Liu Feng screamed and rolled aside. Boom! The fireball crashed into the ground where he had just been, shattering the bluestone slab into fragments and sending dirt soaring into the air, enveloping the courtyard in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Liu Feng, gasping for breath, endured the burning pain in his dantian and curiously crawled to the edge of the pit. There, amidst the wisps of white smoke rising from the earth, lay several pieces of metal of varying sizes, among which was a black, shiny, ancient ring, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. Cautiously extending his right hand, he picked up the still-warm black ring and examined it closely, finding no notable features. He casually slipped it onto the middle finger of his right hand. However, the moment he adorned his finger with the black ring, it emitted a silvery gleam. To Liu Feng's astonishment, the ring began to spin rapidly on his finger. Ah! In an instant, the spinning black ring, like a meat grinder, mercilessly tore into his middle finger, rendering it a bloody mess. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain in his dantian, Liu Feng let out a high-pitched scream before losing consciousness. As Liu Feng succumbed to unconsciousness, his mangled middle finger began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments, it returned to its original state. Curiously, the black ring had vanished as if it had never existed. At midnight, as the night breeze sent a chill down his spine, Liu Feng gradually regained consciousness. He reached for his right hand's middle finger, finding no trace of the black ring, nor any sign of the previous injury. Hiss! Just as he felt perplexed, the searing pain from his dantian surged once more, prompting a soft gasp from his lips. After a while, lying on the cold bluestone floor, Liu Feng sensed a slight alleviation of the fiery pain in his dantian. He slowly rose and made his way to the backyard. After hastily cleaning himself and consuming a small meal, He collapsed onto his bed, his left hand instinctively reaching for his right middle finger, replaying the events of that afternoon in his mind. He was certain that he had not merely imagined the occurrences, they had indeed transpired. Yet, the black ring had vanished, and his previously mutilated middle finger was miraculously whole again. Young lad, you need not indulge in wild speculation. I reside within your right middle finger, seamlessly integrated into your flesh, invisible to the naked eye. A faint feminine voice suddenly resonated in his ear as Liu Feng pondered. Startled, Liu Feng bolted upright, scanning his surroundings for any sign of danger, yet finding none. Do not look around aimlessly. I already mentioned I am within your right middle finger, the gentle voice reasserted. Just as Liu Feng began to suspect that his intense training had triggered a resurgence of the affliction, leading to auditory hallucinations, the voice spoke again, gently coaxing him. Lifting his right hand, Liu Feng glanced at his middle finger, which bore no trace of the black ring, and a look of astonishment crept upon his face. Who are you? How could that tattered black ring possibly merge with my flesh? Such a preposterous lie cannot deceive me. Liu Feng forced himself to appear unimpressed, striving to quell the flicker of fear within. Young lad, who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I am indeed within your right middle finger. You need only answer me. Do you desire to restore your dantian and become a true powerhouse? The voice from within his finger bore a hint of probing curiosity. I do. I yearn for it every moment, especially over these past 3 years. Liu Feng replied earnestly after a brief moment of contemplation. I can assist you in restoring your dantian and provide you with ancient secret tomes for cultivation. But you must agree to one condition, the voice from within the ring proposed, now tinged with an alluring enticement. What condition? If it requires me to commit any heinous acts, I would rather remain a lifelong waste, Liu Feng responded resolutely after some thought. Do not presume me to be so nefarious. All I ask is that when you possess sufficient strength, you aid me in locating my sealed body, the voice retorted dismissively. Deal? Fearing a change of heart, Liu Feng hastily acquiesced. He then raised his hand and swore, by the heavens above, I, Liu Feng, shall do everything in my power to assist. Pausing, he realized he did not know the entity's name, prompting him to inquire, by the way, what should I call you? From now on, refer to me as Yozuan, the voice replied after a moment of silence. Understood. Liu Feng nodded in agreement before raising his hand again to swear, by the heavens above, I, Liu Feng, shall do everything in my power to assist Yozuan in locating her sealed body. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by 5 bolts of heavenly lightning until I am obliterated. As soon as Liu Feng's vow was uttered, a small wisp of gray energy surged from his forehead, piercing through the roof and vanishing into the sky above. Excellent. Now, I shall begin the process of restoring your dantian. But be forewarned, the experience will be excruciating, possibly even more so than the original injury. Prepare yourself mentally, do not faint from the pain, for that could lead to failure, Yozuan warned, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Rest assured, my willpower is unyielding, Liu Feng assured her, thumping his chest with confidence. Suddenly, a flash of silver light erupted from his middle finger, and there floated Yozuan, clad in a palace gown, her expression inscrutable. Liu Feng nearly gasped at the sight of her translucent form. Do not gawk at me foolishly, sit cross-legged at once. I am about to restore your dantian, Yozuan commanded. Snapping back to reality, Liu Feng felt a rush of embarrassment as he quickly settled into a cross-legged position on the bed. However, in his excitement, he mismanaged his movements, triggering the affliction in his dantian and causing his lips to twitch in pain. Observing Liu Feng's agonized expression, Yozuan furrowed her brow, genuinely concerned that he might not withstand the pain during the restoration process and lose consciousness. If that were to happen, the consequences could be dire. After careful consideration, Yozuan realized that proceeding with the restoration at this moment posed significant risks. Alas! Yet, seeing the determination etched on his face, she felt compelled not to disappoint him. With a resigned sigh, Yozuan thought, very well, should the need arise, I shall expend some of my spiritual energy to ensure he does not succumb to the pain. Seated in a lotus position, Liu Feng observed with growing impatience as Yozuan remained inactive, expressing his bewilderment. Why haven't we begun yet? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Could you possibly expedite the process? Why the haste? Restoring the dantian requires meticulous preparation should anything go awry. It is you who would bear the brunt of the misfortune, Yuzun retorted, her tone laced with irritation, leaving Liu Feng momentarily speechless. After the passage of half a teacup's worth of time, Yuzun, who had been floating before Liu Feng, gradually descended to the bed, adopting a cross-legged position to face him. In a gentle voice, she instructed, "Raise your hands, you must brace yourself for the pain. Should you succumb to unconsciousness, resulting in the failure of the dantian restoration, do not blame me for not having cautioned you." With that, Yuzun brought her palms together with Liu Feng's, slowly closing her eyes. A visible pearlescent light began to flow from her hands into Liu Feng's body. Indeed, this was the spiritual energy that could only be absorbed upon reaching the rank of a martial master. Once the energy entered Liu Feng's body, under Yuzun's guidance, it traversed through his major meridians before gradually converging in his dantian. In that moment, Liu Feng felt a refreshing energy nurturing his shattered dantian, alleviating the pain that had been exacerbated by its previous rupture. At that juncture, Yuzun reminded him, "Maintain your awareness, do not be deceived by the sensation of comfort, for this is merely the beginning. First, we shall nourish the fractured dantian, and once the spiritual energy reaches a sufficient level, I shall ignite it, causing your dantian to be obliterated entirely. Then, using secret techniques, I will forge a new dantian for you. You must endure the excruciating pain that will accompany this process." These words caused Liu Feng to shudder slightly, nearly provoking an outburst of curses. This procedure seemed entirely unrelated to dantian restoration, resembling instead the act of creating a new dantian through secret arts. Though he had never before heard of obliterating a dantian completely only to reconstruct a new one, his only option was to place his trust in Yuzun, as he possessed no alternative means to restore his dantian. Suddenly, amidst his tumultuous thoughts, a resounding thud echoed within him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of pain that surged through his nerves, nearly rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Liu Feng was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling slightly, his mind clouded in a haze of confusion. Yet, through grit and determination, he persevered, narrowly avoiding the brink of unconsciousness brought on by the intense agony. With Yuzun's eyes having opened at some point, she regarded Liu Feng, who was gritting his teeth in pain. With an expression of astonishment, she had not anticipated such tenacity in his willpower. Shaking her head, she closed her eyes once more, using her secret arts to gather a substantial amount of spiritual energy 3 inches below Liu Feng's abdomen. Once this energy reached an adequate level, Yuzun's translucent form flickered and entered Liu Feng's body, positioning herself where his dantian once was. As she swiftly moved her hands, waves of arcane energy radiated outward, followed by a series of muffled explosions, as if a mysterious space were being birthed in an explosion, miles away from Yuzun. Observing the rapidly expanding enigmatic space, a flicker of joy crossed Yuzun's face. She had finally succeeded in reconstructing Liu Feng's dantian, which was now, at the very least, dozens of times larger than his previous one. This signified that Liu Feng, upon entering the rank of martial master, would be capable of containing spiritual energy in quantities several times greater than that of an ordinary martial master, rendering him nearly invincible within his tier based on the sheer volume of energy he could harbor. With a smile of satisfaction, before exiting Liu Feng's body, Yuzun made a few more swift gestures, sending waves of arcane energy radiating outward from Liu Feng's dantian, transforming the meridians and bones within his body. Chapter 2. The Ancient Secret Tome. The immortal golden body. At the very moment when the successful reconstruction of the dantian within his body was accomplished, Liu Feng was unable to withstand the excruciating pain that surged through him. His vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. It was not until the following morning that he was roused by the sounds of conversation in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. He immediately beheld the familiar silhouette of Liu, who, "Brother, when did you return?" "I had no inkling of your arrival," Liu Feng inquired, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Liu, who with a hint of confusion, engaged in conversation with Liu Zheng. Liu, who, upon hearing the feeble voice, hastened to sit beside the bed and expressed his concern. "Little brother, I arrived home early this morning and came straight to find you. However, upon discovering the dire state of the courtyard and then rushing into the bedroom to find you unconscious, I must ask, What on earth transpired? Fenger, what happened outside in the courtyard? How did you end up fainting in bed? Moreover, there is a foul stench about you. Could it be that you, burdened by the impending 3-year agreement with Feng Yuxiu, have lost hope in your current abilities and chosen to seclude yourself in this remote corner away from the family? Lu Zheng approached, gently touching Liu Feng's forehead, his brows furrowed in concern. Father, there is no need for you to fret over this matter. It was merely a minor accident, as for the 3-year agreement with Feng Yuxiu. You need not worry about me. I shall defeat him with utmost honor and repay him double for the pain he has inflicted upon me, Liu Feng declared, his eyes radiating unwavering determination, as if he had not suffered the shattering of his dantian and was not at the 3rd level of fragmented body cultivation. Exchanging glances, Liu Zheng and Liu Hu shared a moment of bewilderment. Despite the apparent shattering of Liu Feng's dantian and his stagnation in cultivation for 3 years, they could not comprehend the source of his confidence. However, in order to maintain Liu Feng's composure, they refrained from delving deeper into their thoughts, nodding with smiles on their faces. After all, they had been genuinely worried that the obstinate Liu Feng might lose faith in the 3-year agreement and, unable to bear the thought of not avenging himself, might contemplate dire actions. Following a brief conversation among the three, Liu Feng feigned fatigue, expressing a desire to rest, which prompted Liu Zheng and Liu Hu to take their leave. In truth, Liu Feng, having just regained consciousness, sensed that the pain in his dantian, located 3 inches beneath his navel, had dissipated. It seemed that the mysterious Yozuan had successfully assisted him in reconstructing his dantian last night, for he felt no lingering discomfort. Once Liu Zheng and Liu Hu exited the room and closed the door behind them, Liu Feng, lying on the bed, attempted to reach out to Yozuan, calling out inwardly for quite some time without receiving any response. Impudent brat, why do you shout? I expended nearly half of my energy reconstructing your dantian last night. If you have something to say, do it quickly. I need to return to my cultivation and recover the energy I have spent, came Yozuan's weak and impatient voice just as Liu Feng was on the verge of giving up. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng's expression softened with a hint of apology as he asked, Yozuan, when do you intend to impart the ancient secret tome to me? Go seek it within the tungsten gold ring in the future. Unless it concerns matters of life and death, do not disturb my cultivation, Yozuan replied. The seemingly frail Yozuan offered a warning, after which silence enveloped the space. Very well, Liu Feng responded hastily, a wry smile etched upon his face. During his recent conversation with Yozuan, he had come to the clear realization that he had successfully reforged his dantian, and he now knew precisely where to locate the ancient secret tome bestowed upon him. He endeavored to employ his mental energy to enter the tungsten ring in search of the ancient tome, but the moment his mental energy came into contact with the ring, it was drawn in by an overwhelming force. Upon being absorbed into the tungsten ring, Liu Feng discovered that its interior was spacious enough to contain 4 bedrooms. Yet apart from the ancient tome, there was naught else to be found within. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he enveloped the ancient tome in his mental energy and, with a mere thought, it materialized in his right hand. Sitting up while cradling the tome, Liu Feng slowly opened its pages. A cursory glance revealed to him that this ancient tome was indeed remarkable. It contained numerous arcane and inscrutable techniques, true to its name. The ancient tome was an extensive compendium, encompassing a vast array of knowledge that could only be described as all-encompassing, including cultivation methods, martial techniques, and various esoteric arts, such as alchemy and artifact forging. Suddenly, Liu Feng's attention was captivated by a particular technique titled Devouring Molten Gold Method, classified as a low-level azure technique. However, the path to mastering this technique was fraught with challenges, requiring a plethora of rare ores and herbs as aids, resources that the average person could scarcely afford. In this realm, cultivation techniques were categorized into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, with purple being the highest and red the lowest. Each grade was further subdivided into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with heavenly being the most esteemed and yellow the least. More crucially, to cultivate this technique, one must possess at least the cultivation level of a martial master. Liu Feng, feeling somewhat disheartened, continued to peruse the tome. Before long, he was astounded to discover that the ancient tome contained records of secret techniques available for each major realm, enabling practitioners to swiftly enhance their abilities and attain invincibility within their respective levels. Among these, there was a technique suitable for the body fragmentation realm, specifically designed for those in the early stages of cultivation to refine their physique. This method, however, was both arcane and merciless, requiring practitioners to cruelly siphon the essence of others' blood to nourish their own bodies, thus achieving a so-called indestructible form, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Upon encountering this brutal physique-refining technique, Liu Feng's heart could no longer remain tranquil. He hurriedly committed it to memory, seated himself cross-legged, and began to cultivate according to its instructions. However, it was not long before he opened his eyes. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he had attempted several times, yet his body had shown no response whatsoever. He felt none of the immense pain akin to flames scorching him as described by the technique. After several attempts, he remained unable to discern the cause of his lack of discomfort. In truth, Liu Feng had attempted to cultivate this secret method several times, yet he did not experience the excruciating burning sensation described within its teachings. This was entirely due to the intervention of the Yuzuan, who utilized the secret method to successfully reconstruct Liu Feng's dantian, which was now several times larger than that of an ordinary individual. The technique, known as the indestructible golden body, induces a burning pain during cultivation because a typical person's dantian is simply too small to endure the energy generated by the secret method, resulting in the aforementioned discomfort. Furthermore, Liu Feng's cultivation was still rudimentary. He had not yet attained the status of a martial master, rendering him incapable of perceiving the condition within his body. Within the depths of his dantian, located 3 inches below his navel, the previously obscure and shadowy space had undergone a remarkable transformation. Tiny crimson points of light began to flicker within the dark expanse of his dantian. This represented the initial stage of change brought about by the indestructible golden body, a method renowned for refining the physical form in ways that elude even the most astute spirits. It also served as preparation for the subsequent mastery of other profound techniques within the ancient scriptures, which intriguingly advocated a practice contrary to that of martial practitioners on the continent. While the ancient scriptures espoused an inward-to-outward cultivation approach, the continent's martial artists typically practiced from the outside in. Nonetheless, the ancient scriptures provided a more expedient means of enhancing a cultivator's strength, resulting in a physical prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Undeterred by superstition, Liu Feng once again endeavored to cultivate. This time, he did not hastily cease his efforts, even in the absence of that burning sensation. He continued his practice, unlike before. As the duration of his cultivation extended, he still felt no burning pain within, yet he began to perceive a faint stream of warmth emerging 3 inches below his navel in his dantian. Upon sensing this subtle warmth, Liu Feng nearly halted in excitement, but he managed to quell that surge of emotion, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued his practice of the indestructible golden body. Gradually, Liu Feng discerned that the warmth within his dantian was manifesting from his entire body's organs, circulating along a specific trajectory and dispersing to nourish each organ, with only a small fraction of that warmth entering his dantian. After half an hour, Liu Feng smoothly broke through his cultivation barrier, which had previously stagnated at the 3rd level of the fragmented body realm due to the devastation of his dantian. In that moment of cultivation, he distinctly felt the shift in his power, as a single attempt elevated his cultivation from the 3rd to the 4th level of the fragmented body realm. However, as the flow of warmth within his dantian increased, the shackles binding his progression from the 4th to the 5th level of the fragmented body realm seemed to loosen ever so slightly. Understanding the principle of seizing the moment, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and persisted in his practice, unaware that during his cultivation, his skin began to emit a faint orange glow. Fortunately, he was in the solitude of his own bedroom, and even more fortuitously, this small courtyard lay far from his family's estate atop a secluded mountain, where even family members seldom wandered. Thus, he was free from the worries of disturbance or prying eyes. After all, no matter how close one may be to another, no one can guarantee that the other harbors no ill intentions. Should the gaze of a malicious individual fall upon them, it could very well lead to a perilous fate. Everyone aspires to acquire superior cultivation techniques. More than an hour later, as Liu Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, a gentle smile graced his face as he opened his eyes. Stretching his legs, he slipped into the shoes resting at the bedside. After a brief shake of his limbs, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and joy. His cultivation had surged continuously, now reaching the 5th level of the fragmented body. Just a day prior, he would scarcely have believed it himself. In that moment, Liu Feng recalled Feng Yuxiu, A flicker of hatred ignited in his eyes as he thought, Feng Yuxiu, you would never have imagined that this young masteress dantian would be successfully reforged. In a month's time, I shall make you experience the anguish of a shattered dantian and return the humiliation I have endured over the past 3 years with interest. As his exhilaration began to settle, Liu Feng contemplated whether to share this momentous news with his father and others. However, he quickly foresaw the outcome. If they were to learn of this development, they would undoubtedly erupt in jubilant exclamations, perhaps even more delighted than he was himself. The mere thought of such a reaction prompted him to shake his head with a wry smile. After careful consideration, he decided against revealing this news to his father and the others. If he were to divulge it, it would surely create quite a stir. Liu Feng was not inclined to be the center of attention. He had always preferred to amass wealth quietly, without drawing the gaze of others, and he did not wish to squander this opportunity to bide his time in obscurity. Standing in his room, Liu Feng pondered for a moment before moving the table and chairs aside. He waved his hand to summon the ancient secret tome, quickly flipping through the pages based on his recollection until he halted at the 7th page. This page recorded a mid-level yellow-tier martial technique known as the ripple palm. Should Liu Feng master it, his strength would undoubtedly increase by more than 50%. As its name implies, once perfected, the ripple palm would unleash an unending surge of hidden power akin to ocean waves. Of course, such an effect could only be achieved at the pinnacle of cultivation, and this martial art was regarded as the quintessential choice for lethal confrontations. Martial arts on the continent are classified into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with heavenly being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each tier is further divided into 3 sublevels: initial, intermediate, and advanced, with advanced being the highest and initial the lowest. Suddenly, as Liu Feng cradled the ancient tome, committing the ripple palm technique to memory, he felt a tremor in his right hand, causing the tome to vanish from his grasp. His body then assumed a peculiar stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, hands forming palms raised before his chest. He executed a slow strike, swiftly retracting it back to his chest, and then extended the other palm in a similarly deliberate manner. If anyone were to witness him, they would surely mistake his movements for aimless and languid hand gestures, oblivious to the fact that he was practicing martial arts. Endowed with remarkable intelligence, Liu Feng possessed a comprehension ability that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Had it not been for the debilitating of his dantian 3 years ago, he would not have been so constrained. Otherwise, with his aptitude and insight, he would have long been renowned within the confines of Maple Leaf City. By a fortunate twist of fate, he encountered Yozuan, who not only assisted in the reconstruction of his dantian, but also provided support for the ancient secret tome. This fortuitous alliance would undoubtedly ease his path in future cultivation, allowing him to progress further and with greater ease. Liu Feng practiced the wave-stacking palm. A look of gratitude adorned his face, deepening his appreciation for Yozuan and inspiring a heartfelt desire to repay her by aiding in the search for her sealed body. Immersed in the cultivation of the wave-stacking palm, Liu Feng remained oblivious to the passage of time, striking out with one hand while simultaneously executing another blow with the other, repeating this process tirelessly until hunger compelled him to pause. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had elapsed. During this time, he practiced the imperishable golden body technique at night, while his days were dedicated to enhancing his strength and speed, alongside perfecting the wave-stacking palm within the confines of his bedroom. Just 3 days prior, he had successfully refined the technique to a minor accomplishment. However, achieving perfection, essence, and ultimate mastery required considerable time, particularly for the essence and ultimate mastery, which necessitated immense willpower, wisdom, and fortuitous circumstances, qualities that only a select few could attain. Moreover, his cultivation level was advancing rapidly, now reaching the 9th level of fragmented body, with one foot already stepping into the 1st level of warrior, boasting a combat capability not significantly weaker than that of a 1st-level warrior. Coupled with the wave-stacking palm, now cultivated to a minor success, he found that ordinary 1st-level warriors were hardly his match. The prospect of achieving such feats in the remaining 10 days of the 3-year agreement filled Liu Feng with indomitable spirit. Rising early to freshen up and tidy his belongings, Liu Feng eagerly made his way down the mountain towards his family, for today marked the registration day for the triannual trial event in Maple Leaf City. Within a short span of time, he returned to his family without disturbing anyone. After organizing a few scattered items, he made a beeline for the family gate. Soon, he found himself walking briskly down the streets, exuding vitality, fully prepared for the upcoming trial event. His aim was to secure commendable results, not only to bring honor to his family, but also to demonstrate his own strength and earn the respect of others. More importantly, he sought to refine his martial skills and gauge the capabilities of Feng Yuxiu. After all, in 10 days, he would confront Feng Yuxiu as per their 3-year agreement. 3 years prior, Feng Yuxiu was widely recognized as the foremost genius among his peers in Maple Leaf City, having already reached the level of fragmented body at that time. Now, with 3 years past, it was certain that with his prodigious talent, he had entered the warrior realm. However, the specifics of his cultivation level remained shrouded in mystery. Not even Liu Feng knew, and very few within the Feng family were truly aware. This was a common tactic among families to safeguard their most promising talents, often preventing them from stepping outside. And if they did, they were accompanied by numerous family guards, lest they fall victim to assassination by rival families. Upon arriving at the square in front of the city lord's mansion, Liu Feng was taken aback by the throngs of participants gathered for the trial event. The crowd was so dense that it felt as if his feet could not find purchase on the ground, and in an instant, he found himself stepped on no fewer than 10 times. As the throngs of people finally arrived at the registration area, just as he was about to announce his family name and his own, a sudden thud resounded as someone struck him forcefully from behind. Liu Feng turned around and instantly recognized it was a member of the Hu family. Oh, isn't this the second young master of the Liu family, whose dantian has been crippled? Does a mere waste of a dantian dare to participate in the trial assembly? The foremost youth among the Hu family members sneered. How unfortunate that a mad dog is allowed to bark so wildly in the grand plaza of the city lord's estate. Casting a sidelong glance at the speaker, Liu Feng slowly turned back with a resigned expression and uttered, "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Even some young ladies from noble families stifled giggles behind their hands. "Damn you, I, Hu Tian, formally challenge you to a duel," provoked Hu Tian, slashing off a piece of his sleeve with his sword and throwing it directly at Liu Feng while declaring solemnly, "Since you seek death, I might as well grant you this opportunity. There's no better time than now. Let us settle this on the duel platform." Liu Feng, with a calm smile, caught the severed sleeve and disdainfully glanced at Hu Tian, replying with little regard, "The duel platform, constructed by the first city lord of Maple Leaf City, exists precisely for those whose conflicts cannot be reconciled to engage in life and death battles." With that, he strode forward, and the onlookers parted to make way for the two as they headed toward the duel. The bets are open. Odds of 2-1 on Hu Tian's victory and 1-2 on Liu Feng. Numerous spectators eagerly began to call out the odds for the impending duel. Suddenly, after walking a short distance, Liu Feng halted, turned around, and approached the Hu family youth who had been shouting the loudest about the bets. Upon reaching him, Liu Feng pulled out a pouch of coins from his robe and tossed it into the youth's arms, chuckling, 20 gold leaves, all bet on my victory. Note: 1 gold leaf is equivalent to 100 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 100 copper coins. With that, Liu Feng turned and walked toward the duel platform. Just as he exited the plaza in front of the city lord's estate, Liu Hu, accompanied by several members of the Liu family, intercepted Liu Feng. Noticing Liu Hu's grave expression, Liu Feng, having grown up together with him, preempted any words by saying, "Brother, you need not worry about this. A mere trash at the 7th level of the fragmented body, your younger brother hardly considers him a threat." As he spoke, Liu Feng placed a hand on Liu Hu's shoulder and mischievously added, "Brother, bet all your silver on your little brother's victory, and rest assured, you will reap a bountiful reward shortly." Half convinced, Liu Hu and the others chose to trust Liu Feng, placing all their silver on his victory as they followed him toward the duel platform. By the time Liu Feng and his companions arrived at the duel platform, it was already teeming with people, and Hu Tian stood atop the platform. "Younger brother, go up there and give him a good beating. Just looking at that smug expression makes me want to thrash him," said Liu Yu, standing beside Liu Feng, her hand resting on his shoulder as she glared at Hu Tian on the duel platform. "Brother, if you find it difficult, do not hesitate to concede. There is no shame in admitting defeat. Remember, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Concerned, Liu Hu earnestly advised Liu Feng, who nodded with a smile and cast a confident glance towards his companions before leaping gracefully onto the contest platform. Upon landing, Liu Feng had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Hu Tian. He simply gestured invitingly. With a swift motion, Hu Hu Tian, standing opposite, did not indulge in pretenses. He called out sharply and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Liu Feng. Just as Hu Tian's blade was about to strike, Liu Feng, with a subtle smile, deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, and raised his hand as if leisurely to deflect the sword. "Your aim is commendable, but your strength appears lacking. I presume you learned that from your aunt?" Liu Feng remarked, shaking his head with feigned regret. This statement elicited uproarious laughter from the spectators below, regardless of age or gender. However, Hu Tian, facing Liu Feng, trembled with rage, his complexion darkening to a shade of purple, as his eyes reddened with fury. "You worthless fool, your dantian has been shattered, yet you dare to act so brazenly. I shall ensure your demise beneath the Songlong sword today. Is that so? I am quite eager to witness how you intend to slay me beneath the Songlong sword, but do not be surprised if you find yourself bested by what you deem a waste," Liu Feng replied calmly. He then swiftly advanced, executing a series of layered wave palm strikes at Hu Tian. A series of dull thuds echoed as a dark figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the contest platform. The spectators below, upon recognizing that it was Hu Tian who had been thrown, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Could it be that Liu Feng's dantian had not been destroyed, and that the Liu family had deliberately spread such rumors to mislead everyone? Otherwise, a person whose dantian was shattered could not possibly defeat Hu Tian so effortlessly. Yet, it was true that Liu Feng's dantian had been shattered 3 years prior by Feng Yuxiu. The Liu family must have expended considerable resources to restore his broken dantian. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against Hu Tian, who had already attained the realm of the 7th layer of body shattering. Indeed, it seems that Liu Feng's 3-year agreement with Feng Yuxiu will culminate in an extraordinary showdown. If Feng Yuxiu were to learn of this development, he might not be as complacent, especially since he had recently sustained serious injuries and was still recuperating. With a look of disdain, Liu Feng approached Hu Tian, who lay on the platform like a defeated dog, and coldly remarked, "My dantian may have been shattered, but it is not for just anyone to toy with. This broken sword is quite nice. I shall gladly accept it as payment for your life." Upon hearing this, Hu Tian, sprawled on the platform, let out a pained gasp and spat blood, his vision fading to darkness as he lost consciousness. Observing that his words had provoked such a reaction, Liu Feng shook his head, picked up the Songlong sword, and gracefully leaped down from the contest platform, smiling as he approached Liu Hu and the others. Chapter 4. Discussion and Decision. The trial begins as Liu Feng approached with a smile. Liu Yu and the others were left in a state of profound shock, particularly Liu, who was utterly astonished. He knew his younger brother better than anyone else. Never had he heard their father mention restoring his younger brother's dantian. Yet without such restoration, it would be impossible for Hu Tian to be his rival. As Liu Feng approached the group, Liu Hu eagerly seized him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Once he confirmed that it was indeed his dear brother, he inquired, "Brother, has your dantian been restored?" With a puzzled expression, Liu Hu gently shook Liu Feng, prompting the others, including Liu Yu, to gaze at Liu Feng with similar expressions. Observing their reactions, Liu Feng managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Elder brother, it's rather crowded here for a discussion. Let us converse once we return to the family," he softly suggested, then glanced mischievously at the Hu family youth nearby, who wore a mournful countenance as he set up his betting stall. Standing beside him, Liu Yong couldn't help but grin slyly, and thus, the group made their way directly toward the despondent Hu family youth. Upon seeing Liu Feng and his companions approach, the Hu family youth reluctantly retrieved several pouches of money, hesitantly handing them over to Liu Feng and his friends. After receiving their winnings, Liu Feng and his companions jovially departed from the decisive platform, making their way toward the plaza outside the city lord's manor. After a brief interval, Liu Feng finally registered his name and, alongside Liu Hu and the others, returned to the family estate. However, upon their arrival, they were intercepted by the old steward, who informed them that the family head wished to see them and instructed them to proceed immediately to the family council hall. Liu Feng and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain about what had transpired and why the family head would summon them to the council hall. Liu Feng and Liu Hu were particularly perplexed. Although their father, Liu Zheng, was indeed the family head, he had never before called them to the council hall. After all, it was a venue reserved for high-ranking family discussions on significant matters, and even direct descendants were not permitted entry without prior authorization from the family elders. Lost in their thoughts, Liu Feng and the others soon arrived at the council hall, where the old steward smiled and gestured for them to enter. Once again, they exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued, yet they followed Liu Hu, heads slightly bowed, into the family council hall. Upon entering, Liu Feng immediately sensed that the atmosphere was unusual. A furtive glance revealed the presence of Hu Gang, the head of the Hu family, and in that instant, Liu Feng discerned the reason for their gathering. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of Liu Hu and the others, Liu Feng allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, drawing forth the Songlong sword from his back and teasingly remarked, "I suspect that Uncle Hu has come to the Liu family with intentions regarding the Hu family's treasured heirloom. Am I correct?" "Ha." Seated at Liu Zheng's lower position, Hu Gang erupted into hearty laughter. Rising to respond, "Indeed. However, I wonder if my nephew would consider returning the Songlong sword to the Hu family. Naturally, our family will provide appropriate compensation to ensure that you do not incur any loss." "Uncle Hu, you jest," Liu Feng replied. "The Songlong sword is a superior divine weapon, a rarity that cannot be sought after, and even if it had a price, it would be beyond reach. I am not so foolish as to sell the Songlong sword, and besides, I am not in need of pocket money." With a beaming smile, Liu Feng, in the presence of the high-ranking members of the Liu family and the Hu family, confidently articulated his stance without a hint of subservience. The classification of weaponry in the continent is delineated from the lowest to the highest as follows: refined, divine weapon, magical artifact, spiritual tool, celestial artifact, worldly artifact, and the legendary forbidden object. Each category is further subdivided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Upon concluding his remarks, Liu Feng performed a respectful bow and turned to exit the family council chamber, leaving Hu Gang momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Liu Hu and the others, witnessing Liu Feng's departure, also bowed respectfully before turning to leave the chamber. The high-ranking members of the Liu family were internally elated, yet their faces wore expressions of regret, particularly Liu Zheng, Liu Feng's father, who not only exhibited sympathy for the Hu family but also remarked, "Brother Hu, do not fret about this matter. I shall have a thorough discussion with Fenger. Perhaps he may reconsider his position." Hu Gang's countenance shifted dramatically as he grimaced, raising his hand to offer a slight bow to Liu Zheng before turning away with a cold snort, leading several elders of the Hu family out. Ha. Once Hu Gang and his entourage had departed, the atmosphere in the council chamber lightened as Liu Zheng and the others could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into boisterous guffaws. The eldest elder, Liu Liang, gasped for breath amidst his laughter and remarked, "Patriarch, we must remain vigilant regarding this matter. After all, this concerns the Songlong sword, which is no ordinary item. The Hu family may resort to underhanded tactics. We must be on our guard." Seated at the head of the table, Liu Zheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Elders' words ring true. We must indeed exercise caution in open confrontation. Our Liu family fears not the Hu family, but we must be wary of their clandestine maneuvers. Steward, issue an immediate directive. No member of the family is permitted to leave the premises without a special family token for the next few days." The elderly steward, stationed at the entrance of the council chamber, promptly entered, bowed to Liu Zheng, and replied, "Patriarch, I shall see to it at once." After delivering his response, the steward bowed once more and swiftly exited the chamber. At this juncture, second elder Liu Xiang rose and suggested, "Patriarch, perhaps we should consider taking the Songlong sword to the auction following the trial assembly. This would not only divert the Hu family's attention, but also yield a substantial profit for our family, and it could serve to diminish the Hu family's arrogance." This proposal sparked a return to the familiar clamor of the council chamber, as each elder voiced their opinions, striving to persuade those who held differing views. Meanwhile, Liu Hu and his companions, having exited the council chamber, quickly caught up with Liu Feng, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way to Liu Feng's residence. Upon returning to his quarters, Liu Feng eagerly instructed the maid, Chuyer, to prepare tea and pastries for everyone. Before long, Chuyer joyfully arrived with the refreshments and, with an air of obedience, approached Liu Feng to offer a shoulder massage. This scene prompted envy among Liu Hu and the others who sat nearby. Liu Hu, seated beside Liu Feng, lifted his teacup for a sip and smiled, saying, "Brother, it is now time to share the details of what transpired." Beside them, Liu Yu and a few others fixed their gaze upon Liu Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Feng waved his hand, signaling his maid, Chuyer, to withdraw, and then spoke softly, "Brother, I can only reveal to you that my dantian has indeed been restored." and my cultivation has ascended to the 9th layer of the fragmented body realm. As for the means of my dantian's recovery and the reasons behind my rapid advancement, I cannot disclose those details yet. Upon hearing this, a look of incredulity crossed Liu Hu and the others' faces. To not only restore his dantian in 3 years, but also elevate his cultivation from the 3rd layer to the 9th layer of the fragmented body realm was a terrifying pace of cultivation that left them both astonished and immensely pleased for him. If they were to learn that Liu Feng had achieved what they believed would take 3 years and a mere 20 days, one could only imagine their reaction. Truly, you are my brother. Once your 3-year agreement with Feng Yushou concludes, I shall take you to the Divine Sword Sect. With your innate talent for cultivation, I am confident that becoming an inner disciple will pose no challenge for you. Liu Hu said earnestly as he emerged from his state of shock. Liu Feng smiled and nodded, indicating his agreement with the plan. The conversation then shifted to amusing anecdotes from their respective sects, with Liu Feng occasionally interjecting, displaying genuine interest. After all, he had not ventured beyond the family confines for 3 years, enduring hardship and striving to restore his dantian while enhancing his strength, all in preparation for the 3-year agreement to redeem his past failures. The appearance of the Yuzun not only granted him the power to redeem himself, but also illuminated his once darkened heart, allowing him to feel a renewed sense of connection to the world, almost as if he had returned to 3 years prior. By the way, brother, acquiring the Hu family's ancestral treasure, the Songlong sword, is akin to wielding a double-edged blade. If mishandled, it could bring unnecessary troubles to our family. However, failing to impart a profound lesson to the Hu family would be an injustice to them. Let us ponder a clever strategy that not only teaches the Hu family a lesson but also maximizes the benefits from the Songlong sword. Each of Liu Yu's companions immersed themselves in thought. Liu Feng, lifting his teacup for a sip, placed it down with a smile and said, "There's no need for further contemplation. On my way back, I devised a brilliant idea. Keeping the Songlong sword within the family poses a significant risk. If we were to auction it off, not only would we secure a substantial income, but it would also bring disgrace to the Hu family, effectively redirecting their focus away from the Liu family. Isn't that a splendid notion?" Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside, and as they turned to see Liu Zhang entering the living room alongside the Grand Elder, Liu Liang, the group quickly rose to pay their respects. Liu Zhang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Indeed, you are the son of Liu Zhang. Your thoughts align perfectly with the conclusions drawn by us old-timers. I have come with the Grand Elder to take the Songlong sword for auction." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng smiled as he retrieved the Songlong sword and handed it directly to Liu Zhang. The latter examined the sword closely and remarked, "Truly an exceptional blade. It is a pity to part with it." As he spoke, Liu Zhang shook his head and handed the Songlong sword to the Grand Elder beside him. The Grand Elder, with a gentle smile, accepted the sword and remarked, "Master of the house, do not be misled. No matter how exceptional a weapon may be, it remains merely an external object. Ultimately, it is one's own strength that matters. Otherwise, the Hu family would have long since replaced our Liu family with the Songlong sword." Liu Zhang, placing a hand on his forehead, exchanged a few more words with Liu Feng and others before departing with the Grand Elder. Shortly after their exit, Liu Hu and his companions returned to hasten their training, eager to face the upcoming trial with the utmost readiness. Liu Feng also stepped out of the parlor and instructed Chuyer, who was busy in the courtyard, before making his way to his bedroom. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke on the following day. Rising early, Liu Feng washed up with the fresh water brought by Chuyer. After quickly donning his attire and hastily consuming breakfast, he set off for the family council hall. On his way, he encountered Liu Yu, who was also headed to the council hall, and the two exchanged laughter as they continued on together. Upon arriving at the council hall, they discovered that Liu Hu and the others were already present. After sharing glances with them, they found a vacant seat and sat down, awaiting the arrival of the master of the house and the elders. After a brief interval, Liu Zhang and several elders arrived. Entering the council hall, Liu Zhang surveyed the assembly and stated, "The honor of our Liu family in this triannual trial in Maple Leaf City rests upon the 5 of you. However, you must remember that once you enter the 10,000 Great Mountains, regardless of the dangers you encounter, your foremost priority must be your own safety." Liu Feng and the others nodded solemnly and followed Liu Zhang and the others out of the council hall. Upon exiting the Liu residence, they made their way toward the southern city gate leading to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon reaching the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, they separated from Liu Zhang and the cadre of Liu family elders at the makeshift square, where the elders proceeded toward the VIP seats. while Liu Feng and his companions headed toward the competitors' area. After enduring nearly 2 hours of idle chatter from the city lord and several distinguished nobles of the empire who had come specifically for the event, the trial commenced at the command of the city lord. All participating contestants, brimming with excitement, surged into the 10,000 great mountains, with Liu Feng and his companions jovially trailing behind the throng. Following a cobblestone path for several hundred meters, they arrived at the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains. Even before entering, they were awestruck by the towering ancient trees, and in that moment, Liu Feng felt acutely aware of his own insignificance. Liu Hu patted his shoulder and urged, "Little brother, stop gazing and focus on entering to slay the beasts." Liu Feng nodded with a smile, and the 5 of them stepped into the 10,000 great mountains. The moment they crossed the threshold, they experienced a brief discomfort as the towering trees obscured the sunlight, casting a shadowy gloom around them. While the faint sense of earth and blood wafted through the as they ventured deeper into the 10,000 great mountains, the earthy aroma faded, yet the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Amidst the dense underbrush, small creatures occasionally sprang forth, and nearly every few dozen meters, they would encounter the remains of unknown beasts. Suddenly, Liu Hu, who was leading the way, turned around and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. We are about to enter the true outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains, where encountering demon beasts is highly likely." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng and the others gazed at Liu Hu in puzzlement, their expressions seemingly questioning how he came to know this. Liu Hu appeared to anticipate their doubts, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly replied, "2 years ago, I accompanied my master into the 10,000 great mountains." The 4 nodded in understanding, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Once they crossed into the fringes of the 10,000 great mountains, the threat of demon beasts would become a frequent occurrence, and the tension among the 5 heightened. "Howl! Roar!" The 5 of them proceeded cautiously, gradually entering the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains. The eerie howls of unknown demon beasts echoed around them. Rather than feeling anxious, Liu Feng found himself increasingly exhilarated. After walking for a while without sighting a single demon beast, only the distant cries of these creatures reached their ears, leading to a sense of disappointment among Liu Feng and his companions. After all, the more demon beasts they hunted and the more herbs they gathered, the higher their scores would be. The absence of any demon beast sightings thus stirred a hint of disappointment within them, even leading them to entertain the notion that perhaps the one in front had already dispatched or drawn away all the beasts. Suddenly, from the dense thicket nearby, a fiery red figure sprang forth, charging directly at Liu Yu, who was ahead of Liu Feng. By the time Liu Hu reacted, it was too late for rescue. Liu Xian and Liu Yong were frozen in shock, while Liu Yu's face turned pale, clearly frightened. Liu Hu leaped back to save her. Unable to bear witnessing the impending danger, he shut his eyes tightly at that moment. However, Liu Feng's voice rang out resolutely. "You blind beast, die!" Bang! The fiery figure lunging at Liu Yu was swiftly repelled by Liu Feng's rapid execution of the overlapping wave's palm, which had been summoned just in time. Howl! The 5 finally discerned the creature, a wolf with a fiery red coat. Liu Hu recognized it immediately and warned, "Everyone, be cautious. This is a level 1 demon beast, the blade-edge firewolf." Demon beasts on the continent are classified from lowest to highest as follows: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Demon King, and Demon Emperor. Fixating on the blade-edge fire wolf, Liu Feng felt a surge of excitement and declared, "Brother, leave this creature to me. I assure you I will slay it to avenge Sister Yu." Anyone daring to ambush her must be prepared to meet their end. In truth, Liu Feng merely sought to hone his martial skills but wished to conceal this desire from Liu Hu, thus fabricating such a flimsy excuse. Just as Liu Feng worried Liu Hu might object, Liu Yu, having recovered from her fright, huffed indignantly, "Younger brother, go help me deal with this wretched beast. It frightened me terribly. It cannot be allowed to perish easily. Understood. I will ensure sister's vengeance is fulfilled." Liu Feng, emboldened by Liu Yu's words, charged toward the blade-edge fire wolf, ready for battle. Howl! The blade-edge fire wolf, undeterred, let out a fierce howl while simultaneously pressing down with its forelimbs. It then pushed off the ground with a powerful leap, resembling a cannonball propelled from its chamber, charging towards the oncoming Liu Feng. Observing this, Liu Hu and his companions could not help but break into a cold sweat for Liu Feng. Should he be struck by the blade-edge fire wolf, even if he were not gravely injured, he would certainly suffer significant harm. After all, as a first-tier demonic beast, the blade-edge fire wolf possessed razor-sharp claws capable of shattering stone and severing trees, and even in a clash with ordinary weaponry, it showed no signs of damage. Moreover, at that moment, Liu Feng was unarmed, and engaging in combat with the blade-edge fire wolf in such a manner was evidently a disadvantage. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. However, recognizing the perilous situation, Liu Feng swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the lethal claws of the onrushing blade-edge fire wolf. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Had his reflexes not been quick enough, he would have sustained injuries. Gazing at the seemingly mocking visage of the blade-edge fire wolf, Liu Feng's expression darkened as he mused. It appears I must expedite my training of the wave-stacking palm to perfection. That way, even when faced with such a beast, I would effortlessly vanquish it and would not have to endure its derision. In the ensuing moments, Liu Feng refrained from confronting the blade-edge fire wolf head-on as he initially did, opting instead to engage in a tactical battle, leveraging the creature's slower turning radius to navigate swiftly around it. Bang bang. This strategy not only allowed Liu Feng to mount effective assaults on the blade-edge fire wolf, but also enabled him to evade its sharp claws. After a flurry of skirmishes, the blade-edge fire wolf found itself reduced to a position of defense. Despite its superior strength, it could not land a blow on him, which only served to infuriate the beast, prompting it to howl in frustration. Howl, howl. Seizing an opportunity, Liu Feng darted swiftly to the rear of the blade-edge fire wolf. However, after enduring 2 strikes from Liu Feng, the creature pivoted almost simultaneously to face Liu Feng once more. At that moment, Liu Hu and his companions, who were spectating, felt a surge of tension. Liu Yu even shouted, "Be careful, little brother! Get out of the way!" Without the need for Liu Yu's warning, Liu Feng sensed the imminent danger. Nevertheless, he chose not to evade. Instead, he steeled himself, deciding to take a gamble against the blade-edge fire wolf. Should fortune favor him, he might deliver a fatal blow. Even if things went awry, he could merely expect to be injured. After all, Liu Hu and the others would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Liu Feng's intuition proved correct, as Liu Hu, witnessing the unfolding scene, charged forward with his sword drawn, bellowing, "Demonic beast, meet your end," with a leap. Liu Hu thrust his sword, and at that very moment, Liu Feng seized the opportunity, as the blade-edge fire wolf turned to face him. He unleashed the wave-stacking palm, striking decisively at the creature's head. Bang! Crack! The first-tier demonic beast, the blade-edge fire wolf, succumbed with a resounding thud before Liu Hu could reach it. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, before erupting into cheers as they rushed towards Liu Feng, while Liu Hu stood in shock, gazing at the lifeless form of the blade-edge fire wolf. Upon the head of the blade-fang fire wolf, a conspicuous mixture of white brain matter and crimson blood oozed forth, while its lifeless eyes remained wide open, clearly indicating the creature's demise was both tragic and unresolved. Amidst the praises of Liu Feng and Liu Yu, he calmly commenced the dissection of the great fire wolf, soon acquiring a hide and a first-level beast core. Without pausing, the 5 of them proceeded deeper into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Liu Feng, who trailed at the rear of the group, leapt to Liu Hu's side, grinning as he placed a hand upon his shoulder, inquiring, "Brother, do tell me honestly, to what cultivation realm have you ascended now?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yu and the others perked up their ears, equally curious about the current cultivation level of Liu Hu, who had spent nearly 2 years at the Divine Sword Sect. Casting a few glances around, Liu Hu revealed a sly grin, and without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly flung Liu Feng away with a mere flick of his hand. As Liu Feng soared through the air, disbelief etched upon his face. He realized that in but an instant, he had been sent flying by Liu Hu, a display of physical strength that must have surpassed the first level of a martial artist. Likewise, Liu Yu and the others bore expressions of shock. They too, being the talented peers of their family and having entered respectable sects for training, were taken aback. Among them, the most formidable Liu Yong had only just attained the first level of martial artist, while Liu Yu and Liu Xian stood at the 9th and the 8th levels of body refinement, respectively. As he was about to hit the ground, Liu Feng executed a backflip to land gracefully, his expression still one of incredulity as he rushed back to Liu Hu, scrutinizing him from head to toe for quite some time. Finally, he sighed. I truly envy you all for being able to train in such powerful sects. Unlike me, who has struggled for 3 years within the family, I'm still a great distance from the geniuses of Maple Leaf City. Liu Feng's demeanor and tone caused Liu Hu and the others to silently lament. Liu Yu quickly approached Liu Hu, pinching a bit of flesh at his waist, then smilingly took Liu Feng's hand, offering reassurance, brother, do not be disheartened. Your current cultivation is commendable. Had it not been for the setback with your dantian, your talent would have undoubtedly surpassed ours long ago. Liu Hu and the others also stepped forward to comfort Liu Feng, while Liu Hu inwardly chastised himself, wishing he could slap his own face for inadvertently reminding Liu Feng of his grievances. Ha! You have all been deceived. Feeling a slight twinge of emotion, Liu Feng feigned a hearty laugh, uttering a phrase to mask the moisture gathering in his eyes, before swiftly dashing ahead. The four of Liu Hu, returning to their senses, exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Liu Feng sprinting away, while Liu Yu, gritting her silver teeth, appeared ready to devour him. Throughout their journey, whenever they encountered solitary first-level beasts, Liu Feng would concoct various reasons to confront them alone. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a nest of 4 first-level storm rabbits, which, through their combined efforts, they managed to dispatch without peril. Having engaged in numerous skirmishes, Liu Feng, after independently vanquishing a first-level demon beast known as the fire-explosive mouse, began to glean a deeper understanding of the ripple palm technique. Albeit the sensation remained somewhat elusive, it was not until the 5 companions felt the pangs of hunger and the daylight began to fade that they sought refuge in a cave to rest. In the 6th chapter, titled Perfect Realm, Adventure and Separation, after a night of rest, Liu Feng and his companions hastily washed up and prepared a modest breakfast, proceeding with caution as they traversed the dense forest. Although they were still on the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Liu Feng felt an increasing sense of oppression the deeper they ventured. The reason for this sensation eluded him, and he refrained from inquiring with Liu Hu and the others if they shared the same feelings. After traveling several miles, they encountered 3 assaults from demon beasts, fortunately all first level, which the group swiftly dispatched without sustaining any injuries. Standing atop a massive boulder, Liu Feng gazed into the distance for a considerable time before leaping down, leaning against a large tree to sit cross-legged and gradually recuperate. He had single-handedly dealt with the recently attacked first-level beast, the spotted boar, and knew he needed to recover swiftly. Meanwhile, Liu Hu and the others busied themselves with skinning the beasts and extracting their crystal cores. After a brief respite, Liu Feng opened his eyes, only to meet the gaze of Liu Yue, who was looking at him intently. A smile crept onto Liu Feng's lips as he subtly smiled back at her. However, Liu Yue shot him a disdainful glance before turning her head away, still harboring grievances from the previous day's antics. This reaction left Liu Feng momentarily taken aback, yet he soon comprehended the situation, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Observing Liu Feng's awakening, Liu Hu rose and remarked, according to the map, we need to venture another several miles to enter the inner region of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Therefore, we must exercise greater caution, as we may encounter second-level demon beasts or even those of higher rank. Will we really encounter second-level beasts? Liu Xin inquired timidly, drawing back his neck in response to Liu Hu's words. Liu Yong patted Liu Xin on the shoulder and replied, Are you afraid, little buddy? Don't forget, it was you who insisted on coming along now, before we've even entered the inner region. A few words from Liu Hu have you trembling in your boots? Look at Liu Feng. He always charges to the front whenever we face demon beasts. If you don't muster some courage, your experience in the 10,000 Great Mountains will be futile. Otherwise, you'll return unchanged, still that timid soul. If that is the case, don't ever claim to be my brother. I cannot afford to lose face. Indeed, with your cowardly disposition, you would only be bullied upon returning. It would be better to take a leap of faith and undergo a complete transformation. Otherwise, such a rare opportunity will slip away without meaning. Let us not forget that the honor of our family relies on our efforts, Liu Yue asserted, her eyes wide as she brandished her small fists at Liu Xin. Standing up with arms crossed, Liu Feng spoke calmly. This is a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. If one does not wish to be trampled underfoot or manipulated by others, one must rise to the occasion and strive to enhance their own strength. Otherwise, one will inevitably become a subordinate to others, perhaps even unaware of how they met their end. Moreover, we bear the weight of our family's honor. If we do not seize this opportunity, do you wish to see our family's reputation tarnished by our hands? Having spoken, He disregarded the peculiar gazes of the four, merely patting Liu Feng on the shoulder before turning to navigate around Liu Hu and proceed forward. Upon hearing these words, Liu Hu's face revealed a look of appreciation. Liu Yu gazed at Liu Feng's proud silhouette, her eyes flickering with an unusual glimmer. Meanwhile, the oblivious Liu Yong failed to grasp the true essence of the conversation. However, Liu Feng seemed to comprehend something. He slowly clenched his fists, a resolute gleam appearing in his eyes. Subsequently, Liu Feng hastened to Liu Feng's side and whispered, "Brother, thank you for your words. They have enlightened me profoundly. I shall diligently cultivate my skills henceforth and will no longer allow anyone to manipulate my destiny. My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by the heavens." What a splendid sentiment. My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by the heavens. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Liu Yong was similarly enlightened, involuntarily praising Liu Feng. As the five of them ventured deeper, a gigantic python, as thick as a water barrel and over 10 meters long, slithered out from behind a massive rock, blocking their path. Liu Hu, leading the group, immediately recognized the creature and exclaimed, "Damn it, that is a nearly third-tier demonic beast, the sawtooth python." Hearing this, Liu Feng felt a surge of eagerness within. Having already sensed something profound, he was keen to test himself against a formidable beast to see if he could elevate his martial skill, the layered wave palm, from its rudimentary stage to perfection. Thus, almost as soon as Liu Hu's words fell, Liu Feng leapt towards the sawtooth python, declaring, "Let me give it a try first. If I cannot prevail, then you may assist me." The python's eyes, the size of adult fists and glistening green, fixated on the approaching Liu Feng, emitting a piercing wail akin to that of an infant. Caught off guard, Liu Feng nearly succumbed to the unexpected sonic assault, staggering momentarily and almost toppling to the ground. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he surged forward once more. The other four, also reeling slightly from the disorientation, observed Liu Feng charging towards the python at full speed, seemingly unaffected by the sonic attack. As if nothing were amiss, Liu Yong remarked, "Liu Feng, my brother, is truly remarkable. That sonic attack had no effect on him. Impressive indeed." Among them, only Liu Hu perceived that Liu Feng had indeed been impacted by the sonic attack, but he had recovered almost instantaneously. Liu Hu assessed that he could not achieve such nonchalance. Before Liu Feng could reach the sawtooth python, its massive tail, imbued with tremendous force, lashed out like a whip. As Liu Feng lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his right foot, he floated away like a leaf swept by the wind. Bang! Liu Feng narrowly evaded the strike, as the python's tail crashed into a tree stout enough for a person to embrace, snapping it to the ground, nearly crushing Liu Yong, who stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. Fortunately, it was the quick-witted Liu Hu who pulled Liu Yong aside just in time, allowing him to narrowly escape calamity. Once he regained his senses, Liu Yong unleashed a torrent of curses at the sawtooth python, employing every vile word imaginable. Hearing these unsavory utterances, Liu Yu shot Liu Yong a fierce glare before making her way to the other side. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Liu Hu, with a face etched with concern, she gazed at Liu Feng, who was entangled with the sawtooth python, and remarked, "Brother, do you think our younger sibling can manage? Perhaps we should intervene. After all, this is a beast on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. Not to mention, our younger brother is merely at the 9th level of the fragmented body stage. It seems that even if you attempted to slay this creature, it would come at a considerable cost." Liu Hu, without turning around, replied softly, "Xiao Yu, you need not fret unnecessarily. While it is true that our younger brother is at the 9th level of the fragmented body stage, his actual combat prowess is hardly inferior to mine. Especially when he employs that mysterious martial technique, the lethality of his strikes certainly rivals my own one-sword bleeds. And do you not find it intriguing how enigmatic our younger brother appears? Upon entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, the martial techniques he has employed are not those of our family." Bang! Caught off guard, Liu Feng had no choice but to confront the sawtooth python's sweeping tail head-on. He was immediately sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before executing a backflip to land gracefully on the ground. After the collision, Liu Feng's right palm was severely lacerated, crimson blood cascading down his fingers and pooling on the ground. His entire arm trembled, a testament to the sheer terror of the sawtooth python's strength. As his expression darkened, it seemed that the python had stirred a ferocity within him. He lifted his quivering right hand, licked the blood that dripped from it with his tongue, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. Following this sinister grin, the sawtooth python seemed to go mad, thrashing wildly as it closed the distance to Liu Feng in the blink of an eye. Its body as thick as a barrel ensnaring him entirely. No! Liu Yu cried out in horror, rushing forward, but was swiftly restrained by Liu Hu, who firmly admonished, "Do not act recklessly. This is likely a ploy of our younger brother. Otherwise, how could he possibly be ensnared by the sawtooth python given his capabilities? So, I implore you all to refrain from intervening. Let us observe for now." Enveloped by the sawtooth python, Liu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had momentarily faltered in their clash, that very confrontation had allowed him to finally grasp the threshold of the peak realm of the ripple-palmed tea that moment. His mind was incessantly rehearsing the ripple palm technique, as if years had passed in an instant, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Ha ha! Liu Feng, caught in the python's embrace, suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing with unrestrained delight. However, this peculiar behavior left the four onlookers, who were worried for him, utterly bewildered, entirely at a loss as to what he was attempting. Bang bang! In mere moments, Liu Feng's laughter abruptly ceased, and he swiftly formed his hands into palms, striking rapidly against the body of the sawtooth python. The resounding thuds reverberated, leaving the four spectators in stunned silence. The ripple palm has been elevated to a state of perfection, capable of unleashing 5 strands of hidden energy with a single strike, far surpassing the minor achievements of the lesser ripple palm. Although the perfected form only adds 2 additional strands of hidden energy, the offensive power of these 2 exceeds the cumulative strength of the 3 strands released by the lesser ripple palm by several folds. This is one of the most formidable aspects of the ripple palm. It can evolve in tandem with the practitioner's cultivation. Alas! The jagged python, having endured a relentless barrage from Liu Feng's ripple palm, emitted incessant cries reminiscent of an infant's wailed tea that moment. An unforeseen event transpired. A tiger-like demonic beast, measuring 4 meters in length and over a meter in height, with blood-red eyes, emerged suddenly from the thicket, severing the python's head in a single bite. Upon witnessing this, Liu Hu's expression shifted drastically, and he urgently shouted, "Younger brother, run! That is a level 4 demonic beast, the demon tiger." With a resounding roar, the demon tiger, having bitten off the python's head, turned its gaze toward Liu Hu, unleashing a terrifying roar that rendered Liu Yu, standing nearby, unconscious. Quick-witted Liu Hu caught her just in time. However, Liu Hu himself was rocked by the force of the tiger's roar, causing his internal energies to surge tumultuously, nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from him, which he managed to swallow down, though a trace of crimson lingered at the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Feng cursed under his breath and called out, "Elder brother, you must leave at once. I will divert the demon tiger and then come to find you." Liu Hu fixed a determined gaze on Liu Feng. Without uttering another word, he scooped up Liu Yu and fled, with Liu Yong and Liu Xian following suit in a hasty retreat. Chapter 7. Escaping the demon tiger, the trail exposed in the dense jungle. A figure as agile as a spirit monkey darted to evade the relentless assaults of the level 4 demon tiger that pursued him. Occasionally leaping and bounding, this individual remained just out of reach of the infuriated beast, which roared in frustration. Indeed, this figure was Liu Feng, who had been chased for over half an hour by the demon tiger. Were it not for his remarkable agility, he would likely have met his demise within the tiger's maw long ago. As Liu Feng raced for his life, he had not noticed before, but now realized he seemed to have lost his way. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a dark figure lurking amidst the dense underbrush to his right, likely another demonic beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang toward the creature's hiding place. The demon tiger, unrelenting in its pursuit, followed suit, turning swiftly to chase after Liu Feng. With a thunderous roar, the demon tiger crashed into the thick foliage. A massive beast, covered in yellow scales and resembling a small mountain, rose from the undergrowth. It bore a glimmering horn on its forehead and opened its gaping maw, glaring menacingly at the intruding demon tiger. Meanwhile, Liu Feng crouched within the dense thicket, a sly grin spreading across his face as he thought, "You dare to chase me for over half an hour. Now, you shall know the consequences of your persistence." Quietly shifting his body backwards, Liu Feng retreated several dozen meters before finally rising to his feet. a lingering dread evident in his heart as he gazed upon the two beasts locked in a fierce battle. With a peculiar grin, he turned away. Upon turning, Liu Feng discovered a few familiar figures standing before him, yet his expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Feng Yuxiu, are you surprised to see me, young master?" Feng Yuxiu, standing opposite Liu Feng, regarded him with an air of disdain, as if he held no one in high esteem. A glimmer of icy light flickered in Liu Feng's eyes before he continued. "Feng Yuxiu, once the trial assembly concludes, I shall make you regret the incident from 3 years ago, that time. Do not blame me for being too ruthless. With your dantian shattered by me, what qualifications do you have to boast before me? In 3 years, I have the power to cripple your dantian once again when the time comes." Feng Yuxiu stared at Liu Feng with a peculiar expression, dismissively responding with a single phrase. The 4 members of the Feng family participating in the trial, upon hearing Feng Yuxiu's words, cast sinister glances at Liu Feng. From their eyes, Liu Feng discerned their intentions and resolved to avoid unnecessary trouble. He chuckled ominously and declared, "Feng Yuxiu, regardless of your current thoughts, I will undoubtedly defeat you at the end of the 3-year agreement, and I will ensure you repay the suffering I have endured tenfold." With that, he disregarded Feng Yuxiu and the others, swiftly veering past them and dashing in a particular direction, soon vanishing without a trace. After Liu Feng's departure, a youthful figure standing beside Feng Yuxiu quietly suggested, "Brother Xiu, should we pursue him and deal with this insolent brat?" Feng Yuxiu, observing the two beasts battling not far away, contemptuously replied, "There's no need. Such a minor character does not require our intervention. Others will find a way to eliminate him." As he spoke, a peculiar smile graced Feng Yuxiu's face. Slowly turning his head, he whispered a few words into the ear of the boy who had just spoken. With each word, the boy's expression grew increasingly animated. He nodded in agreement with Feng Yuxiu and swiftly disappeared with a few leaps. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, who was hastily retracing his steps while searching for traces, pondered over the encounter with Feng Yuxiu and his companions. He realized he could not ascertain Feng Yuxiu's current cultivation level from their dialogue, but he was certain it would not be lower than the 3rd tier of a warrior. Most critically, he had inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. After all, the Feng family and the Hu family were in cahoots, both seeking to supplant the Liu family, their mortal enemies. Now that Feng Yuxiu and his associates were aware that he was alone, the possibility of them informing the Hu family's trial participants loomed large. He could easily become a target for pursuit, and he believed the Hu family's trial participants would not let such an opportunity slip away. Going forward, he must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, if the Hu family's trial participants caught him, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. It seemed imperative to reunite with his elder brother and the others soon, lest he remain in a perilous situation. Resolutely determined, Liu Feng swiftly retraced his steps along the trail, eager to locate Liu Hu and the other 3 companions. He understood that only in their company would he feel secure, for even if they encountered individuals from the Hu family trial, he would not fear their threats. Although Liu Feng possessed the ancient secret tome bestowed by the Yu Sun, which contained numerous auxiliary martial techniques ideal for evasion, he lamented the lack of time for cultivation. Achieving mastery over the overlapping wave's palm in such a brief period was already a remarkable feat. Thus, his primary concern was to reunite with Liu Hu and his companions. He grasped the principle that strength lies in numbers, and only then would he feel untroubled by any troublemakers from the Hu family within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. With this reasoning in mind, Liu Feng hastened back along the trail, hoping to find Liu Hu and his compatriots. As night descended, after much effort, he finally returned to the spot where he had diverted the magical tiger and beheld the lifeless form of the serrated python. It was too perilous to continue the search under the cloak of darkness. After all, the 10,000 Great Mountains were fraught with danger, particularly at night. Recklessly pursuing further could lead to a fatal encounter with formidable beasts. With a wave of his hand, he stored the python's corpse in his tungsten ring, then approached a large tree, leaping effortlessly onto one of its branches. He retrieved some provisions and water, hastily satisfied his evening meal, and leaned against the trunk, succumbing to slumber. That moment, in the perilous expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a figure, fleet of foot, leapt effortlessly from one towering tree to another, maintaining an unwavering speed as he surged in a singular direction. Along the way, this figure paused to ascertain his bearings several times, soon landing beside a campfire where 5 individuals sat, members of the Hu family participating in the trial. Who approaches? State your name. A Hu family youth, seated by the fire, immediately spotted the shadow descending from the tree and rose swiftly, his expression stern as he addressed the newcomer in a cold tone. In response, the figure descended calmly to the hearth, bowing slightly to the speaking Hu family member, and said, "Greetings, brother, I am Feng Qiang, sent by brother Xiao to consult with you on a matter of importance." Hu Tian, taken aback by this revelation, stepped forward with a cold demeanor, stating, "Is this truly the case? Should I discover that you are deceiving me, rest assured, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Indeed, I speak only the truth. I implore you to trust my words," Feng Qiang replied, a glint of sharpness flashing briefly in his eyes as he feigned humility. Turning to his companions, Hu Tian instructed, "Third brother, keep a close watch on this individual. I will set off a thunderclap bomb that will reveal whether this lad speaks falsehoods. Should he attempt to flee, he shall be met with lethal force." "Brother Tian, you need not worry," responded a youth seated near Hu Tian, a sly smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Feng Qiang. Hu Tian then walked towards an open area, retrieving a thunderclap bomb from his pocket. Holding it in one hand, he pulled the detonation cord with the other. Boom! Thunder! After a considerable amount of time had passed, Hu Tian stood in the open space, ceaselessly gazing at the starry night sky. Just as Hu Tian was on the verge of losing his patience, a vibrant explosion lit up the distant southern horizon, resembling a magnificent thunderclap. At that moment, Feng Qiang, who had been sweating bullets from anxiety, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had the thunderous response been delayed any longer, his life would have been in jeopardy. The 5 members of the Hu family trial also exhaled in relief, narrowly averting the potential disaster of mistakenly slaying their ally. Approaching Feng Qiang, Hu Tian inquired with a hint of puzzlement, "Brother, what did Feng Yuxiu summon you here to discuss with us?" "This is fortuitous indeed," Feng Qiang replied, a smile gracing his face. "Several hours ago, while we were searching for demon beasts in a certain area, we unexpectedly stumbled upon Liu Feng. However, it is rather peculiar, as Liu Feng seems to have become separated from the members of the Liu family trial. Brother Feng Yuxiu sent me to ask if you would be interested in stealthily eliminating Liu Feng. If you are inclined, this presents an excellent opportunity." Hu Tian, not one to be easily deceived, could discern Feng Yuxiu's ulterior motives with even the simplest of reasoning. Nevertheless, his desire to eliminate Liu Feng overshadowed all else, and he found himself weighing the decision internally. After a while, Hu Tian coldly stated, "Brother, please relay to Feng Yuxiu that I, Hu Tian, acknowledge this favor, and we shall not let such a splendid opportunity pass us by." Feng Qiang nodded, and without further ado, he leapt onto a nearby tree, disappearing into the star-speckled night after a few agile bounds. Watching Feng Qiang's departing figure, Hu Tian slowly sat down, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Brothers, tomorrow we shall head south and ensure Liu Feng's demise. We must seize the opportunity to reclaim the Songlong sword from him." The 4 companions seated around the campfire exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. The following morning, Liu Feng awoke, rubbing his eyes and stretching his arms in a leisurely manner. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of demon beasts, he retrieved his provisions and hastily addressed his hunger and thirst. Leaping down to the ground, he began searching for traces left by Liu Hu and the others. After a brief search, he quickly found some clues and set off in pursuit. Liu Feng followed the remnants left by Liu Hu's group and arrived at a small stream. He heard a rustling sound in the distance. Sensing something amiss, he swiftly retreated into the thicket and leapt up onto a large tree. Peering through the dense foliage towards the source of the noise, Liu Feng's fists clenched tightly, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. Indeed, he discerned that the sound originated from several individuals clad in blue martial attire, each adorned with a conspicuous flying eagle emblem on their chests. Liu Feng was all too familiar with such attire. Only the members of the Hu family in Maple Leaf City donned such garments. It was evident that his whereabouts had been disclosed to the Hu family trial by Feng Yuxiu. Otherwise, it would be an incredible coincidence for the Hu family members to appear in such proximity. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liu Feng leaped gracefully from the towering tree and cautiously retreated to the left. Chapter 8. Ensnared in a perilous trap, injured yet escaping. After stealthily traversing for a while, he circled around and arrived at the opposite bank of the stream, searching for traces left by Liu Hu and his companions. However, after a prolonged and silent search, he found no signs whatsoever. With a slight furrow in his brow, Liu Feng poked his head out from the dense thicket, casting a glance around him. Upon confirming that the area where he had previously heard a sound was now devoid of any members of the Hu family trials, he stepped out from the underbrush. Wading through the knee-deep stream, he reached the spot where he had earlier discovered the traces of Liu Hu and his group, only to find that the signs had vanished. "Damn it, what is going on? Where have the traces gone?" Liu Feng murmured softly, his brow knitted in concern as he surveyed his surroundings once more. He then conducted a meticulous search of the area, yet still found no clue. That he pondered. Could I have mistaken the location? But that doesn't seem right. This is definitely the spot. I was just hiding in that very tree, and I distinctly remember the roots looking like this. There can be no mistake. Could it be that the Hu family members concealed the traces, or mistook them for those left by me? If that's the case, I could be in grave danger. I must quickly locate Liu Hu and his companions. Once again, Liu Feng advanced with utmost caution, completely unaware that, several dozen meters away, 3 figures were observing him from a large tree, clad in blue attire adorned with a soaring eagle emblem on their chests. These individuals would not be unfamiliar to Liu Feng if he could see them. One amongst them, noticing Liu Feng's gradually receding silhouette, whispered, "Xiao Wu, you two continue to follow him. I will inform Tiangu. Once we capture this little brat, I believe our family elders will be quite pleased. If we manage to retrieve the Songlong sword from him and bring it back to the family, the head of the clan will surely reward us handsomely. Chigo, rest assured, Hu Shang and I will exercise utmost caution. We will ensure Liu Feng remains oblivious to our presence. I only hope Tiangu can establish contact with the outside world and bring back a substantial number of family guards. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for just the 3 of us to deal with Liu Feng," Hu expressed with a hint of concern as he gazed at the spot where Liu Feng had vanished. Sighing at his words, Hu Qi lightly patted Hu Wu and Hu Shang on their shoulders before turning to disappear into a patch of underbrush, vanishing with a few agile leaps, while Hu Wu and Hu Shang stealthily followed the direction Liu Feng had taken. After an exhaustive search, Liu Feng finally discovered the traces left by Liu Hu and his companions. He first scanned the surroundings for any anomalies, and upon confirming that all was clear, he quickened his pace. Following the trail he had uncovered, to his surprise, the journey was uneventful, devoid of any encounters with ferocious beasts. As Liu Feng sprinted, he thought to himself, "It seems even fate is on my side." Knowing that I must urgently find Liu Hu and his companions, not even a single beast has crossed my path. What good fortune! Suddenly, a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air, jolting Liu Feng from his reverie. Instantly engulfed by a wave of unease, he refrained from investigating the source of the piercing noise and instead instinctively rolled to the ground. Having narrowly escaped a dire predicament, Liu Feng instinctively crouched down. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his previous location, where a dozen glistening cold arrows were deeply embedded in the ground, their violently swaying fletchings emitting a low, buzzing sound. In a swift motion, he leapt away and concealed himself amidst the dense underbrush, peering through the gaps in the foliage to observe the surroundings, hoping to identify the archer. However, after some time, the area remained eerily quiet, as if no outsiders had ever been present. The silence only heightened Liu Feng's suspicions. Such stealth could only be achieved by a master, one capable of rendering their presence nearly imperceptible to their adversaries. Liu Feng's conjectures proved accurate. 100 meters away, atop a towering tree and concealed within the thick undergrowth below, several pairs of glinting eyes were fixed intently upon his hiding spot. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed around him, and through the dense foliage, Liu Feng discerned that it was indeed members of the Hu family, seemingly surrounding him. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the audacity of the Hu family to risk deploying such a multitude of guards within the treacherous depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains during the trial gathering. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Liu Feng quickly contemplated his options. The thought of being encircled by these individuals filled him with dread. Even if he had wings, he feared he would be unable to escape the impending doom. He had never imagined finding himself in such a predicament, all for the sake of a superior divine weapon, the Songlong sword. The Hu family's reckless pursuit of him ignited a fierce and unyielding anger within his heart. His eyes began to redden, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from slumber, and the fury burning in his gaze intensified as the members of the Hu family drew nearer. Suddenly, Liu Feng sprang forth from the thick underbrush. Sprinting in a determined direction, He crossed his arms before his chest, channeling all his strength into his palms. With no opportunity for retreat, he opted to take a gamble, hoping that fortune might favor him and allow for escape. If not, death would be his fate. Despite a myriad of reluctant thoughts swirling in his mind, he recognized that there was no better alternative under these circumstances. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. Standing 100 meters away, Hu Tian, upon seeing Liu Feng emerge from the thicket, felt a surge of rage. His eyes, bloodshot, fixed on Liu Feng, fists cracking like popping beans as he bellowed, "Seize that little brat. Do not kill him. I want to return and torment him thoroughly. I need him to exchange for our family heirloom. Killing him is not an option." Upon hearing these words, Liu Feng replied coldly, "Hu Tian, if I manage to escape today, before the trial gathering concludes, I will ensure that not a single one of the Hu family remains unscathed." "Ha ha, boy, surrender quietly, lest you force my hand, for that will undoubtedly lead to severe consequences." A burly man brandishing a large blade charged toward Liu Feng with remarkable speed, swiftly aiming a strike at his head. A look of disdain etched on his face as he sneered. With a cold snort, Liu Feng slightly sidestepped, evading the man's downward slash, and retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Bang! Ah! The robust man, despite possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of fragmented body, fell victim to the perfect execution of Liu Feng's stacked waves palm, succumbing in a single strike. Like a wolf among sheep, Liu Feng relentlessly targeted those beneath the 1st layer of warrior, effortlessly dispatching them with each blow or inflicting severe injuries upon his adversaries. These scenes ignited Hu Tian's fury from 100 meters away, prompting him to hastily command the 4 captains of his team, all at the 3rd layer of warrior, to rush to the fray. Ultimately, the predicament was a result of Hu Tian's own misjudgment, having underestimated Liu Feng's prowess and failing to summon a substantial contingent of experts from his family. Had he done so, Liu Feng, with his 9th layer of fragmented body strength, would have had little chance of survival. After all, it was no small feat to rank among the top 5 families in Maple Leaf City, where masters of martial arts were plentiful. Hu Tian had presumed that Liu Feng, with his shattered dantian, could not possibly pose a significant threat, and he remained disgruntled over his previous defeat on the decisive platform, convinced it was merely a lapse in his focus. Consequently, he regarded Liu Feng's abilities with disdain, sending only 4 squads of guards, predominantly ranging from the 7th to 9th layer of fragmented body, with only a handful of individuals reaching the 1st layer of warrior. The situation on the battlefield had turned decidedly in favor of Hu Tian. Under his command, the 4 captains at the 3rd layer of warrior had successfully cornered Liu Feng. However, after a brutal exchange with one of them, Liu Feng was tragically sent flying. Bang! Wow! While still airborne, blood gushed from Liu Feng's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Yet he gritted his teeth and swiftly rose to his feet. Gazing at the 4 captains of the 3rd layer of warrior approaching at a leisurely pace, he smirked and declared, "Hu Tian, do not presume that your numbers intimidate me, with such inept characters. You genuinely overestimate this bunch of gluttonous fools. I can't help but question whether your Hu family has run out of capable fighters." Liu Feng aimed to provoke Hu Tian, hoping that such taunts might lead to a mistake on his part. Otherwise, he might indeed be captured today. After all, being besieged by 4 captains of the 3rd layer of warrior left little opportunity for escape, even for one intent on fleeing. The lean man leading the charge among the captains seemed to discern Liu Feng's intentions and scoffed. "Boy, it's futile. Surrender peacefully. Don't even think about escaping. That is utterly impossible." Quickly assessing his surroundings, Liu Feng noted the circle of Hu family's guards positioned 100 meters outwards from him. The man's assertion held truth. Escaping under such circumstances was indeed challenging, yet not entirely impossible. Soon, Liu Feng identified a vulnerability. The area where Hu Tian stood was devoid of anyone else within a dozen meters. If he could devise a way to approach without attracting attention, escape was quite plausible. Resolute in his decision, Liu Feng ceased the futile banter and charged directly at the lean man, adopting the demeanor of a desperate fighter, leaving others to believe he was prepared to risk everything. Bang! Once again, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Feng sprang to his feet, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a swift motion, he fixed his gaze intently on the lean man leading the quartet of warriors from the Sanchong Tian team. As the man approached at a leisurely pace, Liu Feng, undeterred, struck out with a palm aimed at the lean figure. Bang! He was propelled backward once more. In the midst of his flight, Liu Feng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his distance from Hu Tian. If he endured a few more such encounters, he would surely reach him. Crashing heavily onto the ground again, Liu Feng quickly rose once more to this moment. Although his internal energy surged tumultuously and he had nearly reached his limit, the desperate need for an opportunity to escape compelled him to employ what must have appeared to onlookers as self-destructive tactics. After being knocked back several more times, he found Hu Tian standing just a few meters away. The swaying, struggling Liu Feng scoffed, "You truly are useless. Despite being several realms above me, you still can't do anything to me. Just a bunch of pretty faces and useless trash. Heh." The lean man cackled ominously, swiftly closing the distance to Liu Feng and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In an instant, Liu Feng soared into the air like a kite, flying over Hu Tian's head and landing not far behind him. Witnessing this scene, Hu Tian coldly remarked, "You little brat, your tough talk won't save you from my fists. Once I take you back to the family, you'll experience a fate worse than death. We'll see how tough your words remain then." Suddenly, the lean man bellowed, "Damn it! This kid is trying to escape. Everyone, get him! We must capture him." Indeed, to outsiders, it appeared as though Liu Feng had been struck away by the lean man's punch. However, this was only a partial truth. In reality, the lean man had not exerted much force at all. Thus, Liu Feng could not have been propelled that fard. At the moment of impact, he had channeled all his strength into his legs, pushing off the ground to propel himself further, ensuring he attracted no attention while buying himself precious time to flee. Once again crashing to the ground, Liu Feng sprang up like a wild hare, darting through the dense underbrush and disappearing from the sight of Hu Tian and his companions. Realizing what had happened, Hu Tian seethed, nearly bursting with rage as he stood there cursing loudly. "Hu Tian, I just mentioned that capturing me alive is impossible. Just wait. I will ensure the Hu family is left with nothing but ruin. Ha." The arrogant voice of Liu Feng echoed from a distance, causing Hu Tian's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Cave, Breakthrough in Cultivation. With no time to spare, Liu Feng, enduring the discomfort of his turbulent energy and the pain from multiple fractures, sprinted desperately in a singular direction. His steps grew increasingly heavy, and his eyelids felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Finally, unable to sustain himself any longer, Liu Feng's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen onto a slope, and as he tumbled down, he rolled rapidly into a rushing stream. It is precisely for this reason that Liu Feng fortuitously clung to life. Shortly after he fell into the tumultuous current of the river, the Hu family, following the trail he left behind, swiftly arrived at the slope, only to discover that the traces vanished at the riverbank. Due to the fierce flow of the water, Liu Feng was almost instantaneously swept away, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the members of the Hu family, who had followed the trail, stood helplessly at the riverbank, exchanging bewildered glances. Time passed, and Liu Feng, who had been carried into a dark cave by the rushing water, seemed to awaken, choking and coughing violently, his eyes still closed. The coughing exacerbated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Gradually opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and found himself floating on the surface of a subterranean cavern, a slight perplexity crossing his mind. Disregarding everything else, he resolved to continue moving with the current. After all, he was in the water, unable to tend to his wounds. He could only hope that the current would carry him out of the cave, or lead him to a place where he could sit in meditation and recuperate. Otherwise, he would remain trapped in the water. Nearly half an hour passed without him finding a suitable location for meditation, which stirred a sense of urgency within Liu Feng. If he failed to heal, he risked developing hidden ailments that could severely hinder his future cultivation. Just as despair began to settle in, he noticed that the cave ahead seemed brighter than before, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Perhaps it was an exit. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he shouted in delight. However, fate appeared to play a cruel joke on him. As he reached the brighter area of the cave, he discovered that there was no exit, only a protruding stone platform. Though Liu Feng felt a pang of disappointment, he realized the platform was ample enough for him to sit and recover his injuries. Without hesitation, he leaped from the water and landed firmly on the stone surface. But at the moment he touched the platform, a mechanism seemed to activate with a creaking sound. and the stable stone surface split apart, tragically causing the unprepared Liu Feng to fall with a thud. Liu Feng, dazed and disoriented, was stunned by the scene before him. The cave walls were adorned with an astonishing number of luminous pearls, alongside a multitude of colorful beast cores. The sheer volume of such wealth left the inexperienced Liu Feng utterly awestruck. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Surviving great calamities surely brings blessings. It seems that heaven could not bear to overlook me, granting me this fortuitous opportunity. In the future, I shall hold a chicken leg in my left hand and a duck leg in my right, taking a bite and tossing the rest. What a grand fortune in life." As Liu Feng slowly rose, the shock of the riches around him dulled his awareness of his injuries, filling him with exhilaration as he approached the pile of beast cores. With eager hands, he reached out to grasp one. Yet, to his astonishment, what he picked up was not the coveted core, but a handful of powder from the decayed cores. Staring blankly at the powder in his palm, he felt a surge of frustration. Nearly collapsing in despair in the ensuing moments, Liu Feng meticulously examined every beast crystal core on the ground, finding that none had escaped the absorption of their energy. A mere touch would reduce them to a mere pile of dust. Undeterred by the ominous signs, Liu Feng turned his attention to the luminous pearl embedded in the cave wall. However, despite his myriad attempts, he was unable to extract the pearl. Ultimately, after reaping no rewards, he settled into a state of calm, surveying his surroundings within the cavern. Before long, he stumbled upon a peculiar area, prompting him to approach with utmost caution. The cave wall before him appeared to resemble a door. Yet despite a thorough search, he could not uncover any mechanism to open it. Frustrated, Liu Feng cursed under his breath and settled down in a dry spot to meditate, hoping to recuperate from his injuries. However, the prolonged recovery only brought him further distress. Soon enough, he expelled a series of dark, foul blood, and at that moment, his brow furrowed, his complexion ashen and devoid of color, resembling a figure beset by illness. Were a stranger to witness him, they might surmise that his time was running short. Gradually calming the tumultuous energies within, Liu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes fluttering open. Though he had made some progress in healing his internal wounds, he remained troubled by the multiple fractures that plagued his body. He shook his head with a bitter smile and closed his eyes once more to continue his recovery. After a brief incense's worth of time, the pallor of Liu Feng's face began to yield to a hint of color. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes, fully mended from his internal injuries. Rising to his feet, he stretched his numbed legs. As his hand grazed the slightly sunken area of his chest, his brow involuntarily knitted in concern. Without the bone-setting elixir, the prospect of healing his fractures seemed nearly impossible. "Damn you, Hu Tian, you wretched scoundrel. Your malice knows no bounds. To think you would attempt to capture me in exchange for the Tsanglong sword. Thankfully, I managed to escape despite my grievous injuries. Once I am fully recovered and emerge, not only will I ensure that you and your Hu family are left with nothing, but I shall also unearth your ancestral graves, for my heart harbors an unquenchable rage." Enduring the pain, Liu Feng wore a grim expression, his voice cold and filled with resentment. Once he regained his composure, he resumed his examination of the door-like cave wall, sensing that there lay some secret behind the stone barrier. It was only when his stomach protested with a low growl that he snapped out of his trance. He retrieved provisions and water from his tungsten ring, filling his belly before returning to scrutinize the stone door. Alas, after yet another prolonged investigation, he still could not discern the mechanism to open the door. With a sigh of resignation, Liu Feng leaned against the stone door, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Just then, a faint crack of a mechanism echoed, startling Liu Feng into an upright position. In an almost serendipitous turn of events, the very spot where he had seated himself concealed a protruding stone, which turned out to be the trigger for the door mechanism. Quickly turning around, Liu Feng beheld the stone door slowly creaking open, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, he stepped forward into the dim glow of the luminous pearl, disregarding any potential traps or mechanisms, and boldly ventured inside. After a series of left and right turns, I finally emerged from the narrow stone cave into a relatively dry stone hall. The furnishings within this hall were quite simple. Apart from a set of stone tables and chairs, there was only a stone bed against the wall. To Liu Feng's mild astonishment, he noticed a skeletal figure sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed, evidently deceased for an indeterminate length of time. After all, the entire hall bore no trace of foul odors, and the skeletal remains were reduced to a stark white framework, seemingly adorned with several metallic-hued objects nestled among the tattered remnants of cloth draped over the bones. Liu Feng did not rush towards the skeleton but instead meticulously searched the stone hall, hoping to uncover any hidden chambers. However, while dreams may inspire, reality often proves to be harsh. After a careful search lasting the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, he found nothing of note. With a wry smile, he shook his head, muttering to himself, "It appears there truly are no secret chambers." Nevertheless, it is not a dire situation. The skeleton must possess valuable items. If only I could find a pill to heal fractures, that would be splendid. Approaching the stone bed with cautious steps, he reached out to touch the skeleton. To his dismay, upon contact, the bones crumbled into a fine dust. Settling upon the stone bed, Liu Feng nearly uttered a curse at this spectacle. The fact that a mere touch could reduce the remains to powder was intolerable. Previously, the monster cores had met a similar fate, and now this skeleton followed suit, plunging him from the heights of fortune into the depths of despair. The drastic fluctuations of his fortune were unbearable, and in a fit of rage, Liu Feng slammed his palm down, scattering the skeletal dust across the entire hall. "This is outrageous. This is not a jest to be taken lightly. To have treasures slip through my fingers like this, it is infuriating," Liu Feng grumbled, his face a mask of indignation. As the dust settled, the stone hall appeared cloaked in a veil of white powder. Standing upon the shattered stone bed, Liu Feng, still seething with frustration, stomped his foot heavily. With a resounding crash, the stone bed fractured into pieces, and as the dust cleared, Liu Feng was astonished to discover a bronze chest nestled among the debris. "Ha! I have indeed uncovered a treasure," he exclaimed with a triumphant gleam in his eye. "Let me see what wondrous items await within you, but do not play tricks on me. My delicate heart cannot withstand such shocks." Crouching atop the fragmented stones of the bed, Liu Feng radiated confidence as he spoke. This time, he was exceedingly cautious, fearing that a mere touch might cause the bronze chest to disintegrate like the skeleton and monster cores. With great care, he extracted the chest, cradling it to the stone table, and gently laid it down, as if it were a fragile artifact. Without further hesitation, he slowly opened the bronze chest, revealing only a small booklet within. Carefully, he retrieved the booklet and turned to the first page, upon which the words "Insights" were inscribed, before continuing to flip through several more pages. Having comprehended the contents of this pamphlet, it is likely a compilation of the cultivation insights derived from the skeletal remains. While it may not be an extraordinary treasure, such insights are indeed rare gems, invaluable for utilizing the successful experiences of predecessors to propel one's own cultivation. Despite his existing injuries, without the aid of medicinal pills to heal his fractures, should he manage to enhance his own cultivation, it would also serve a therapeutic purpose. The pamphlet he has acquired will undoubtedly play a significant role in this process. Understanding this, Liu Feng, undeterred by the dirt beneath him, immediately sat cross-legged and meticulously examined the pamphlet in his hand. He focused solely on the section pertaining to the fragmented body stage, as the latter parts held no utility for him at present. After committing the insights of the fragmented body stage to memory and confirming them several times to ensure no detail was overlooked, Liu Feng gradually closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Before long, as he immersed himself in his practice, Liu Feng sensed a gentle warmth coalescing within him, slowly converging towards the lower dantian, 3 inches beneath his navel. As time passed, the sensation became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated within his body, signifying his breakthrough to the first heaven of the warrior realm. In that instant of ascension, the warmth enveloped the sites of his fractures, providing immediate relief from the pain. As Chapter 10 unfolds with consecutive breakthroughs and a midnight ambush, Liu Feng gradually ceased his cultivation, only to realize that the warmth seemed to be diminishing. Reluctantly, he pressed on with his practice. After some time, the areas of his fractures began to feel sore and numb, as if they were on the verge of healing. However, just as Liu Feng was reveling in his progress, a sudden wave of sharp pain coursed through his body, causing his previously relaxed nerves to tense once more. "Not a chance," he muttered defiantly. "If others can achieve a forced breakthrough, then so can I die." Enduring the needle-like pain, Liu Feng resolutely activated his undying golden body to its fullest potential, directing the warmth within him to rapidly converge towards the lower dantian. As his technique accelerated, the warmth gathered more swiftly, intensifying the piercing sensation, while countless pores on his skin began to exude a foul-smelling black filth. Having endured 3 years of reckless cultivation due to the impairment of his dantian, his body had accumulated numerous latent ailments. Fortunately, when his dantian was reforged, the healer also managed to cure these hidden afflictions. Otherwise, regardless of how perceptive he was, it would have been impossible for him to force a breakthrough as he was now. With a resounding thud, Liu Feng, eyes still shut, revealed a triumphant smile. Indeed, he had successfully forced a breakthrough from the first heaven to the second heaven of the warrior realm. At this moment, several of his fractures had largely healed, leaving only a lingering discomfort, which Liu Feng deemed insignificant, alleviating his concerns about potential lingering ailments. Opening his eyes and rising to his feet, Liu Feng softly pondered, "I wonder how my elder brothers are faring. Having not seen me for a day or two, might they be searching for me?" Regardless, he decided to venture out for the time being. Thus, returning to the opening of the fallen cave, gazing at the still separated stone platform, Liu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. After scrutinizing the surroundings, he took advantage of the uneven surfaces of the cave wall and slowly began to ascend. Fortunately, it was only a little over 3 zhang high, and he managed to return to the stone platform with relative ease. Without hesitation, Liu Feng leapt into the flowing water, allowing the gentle current to guide him deeper into the cave, speculating that an exit must lie ahead. After all, the presence of a faint breeze within the cavern suggested that it originated from the depths, indicating the existence of an exit, albeit perhaps some distance away. Engaging in a monotonous endeavor of maintaining his balance in the water, he whimsically sang incomprehensible songs, exuding an irritating demeanor. Half an hour later, Liu Feng finally spotted the cave's exit, nearly brought to tears with excitement. Having spent an extended period in the pitch-black cavern, apart from the echoes of his own voice and the sound of the flowing water, he had not encountered even a single minnow or insect. However, Liu Feng did not anticipate that the cave's exit was, in fact, a waterfall, and he tragically tumbled down with the rushing water. Splash! Emerging from the surface, he coughed violently, evidently having swallowed several mouthfuls of water. "Heavenly Father, you truly enjoy toying with me. If you truly exist, I would surely make you regret it," he exclaimed, raising a hand from the water, pointing skyward in fury. As soon as he reached the shore, he collapsed onto his back, breathing heavily. After a short while, in the dense jungle not far from the waterfall, Liu Feng, still drenched, ambled along at a leisurely pace. To alleviate his brother's concerns, he needed to locate them swiftly. Moreover, given that the Hu family dared to target him, they might also pose a threat to his brothers. In light of this precarious situation, having regained some strength, Liu Feng resolved to retrace his steps, hoping to find any traces they might have left behind. Yet, the likelihood of this was slim, and he could only cling to the hope of a chance discovery, for the marks his brothers had left were obscured by those damned Hu family members. Making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, as the sun began to set, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon the ambush site set by the Hu family. Proceeding with caution, he meticulously searched the area and soon discovered what appeared to be the remnants left by his brothers. After a brief contemplation, he decided to follow these traces in hopes of uncovering their whereabouts. Even if they were not indeed left by his brothers, he could always retrace his steps. However, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Liu Feng was compelled to halt, frowning at the marks on the ground, seemingly realizing something significant. "Damn it, I've been deceived. Such orderly traces do not resemble those left by someone fleeing. They seem deliberately placed. Could it be the Hu family's doing? But that shouldn't be the case. They couldn't possibly know I would return to search again unless..." Muttering to himself, Liu Feng appeared to have conjured a frightening thought and swiftly began to sprint along the traces. Not long after, the swift and elusive Liu Feng darted into the dense thicket beside him. Not far away, a dozen torches flickered in the night breeze, their flames dancing like the restless will-o'-the-wisps of a haunted graveyard. In the distance, shadows of more torches seemed to loom, and concealed among the thick underbrush, Liu Feng could not help but wear a bitter smile, realizing that while others fled to safety, he had foolishly run straight into the enemy's encirclement. Surely, There could be no greater fool across the entire continent than himself. As the flames drew nearer, he discerned the garb of the approaching figures. Indeed, it was the relentless Hu family and their cohort. Liu Feng seethed with resentment at the sight of them, his teeth grinding in fury. Suddenly, a cunning idea struck him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Resolute in his decision, he concealed himself more carefully within the underbrush. Waiting for the Hu family's guards to pass by, he refrained from leaping out to engage them in battle. Instead, he waited patiently until the last two squads of Hu guards ambled past before he emerged with a frosty demeanor from the foliage, scanning his surroundings to ensure he remained undetected. Only then did he stealthily follow behind, meticulously ensuring that he did not attract the attention of the Hu guards ahead. Throughout the journey, Liu Feng did not strike at anyone but rather trailed cautiously behind the Hu guards until they halted to set up camp and prepare for rest. Concealed behind a nearby large tree, he peered out, half of his head exposed, his eyes glinting with a sanguinary light as he awaited the opportune moment to execute a silent massacre of the unsuspecting Hu guards. This would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to Hu Tian, not only tarnishing his reputation but also jeopardizing his standing within the family, thus allowing Liu Feng to vent his pent-up frustration. Such a fortuitous opportunity was rare indeed. Gazing at the Hu guards gathered around several campfires, Liu Feng sneered, "Enjoy yourselves, my quarry. Once you succumb to slumber, I shall methodically deal with you, making it abundantly clear that I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will." Gradually retreating several meters, he leapt onto a large tree, retrieving provisions and water from his tungsten ring. After hastily satisfying his hunger, he leaned against the trunk and dozed off, preparing himself for the night's grim task. Before long, the midnight hour arrived. Liu Feng, leaning against the tree, slowly opened his eyes, and with a sudden movement, he leapt to the ground, quietly making his way toward the Hu guards' encampment. Unexpectedly, a lethargic night watchman from the Hu family rushed toward him, accompanied by the laughter and jeers of a few others behind him. "Dongzi, you're quite useless. You've barely drunk half a jug and already need to relieve yourself. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with that thing of yours? If it's not up to par, just let us know. If your wife can't handle it, I'll gladly help you cool her down." One of them jested, "Hey, Dongzi, I heard your wife is quite something in that department. Look at you, all flustered. If you really can't perform, just tell the brothers. We'll all come to your aid." Their laughter echoed. I addressed the group, urging them not to overstep their bounds. "The affairs of Dongzi and his spouse are not for you to meddle in. Instead, we should remain vigilant and pay heed to our surroundings. After all, we find ourselves deep within the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains, and the night is not our ally. Should a few monstrous beasts decide to launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be dire indeed." I observed a man, who was merely a distance of 20 meters away, finish his business and return. I couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation wash over me. How unfortunate, I thought to myself, how utterly repugnant. Were it not for the desire to eliminate a few more foes, I would have severed that appendage of yours. After a brief wait, I noted that aside from the elder guard, who was steadfastly patrolling the perimeter of the camp, the others had retreated to a corner, dozing off. Seizing this opportunity, I stealthily approached, selecting the older guard as my primary target, and concealed myself beside a tent he would inevitably pass. Soon, the elder guard approached within mere meters of my position, and I, crouched low, assumed an offensive stance. With a swift motion, I struck, and before he could react, my weapon found its mark against his chest, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. As if he could hardly fathom his impending demise, I gently lowered his lifeless body to the ground, retrieving the gleaming steel knife from his grasp, and quietly made my way towards the slumbering sentinels. With a series of hushed sounds, I swiftly dispatched the drowsy guards, then cautiously slipped into one of the tents, employing the same method to eliminate the Hu family's guards within 3 tents. As I approached the largest tent, housing over 20 slumbering souls, I carefully entered on tiptoe, swiftly dealing with the few who lay at the entrance. Just as I was about to advance further to dispose of another, one of the guards inside abruptly sat up. Reacting swiftly, I rolled onto the ground, lying beside the corpse of the guard I had just eliminated. The awakened guard donned his shoes and ambled towards the tent's exit. Blissfully unaware of the peril surrounding him, he lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, and as his footsteps faded into the distance, I sprang to my feet, targeting the next guard in no time. The remaining dozen or so who family guards within the tent were quietly dealt with, and emboldened by my audacity, I did not pursue the guard who had just exited. Instead, I brazenly began to loot the valuables from the guards' bodies. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from afar, I quickly concealed myself near the tent's entrance, as the guard lifted the flap and cautiously peered inside. I tightened my grip on the steel knife and swiftly severed half of his head in one decisive strike. Afterward, I meticulously searched through the remaining guards' bodies for any valuables I had missed. Only then did I make my way back along the path I had come, moving at a measured pace, occasionally letting out a few maniacal chuckles. Chapter 11. Acting as a fisherman and practicing the instant step on the following morning, within a relatively arid cave, Liu Feng, wrapped in a blanket and sprawled upon the ground, gradually opened his eyes and awoke. Swiftly extricating himself from the blanket, he tidied up with agility while simultaneously retrieving provisions and water to resolve his breakfast, all the while remaining vigilant at the mouth of the cave. Observing his surroundings, before long, having finished his meal without detecting any unusual circumstances, Liu Feng promptly departed from the cave. He traversed the dense thicket for a span of time akin to the burning of several incense sticks, dispatching 2 oblivious demonic beasts along the way, before returning to the location where he had parted from his elder brother and the others. However, he found himself unable to trace their whereabouts based on any remnants. So he devised a rather simplistic plan to return to the spot of their separation and await their return. Seated atop a grand tree, with time to spare, Liu Feng held the ancient tome in his hands, perusing the martial techniques available for cultivation at his current stage, with particular emphasis on auxiliary techniques related to movement. After a considerable search, he discovered 3 commendable auxiliary martial arts. With a sudden leap, he descended to the ground, eager to test which of the 3 auxiliary techniques proved superior and which might be more suited to his cultivation. Although all 3 techniques belonged to the yellow tier, they exhibited distinctions in their stages. The technique named Flash Step was a high-grade auxiliary technique within the yellow tier, while Swift Wind Step and Instant Step were both mid-grade techniques of the same tier. Nevertheless, Liu Feng reasoned that if the Flash Step did not align with his abilities, he would refrain from adopting it for practice. After all, only auxiliary techniques that harmonized with one's own attributes would facilitate a more accessible and expedited cultivation process, ultimately leading to the attainment of the highest realms. After several attempts, Liu Feng concluded that the mid-grade auxiliary technique, Instant Step, was more suitable for him, whereas the other 2 exhibited certain limitations that hindered significant enhancement in his speed. Thus, he resolved to diligently commit the essential points of Instant Step to memory before stowing away the ancient tome in preparation for his cultivation endeavors. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the distance, the commotion so profound that it piqued Liu Feng's curiosity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hastened towards the source of the noise, eager to uncover the cause of such a ruckus. As he ran, he soon beheld the culprits behind the uproar. 2 enormous demonic beasts engaged in a fierce battle, their reasons for conflict unknown. Abruptly, from the nearby underbrush, a few first- and second-tier demonic beasts sprang forth, exhibiting sheer terror as they frantically fled for their lives. This unexpected spectacle left Liu Feng momentarily bewildered. He swiftly leaped to a nearby tree, his heart racing, and after ensuring no beasts were in a mad dash, he descended to the ground, resuming his approach towards the clashing beasts. When he reached a distance of over 100 meters from the combatants, Liu Feng halted, stealthily concealing himself behind a pile of rubble on a small hillside, peering out with half his head exposed to observe the ferocious skirmish. Unfamiliar with the classification of demonic beasts on this continent, and unable to recognize the 2 engaged in battle, Liu Feng nonetheless grasped, from the earlier events, that these beasts were undoubtedly not of the first or second tier. Otherwise, there would not be such a tremendous commotion, nor would the nearby low-level demon beasts flee in utter panic. Thus, Liu Feng boldly speculated that the levels of these 2 demon beasts must not be lower than 4th or 5th grade. While 3rd-grade demon beasts can indeed scare away the surrounding lower-level ones, they would not exhibit the same level of fear as the 1st and 2nd-grade beasts just witnessed. Moreover, the noise generated would not be this intense. Liu Feng was certain of this, having once been pursued by a 4th-grade demon beast. He possessed a certain understanding of their formidable strength. Bang! The demon beast, resembling a deer, measuring over 2 meters in length and standing about 2 meters tall, with its black and white fur and 2 prominent horns,
was struck back several steps by another beast that stood about 3 meters tall, entirely covered in golden fur, upright like a human, and resembling an enlarged golden monkey. Roar. After being pushed back by the golden monkey-like beast, the deer-like demon opened its massive jaws and let out an enraged roar. Slightly lowering its head to direct its horns toward its adversary, without any warning, a beam of white light shot forth from between its horns, hurtling straight toward the enlarged golden monkey-like beast. Concealed behind a pile of rocks on a small hill, Liu Feng nearly gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the white light emitted from the deer-like demon's horns. A memory surged in his mind, recalling a significant incident that occurred several years ago in Maple Leaf City, which was essentially a major event within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The repercussions of that incident nearly brought the triennial trial conference in Maple Leaf City to an abrupt end. During that trial conference years ago, all those who ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains experienced inexplicable mishaps with their communication devices. In a mere 10 days, almost no participant emerged from the mountains. Initially, no one paid much attention, until the final day designated for returning from the trials, when a severely injured participant from the City Lord's mansion stumbled back to Maple Leaf City, bearing a terrifying revelation. His trial team had encountered a 6th-grade demon beast while navigating the inner perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thanks to the desperate efforts of 2 team members who fought valiantly, only 3 of them managed to escape. However, after their successful escape, when they returned hours later to search for their brave companions, they were met with a scene of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Even more horrifying was the subsequent realization that, having lost their way, the 3 survivors stumbled upon the remains of other fallen participants in the mountains. When they finally regained their bearings and were on the verge of exiting the inner perimeter, the fearsome 6th-grade demon beast reappeared to attack them once more. The other 2 team members perished, leaving the sole survivor from the City Lord's mansion gravely injured yet fortunate enough to escape the 10,000 Great Mountains, returning with such dreadful news that it sent shockwaves through Maple Leaf City in the wake of this calamity. The Lord of Maple Leaf City led a contingent of skilled fighters into the inner reaches of the 10,000 Great Mountains, determined to eliminate the 6th-grade demon beast described by their fallen comrades. However, half a month later, only a handful returned, while the majority met their demise within the treacherous confines of the mountains. After the incident, statistics revealed that no fewer than 500 individuals from various families perished in the trial, and close to 1,000 elite warriors led by the Lord of Maple Leaf City also met their demise. This data sent shockwaves throughout the entire Maple Leaf City, prompting even the imperial capital to dispatch personnel to investigate the truth. It was later unveiled that the terrifying 6th-level beast, the Crimson Firebird, had seemingly acquired some fortuitous opportunity, enabling it to master a unique talent that allowed it to unleash flames of devastating lethality. Even a martial artist, if caught off guard, would undoubtedly face death upon contact with its flames. Additionally, the deer-like beast, which emitted white light from between its antlers, also appeared to possess a talent of its own. However, it remained uncertain whether its ability was as formidable as that of the protagonist 6th-level beast. The Crimson Firebird. Boom! The enlarged golden-furred monkey-like beast nimbly dodged to the side, while the white light shot by the deer-like beast obliterated several large trees, sending wood chips flying everywhere, with the uprooted earth scattered around, creating a dust cloud that enveloped the space for dozens of meters. The sheer destructive power of this strike left Liu Feng in awe, the impact profound. Gradually regaining his composure, he murmured, "What a terrifying blow. If this were to strike a person, what would be the outcome? A complete dismemberment or utter annihilation?" Shaking his head, he redirected his gaze towards the 2 beasts. Roar! The enlarged golden-furred monkey-like beast, having evaded the attack, unleashed a terrifying roar at the deer-like creature. The forceful sound waves sent fragments of stone flying from the ground, causing the nearby uncle and the weeds to sway violently. Concealed 100 meters away, behind a pile of scattered rocks on a small hillside, Liu Feng instinctively covered his ears with both hands. Yet, even so, he felt a dizzying sensation in his head. The deer-like beast, facing the brunt of the sonic assault, was momentarily disoriented, shaking its massive head vigorously, but the enlarged golden-furred monkey-like beast offered no respite. Bang bang, with a few swift strides, it leaped onto the back of its opponent, its powerful fists raining down like a torrential storm upon the deer-like beast's back, producing a series of muffled thuds. Roar, roar. In merely a few breaths, the enlarged golden-furred monkey-like beast had battered the back of the deer-like creature until its skin was torn and flesh exposed. The deer-like beast, in a fit of rage, continuously roared and jumped, trying to dislodge the golden-furred monkey-like beast from its back. After struggling for a considerable time, the deer-like beast still could not manage to throw off its assailant. The relentless pounding on its back drove it into a frenzy as if infested with lice. It suddenly toppled to the side and began to thrash on the ground in its desperate attempts. The golden-furred monkey-like beast slid towards its head. Roar, roar. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly rose to its feet, while the enlarged version of the golden monkey-like beast slid from its head to stand before it. Clutching its head tightly and vigorously shaking it, determined to impale the beast with its sharp twin horns, it sought to compel the creature to relinquish its grasp. However, the enlarged golden monkey-like beast not only refused to let go but also retaliated fiercely, sinking its teeth into the back of the deer-like creature, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. With a pained roar, the deer-like beast instinctively thrust its head upwards, its sharp horns piercing deeply into the chest of the golden monkey-like beast without any obstruction. The creature let out a ferocious cry, momentarily incapacitated by the blow, yet it summoned all its remaining strength to deliver a heavy punch to the head of the deer-like beast. A sharp crack echoed through the air as both beasts slowly collapsed to the ground. Even Liu Feng, who had been hiding 100 meters away behind a pile of rocks on a small hill, had not anticipated such an outcome. Gradually regaining his composure, Liu Feng, brimming with excitement, sprinted towards the scene, ready to seize this opportunity as a bystander. Upon arriving and carefully examining the fallen beasts to confirm their demise, he assessed their size and deemed that the tungsten gold ring could accommodate them. With a wave of his hand, he collected the bodies of the two creatures and quickly retraced his steps. After all, such a loud commotion could potentially attract the attention of distant practitioners or formidable beasts. And should they arrive, it would not only thwart his plans but might also cost him his life. Before long, he returned to the location where he had parted ways with Ling Xiao and the others. Once he quelled his excitement, he sat quietly for a moment before commencing his practice of the instant step technique. Initially, Liu Feng's movements were rather slow, but as he grew more adept, he began to move with increasing speed, causing small stones and leaves on the ground to swirl around him, while dust rose in clouds in the air. After a short while, his form danced around several towering trees, shifting erratically and leaving behind a series of afterimages that gradually overlapped, revealing a Liu Feng with a flushed face and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Breathless yet exhilarated, Liu Feng successfully mastered the instant step, albeit only to a rudimentary level, still far from achieving true mastery. Chapter 12. Dantian. The following morning, Liu Feng, now devoid of hope, was disappointed not to have seen his older brothers return, and his concern for their well-being prompted him to decide against waiting any longer. Sighing, he surveyed his surroundings, shook his head slightly, and set off towards the southeast. At this moment, Liu Feng's heart was heavy with worry, for it had been 3 or 4 days since he had last seen his brothers. If they had not encountered any mishaps, they would surely have returned to find him without hesitation. Yet now, 3 days had passed without any sign of them, indicating they might have run into trouble. This realization filled Liu Feng with unease, as if some ominous event loomed on the horizon. Although Liu Feng felt a sense of unease within, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. During this long day of waiting, he did not remain idle, but instead sought out a dozen or so first- and second-tier demon beasts in the vicinity to hone his auxiliary martial skill. Instant Step. He also attempted to simultaneously employ Instant Step and the layered wave palm, achieving significant breakthroughs. Bang bang. Not having ventured far, he soon heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. Curiosity piqued, Liu Feng swiftly dashed toward the source of the clamor. Bang! A youth wielding a great sword launched another boy into the air with a single strike, yet refrained from pursuing the advantage, instead shielding 2 wounded boys and a girl behind him. Dantian, do not overstep your bounds. Although you and your companions may indeed possess superior overall strength, if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, you may not emerge unscathed, the youth with the great sword declared, his expression dark and his tone icy. Ha ha, how laughable, Liu Hu, in your current state, do you truly believe you can contend with us? After more than 2 years, you remain as verbose as ever. I find your bravado intolerable. None of you shall escape today. Boss Ba, why waste words with them? Let us attack together. I guarantee we'll finish this in a matter of moments. Afterward, we can have the Liu family girl entertain us. Heh. Indeed, let us dispatch the men swiftly and ensure that the young lady enjoys our company thoroughly. Absolutely, Miss Liu is one of the most beautiful young ladies from Maple Leaf City. To be in her presence would be an exquisite delight. The 3 men and 1 woman surrounded were none other than Liu Hu and his companions, who had returned to find Liu Feng. However, a day earlier, they had encountered the sworn enemies of their family, the Nan family, led by the young master Dantian, and had battled multiple times to evade capture. Unfortunately, due to the injuries sustained by Liu Yu and the others, they were unable to escape swiftly and were ultimately pursued by Dantian and his 5 companions, leading to the current predicament. Hearing the vile words of the assailants, Liu Yu, protected by Ling Xiao, felt her face grow icy with fury, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Damn you wretches! If by some stroke of luck I survive this, I shall flay your skins and extract your tendons, ensuring you meet a most wretched end." Ha, Miss Liu Yu, if you agree to accompany me in the future, I assure you of your safety. You must know of my unwavering affection for you. Do not be foolish and miss this opportunity. Standing before Liu Hu, Dantian flicked his greatsword with a smirk. Before Liu Yu could respond, Liu Hu interjected, "Dantian, are you still half asleep or merely lacking in common sense? You, a mere toad, dare to set your sights on Xiaoye? As long as I draw breath, none shall harm the 3 of them unless I perish first." Well said, truly worthy of being the young master of the Liu family in Maple Leaf City. However, have you forgotten that this is not Maple Leaf City, but rather the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains? Moreover, you 4 are injured, while we stand here, full of vigor. The disparity in strength is abundantly clear, remarked a lean youth standing to the right of Dantian, his sharp eyes glinting with disdain as he regarded Liu Yu at this moment. Liu Yong, shielded by Liu Hu, rose after suppressing his injuries and exclaimed furiously, "Nansher, you bastard, dare to repeat those words to me, and I will dispose of you with the same ease as one would eliminate a mere pig." The instant Liu Yong spoke, Liu Hu silently cursed. He understood better than anyone the volatile temper of Liu Yong. A single utterance could surely ignite a fierce conflict between the 2 parties, which would be detrimental to their group of 4. As expected, once Liu Yong's words fell, Dantian retorted sternly, "If we were in Maple Leaf City, we might engage in a brawl, for it would be unwise to injure or kill you under the watchful eyes of the public, as it would be difficult to explain to our families. However, being here in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, I can play as I wish that I could eliminate you without a soul being the wiser, and no one would suspect us. Heh. Such trash. I've been watching from the sidelines for quite some time, and not a single one of you noticed my presence, yet you boast without shame. Truly laughable. Not only have I seen your antics, but I also intend to rescue these 4. What can you do about it?" An aloof figure perched on a nearby tree, exuding an air of indifference, casually remarked, "Ah, little brother, it brings me great joy to see you again." Upon catching sight of that proud silhouette, Liu Yu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Liu Yong, noticing it was Liu Feng, burst into hearty laughter. And then, with a cheeky glance at Dantian, boasted, "Dantian, now we have an extra ally. What can you do to us? With my little brother here, we shall surely annihilate you all." Liu Hu turned to Liu Feng, smiling and nodding, "Little brother, we are fortunate for your timely arrival. By the way, where have you been these past 3 days? We searched for over a day nearby without any trace, fearing you had." Before Liu Hu could finish his sentence, Dantian, standing opposite him, declared in a deep voice, "Brothers, let us take them down together. First, eliminate all the men, and then we shall properly entertain Miss Liu Yu." Hearing this, Liu Feng, standing atop the tree, coldly retorted, "You seek death. Do you truly believe the Liu family is so easy to bully? Allow me to escort you on your way." With that, he deftly leaped down to stand before Liu Hu, unleashing the wave-stacking palm technique, launching a flurry of strikes at the 5 assailants from Dantian. Bang, bang, in an instant, a series of muffled sounds erupted, and the 5 attackers from Dantian were effortlessly sent flying by Liu Feng's casual prowess. Among the 5, one lost all combatability and collapsed to the ground, letting out a pitiful scream that startled the other 4, who had been preparing to charge again. They stared at Liu Feng, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the 4 behind Liu Feng, including Liu Hu, were equally astonished. They could scarcely believe how formidable Liu Feng had become in just 3 days, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Humph! Upon encountering Nanbatian, the four were too intimidated to advance. Liu Feng let out a cold snort and, with a sudden burst of speed, lunged towards Nanbatian and his companions, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Bang! Banged out a series of muffled thuds echoed as Nanbatian and his 3 companions were sent sprawling, accompanied by their anguished cries, "Allah!" This time, unfortunately, Nanbatian found himself grievously wounded, unable to rise again like his 3 companions. Only one of the youths, his face ashen with fear, crumpled to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Do not kill me. I had no part in this. It was all Nanbatian's doing. Please, spare my life." With a grim countenance, Liu Feng did not allow him to finish, striding forward to deliver a decisive blow to the boy's head. Crack! Without an ounce of mercy, Liu Feng ended the kneeling youth's life in a single strike, prompting the 2 other boys to flee in terror, howling like banshees. Observing this, Liu Feng sneered, "So now you know fear. But it is too late. Without my permission, you think to escape. Off to hell with you both." As he spoke, he swiftly pursued one of the fleeing youths, while Lu Hu and Lu Yong hastened after the other, leaving Lu Yu to guard the gravely injured Liu Xian. However, at that moment, as Liu Feng and the others chased after their quarry, the wounded Nanbatian, grimacing in pain, slowly rose to his feet, casting a venomous glare at their retreating figures. With great difficulty, he staggered toward Lu Yu, his face contorted in agony, rendering her momentarily speechless, rooted in place. Nanbatian hissed coldly, "If I cannot slay you all today, then taking you and this worthless one will suffice." "Heh heh." Approaching Lu Yu, he seized her throat with one hand. In a panic, Lu Yu struggled desperately, seemingly forgetting her martial prowess, flailing her arms and legs like a child in a scuffle. Soon, her complexion began to turn a shade of purple, and she emitted violent coughs, a clear sign of suffocation. "Heh heh." Meanwhile, Nanbatian, tightening his grip around Lu Yu's throat, reveled in her suffering, his face a mask of twisted satisfaction, laughing maniacally as Lu Yu's consciousness began to wane. In that perilous moment, Liu Xian, jolted awake by Nanbatian's sinister laughter, opened his eyes to the horrifying scene. Grasping the great sword beside him in a fit of rage, he swung it with all his might, severing Nanbatian's left hand as it clutched Lu Yu's throat. Ah! With a pained shriek, Nanbatian turned to flee, clutching the stump of his severed arm, while Lu Yu and Liu Xian collapsed to the ground. Exhausted from exerting every ounce of strength for that single strike, Liu Xian managed to turn his head to check on Lu Yu, only for darkness to engulf him as he fainted. Moments later, Liu Feng, Lu Hu, and Lu Yong returned, laughing and chatting, but their expressions changed dramatically upon seeing Lu Yu and Liu Xian sprawled on the ground. They rushed to their sides in alarm. Liu Feng checked for a pulse at their noses and sighed in relief, raising his head to say, "It's not serious. They merely fainted and should awaken shortly." Upon hearing these words, Lu Hu and Lu Yong both felt a sense of relief. Had anything happened to them, returning from the trial without an explanation to their family would have been untenable. After all, they had set out together to the 10,000 Great Mountains for this trial, and the family head had repeatedly emphasized the importance of ensuring their safety. Gazing at the severed limbs on the ground, Lu Yong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "It was that despicable South overlord who did this. His left hand bears a birthmark just like this. I am sure my brother is not unfamiliar with it. Had I known that scoundrel would flee, I should have struck him down with a few more swords." Rising to his feet, Liu Feng approached the South family member who was still wailing in agony, devoid of any mercy, and delivered a decisive blow, stripping him of all his possessions. Chapter 13. The century-old blood ginseng? Zhang family's Zhang Chu with a cheerful expression. Zhang Chu tossed 2 storage bags in his hands as he returned to Lu Hu and the others, just in time to witness Lu Hu administering a spirit-reviving pill to Lu Yu. Instantly, he recalled his own previous injuries, which had left him in a dire state and nearly inflicted a lingering ailment upon him due to his lack of healing elixirs. Now, seeing Lu Hu with the pills, Liu Feng's eyes sparkled as he hurried to Lu Hu and inquired, "Brother, do you have many elixirs with you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hu realized the intent behind Liu Feng's inquiry and replied, "I do not possess any elixirs of 2nd level or higher, but I do have a few 1st level ones, albeit not in abundance. The elixir grades on the continent are categorized from low to high as follows: first level elixirs, second level elixirs, third level elixirs, fourth level elixirs, fifth level elixirs, sixth level elixirs, seventh level elixirs, eighth level elixirs, and ninth level elixirs. Brother, could you possibly spare some for me? I currently have not a single elixir to my name, Liu Feng said, feigning a pitiful demeanor and mumbling a bit. In response, Liu Hu displayed the expression he had anticipated and nonetheless provided Liu Feng with 3 types of elixirs. Brother, are these 3 elixirs beneficial to me? Could you trade 1 or 2 of the bone solidifying pills for blood recovery pills and meridian opening pills? After all, these 3 elixirs would serve me better, Liu Feng said softly, gazing up at Liu Hu as he accepted the elixirs. Liu Hu rolled his eyes and retorted, "You sly little rascal, fine. You can have half of the 4 bone solidifying pills, and I will give you 5 each of the blood recovery pills and meridian opening pills." Seizing the 3 types of elixirs, Liu Feng, taking advantage of Liu Hu and Liu Yong's momentary distraction, stored them in his tungsten ring. He then cheerfully approached and hoisted Liu Yu onto his back, declaring, "Brother, we must hasten our departure from here. There may be a large contingent of experts dispatched by the Hu family nearby. After becoming separated from you, I was ambushed by the Hu family members and nearly fell into their clutches." Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the frowning Liu Hu before continuing, "Thus, under the current circumstances, we should swiftly seek a safe haven. Once Sister Yu and Brother Xian have recuperated, we can devise a plan to break through and establish contact with the outside world. Otherwise, given our current strength, encountering them could lead to significant losses. We initially underestimated the status of the Zonglong sword within the Hu family. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position now. Brother, do you mean to say that the Hu family, in pursuit of the Zonglong sword, has brazenly flouted the trial regulations and secretly dispatched a multitude of experts to infiltrate the Xuandian to confront us?" Liu Hu, frowning, inquired incredulously. "Indeed, I encountered them once, narrowly escaping their clutches by employing a stratagem that left me gravely injured. Therefore, we must hasten our departure from this area. Encountering them would spell trouble. Moreover, having just eliminated the members of the Nan family during the trial, allowing Nan Batian to escape severely wounded would be even more disadvantageous if he were to come across the Hu family." Liu Feng, carrying Liu Yu, analyzed with a dark expression, "Brother, if that's the case, we should first seek a safe haven and wait for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian to recover before proceeding," Liu Yong, who had just slung Liu Xian onto his back, cautiously suggested. After a moment of deep contemplation, Liu Hu responded, "Indeed, we must avoid drawing their attention and refrain from direct confrontation, as that would be highly detrimental to us. Let us first find a secure location and, once Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian have regained their strength, we can deliberate our next course of action." And so, Liu Feng and his companions, bearing the unconscious Liu Yu and Liu Xian, ventured deeper into the Xuandian. Considering the high likelihood of encountering Hu family members on the outskirts, they unanimously resolved to penetrate further into the mountains. This not only afforded them the opportunity to evade the Hu family, but also to gather valuable herbs. Their sole concern was the presence of high-level demonic beasts. Nevertheless, they felt that continuing deeper into the mountains was a safer option. Should they encounter formidable beasts, they could attempt to flee, but facing the Hu family would be far more perilous in this remote expanse of the Xuandian. If the Hu family were to harbor murderous intent, being surrounded by their numerous experts would render their chances of escape bleak, if not completely non-existent. Thus, Liu Feng and his companions reached a consensus to delve deeper into the mountains, rather than retreating to the periphery with a sense of false security. As they proceeded with utmost caution, they faced 2 assaults from demonic beasts along the way. Fortunately, both were of the first tier, and under Liu Hu's formidable prowess, he dispatched them with a few swift strikes. Upon reaching a small stream and pausing to rest, Liu Yu, who had been placed under a large tree by Liu Feng, slowly opened her eyes and awakened. Liu Feng, seated nearby and sipping water, immediately noticed Liu Yu's revival and hurriedly asked, "Sister, how do you feel?" He extended a hand to help her sit up against the tree. With a slightly pale complexion, Liu Yu shook her head and smiled faintly, saying, "I'm fine by the way. How is Xiao Xian?" She recalled Liu Xian, who had saved her in a moment of peril. "Sister, there's no need for concern. He is also mostly unharmed, merely exhausted and fainted. He should awaken shortly," Liu Feng replied with a smile as he stowed away the water flask. "Xiao Yu, do not fret over Liu Xian. Focus on recovering your strength. Our situation is far from optimistic. After we became separated from our younger brother, he encountered the Hu family's infiltrators in the Shawandishan and narrowly escaped under duress. I suspect he is still searching the outskirts. Therefore, you must recuperate swiftly. As we need to delve deeper into the Shawandishan, Liu Hu approached. He handed a pill to Liu Yu, his expression solemn. Liu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation, and promptly consumed the pill, settling into a cross-legged position to channel her energy and heal her injuries. Shortly after, Liu Xin, who had been lying nearby, also regained consciousness. After exchanging a few words with the trio, he accepted the pill from Liu Hu and likewise assumed a cross-legged position to recuperate. Liu Feng observed Liu Hu and remarked, "Elder brother, you and Yong should hasten your recovery. We will soon rely on you." Without waiting for Liu Hu's response, he leaped onto a nearby tree to survey their surroundings. With the aid of the pill, Liu managed to recover most of her injuries within half an hour, while Liu Xin, burdened by more severe wounds and fatigue, could only restore about 40 to 50% of his strength. Nevertheless, traveling was not a significant issue for him. Thus, the five of them cautiously navigated through the dense jungle. They encountered a reckless first-level beast, a spotted boar, which Liu Feng swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Upon reaching the entrance of a small valley, Liu Yong suddenly pointed excitedly at the cliffside, exclaiming, "Look, that's a third-level medicinal herb, blood ginseng." At that moment, someone behind them called out, "Brother Chu, I've spotted a stalk of blood ginseng. It's right on the cliff." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng and the others turned to see it was a group from the Zhang family. Liu Hu immediately cautioned in a hushed tone, "Everyone, be careful. Leading the group is Zhang Chu, whose strength is comparable to mine, and the other four are likely not weak either." Intrigued, Liu Feng fixed his gaze on Zhang Chu, secretly hoping for a confrontation with the Zhang family, as it would provide an opportunity to test his own strength. After all, since emerging from the mysterious cave, he had not encountered anyone formidable enough to compel him to fight earnestly. Whether it was the assassination of the Hu family's guards or the previous skirmish with the Nan family's 5 members, none had pushed him to employ all his capabilities, leaving him unable to accurately assess his own strength. The 5 members of the Zhang family approached with an air of arrogance. With a dismissive expression, Zhang Chu smirked and said, "Brother Liu, we discovered this blood ginseng first. It rightfully belongs to us." "Ridiculous. I was the one who spotted this blood ginseng first. When did it become yours?" Liu Yong retorted angrily. "Ha ha. If I say we found it first, then we found it first. If you're not satisfied, come and bite me." Zhang Chu taunted with a laugh at this. Liu Feng chuckled before his expression turned serious, coldly stating, "Such audacity. I shall see just how brazen you truly are." With that, Liu Feng executed a rapid movement, darting up the cliffside and deftly leaping several times until he reached the blood ginseng. In a swift motion, he struck out with his fist, seizing the ginseng before nimbly jumping down to a protruding ledge on the cliff. The entire sequence unfolded so quickly that by the time Liu Feng landed firmly on the ground, everyone else had just begun to react. Liu Hu and the others displayed expressions of delight, while the Zhang family, led by Zhang Chu, wore grim faces. Turning to face Zhang Chu with the blood ginseng in hand, Liu Feng regarded him with contempt, provocatively stating, "Now that the blood ginseng is in my possession, what do you intend to do about it? If you are unconvinced, come and bite me, young master." Hot as these words were uttered, the 4 companions of Liu Hu erupted into uproarious laughter, while Zhang Chu, seated across from them, felt his face flush with indignation. As the scion of the Zhang family, he had never endured such humiliation. "Brother Chu, this waste is far too arrogant. Let us go and annihilate them. After all, we are in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and even if they all perish, the Liu family can hardly suspect us." Zhang Wei, standing beside Zhang Chu, remarked darkly, fuming at Liu Feng, who clutched a blood ginseng. Zhang Chu, nearly seething with rage, retorted to Zhang Wei's suggestion, "Damn this useless fool. You shall learn the consequences of provoking me. Brothers, let us take them down together." "Very well," Liu Feng responded, swiftly stowing the blood ginseng away. With a burst of speed, he stepped forward to position himself protectively in front of Liu Hu and the others, his hands spread wide in the classic stance of the folding wave palm, declaring, "Elders, allow me to handle these ruffians. You need only observe." As his words concluded, Liu Feng dashed toward Zhang Chu. The latter, seeing Liu Feng approaching, smirked disdainfully, exclaiming, "Seeking death, are we?" Earth-splitting sword, thrust forward. Gripping his great sword tightly, he He swiftly leveled it toward the oncoming Liu Feng. Bang! Liu Feng deftly sidestepped, delivering a palm strike against the sword. Caught off guard, Zhang Chu's sword struck the colossal rock beside him instead. That moment, Liu Feng closed in with rapid steps, landing several palms upon Zhang Chu's back. However, just then, the four companions of Zhang Chu, rushing to his aid, swung their swords, forcing Liu Feng to evade. Yet, Zhang Chu, now rescued, coldly declared, "Damn you, waste! I will kill you." With those words, Zhang Chu leaped over the two men before him, charging straight at Liu Feng. "Is that so?" Liu Feng replied, lightly tapping the ground with his toes and launching a palm strike in response. Bang! Again, he skillfully dodged, landing several strikes upon Zhang Chu. Hemph! With a grunt, Zhang Chu crashed to the ground. His face darkened as he glared fiercely at Liu Feng, gritting his teeth. "You are indeed formidable. This time, I concede defeat. But beware, should you fall into my grasp in the future, I shall ensure you wish for neither life nor death. Let us depart." With that, he turned and hurried away, supported by two companions. Wow! As Liu Feng watched Zhang Chu and his entourage vanish from sight, he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Though it had seemed he held the upper hand during their fierce battle, he had sustained internal injuries, which he had suppressed to maintain an air of dominance. Chapter 14. The Icebound Dragon. Gaining the ice crystal herb as Liu Feng expelled blood, the four companions of Liu Hu, who had been smiling, rushed forward in alarm to support him. They quickly helped Liu Feng to a large tree, where he leaned against the trunk, and Liu Hu inquired, "Little brother, how are you feeling? Are your injuries severe?" "Elder brother, I am not gravely harmed. Merely sustained some internal injuries," Liu Feng replied with a smile, adding, "Zhang Chu's martial technique concealed deadly intent. I underestimated him and was caught off guard." Upon hearing this, the four individuals, led by Liu Hu, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, a look of incredulity crossed Liu Hu's face as he inquired, "Brother, what is your current level of cultivation? The prowess you displayed during the fierce battle with Nan Batian and now against Zhang Chu does not seem to align with that of a practitioner at the 9th realm of fragmentation. Pray, be honest about your true cultivation level." With a peculiar chuckle, Liu Feng replied, "After we were separated, I found myself besieged by the Hu family, sustained grave injuries, and managed to escape a rather bewildering turn of events. I stumbled into a cave and came across a tome detailing the insights of a martial king in my quest for healing. I attempted to practice its teachings and, in a daze, achieved a breakthrough to the 2nd realm of warrior." Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of Liu Hu and the others. Liu Yu, regaining her composure, exclaimed, "Brother, you are simply incredible. To break through continuously even while gravely injured. Sister is starting to admire you. This is splendid news. I am certain that our father will be overjoyed upon learning of this. Furthermore, your chances of victory in the 3-year agreement with Feng Yuxiu will significantly increase." Liu Hu added with a gentle smile as he patted Liu Feng on the shoulder. Beside them, Liu Yong and Liu Xian nodded vigorously, their faces adorned with smiles, though they uttered not a word. Their hearts swelled with joy for Liu Feng. They had witnessed his struggles over the past 3 years, and being childhood companions, they felt a deep sense of pride. In truth, Liu Feng had concealed certain pivotal aspects of his journey. His ability to achieve consecutive breakthroughs was not solely due to the Martial King's insights. It was also significantly attributed to the reconstruction of his dantian by the Yuzuan, along with the enhancements made to his meridians and bones. Without these interventions, even with his extraordinary talent and comprehension, it would have been implausible for him to achieve such feats while injured. Thus, regardless of one's innate gifts, if the physical body, particularly the meridians and bones, lacks sufficient strength, breakthroughs, especially consecutive ones, would remain an impossibility. This is why martial practitioners on the continent cultivate from the external to the internal, and it explains why Liu Feng chose to withhold certain crucial details. After all, the existence of the Yuzuan and the ancient secret tome constituted his greatest secrets. The fewer who were privy to them, the better for him, allowing him to prosper quietly without attracting the scrutiny of those with ill intentions, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles or threats to his life. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Liu Feng consumed a blood-replenishing pill and remarked, "You may also consider utilizing this. The insights of the Martial King are quite remarkable and should prove immensely beneficial to you." As he spoke, he reached into his clothing to retrieve the tome from his tungsten ring and handed it to Liu Hu, before closing his eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and the others gathered around Lu Hu, eagerly examining the martial king's insights. Before long, as Liu Feng gradually opened his eyes to witness the enthralled expressions of the four, he rose and declared, "Enough of this for now. We shall have ample time to study later. It is imperative that we attend to more pressing matters." Upon hearing this, the four companions of Lu Hu rose reluctantly, with Lu Yong chuckling lightly. "Hee, my dear brother. This treatise on the cultivation insights of the martial king is so engrossing that one cannot help but become fully absorbed in it. If I were at home, I would certainly attempt to implement it immediately. It is far more profound than the cultivation notes I have encountered in the sect. Indeed, this treatise on the martial king's cultivation is exceptionally profound, yet this is not the time for such discussions. Let us not forget that we are still in the midst of our trial, being pursued by a multitude of formidable experts sent by the Hu family. If Zhang Chu and his ilk were to leak our whereabouts, we could very well provoke the wrath of both the Hu and Nan families. Hence, we must hasten our journey deeper into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, for that is our only hope of evading them." With an expression of displeasure, Liu Feng remarked to the four, "Let's move on." The five proceeded cautiously into the valley, collecting a considerable number of first and second-tier medicinal herbs along the way. Upon reaching the depths of the valley, they stumbled upon a small patch of second-tier medicinal herb, the purple-blue flower dye. In this continent, medicinal herbs are classified from low to high as follows: first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier, sixth tier, seventh tier, eighth tier, and ninth tier. Lu Yong, leading the group with a beaming smile, approached the purple-blue flower, preparing to bend down to collect it. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars erupted from the depths of the valley. The five companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Liu Feng leapt onto a nearby boulder, gazing into the valley from whence the roars emanated. Apart from the vast clouds of dust rising in the distance, he could discern no trace of the beasts. As he furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the bizarre situation, the roars of the beasts resounded once more, seemingly drawing nearer, from both the intensity of the roars and the immense clouds of dust. It was evident that they were approaching. In a swift motion, he leapt down, urgently exclaiming, "Quick, find a place to hide. A horde of beasts is heading our way." Upon landing, before Lu Hu and the others could react, he seized the nearest Liu Xian and Lu Yu, dashing towards a thicket of dense underbrush. Lu Hu and Lu Yong, finally snapping to attention, quickly jumped into another patch of foliage nearby. Then, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath them, and the dust clouds rapidly engulfed the entire valley. As the tremors intensified, they peered through the dense undergrowth to witness countless varieties of beasts, seemingly startled, frantically rushing towards the mouth of the valley. After a considerable time, this absurdly large horde of beasts vanished as swiftly as locusts into the valley. However, the sparse vegetation within the valley had suffered devastating destruction. Emerging from the thicket, the five companions gazed regretfully at the small patch of purple-blue flowers not far away. Sighing deeply, Lu Yong lamented, "What a pity! Such fine medicinal herbs reduced to this state." He then turned to Liu Feng, his face etched with curiosity. "By the way, the arrival of these beasts is rather peculiar. Did you notice anything?" Liu Feng replied, "Don't look at me. I am equally perplexed by this turn of events. However, I have noticed that these monstrous beasts appear to be utterly terrified, for otherwise, carnivorous creatures would not coexist with herbivorous ones, nor would low-level beasts be found alongside their higher-level counterparts." With a furrowed brow, Liu Feng quietly analyzed the situation to Lu Yong. "Indeed, the source of this anomaly seems to lie deep within the valley. Let us venture forth to uncover the truth of what transpires there," Lu Hu remarked with a faint smile as he gazed into the valley's depths. Before long, the five of them cautiously approached the heart of the valley, which, contrary to their expectations, revealed a small lake. Strangely, a colossal stone tablet stood at the lakeside, inscribed with the robust characters Xiao Jinghu. The five circled the lake several times, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Lu Yong, with a dogtail grass in his mouth, peered towards the dense thicket on the opposite side, expressing his bewilderment. "Elder brother, do you not find this forest rather peculiar? It seems devoid of life. The silence is unnerving." Suddenly, as Lu Yong's words hung in the air, a loud splash resonated from Xiao Jinghu, as a dragon's head, the size of a grinding wheel, emerged from the water, revealing its lengthy, robust body beneath the surface. A thunderous roar jolted the stillness, snapping Liu Feng and the others from their stupor. Liu Hu, gazing at the beast, exclaimed, "Run! This is a level 4 ice serpent dragon. Its strength undoubtedly rivals that of a level 5 beast. Is this truly the fabled ice serpent dragon, the closest creature to a giant dragon?" Liu Xian, now sprinting for his life, asked in bewilderment. "Ouch!" Liu Xian yelped as Liu Yu slapped him on the head. And just as he was about to complain, Liu Yu coldly interjected, "Enough with the chatter. Our lives are at stake. If this creature unleashes its wrath, we shall all perish." Yet, with keen eyes, Liu Feng spotted something shimmering beneath the lake's surface, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Driven by curiosity, he did not flee like Liu Hu and the others. With a sudden movement, he leapt into Xiao Jinghu, swiftly concealing himself among the aquatic plants at the lake's bottom. The four, hearing the splash, turned back to the lake, only to discover Liu Feng had vanished. The ice serpent dragon, with its head above water, roared menacingly again, prompting a panicked Liu Hu to shout, "Xiao Yu, find a place to hide. I will go back for my brother, and you must not follow. Elder brother, we will not leave. We too shall return for him," Liu Yong declared resolutely, turning to face Liu Hu. Liu Yu and Liu Xian also halted, nodding in agreement, which touched Liu Hu but only strengthened his resolve to prevent them from accompanying him. His expression darkened, and he sternly commanded, "No, you must leave at once. Remember, the honor of our family supersedes all. Should any misfortune befall me or my brother, the family honor will rely upon you to uphold it." The four of them engaged in a heated debate. Liu Feng, who was concealed among the aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, cautiously swam towards the source of the shimmering light. Meanwhile, the fourth-level demon beast, the ice crystal dragon, was entirely captivated by the contention among Liu Hu and the others, completely oblivious to the circumstances unfolding beneath the water. Had it been otherwise, with its acute senses, the ice crystal dragon would have detected the concealed Liu Feng at the earliest opportunity and would have obliterated him with a swift and merciless strike. After all, demon beasts show no mercy to intruders within their territory, swiftly exterminating or devouring them. As Liu Feng approached the glimmering object, he discovered it to be an aquatic plant radiating an icy aura. Resembling crystal. In that fleeting moment, the term ice crystal grass flashed through Liu Feng's mind. According to his recollections, ice crystal grass was a rare fourth-grade medicinal herb. He hurriedly and cautiously harvested it. In a matter of mere seconds, he had collected 4 stalks of ice crystal grass. Yet, unsatisfied, he swam towards the nearest few gleaming stalks. Roar! At that moment, the ice crystal dragon, having raised its head above the water surface, let out an enraged roar and plunged into the lake, opening its massive maw wide to snap at Liu Feng. Its keen perception had detected him. Just as Liu Feng was nearing another stalk of ice crystal grass, he swiftly plucked it and, in a moment of peril, managed to escape, narrowly avoiding the dragon's gaping jaws as he swam rapidly away. However, he felt a chill penetrate his shoulder. Enraged by its failure to catch Liu Feng, the ice crystal dragon lashed its long tail, propelling its massive body like a sword in pursuit of him. Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Liu Feng gasped for air as he emerged from the water and quickly swam towards the shore. The ice crystal dragon unleashed a blast of icy breath towards Liu Feng, instantly freezing the lake's surface, and the large chunks of ice surged towards him in a moment of swift action. Liu Feng leapt out of the water and landed securely on the shore, while the massive ice blocks shot up from the lake in his direction. With a nimble step, he evaded the oncoming ice, shouting, "Brothers, do not come near. The ice crystal dragon is utterly furious." Roar! Just as Liu Feng's warning echoed through the air, the long body of the ice crystal dragon erupted from the water, roaring in fury as it chased after him at an astonishing speed, causing Liu Hu and the others to change their expressions dramatically as they witnessed Liu Feng's imminent peril. Bang! A vibrant, multicolored barrier suddenly appeared, halting the pursuing ice crystal dragon in its tracks. The barrier manifested quickly but vanished even faster, leaving Liu Feng and his companions bewildered, as they failed to comprehend what had transpired. The colorful barrier dissipated without a trace. Roar! The ice crystal dragon, having plunged into the small mirror-like lake, extended its head above the water, glaring fiercely at Liu Feng, its roars filled with resentment and indignation. Chapter 15. Poisoned by ice, a difficult escape having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Liu Feng felt his highly strung nerves gradually relax, only to be met with sudden darkness as he collapsed to the ground. "Brother, what happened to you?" Liu Hu exclaimed in panic, rushing towards him. However, it was not until Liu Hu approached Liu Feng that he discovered a layer of frost enveloping him, reminiscent of the winter's mist, most prominently visible upon his hair and brows. Liu Hu reached out to touch it, only to be met with a piercing chill that instinctively caused him to withdraw his hand. With a face full of astonishment, he gazed at Liu Feng, embodying a look of helplessness. The trio accompanying him, Liu Yu and the others, also noticed the frost adorning Liu Feng's hair and brows. "How could my younger brother be afflicted with frost?" Liu Yu inquired, her expression rife with confusion as she stared at the chilling layer upon Liu Feng. Standing nearby, Liu Xian observed the ice dragon beneath the surface of the small mirror lake and remarked, "Brother, it is likely that he has succumbed to the cold poison of the ice dragon. We must urgently seek out herbs that can counteract this poison. Otherwise, my brother may be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three companions shifted dramatically, as they all came to the realization that Liu Feng's current symptoms indeed mirrored those of cold poison. Coupled with the earlier events, it was all too easy to conclude that Liu Feng had indeed been afflicted by the cold poison of the ice dragon. Liu Hu, his face etched with concern, quickly rummaged through his belongings, producing a dozen small porcelain vials. Alas, none contained an antidote, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. The others, witnessing his search, also exhibited disappointment. After exhausting all options, Liu Hu rose and declared, "If we cannot find the antidote, we are left with two choices. Either we return my brother to our clan and abandon this trial, or we find a safe place to settle him while we disperse to search for the herbs that might counteract the cold poison. Elder brother, we cannot forsake this trial. Find a secure location. I shall devise a way to dispel the cold poison myself." At that very moment, as Liu Hu finished speaking, Liu Feng, who had fainted, opened his eyes, displaying an indomitable spirit. The four of them smiled upon his awakening, yet their faces could not conceal the deep-seated worry that lingered. "Younger brother, this is no trifling matter. Should we fail to locate the herbs to combat the cold poison, the consequences could be dire, eventually leading to the poison deepening, resulting in the complete erosion of your body, culminating in organ failure and death." Liu Hu, gazing intently at Liu Feng, cautioned him gravely, "Brother is right. While the poison is still in its early stages, we must act swiftly to withdraw from the trial. Once we return to our clan, you will receive prompt treatment and will not need to fear lingering ailments. If you proceed as you suggest, and we fail to find the herbs, you will be left to await your demise." Liu Yu, standing to Liu Feng's right, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. Liu Feng shook his head with a smile and replied, "I understand all of this, but our immediate goal is to exit. I fear that the Hu and Nan families will not permit us to do so, especially since the Feng and Zhang families are allied with them. I am certain that they will soon learn of our whereabouts and send a multitude of skilled fighters to pursue us. Thus, attempting to leave at this juncture would be the most unwise decision. I do not wish to endanger you because of my predicament." Upon hearing these words, Liu Hu and his three companions exchanged knowing glances, their faces involuntarily revealing a hint of wry smiles. Liu Xian, closing his mouth in resignation, remarked, "In that case, let us first seek a safe haven, and thereafter, we can scour the vicinity for herbs that might counteract the cold poison." Once their discussion concluded, Liu Hu hoisted Liu Feng onto his back and swiftly navigated around Little Mirror Lake, exiting the valley and entering the cat's jungle. Liu Yong, wielding a large sword, took the lead, occasionally pausing to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, Liu Hu, with a furrowed brow and Liu Feng still on his back, halted and scanned the area, whispering, "Let us stop. There appears to be something suspicious ahead." As he spoke, he gently set Liu Feng down, prompting Liu Xian, who had been trailing behind, to step forward and lift Liu Feng onto his own back. With the sword firmly in hand, Liu Hu cautiously assessed the right front, having sensed a looming threat from that direction. Although he could not discern whether it was a person or a beast, he was certain that whatever it was aimed to confront them. However, after a prolonged observation, he noted an absence of any unusual activity, which left him perplexed. The strong feeling of danger he had just experienced had dissipated, yet the concealed entity, whether human or beast, remained inactive. Something feels amiss. Everyone, stay vigilant and be aware of any suspicious occurrences. I distinctly felt a sense of crisis moments ago, yet it has vanished, Liu Hu cautioned, his expression one of utmost seriousness. After a while, still detecting no anomalies, Liu Hu began to doubt his instincts. The surroundings indeed appeared unremarkable. He then expressed, "It seems I may have misjudged the situation. Let us continue onward to find a relatively safe location. My younger brother has fainted again. We cannot afford to delay any longer in our search for herbs that can mitigate the cold poison." With that, Liu Hu sheathed his sword and approached Liu Feng, taking Liu Feng from him and placing him on his own back, proceeding cautiously along their path. Meanwhile, a short distance away, in a somewhat concealed spot, Zhang Chu and his 5 companions wore grim expressions as they fixated on the retreating figures of Liu Hu and his group through the dense foliage of the towering trees. Zhang Wei quietly inquired, "Brother Chu, why don't we just eliminate them directly? That wretched fool seems to be poisoned. Isn't this an opportune moment? Xiao Wei, this is not the right time yet." Liu Hu's earlier words indicate they are searching for a safe place while seeking herbs to counteract the cold poison. We can exploit this opportunity. Once Liu Hu and the others depart to find the antidote, Liu Feng will be left alone, and at that point, we can dispose of him at our leisure, Zhang Chu replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he patted the puzzled Zhang Wei on the shoulder, his eyes glimmering with cold intent as he watched the diminishing figures of Liu Hu and his companions. "Understood, Brother Chu," Zhang Wei responded with a malevolent smile. However, as Liu Hu and his group nearly vanished from sight, he asked, "Shall we follow them now, or maintain a distance behind?" "Xiao Wei, you truly possess the intellect of a swine. Such foolish inquiries should not be directed towards Brother Chu." Zhang Chong, who was squatting beside Zhang Wei, rolled his eyes and derisively remarked, "You impertinent fool, Xiao Wei is someone you ought to address respectfully. Given that I am merely a day your senior, you should refer to me as your elder cousin." "Humph." Zhang Wei turned his head to glare at Zhang Chong, expressing mild anger. "Both of you, silence. This is not the time for internal strife. We must stay vigilant. If we miss such a golden opportunity for revenge, it would be utterly regrettable. Therefore, you four, remember this. During the trial assembly, regardless of any past grievances, the greater good must take precedence. Should anyone resort to underhanded tactics, I shall not show them mercy." With a slight furrow of his brow, Zhang Chu turned to look at the four. His face darkened as he issued a warning. As noon approached, Liu Hu and his companions finally discovered a relatively concealed cave, which was also quite dry. With the diligent efforts of Liu Yong and Liu Xian, they swiftly covered the cave's interior with dry grass. Liu Yu also retrieved 2 blankets from her storage bag and laid them atop the straw. Standing nearby, Liu Hu cautiously set Liu Feng down, then instructed Liu Yong and Liu Xian to gather some dry branches. Close to where Liu Feng lay, they ignited a fire with a flint to help alleviate the suffering caused by the cold poison. After hastily resolving their hunger and thirst with some provisions and water, the group carefully exited the cave, camouflaging the entrance with surrounding weeds and branches. Liu Hu and his companions then divided into 2 groups, proceeding in different directions to search for herbs that could counteract the cold poison. However, they remained oblivious to the 5 sinister pairs of eyes lurking on a nearby embankment, fixated on the cave's entrance. Indeed, these 5 malevolent gazes belonged to Zhang Chu and his 4 companions, who had been trailing them from a distance. Once Liu Hu and his companions departed, Zhang Chu, crouching on the slope, rose and declared, "It is our turn to act. Remember, do not kill that worthless one. Instead, quietly take him away and find a place to torment him slowly." Instantly, Zhang Chu and his companions dashed down the slope towards the cave entrance that Liu Hu's group had concealed. As they approached, the malevolent grin on Zhang Chu's face grew ever more pronounced. Suddenly, Liu Hu and his companions emerged from the cave, their expressions grim. Liu Hu exclaimed in fury, "Damn Zhang Chu! I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Today, no one shall harm my brother." "Humph!" Zhang Chu, racing forward, snorted dismissively. "Liu Hu, your useless younger brother is struggling to fend off the cold poison. Without his assistance, you 4 stand no chance against us. Since you have discovered us, I might as well eliminate you altogether. Brother Chu, why waste words with them? Let us strike them down together." Zhang Chong, following closely behind Zhang Chu, said darkly. Liu Hu fixed his gaze on the approaching Zhang Chu and his companions, whispering, "Xiao Yu, quickly take our younger brother and prepare to flee deep into the 10,000 great mountains. Without our younger brother's aid, the 4 of us cannot hope to contend with them, a blade drenched in blood." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu and Liu Yong exchanged a glance, and without uttering a word, They swiftly entered the small cave. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and Liu Feng drew their great swords, fixating their gaze on the approaching Zhang Chu. With a thunderous roar, Lu Hu lightly propelled himself forward, charging directly at Zhang Chu. Unleashing his most prized martial technique, as the five swiftly advancing Zhang Chu's group heard Lu Hu's battle cry announcing one sword, bloodshed, Zhang Chu hastily grounded himself, urging his companions to halt, simultaneously warning, "Everyone, be cautious. This is one of the Liu family's secret arts." However, at the very moment the five halted, Lu Hu executed a backflip, effortlessly returning to Liu Feng's side, while Liu Yu and Liu Yong emerged, supporting Liu Feng. Lu Hu raised his hand in a swift gesture, and the trio turned and dashed away. "Zhang Chu, just you wait. This matter is far from over," Lu Hu snarled as he turned to flee. By the time Zhang Chu's group regained their composure and contemplated pursuit, it was already too late. Watching the figures of Lu Hu and the others gradually fade from view, Zhang Chu's countenance darkened to an extreme, his right hand gripping the great sword, making a crackling sound. Chapter 16. Poison against poison, immune to all toxins. Brother Chu, they are burdened with an injured companion. Surely they cannot run very fast. We might as well pursue them, Zhang Chong suggested quietly, observing Zhang Chu's grim visage. "There is no need. Let them live a few more days, though not forget our mission with the other two families, as long as we can unlock that secret chamber this time. The fate of Maple Leaf City will lie in the hands of our three families," Zhang Chu replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the direction Lu Hu and the others had fled, a hint of longing gradually appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei, standing nearby, inquired, "Brother Chu, what shall we do now?" "We must continue deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. We must locate the position marked by the red on the map before the trial assembly concludes." With that, Zhang Chu produced an unknown beast skin map, pointing at the large red depicted upon it, before looking up at Zhang Wei and the others. Subsequently, he stowed the mysterious map away, cast one last glance at the direction Lu Hu and his companions had taken, and swiftly departed with Zhang Wei and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and his companions, carrying the unconscious Liu Feng, continued to dash through the dense jungle, showing no signs of stopping. Each of them, panting heavily, persevered. Eventually, Liu Feng, who was leading the charge, could no longer endure the strain and gradually slowed his pace until he came to a halt. Liu Yu and Liu Yong, who were supporting Liu Feng, also stopped, prompting Lu Hu, who was trailing behind, to remark, "We cannot rest for too long. We are unaware if Zhang Chu is pursuing us. If he catches up, we would be in trouble. Therefore, we can only take a brief respite before we must delve deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Brother, rest assured, we shall only pause for a moment, ensuring we set off again before Zhang Chu and his group can catch up," Liu Feng replied, leaning against a small tree, gasping for breath. Lu Hu nodded, glancing at the still unconscious Liu Feng, then took several deep breaths before leaping onto a nearby large tree, surveying the surroundings for any suspicious activity while listening to the casual banter of Liu Yu and the others. Before long, Lu Hu leapt down from the towering tree and declared, "All right, it seems we have rested sufficiently. We must hasten our journey into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains and remain vigilant for any herbs that may counteract the cold poison. The affliction that my younger brother has sown cannot be delayed any longer, lest it lead to a hidden ailment." Liu Yu and the others nodded in agreement, with Liu Feng leading the way, followed by Liu Yu and Liu Yong, who were supporting Liu Feng in the middle, while Lu Hu brought up the rear. After a couple of incense sticks had burned, whether they had lost their way or taken a wrong turn, the four of them found themselves before a ghastly sight. A place reeking of foul odors, littered with deep white bones, and the soil possessed an eerie red-black hue. "Elder brother, what is this place? Why does it appear so bizarre and terrifying?" Liu Yu, aiding Liu Feng, murmured with a hint of trepidation as she gazed at the half-buried bones in the sinister soil. "I am not entirely sure, but the horrid stench indicates we have ventured deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. I have heard my father speak of an astonishing number of venomous creatures inhabiting these depths, along with some rather fearsome poisonous beasts," Lu Hu replied, rubbing his temples and turning to smile faintly. "Should we circumvent this area, or dare to venture inside?" Liu Feng tightened his grip on his massive sword, attempting to mask a flicker of unease, and turned to Lu Hu for guidance. "I wish to investigate further. Typically, areas frequented by venomous creatures are likely to harbor corresponding poisons and antidotal herbs. Perhaps we might even discover a remedy for the cold poison afflicting my younger brother. Thus, I intend to take a chance and explore, while you all remain here, Lu Hu asserted, casting a resolute glance at Lu Yu and the others. Absolutely not. I oppose this notion. It would be far wiser for us all to enter together. Should we encounter formidable venomous creatures or poisonous beasts, having greater numbers increases our chances of escape. However, if one were to go alone and face such danger, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade, Lu Yu retorted, her expression one of discontent as she firmly articulated her stance. Lu Yong and Lu Xian nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting support for Lu Yu's argument. Observing their steadfastness, Lu Hu swallowed the words that had risen to his throat and smiled, nodding at the three of them. Thus, they cautiously stepped into the domain of venomous creatures and poisonous beasts. Yet, not far into their journey, Lu Xian, still recovering from his injuries, found himself overwhelmed by the noxious stench, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, and his limbs began to feel weak. Nevertheless, Lu Xian gritted his teeth and persevered, choosing not to disclose his condition to Lu Hu and the others, convinced he could endure. His urgent quest was to find the herbs that could counter the cold poison plaguing his younger brother. Gradually, his steps became unsteady, resembling the gait of one intoxicated, swaying side to side, while small green spots began to appear on his face. Suddenly, a cacophony of insect wings buzzing drew near. The four of them exchanged alarmed glances, each discerning from the sound that it was not merely one or two venomous creatures, but rather a swarm. Regaining his composure, Lu Hu exclaimed, "Do not stand there foolishly. Whatever it may be, quickly find a place to hide." Pulled back to reality by Lu Hu's words, Lu Yu and the others swiftly made their way to a nearby, relatively concealed area. Lu Yu and Lu Yong carefully concealed Liu Feng within a dense thicket of weeds, before hastily retreating to hide themselves. Buzz, buzz. Not long after the group had hidden, a dark cloud-like swarm in the distance emitted the sound of insects flapping their wings, rapidly approaching. However, the sheer number of these venomous insects created a sensation of overwhelming presence. The four of them, concealed behind branches and weeds, fixed their gaze on the myriad of poisonous creatures passing overhead, not daring to breathe for fear of attracting their attention. Unbeknownst to Lu Hu and the others, among the countless insects above, a peculiar-looking venomous creature darted swiftly into the thicket where Lu Yu and Lu Yong had concealed Liu Feng. This extraordinary insect, upon entering the foliage, immediately spotted the unconscious Liu Feng. As it vibrated its wings, it alighted upon his head, and a miraculous event transpired. Originally afflicted by cold poison, Liu Feng's hair and eyebrows were soon adorned with a layer of frost. However, where the peculiar insect landed, that frost evaporated in an instant. The insect seemed to relish the moment, crawling across Liu Feng's frost-laden hair, which quickly became devoid of any frost. At this juncture, the insect appeared somewhat dissatisfied, as if it deemed the frost on Liu Feng's hair insufficient. With a swift bite, it sank its razor-sharp fangs into Liu Feng's nose, piercing through his flesh and injecting a trace of fiery venom. Simultaneously, the peculiar insect began to rapidly siphon the abundant cold poison from Liu Feng's body. Gradually, Liu Feng's consciousness began to stir, yet alongside this awakening came a burgeoning sense of warmth within, accompanied by that chilling, bone-deep sensation. The experience incited within Liu Feng a primal urge to scream. But despite his best efforts, he could not part his lips, only managing a faint, weak groan. Meanwhile, the insect clinging to his nose was visibly growing at an alarming rate. Thus, the vast quantity of cold poison within Liu Feng was swiftly diminishing, while the fiery venom introduced by the peculiar insect steadily gained strength, counteracting the cold poison within him. The four who remained hidden nearby still failed to notice Liu Feng's plight, their attention wholly captivated by the multitude of venomous insects overhead, rendered speechless by the sheer enormity of the swarm. Lu Xian, hiding alongside Lu Hu, gazed at the staggering number of insects and trembled slightly as he whispered, "Brother, do you think we will be discovered? If such a massive swarm spots us, we would surely be left with nothing but in response." Lu Hu shot him a glare and whispered, "Silence. Keep a vigilant watch. If anything seems amiss, we must flee immediately. Be cautious not to attract attention. Otherwise, we might truly meet our end." Time passed once more, and the overwhelming swarm of venomous insects gradually dispersed. However, the sky still teemed with hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures, buzzing and hovering in a languid dance, trailing behind the massive throng. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, whose consciousness slowly revived, sensed a gradual restoration of his strength. At the very least, he could now open his eyes, yet, upon doing so, he nearly erupted into a tirade, for he was greeted by the sight of a peculiar insect clinging to his face, its mandibles firmly latched onto his nose. In his moment of indignation, Liu Feng noticed that this strange insect seemed to be siphoning the cold poison from within him. Regaining his composure, he resolved to observe the intentions of this odd creature. After all, even if he wished to retaliate, he found himself utterly powerless. The meager strength he had painstakingly mustered was now drained, leaving him devoid of energy. Thus, with his eyes wide open, Liu Feng fixed his gaze upon the peculiar insect that had seized his nose. Although he was unsure of the unfolding events, he was certain that his companions would not abandon him. He had faith they would return promptly. Due to Liu Feng's perspective, he was oblivious to the surrounding circumstances. Furthermore, with his body completely drained of energy, he could not rise to his feet. Nor could he notice the concealed presence of Liu Hu and his 3 companions, or the countless venomous insects flying overhead. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as the peculiar insect's metallic shell split, revealing an even shinier exoskeleton beneath. As the creature emerged from its old shell, its size had more than doubled. This astonishing spectacle left Liu Feng in a state of bewilderment, his eyes fixed on the extraordinary insect. Curiously, the creature had yet to release its grip on Liu Feng's nose, and its pace in consuming the cold poison seemed to quicken. Simultaneously, Liu Feng began to feel a gradual resurgence of his strength, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. Nonetheless, he could ascertain that recovery was indeed underway, and as the cold poison within him diminished, the rate of his rejuvenation steadily increased. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense passed, and with no venomous insects in sight, Liu Hu and his 3 companions finally exhaled in relief, emerging from their hiding spots. Liu Yu made her way toward the thicket where Liu Feng had been concealed by her and Liu Yong. However, before Liu Yu could approach the underbrush, a mournful scream erupted from within, sending a chill of dread through Liu Hu and the others. They hastily darted toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the thicket and discerning the situation within, their expressions transformed dramatically. There lay Liu Feng, with a palm-sized 4-winged golden silkworm perched upon his face, its mandibles firmly gripping his nose. This shocking revelation left Liu Hu aghast. Already afflicted by cold poison, Liu Feng was now bitten by a second-tier venomous beast, compounding his predicament. Damn it! I shall extinguish you completely and reclaim my brother's life. Liu Hu snapped back to reality, thrusting his sword toward the 4-winged golden silkworm as he bellowed in fury. Just as Liu Hu was about to pierce the 4-winged golden silkworm with his sword, he was unexpectedly seized by the remarkably composed Liu Yu. With a gentle smile, Liu Yu gazed at him, seeking to gauge his expression, and remarked, "Elder brother, this may not be such a bad thing after all. Observe the skin of our younger brother. It shifts from a fiery red to an ashen pallor, which is indeed the work of the 4-winged golden silkworm. According to what I read in an unusual artifact magazine, it is said that the 4-winged golden silkworm has a penchant for absorbing cold toxins, transforming them into the fiery poison it requires for sustenance. This particular silkworm must be feeding on the cold toxins within our younger brother's body. Hence, we cannot afford to slay it." Liu Hu fixed a piercing gaze upon Liu Yu, and after a few moments of contemplation, he reluctantly nodded in agreement, turning to observe the skin of Liu Feng, which fluctuated between fiery red and frosty white. Suddenly, Liu Feng trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail, while the 4-winged golden silkworm released its grip on Liu Feng's nose, swaying drunkenly as it staggered a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. That moment, the fire poison and cold toxin within Liu Feng's body found themselves in a precarious stalemate, consuming one another yet unable to gain the upper hand. Just as the two forces were locked in this deadlock, a surge of warmth erupted from Liu Feng's muscles and bones, consuming both toxins with a force akin to lightning, vanishing without a trace. Thus, not only did Liu Feng narrowly escape death, but with the assistance of this sudden surge of warmth, he also forged a body impervious to all poisons. From that point forward, barring the most rare of toxins, he would be utterly immune to poisoning. However, This invulnerability did not imply a lack of fear towards toxins. Rather, it meant that ordinary poisons would hold no power over him, though he remained blissfully unaware of this fact for the time being. Chapter 17. Subduing the golden silkworm and the onslaught of venomous creatures feeling no discomfort, Liu Feng gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by his elder brothers, to whom he offered a faint smile. "Younger brother, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Liu Hu inquired eagerly, his face alight with joy. Liu Feng sat up, responding with a gentle smile, "Elder brother, I feel no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, I feel better than ever. By the way, where has that peculiar insect gone?" Before Liu Hu and the others could respond, Liu Feng stood up to search for it, and upon turning around, he spotted the unusual insect lying motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. "Huh? Why is it so still? Elder brother, you haven't killed it, have you?" Liu Feng asked, turning back to them. "Of course not. We haven't laid a finger on it. It simply fell off you as if it were inebriated," Liu Hu replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Enough about the insect's fate. Let's focus on the pressing matters at hand. After you were afflicted by the cold toxin, Zhang Chu and the others have been trailing us from a distance. Thankfully, elder brother was cautious. Otherwise, you might have fallen into their hands. The situation is becoming increasingly dire for us, so we must discuss our next course of action," Liu Yu said softly, concern etched across her face as she stood beside Liu Hu, gazing at Liu Feng. "This current trial convention has truly become increasingly intriguing. I cannot shake the feeling that there lies some hidden secret within, though I am hesitant to ascertain it. We shall proceed step by step, confronting every challenge as it arises. What do you think of this approach, my friend?" With a gentle lift of his head, Liu Feng gazed at the blue sky, obscured by the dense foliage of the towering trees, and casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Liu Hu, with a thoughtful touch to his nose, quickly pondered in his mind before responding. "There is no alternative. My brother is indeed correct. We must continue to do what we ought to do, adapting to the inevitable changes as they come." "Oh," Liu Xian, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. "Look quickly, the four-winged golden silkworm is moving. It is not dead yet at this." Liu Feng immediately turned around, his eyes fixated on the four-winged golden silkworm preparing to take flight, and inquired with curiosity. "This little creature is called the four-winged golden silkworm. Isn't it the rare beast documented in the Strange Beasts magazine? You have also perused the Strange Beasts magazine, little brother?" "Indeed, this little one is the four-winged golden silkworm. Its abilities are still modest at this stage, but if it were to grow into the six-winged silkworm king, it would become a formidable weapon," Liu Yu remarked with a smile while observing the four-winged golden silkworm. "Hee." Liu Feng chuckled mischievously, swiftly bending down to firmly grasp the four-winged golden silkworm, saying, "Little creature, you bit my nose and expect to escape without consequence. However, since you inadvertently helped me relieve the cold poison, I shall not make things difficult for you, yet you must still pay a price." With a gentle smile, Liu Feng captured the four-winged golden silkworm, prompting expressions of astonishment from Liu Hu and the others, who had not anticipated Liu Feng's audacity in directly seizing the four-winged golden silkworm, knowing full well that it was venomous and possessed sharp barbed stingers. Holding the struggling four-winged golden silkworm, Liu Feng turned with a smile and declared, "I have made my decision. I shall adopt this little fellow." Buzz. However, no sooner had Liu Feng spoken than the four-winged golden silkworm, caught in his right hand, managed to break free and soared into the air, flapping its wings furiously, glaring at Liu Feng with a vengeful intent. Poised to attack, Liu Hu and the others, regaining their senses, drew their weapons swiftly, their eyes fixed on the four-winged golden silkworm, apprehensive of an imminent assault. Yet, Liu Feng remained nonchalantly rooted in place, observing the four-winged golden silkworm with keen interest. Whoosh! The four-winged golden silkworm darted through the air like an arrow aimed at Liu Feng. Reacting swiftly, Liu Feng sidestepped effortlessly, narrowly evading the creature's strike. Whoosh! But before Liu Feng could catch his breath, the four-winged golden silkworm launched a second assault. How amusing! Just like a wolf, it holds a grudge and understands the art of continuous attack. I must admit, I am growing increasingly fond of you, little creature. With a swift step, akin to a phantom, he glided several meters away, turning to face the redirected four-winged golden silkworm with a soft, gentle smile. Having failed to strike Liu Feng twice in succession, the four-winged golden silkworm learned its lesson. It refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead began to flutter around Liu Feng, soaring up and down as if in search of a weakness. This spectacle left Liu Hu and the three others beside him utterly astonished. Could it be? The four-winged golden silkworm is surprisingly astute, exhibiting tactical acumen akin to that of a human. This is truly extraordinary. No wonder it has been documented in the Continental Curiosities Journal. Liu Yong gazed at the silkworm, now hovering a few meters away from Liu Feng, exclaiming in astonishment. This is merely the beginning. Once you peruse the information contained in the Curiosities Journal regarding the four-winged golden silkworm, you shall feel fortunate that it is still an immature specimen. Otherwise, not even a dozen martial masters could contend with it. Liu Yu turned to glance at Liu Yong, her expression calm as she spoke. With a shrill cry, the four-winged golden silkworm unleashed a red thread that shot straight towards Liu Feng's back. Upon witnessing this, Liu Hu and the others' faces paled in alarm. Younger brother, swiftly evade. It's dangerous. Liu Yu dashed forward, her sword arcing past Liu Feng to shield him, while simultaneously issuing a warning. Just as Liu Feng narrowly escaped disaster, he was still trying to comprehend the situation when a strange sound echoed behind him. That moment, Liu Hu and the others sprang into action, brandishing their weapons to attack the four-winged golden silkworm. Liu Yu, reacting with remarkable speed, blocked the fiery toxin shot by the silkworm with her great sword. Turning around, Liu Feng noticed a section of Liu Yu's sword blade had been corroded, leaving behind a series of varying-sized and depth gouges. Gasping in shock at the devastation wrought upon Liu Yu's sword, they collectively inhaled sharply. The formidable corrosive power of the attack was evident. Had Liu Yu reacted even a moment slower, Liu Feng's own fate would be grim. A few beads of cold sweat formed on Liu Feng's forehead as he stared at the soaring four-winged golden silkworm, a surge of fury igniting within him. The thought that he could have been gravely injured had Liu Yu not acted swiftly only intensified his anger. Damn it! Since you are so ungrateful and nearly caused me significant harm, it seems today is not your day. I shall incinerate you. With a swift step, he propelled himself off a nearby stone. Soaring into the air as he roared in fury, boom! Enraged, Liu Feng leaped into the air, his palm striking the four-winged golden silkworm repeatedly before he landed firmly on the ground. The silkworm, having been battered by his cascading palm technique, swayed in midair before plummeting to the earth, still struggling to take flight in a fit of rage. Liu Feng strode towards the fallen silkworm, poised to crush it underfoot. However, at that very moment, Liu Yu, who had approached briskly, shoved him aside. Younger brother, you may not want this little creature, but I certainly do. Liu Yu glared at Liu Feng fiercely, her gaze lingering on the struggling four-winged golden silkworm, expressing her reluctant discontent as the commotion caused by Liu Yu gradually subsided. Liu Feng approached, shaking his head and stating, Sister, you are taking advantage of the chaos. I never truly intended to kill it. I merely meant to frighten it. This clever little creature, how could I ever bring myself to harm it? And do not even think about laying your hands on it. It belongs to me. With that, Liu Feng bent down and effortlessly scooped up the four-winged golden silkworm, holding it in his palm without a hint of hesitation, playfully winking at Liu Yu. However, Liu Yu gazed at him with an expression of bemusement. Inquiring, brother, are you not afraid of its fiery poison, to dare grasp it with your bare hands? Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? Liu Feng pondered, recalling the peculiarities documented in the Strange Creatures magazine, which stated that the four-winged golden silkworm was covered in barbed poisonous spines. Even the slightest contact with its skin could result in poisoning. I just handled it with my hands, and I feel no discomfort. Could it be that the magazine was mistaken? Liu Feng furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left middle finger, snapping him back to reality. He noticed that the four-winged golden silkworm, which he held in his hands, had bitten down on his finger, causing his expression to darken. Just as he raised his right hand to swat the creature, a dark gray beam of light shot forth from the silkworm's forehead, piercing directly into his OWN in an instant. His movements froze, and the four companions, Liu Hu and the others, looked on with concern. Master, please spare me. I possess great abilities and will surely assist you in the future. A frail little girl's voice pleaded within Liu Feng's mind. Drawing upon his past experiences with the specter of Yongzun, Liu Feng remained composed and internally declared, You are the four-winged golden silkworm. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall overlook your previous transgression. However, should you ever harbor rebellious thoughts, I will ensure your complete annihilation, so do not doubt my capabilities. Furthermore, when communicating with me, do not refer to me as master. You must address me as young master. Understood, young master. I, Xiao Jiao, shall remember, the silkworm replied respectfully. Young master, may I enter your body to recuperate? That way, I will heal more swiftly. Liu Feng, standing still, gradually wore a smug smile as he thought, granted, but you shall not emerge without my consent. Since you have a name, I shall not take it from you. You will continue to be called Xiao Jiao. Yes, young master. Xiao Jiao will be obedient and promises not to emerge unless summoned. With Liu Feng's permission, Xiao Jiao excitedly complied. Then, the four-winged golden silkworm transformed into a streak of light, diving into Liu Feng's left middle finger, leaving behind a tattoo resembling the silkworm itself. The four companions of Liu who, witnessing this, understood the situation at hand. Humph! Observing Liu Feng's smug demeanor, Liu Yu felt an impulse to give him a good thrashing. With a cold snort, she turned her gaze elsewhere. Suddenly, a vibrant swarm of poisonous insects began to rapidly crawl towards them from a distance. The sheer onslaught of poisonous creatures was far more terrifying than the previously encountered swarm of flying toxins. After all, the earlier insects were airborne, making them less detectable. However, this time, the majority were creeping along the ground, rendering concealment exceedingly difficult. Thus, upon witnessing such a multitude of crawling venomous beings, the five individuals, including Liu Hu, were left utterly dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, Liu Feng urgently exclaimed, "Quick, climb the trees. It will be too late once these creatures arrive." Without delay, Liu Feng grasped the hands of Liu Yu and Liu Yong and leapt onto a large tree, while Liu Hu seized Liu Xian and ascended to another towering tree. The five of them perched on the branches, anxiously gazing at the countless poisonous creatures swiftly advancing towards them. Within a mere few breaths, the swarm had reached the base of the tree where they sought refuge. Staring at the vibrant array of insects below, Liu Feng felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Liu Yu nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Brother, I have already alleviated your cold poison. Once these creeping creatures pass, we must immediately retrace our steps. This place is far too perilous." Indeed, it was imperative to depart without delay. Liu Yong trembled slightly, his face a mask of fear as he spoke. Liu Feng, seemingly oblivious to their concerns, remained fixated on the mass of crawling insects below, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a short span of time, the multitude of poisonous creatures began to diminish, yet trailing behind them was a colossal insect of monstrous proportions, which sporadically released a plume of green mist as it approached the two trees where Liu Feng and his companions were concealed. It opened its mouth and expelled a gust of toxic fog, prompting the five to hold their breath urgently. However, it was not long before Liu Xian, who had been standing alongside Liu Hu, succumbed to the poison upon entering this infested area, and after inhaling a wisp of the giant insect's noxious vapor, his vision darkened and he plummeted from the tree. Reacting swiftly, Liu Hu reached out in an attempt to catch him but failed, leaping down from the tree in haste. Observing this, Liu Feng and the others on the other tree quickly followed suit. Although the bulk of the crawling insects had passed, a few still lingered below, and as the five landed, they were bitten multiple times in the blink of an eye. Liu Hu and the others collapsed to the ground, leaving Liu Feng standing unscathed, a look of bewilderment etched on his face as he regarded his fallen companions. Chapter 18. Alone within the Red Fox Serpent Horde. Bang bang. Regaining his senses, Liu Feng sprang into action, his feet moving with remarkable speed as he struck downwards at the poisonous insects in mere moments. The ground was littered with the carcasses of hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures, all reduced to pulp by his powerful strikes. After vanquishing the insects, he swiftly returned to the side of Liu Hu and the others. He extended a hand to help Liu Hu rise, applying pressure to his acupoints. The poisoned Liu Hu coughed violently a few times, gradually opening his eyes to glance at Liu Feng. Just as he prepared to speak, his vision darkened once more, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The expression on Liu Feng's face darkened abruptly as he gently lowered Liu Hu, subsequently assisting Liu Yu and the other two to rise. He attempted to press their philtrums, but they merely fluttered their eyes open momentarily before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. "Young master, they have all been afflicted by the soul-biting poison. It is imperative to locate the giant toad, which is the antidote. and the blood-red grass that grows in the cave it inhabits to dispel the poison coursing through their veins. Just as Liu Feng found himself at a loss, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Jiao, the four-winged golden silkworm, spoke up. Xiao Jiao, you must know where to find the cave of the giant toad, correct? Liu Feng inquired urgently within himself. Young master, I do have knowledge of that, but the location is exceedingly perilous. Even the most toxic beasts and venomous insects dare not approach that area, which is regarded as a forbidden ground within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The creatures dwelling there are the true overlords of that realm, Xiao Jiao replied cautiously after a moment of silence. Even in dangerous places, one must dare to venture forth. My elder brothers braved this region for my sake. Thus, I too can risk my life for them. Therefore, not only must I go, but I must also retrieve the blood-red grass that can cure their poison, Liu Feng resolutely declared, his gaze fixed on Liu Hu and the others who lay unconscious on the ground. Very well, once the young master has ensured their safety, I shall guide you, guaranteeing the swiftest route to that area, Xiao Jiao assured him in his mind. Liu Feng then began to search his surroundings, seeking a secure location to settle Liu Hu and the others. After a brief interval, he discovered a relatively dry and concealed cave within a modest hillock. The only drawback was that the cave was rather small. Upon placing Liu Hu and the others inside, it became nearly impossible for even a single person to stand within. This arrangement rendered them vulnerable to discovery by swarms of venomous insects. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Liu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he swiftly turned away from the cave. Moments later, he returned, hands raised, bearing a massive stone, and proceeded to place it at the mouth of the cave with a resounding thud. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he slowly maneuvered the stone to block the cave's entrance, leaving only a fist-sized vent for AI or to further prevent tiny poisonous insects from infiltrating. He cleverly used a sleeve to cover the vent. After brushing away the dust from his hands and meticulously inspecting the surroundings to ensure everything was secure, he marked the area before turning to depart hastily. Meanwhile, he communicated with Xiao Jiao, his pace unwavering. Guided by Xiao Jiao's narration, Liu Feng dashed deeper into the treacherous territory, leaving behind a trail of phantoms and swirling dust. The air was thick with a noxious stench, and the ground was a strange red-black hue, intermittently revealing half-buried white bones. The deeper he ventured, the more agitated he became, as an unsettling premonition gnawed at him, causing his brow to remain tightly knitted as he continued his rapid flight. Roar. Suddenly, a jet-black first-tier demon beast, the phantom leopard, sprang forth from behind a pile of scattered stones, letting out a furious roar as it lunged directly at Liu Feng. Humph! Upon witnessing this, Liu Feng snorted coldly and remarked, seeking death. In an instant, he executed a swift step, deftly evading the attack while simultaneously launching a punch. To his astonishment, the phantom leopard was able to pivot mid-air without any assistance, narrowly dodging Liu Feng's strike. Upon landing, the phantom leopard let out a fierce roar, scrutinizing Liu Feng with caution, seemingly aware of the threat he posed. Damn it! I have no time to play with you. Since you seek your demise, allow me to send you on your way. Liu Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the phantom leopard. With that, he charged forward with remarkable speed, exuding a menacing aura akin to that of a ferocious beast, causing the first-tier phantom leopard to retreat a step in fear. Yet, feeling its dignity was trampled, the leopard responded with an enraged roar and swiftly lunged to confront him. Crack! Bam! 3 afterimages converged, revealing the first-tier demon beast with its skull shattered, blood and brain matter spilling forth. The phantom leopard, which had charged at Liu Feng, met its end as Liu Feng's palm struck its head, unleashing the powerful wave palm technique with 5 successive impacts, instantly obliterating the leopard's skull, killing it in a single blow as it collapsed to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Liu Feng stowed away the leopard's corpse and swiftly took off running. Moments later, he arrived at the edge of a swamp, assailed by a stench so foul it threatened to overwhelm him. Bending over, he retched violently, nearly expelling his entire stomach's contents. The intense odor made Liu Feng's face contort in disgust as he quickly tore off a sleeve, covering his mouth and nose, and tied it behind his head. He cautiously ventured into the swamp, stepping carefully to navigate the treacherous ground, while remaining vigilant for any unusual occurrences. After traversing deeper into the swamp for half a stick of incense, Liu Feng began to notice movements in his surroundings. However, upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Just as confusion set in, an eerie sound filled the air, sending chills down his spine. Liu Feng quickly scanned his surroundings, and the dense underbrush began to rustle ominously. Through the gaps in the foliage, he distinctly spotted numerous snakes of various colors slithering rapidly towards him. Faced with such a multitude of venomous snakes, Liu Feng felt his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he executed a rapid step, hastily retreating deeper into the swamp. He could not afford to encounter terrifying demon beasts now. If he lingered too long among the throng of snakes, even if he miraculously escaped death, he would find himself trapped. After all, he had to expedite his search for the giant toad's lair to locate the blood-red flower that grew alongside the severed head grass. Any delay could exacerbate the poison afflicting Liu Hu and the others, a loss that would be entirely unacceptable. Liu Feng employed his rapid movement to navigate through the swarm of snakes. A nearby serpent, startled by his commotion, shot forth like an arrow, targeting him with deadly intent. How cursed it is! What venomous serpents are these, possessing such formidable abilities? With the swift steps of Liu Feng beneath him, he unleashed his palms to strike at the venomous snakes soaring towards him. Murmuring in bewilderment, bang bang, he swiftly swatted away or killed the approaching serpents, yet his speed gradually diminished. Consequently, this afforded the encircling horde of snakes an opportunity to close in on him. Gradually, it felt as if he were wading through a mire, his movements becoming increasingly laborious, while simultaneously, he had to guard against the serpent's razor-sharp fangs. Whoosh, whoosh! Surrounded by the swarm of snakes, Liu Feng spun rapidly, his limbs flailing in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Nevertheless, he was unable to halt the relentless assault from hundreds, if not thousands, of serpents converging from all directions. As he found himself sinking deeper into despair, he still harbored no intention of surrendering. Despite the dire predicament, Liu Feng remained remarkably composed, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Cursing under his breath, he thought, if this continues, I shall surely perish here. I must devise an escape plan. However, the number of snakes surrounding him increased exponentially, and eventually, one managed to sink its fangs into him, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain. This caused his movements to slow slightly, and as more serpents bit him, cries of agony escaped his lips. His actions gradually becoming more sluggish, dizziness enveloped him, and fatigue washed over his body. Just as he felt on the verge of collapsing, a voice echoed in his mind, "Young master, remain still, do not move." These are red fox snakes. They possess nearly no vision and rely solely on their extraordinary hearing to detect their prey. Therefore, young master, please remain motionless, and they will eventually depart. It was the reminder of the four-winged golden silkworm. Xiao Jiao, within Liu Feng's consciousness. Having succumbed to the poison, Liu Feng ceased his frantic movements and stood still, yet after a few breaths, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed. Once Liu Feng succumbed to the venom, Xiao Jiao swiftly absorbed the red fox snake poison within him. Utilizing its properties to recover rapidly in a matter of moments, Xiao Jiao had completely siphoned the poison from Liu Feng's body, and its own injuries began to mend. Driven by a selfish desire, Xiao Jiao, having absorbed the venom, recovered quickly but had no intention of letting such a splendid opportunity slip away. Being inherently clever, it devised a plan to use Liu Feng's body as a vessel to attract a multitude of red fox snakes, thereby allowing it to absorb even more venom. Thus, while Liu Feng lay unconscious, Xiao Jiao emerged from his body, flapping its wings to create sound, instantly drawing back the dispersing serpents. In mere moments, a vast number of red fox snakes reconvened around Liu Feng. Simultaneously, the serpents incessantly injected venom into him, while Xiao Jiao returned to his body, hastily absorbing the poison. The venom rapidly invaded every inch of Liu Feng's skin, but as Xiao Jiao absorbed the poison, it also utilized its own fiery venom to suppress the red fox snake poison within Liu Feng. In such a virtuous cycle, Liu Feng's body reaped considerable benefits, gradually adapting to the venom of the red fox snake. While his resistance to toxins significantly increased, compared to the previously cultivated immunity to all poisons, his current resilience against toxins was even stronger. Chapter 19. The King of Venoms. After half a cup of tea's time, the myriad red fox snakes coiling around Liu Feng began to disperse. Meanwhile, within Liu Feng's body, Xiao Jiao had elevated the speed of absorbing the red fox snake's venom to its utmost limit. Thus, the venom coursing through Liu Feng's veins was swiftly consumed by Xiao Ju like countless rivers merging into the sea. Feeling dizzy, Liu Feng murmured, "What is happening to me?" Shortly thereafter, he groggily awoke, opened his eyes, and touched his forehead in confusion. Shaking his still dizzy head, he slowly rose and surveyed his surroundings, recalling that he had been besieged by countless red fox snakes and succumbed to their venom. Damn it, I must hurry to find the blood-red flower. I cannot afford any further mishaps. After confirming that there were no dangers nearby, Liu Feng whispered to himself, "Young master, in order to save you, Xiao Ju has absorbed all the venom from the red fox snakes within you, but I must digest this venom immediately. Therefore, I can no longer guide you. You must remember to keep heading north, where you will find the giant toad. However, be cautious. That giant toad is on the brink of becoming a 4th-level beast, significantly stronger than an ordinary 3rd-level beast." Just as Liu Feng prepared to delve deeper, Xiao Ju anxiously communicated within his mind, "Xiao Ju, wait. Please provide more details about the giant toad's lair. The northern expanse is vast. How do you expect me to find it?" Liu Feng urgently inquired. However, Xiao Ju remained unresponsive. After several futile attempts to elicit a reply, a frustrated Liu Feng, with a furrowed brow, set off towards the north as instructed, this time proceeding with utmost caution. Quack! Half an hour later, as Liu Feng swiftly advanced northward, he had just entered the depths of the swamp when a strange roar echoed in the distance. Startled by the sound, he furrowed his brow and hastened towards the source of the commotion. As he ran, Liu Feng soon spotted a colossal toad, terrifyingly extending its long tongue to capture a panicked poisonous insect fleeing for its life. Covered in festering sores and of immense size, this must be the 3rd-level beast known as the giant toad, he mused to himself. Finding a dense patch of grass, Liu Feng concealed himself and observed the feeding giant toad from a distance, quickly devising a plan in his mind. Carefully, he emerged from the thicket, executing a grand detour to circumvent the voracious giant toad while searching for its lair nearby. Quack, however, just as he had not ventured far, the giant toad, still preoccupied with its meal, engaged in a fierce battle with a venomous python, dark as ink and more than 20 meters long, as thick as a water barrel, with unwavering focus on the colossal toad. Liu Feng hastened his search for its lair in the vicinity upon witnessing the scene. After scouring the area thoroughly, he found not a single trace, which was perplexing. Could it be that he had erred from the very beginning? Swatting a venomous snake with a casual slap, Liu Feng murmured in confusion. Undeterred, he expanded his search radius and resumed his quest with renewed fervor. Before long, he finally stumbled upon the lair of the giant toad, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips, accompanied by a faint smile, roaring. Seizing the opportunity while the giant toad was away foraging, Liu Feng, without a hint of caution, boldly ventured inside. Yet, less than 10 meters into the cave, a furious roar resonated from the depths. The sound of this growl, Liu Feng's expression shifted dramatically, thinking, "Curse it, could this not be the giant toad's lair? Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate." Quacking, he swiftly retreated towards the cave's entrance, maintaining a heightened vigilance against the beast lurking within. However, from a distance, the bizarre cries of the giant toad echoed, indicating that it had also sensed the commotion and was likely hastening back. At this moment, Liu Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Creatures of differing species do not coexist. The distinct roars discerned from the two beasts suggested that the creature deep within the lair was undeniably not the giant toad. This led to two possible conclusions. First, that this cave was not the giant toad's lair at all, but rather that of another beast, indicating he had indeed made a mistake. Second, if this cave was indeed the giant toad's, then the enraged beast within was probably pursuing a similar goal to his own. Contemplating these possibilities, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Liu Feng's forehead. After all, if the creature within truly shared the same objective, it meant that the beast lurking in the depths was formidable, which also implied that the giant toad was exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, the raging beast would not have dared to infiltrate the giant toad's lair while it was out hunting. The more he pondered, the colder he felt, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, whether it was the beast within or the foraging giant toad outside, he could deduce that neither was a foe he could confront head-on. Consequently, the likelihood of successfully infiltrating the cave to steal the blood-red flower diminished significantly. Moreover, if the giant toad returned swiftly, the prospect of pilfering the flower would nearly become impossible. Resolutely retreating from the cave, Liu Feng steeled himself, pausing momentarily before stepping forward with a sudden burst of speed, heading deeper into the cavern. He wished to gauge the strength of the beast within, for the fact that he had entered the giant toad's lair while it was away suggested that the creature therein was weaker than the toad itself. His only concern was that this cave might truly not belong to the giant toad. If that were the case, his reckless intrusion would be akin to walking into a trap. Yet he felt compelled to take the risk, if this was indeed the giant toad's lair. Delaying his venture until its return would eliminate any chance he had. Whoosh! As the swift and agile Liu Feng reached the depths of the cave, a massive red spider, approximately 3 meters in size, unleashed a cloud of pink venom towards him. Yet, Liu Feng, maintaining his rapid pace, instinctively held his breath, showing no signs of slowing down. However, a flicker of astonishment coursed through his mind. He recognized this colossal arachnid as a rare breed of demon beast, akin to Xiao Jiao. According to the records in the Rare Beasts Journal, it was known as the King of 10,000 Poisons. Although its venom was not particularly potent, its silk possessed terrifying adhesive properties and a fearsome corrosive nature. Judging by its size, it was likely a third-tier demon beast, which explained its audacity to infiltrate the cave while the giant toad was away foraging. He dashed through the toxic mist emitted by the King of 10,000 Poisons. His eyes gleamed with realization, and a faint smile graced his face. Beside the king, he spotted a small patch of severed pink grass, known for its gruesome appearance, interspersed with a few crimson flowers that resembled blood. In an instant, Liu Feng deduced the truth. This cave was indeed the lair of the giant toad, and the King of 10,000 Poisons had, like him, ventured inside to pilfer the toad's delicacies, namely, the severed grass and the blood-red flowers. With this revelation, a mischievous grin spread across Liu Feng's face as an ingenious idea took shape in his mind. He swiftly pivoted on his left foot and dashed towards the cave's entrance. Propelled by inertia, Liu Feng aimed to incite a battle between the King of 10,000 Poisons and the giant toad, for only then would the chances of stealing the blood-red flowers increase significantly. Yet, the King of 10,000 Poisons, enraged by Liu Feng's flight towards the cave's exit, let out a furious roar and promptly pursued him. As Liu Feng sprinted ahead, he glanced back to see the king in hot pursuit, mentally urging it to catch up, for without its presence, he would not dare to exit the cave. He needed it to fend off the giant toad. Just as he approached the cave's mouth, the peculiar croaking of the giant toad resonated from outside, prompting Liu Feng to halt abruptly. He scanned the cave's interior and leaped onto the cave wall. That very moment, the giant toad bounded into the cave, colliding face-to-face with the pursuing King of 10,000 Poisons. With a croak, the returning giant toad, upon spotting the King of 10,000 Poisons, unleashed a series of guttural sounds and launched its long, sinewy tongue towards the arachnid's right in a split second. The King of 10,000 Poisons attempted to retreat, but was a fraction too slow, resulting in its leg being struck by the toad's tongue. The vibrant sheen of its exoskeleton was immediately corroded upon impact. Observing this from his concealed vantage point, Liu Feng gasped in astonishment before stealthily retreating deeper into the cave, choosing to ignore the fierce skirmish between the giant toad and the King of 10,000 Poisons. After all, neither of these demon beasts was to be trifled with, and the most critical factor was that he was not a match for either. If he were to provoke one of them, even with his utmost effort, he would stand little chance of emerging unscathed. Moreover, it was not my intention to seek trouble with two ferocious beasts. Rather, I had come to pilfer the blood-red flower, which was the true objective of my journey. Should any unforeseen complications arise, it would be a costly misadventure. Although I harbored thoughts of reaping the benefits after the two beasts had inflicted mutual destruction upon one another, such a strategy would inevitably involve certain risks. If, perchance, I failed to acquire the blood-red flower, it would be too late for regrets. Thus, upon witnessing the fierce clash between the two beasts, I stealthily ventured deeper into the cave, making minimal movements to avoid attracting their attention. After a brief interval, I returned to the site of the encounter with the King of the 10,000 Poisons spider. I cautiously approached the small patch of severed grass and blood-red flowers. Without hesitation, I tore off a fragment of my garment and swiftly wrapped my right hand, extending it delicately towards the blood-red flowers. In a matter of moments, I had plundered the entire cluster of flowers, while also collecting several stalks of severed grass. Bang bang. The battle at the cave's entrance seemed to intensify, and as I found myself temporarily unable to exit, my curiosity was piqued by the depths of the cave. Thus, I continued my careful descent into the innermost recesses. As I advanced deeper, I encountered a plethora of blood-red flowers and severed grass, prompting me to unreservedly engage in a thorough sweep, leaving behind a scene of devastation, pockmarked remnants of flourishing grass and flowers, many of which I deliberately destroyed. Having already amassed a sufficient quantity, I intentionally obliterated the untouched grass and flowers, not only to escalate the enmity between the two beasts, but also in the hope that, once their battle concluded, the colossal toad would be incensed by the desecration, compelling it to seek out the king of the 10,000 poisoned spider once more. This would afford me the optimal opportunity to escape amidst their relentless conflict. Before long, I reached the cave's depths, where a heap of bleached bones lay scattered upon the ground. Among them were not only the remnants of beasts and poisonous creatures, but also several human skeletons. In a corner, I discovered a few weapons, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to approach. I bent down to retrieve a rusted greatsword, wiping the blade and hilt with my garment, revealing the image of a majestic eagle. This emblem was unmistakably familiar to me. It was indeed the totem of the Hu family. Judging by the degree of rust on the sword, it appeared to have been abandoned for several years, during which there had been no reports of mishaps or disappearances involving the Hu family's aspirants. This was certainly perplexing. As I gazed at the design upon the sword, I furrowed my brow and muttered to myself. Subsequently, I picked up several other rusted greatswords, cleaning their hilts to unveil the same totemic emblem of the Hu family. My mind raced with thoughts. This discovery was of paramount importance, potentially providing a justification for our family to eliminate the Hu clan. The absence of casualties or disappearances among the Hu family for several consecutive sessions, juxtaposed with the evident decay of the swords, suggested that several years had indeed passed. This indicated that the Hu family had clandestinely dispatched individuals into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains prior to its opening to the public, raising questions about their clandestine activities within. Croak. Croak. As Liu Feng pondered over this issue, a cacophonous croak erupted from behind him, startling him back to reality. He swiftly turned around to behold a gigantic toad, its eerily green eyes fixed upon him with an unwavering gaze. The moment their eyes met, an icy shiver coursed down his spine. The malevolence emanating from the creature filled him with a profound unease, igniting a visceral sense of dread within him that was both unsettling and infuriating. Damn wretch, prepare to face my wrath. With his trepidation intensifying, Liu Feng bellowed furiously and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike toward the massive toad. Ribbit! The toad, still fixated on him, let out a shrill cry as its long, slimy tongue shot forth to intercept Liu Feng's advance. Bang! In mid-stride, Liu Feng deftly sidestepped and struck the toad's elongated tongue with a swift palm, only to find himself propelled directly into the creature. The tongue, diverted by his blow, lashed back like a whip, mercilessly striking him and sending him crashing against the cavern wall. Ugh! Rising to his feet, Liu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his fear slowly being consumed by a raging inferno of anger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at the toad, his face darkening as he coldly declared, "Damn beast! I shall not back down, Ribbit." In a fit of fury, Liu Feng evaded the toad's subsequent croak and the swift lash of its tongue. As he ran, he deftly hooked a rusted greatsword from the ground with his foot, seizing it in his right hand. Crack! He swung the sword in a sweeping arc towards the toad's flailing tongue. The toad, taken aback by Liu Feng's unexpected maneuver, failed to react in time, resulting in a portion of its tongue being severed. Ribbit, ribbit. The loss of its predatory appendage incited the toad's rage, causing it to emit a series of pained croaks. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng did not linger. He leaped over the toad's head and sprinted toward the cave's exit. Chapter 21. The escape in an ambush. The severely wounded toad had no intention of letting Liu Feng escape unscathed. It swiftly turned and pursued him. Ribbit, ribbit. Liu Feng, racing ahead, could sense the toad closing in behind him, its bizarre, furious roars growing alarmingly closer. Whoosh, whoosh. Stealing a quick glance over his shoulder, Liu Feng caught sight of the monstrous toad leaping through the air, its back adorned with hundreds of festering sores exuding a foul stench. To his horror, it unleashed a torrent of dark liquid toward him. Good heavens, it can attack like that too? I underestimated you. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the onslaught just in time. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Creak. The viscous black liquid, upon striking the cavern walls of rock or earth, released a plume of white smoke and an eerie, disconcerting sound. This sight sent a chilling wave through Liu Feng, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as he felt an overwhelming surge of terror. The corrosiveness was formidable. Had I not fortuitously glanced back just now, my body might well have been riddled with holes by now. Curse it! I cannot flee like a headless fly. I must devise a comprehensive strategy. Stealing a glance at Liu Feng, who had swiftly turned back, I murmured softly. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards us. Whether it was drawn by Liu Feng or the colossal toad behind him, it let out a furious roar in an instant. Ha ha! Upon recognizing the shadow as the king of venomous spiders, Liu Feng erupted into exuberant laughter, exclaiming with glee, "The king of venomous spiders, fate is indeed on my side." Casting a quick survey of my surroundings, I mentally calculated the distance between myself and the two beasts. Abruptly, Liu Feng executed a front flip and landed gracefully, ceasing his flight to observe the two monsters. To his relief, he noticed that the gigantic toad harbored an intense animosity towards him, fixating its attention upon him, whereas the king of venomous spiders seemed indifferent. This realization allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief as he jogged towards the king of venomous spiders. At this moment, Liu Feng was willing to gamble that the king would not target him. It was only if the king refrained from attacking that he might escape the cave produced by the colossal stars. If even the king of venomous spiders turned hostile, retreat would not be an option, for the king was relatively weaker than the gigantic toad, and behind the king lay the exit of the cave. If Liu Feng could surpass this challenge, he was confident of his escape. Otherwise, he would become collateral damage, as the two beasts had previously engaged in a fierce battle, and it appeared the king had suffered greatly. Now, having regained its strength, it sought trouble with the gigantic toad. Just as Liu Feng approached the king, the gigantic toad let out a dreadful croak. Its elongated tongue, reeking with a foul odor and shortened by Liu Feng's previous strike, shot swiftly towards his back. Meanwhile, the king of venomous spiders suddenly lunged past Liu Feng, aiming directly for the gigantic toad. Bang bang! Liu Feng glanced back at the two beasts, now locked in combat, and quickly turned to race towards the cave's exit. As he emerged from the cave, slightly winded yet relieved, he showed no intention of pausing. Exercising caution, he retraced his steps and, after half an hour, finally exited the perilous swamp. It was only then that Liu Feng truly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the swamp was fraught with dangers, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Remaining on high alert was essential to avoid becoming a meal for beasts or venomous insects. Now out of the swamp, a joyous smile graced Liu Feng's face, and his taut nerves began to relax. He leapt onto a large tree, oriented himself, and set off running southward. In his exhilaration at discovering blood-red grass, he occasionally let out jubilant shouts, causing the poisonous insects along his path to scatter in fright. However, this commotion attracted attention, and soon 5 shadowy figures emerged from nearby, their expressions grim as they fixated intently on the frantically sprinting Liu Feng. "Zhuge, this fellow truly possesses remarkable luck. Even after being poisoned, he has managed to escape calamity. Now that he is alone, why don't we encircle him and launch a surprise attack?" One of the group, gazing at the fleeing Liu Feng, subtly suggested. However, the one standing at the center, upon hearing this proposal, furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "Xiao Wei, that is indeed a commendable idea. Let us proceed to ambush this wretched brat. I shall ensure his demise without fail." Indeed, this is Zhang Chu and his 4 companions. Previously, they had been searching for the enigmatic beast's skin marked with a red dot, but had lost their way in the dense forest. In desperation, they had been wandering aimlessly when they unexpectedly encountered the solitary Liu Feng. Having spoken, Zhang Chu led Zhang Wei and the others swiftly towards Liu Feng, who was racing ahead. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, oblivious to the suspicious circumstances surrounding him, continued to joyfully dash towards the concealed location of Liu Hu and his companions. "You useless wretch, prepare to meet your end." As Liu Feng sprinted between 2 small hills, Zhang Chu, hidden atop one of the slopes, leapt forth brandishing his sword, aiming a thrust directly at Liu Feng while bellowing in fury. The others, witnessing Zhang Chu's assault, drew their swords and flanked Liu Feng from both sides. intent on surrounding him and leveraging their numerical advantage to eliminate him. Zhang Chu, even if you do not seek me out, I shall certainly come for you, and I guarantee that you will not survive the conclusion of this trial assembly. Upon recognizing that Zhang Chu and his companions were charging towards him, a sinister smile crept onto Liu Feng's face, and he disdainfully remarked. Drawing his great sword from his back, he boldly confronted the oncoming Zhang Chu, swinging his massive blade with brute force aimed at Zhang Chu's head. In response, Zhang Chu hastily raised his sword to parry Liu Feng's strike. Clang! With a wicked grin, Liu Feng staggered back a few steps to regain his footing, while Zhang Chu, though remaining steadfast, felt a tingling numbness in his right arm from the sheer force of Liu Feng's blow. Clang! Clang! Just as Liu Feng stabilized himself and prepared to charge at Zhang Chu once more, Zhang Wei and his three companions, closing in from both sides, ruthlessly swung their swords in a flurry of attacks. Liu Feng, compelled to abandon his pursuit of Zhang Chu, found himself in a chaotic struggle to fend off their onslaught. In this moment of respite, Zhang Chu weaved through Zhang Wei and Zhang Chong, driving his sword towards the unsuspecting Liu Feng, who had his back turned. Sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind, Liu Feng cursed under his breath. He swung his rusted great sword in a wide arc, forcing the two in front of him to retreat, while simultaneously twisting his body midair to evade Zhang Chu's thrust, narrowly escaping disaster. Chapter 22. Overpowered and severely wounded, falling victim to malice upon landing, Liu Feng's balance was still unsteady when Zhang Wei lunged at him with his sword. Clang! Retreating several paces with haste, Liu Feng cast a cold glare at Zhang Wei, tightly gripping his rusted great sword, and executed a sweeping strike against the incoming attack. At that moment, the other four individuals, having regained their breath, swiftly advanced from four different directions. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, confronting Zhang Chu head-on, while his left hand struck out towards Zhang Chong on his left. With a sudden impact, he had aimed to prevail through speed and formidable strength. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Zhang Wei, who, unbeknownst to him, had stealthily positioned himself behind. A sword pierced his back, causing his entire body to stiffen, and a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth. Before Liu Feng could even react, Zhang Chu charged at him from the front, delivering a sweeping blow that sent him staggering backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Blood streamed from the wound, painting the earth in vivid red, while Liu Feng, pale-faced, turned to fixate on Zhang Chu and his companions. The bitterness in his heart ignited a fiery redness in his eyes, as the faces of loved ones and enemies flickered through his mind. The final image crystallized on the visage of Yozuan as he reconstructed Liu Feng's dantian, compelling Liu Feng to urgently attempt to awaken him. In this dire moment, only Yozuan could save him. A cold chuckle escaped Zhang Chu's lips as he approached Liu Feng with deliberate slowness, his voice dripping with disdain. "You pathetic waste, weren't you quite arrogant before? Look at you now, reduced to a pitiful state. Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift demise. I intend to savor every moment of your torment. You wish to kill me? Your repugnant demeanor sickens me. Bring forth whatever tricks you possess. Should I furrow my brow, it will not be due to your threats. Spare me your incessant prattle, and come at me," Liu Feng retorted, his inner turmoil gradually settling into calm as he regarded the slowly advancing Zhang Chu with contempt. Clang! Standing beside Liu Feng, Zhang Wei, incensed by his audacity, swung his sword towards Liu Feng's head. However, Liu Feng, lying on the ground, did not even flinch. In a swift motion, Zhang Chu intervened, deflecting Zhang Wei's descending blade with a single strike. "Brother Chu, this fool is on the brink of death yet remains so audacious. In my opinion, it would be far simpler to end him with a single blow. Why waste our efforts?" Zhang Wei queried, perplexed as he gazed at Zhang Chu while gesturing toward the fallen Liu Feng. In response, Zhang Chu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing at Zhang Wei as he demanded, "Who holds authority here, you or I? To slay him with one swift stroke would be far too lenient. I intend to make him experience a fate worse than death, instilling fear even in the depths of hell with that." He shoved Zhang Wei aside and stepped closer to Liu Feng, his voice icy. "Did you ever imagine it would come to this? Soon, you shall understand the meaning of suffering." Not waiting for Liu Feng's reply, he turned to another companion and commanded, "Xiao Hao, go fetch some venomous creatures. I assure you, a splendid spectacle awaits, one that will undoubtedly satisfy your thirst for vengeance." "Understood, I shall attend to it immediately." The youth standing with Zhang Chang acquiesced before departing. Liu Feng, lying on the ground, felt a haze descending over his mind, his eyelids growing heavier. Yet, his indomitable will prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. As he gazed at Zhang Chu, he provocatively challenged, "Stop with your useless theatrics. If you have the courage, slay me now. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your demise during the trial of the elite." He he he. With a light chuckle, Zhang Chu shook his head and declared, "The art of provocation holds no sway over me. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, I shall ensure you experience my methods. You will not meet your end with ease or without suffering, for that would be too lenient on you and would not satisfy my vengeance, so you might as well prepare to endure. And do not think to provoke me with your words. Heh heh, Brother Chu, I have captured 3 soul-biting ants," Zhang Hao, with a sinister grin, called out as he rushed towards them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu and his companions exchanged wicked smiles. When Zhang Hao arrived before Zhang Chu, the prone Liu Feng caught sight of the 3 brown, finger-sized soul-biting ants clutched in his hands, sending a chill through his heart. A sense of dread loomed within him regarding his impending fate. After all, he did not wish to die, nor could he afford to, as his brothers depended on him for rescue, along with the 3-year pact with Feng Yu that awaited his fulfillment. Should he perish now, the 3 years of humiliation and endurance would be rendered meaningless. Heh heh. While Liu Feng was lost in these thoughts, Zhang Chu, having taken possession of the 3 soul-biting ants, squatted down and grinned ominously at Liu Feng. "Let us first allow you to experience the sensation of being bitten by poisonous creatures. It is said that when a soul-biting ant burrows into a wound, an unbearable itch engulfs the entire body, inciting a primal urge to tear one's own skin off. I am curious to see if the rumors hold true, so let us conduct this little experiment." With that, under Liu Feng's terrified yet composed gaze, the malevolent Zhang Chu, with the assistance of Zhang Wei, pressed all 3 soul-biting ants into his wound. Moments later, a wave of calm washed over him, only to be interrupted by an intense itch that began to spread throughout his body. Despite possessing a strong will, Liu Feng found himself grappling with the impulse to scratch, and the more he entertained this thought, the more unbearable the itch became. Clenching his teeth, he managed to resist the urge. The 3 soul-biting ants, having been thrust into his wound, quickly burrowed into his body, gnawing at his internal organs, and an excruciating sensation washed over him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Zhang Chu, if I do not perish, I will surely hunt you down," Liu Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, roared in anguish. Suddenly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, swiftly alleviating the agonizing pain. While a voice echoed in his mind, it was Xiao Jiao, who declared, "Young master, I shall first deal with these 3 blind soul-biting ants and then seek vengeance on your behalf, ensuring those who harmed you face their reckoning in hell." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he feigned excruciating torment, rolling on the ground and screaming, yet inwardly he pondered, "Xiao Jiao, what are your chances? There are 5 of them outside. Their combat prowess surpasses that of the young master. If you cannot handle them, do not sacrifice yourself unnecessarily." Meanwhile, beside Liu Feng, Zhang Wei, witnessing his distress and the anguished cries that escaped his lips, wore a wicked smile and turned to Zhang Chu, saying, "Brother Chu, your methods are truly effective. This tormenting way of bringing him to his demise is far superior to a swift execution. Indeed, this worthless scoundrel has harmed Brother Sichu. Tio, allow him to escape without suffering any consequences, and to simply kill him would be far too lenient for such a wretch." Casting a glance at Zhang Chu, Zhang Chang murmured, "Buzz." Just as Zhang Chu and his companions were exchanging light-hearted banter while observing Liu Feng, who was writhing in agony on the ground, a shadow darted from the tip of Liu Feng's left index finger, soaring into the air and swirling around the 5 of them in a frenzied dance. Chapter 23, Devastating the Enemy, for Men Antidote the Poison. "Buzz, Brother Chu, what is that?" Zhang Wei inquired, turning his head in confusion as he caught sight of the small creature that had emerged. At that moment, Zhang Chu and the others also noticed the peculiar little creature, sharing the same bewilderment. Embedded in Liu Feng's wound were 3 soul-biting ants, yet now a strangely shaped venomous insect had taken flight. Whoosh! As Zhang Chu turned to look at the pitifully writhing Liu Feng, the little creature, with wings flapping like arrows, shot towards him. "Ouch! Before Zhang Chu could comprehend the situation, he felt a searing pain in the back of his neck. Zhang Wei, who had been keeping an eye on the little creature, swiftly swung his sword at it, but the nimble insect evaded his strike and ascended into the air. Liu Feng, sprawled on the ground and writhing in despair, discreetly consumed a blood-replenishing pill, his expression darkening as he slowly rose to his feet. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Chu and his companions were preoccupied with the little creature, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow to the backs of Zhang Chu and Zhang Wei. Bang, bang! Two muffled thuds echoed as Zhang Chu and Zhang Wei were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Whoosh! Coming to their senses, Zhang Chong and the others gazed at Liu Feng in astonishment. Just as they prepared to attack, the little creature, still fluttering in midair, darted towards Zhang Chong's neck. A few meters away, Zhang Chu, who had just staggered to his feet and spat out a mouthful of blood, shouted, "Damn it, you worthless fool! Xiao Chong, watch out for that insect behind you." But it was too late. Swift as a shooting star, the little creature injected its fiery poison into Zhang Chong before swiftly taking flight. As Zhang Chong turned, he felt a fiery pain sear the back of his neck. Liu Feng, his face dark and brooding, coldly remarked, "Zhang Chu, I have already proclaimed that as long as I live, I shall ensure your demise. How does it feel to be afflicted by the fire poison of the four-winged golden silkworm?" He chuckled sinisterly, observing Zhang Chu's face turn ashen. However, the rapidly shifting circumstances caused Zhang Hao and Zhang Fei, who were poised to attack, to halt in their tracks and retreat swiftly to Zhang Chu's side, on high alert for both the little creature and Liu Feng. Humph! Zhang Chu, his complexion slightly flushed, endured the adverse effects of the poison and scoffed, "Damn it, do not presume that this will prevent me from killing you." After uttering these words, he turned and continued, "It seems I should have eliminated him earlier, but we still have a chance. If we all unite with fervor, we can surely vanquish this wretch. Let us not forget that he is also gravely injured and has exhausted his strength. Otherwise, he would not be engaging in idle chatter with us. Indeed, this waste has become a formidable adversary. We find ourselves at an impasse. If we do not eliminate him now, we shall undoubtedly face endless repercussions." With a grim expression, Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. The other three exchanged glances, and Yen nodded in silent consensus. Consequently, the uninjured Zhang Hao and Zhang Fei swiftly advanced, leaping forward with blades aimed at Liu Feng, while Zhang Wei and Zhang Chong flanked him, suppressing the tumultuous blood surging within. Seeking death, do they truly believe I am an easy target? Xiaojiu, unleash your full fury and ensure their demise. Standing resolutely, Liu Feng exhibited no sign of anxiety, coolly addressing the five Zhangs. Upon receiving the command, Xiaojiu soared into action, darting amidst the unsuspecting Zhang Chong. The leading Zhang Hao and Zhang Fei were swiftly besieged, and even the trio flanking Liu Feng could not evade Xiaojiu's onslaught, each falling victim to relentless attacks. Instantly, the five Zhangs were engulfed in searing pain, rendering them incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. Observing the dire situation, Zhang Chong's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn you, waste. Just you wait. It won't be long before not only you perish, but all of Liu's kin shall follow suit." Grasping Zhang Wei and Zhang Chong firmly, he added, "There is no chance left. We must retreat." Watching the retreating Zhang Chong and his companions, Liu Feng refrained from ordering Xiaojiu to pursue. Their suspicions were indeed correct. He had approached the brink of collapse, having sustained internal injuries from a sword strike and lost copious amounts of blood, leaving him utterly drained. Sighing heavily, he summoned Xiaojiu to guard him and gradually settled into a meditative posture on the ground, activating the immortal golden body secret technique to expedite his recovery. However, shortly after commencing the technique, he coughed up a mouthful of tainted blood. After half an hour, his injuries stabilized, and as Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, he instructed Xiaojiu to remain vigilant of their surroundings while he made his way back to the location where Liu Hu and the others were situated. At this moment, Liu Feng dared not squander any more time. If the delay led to any lingering afflictions for Liu Hu and his companions, he would feel a sense of guilt, for they had ventured into this treacherous region of venomous creatures solely to seek herbs for their antidote. Thus, once his injuries were under control, Liu Feng hastened back. As dusk fell, he swiftly traversed the dense forest and soon spotted the shelter of Liu Hu and his companions, clearly marked by a pentagram. Upon returning to the entrance of the cave, Liu Feng did not pause for rest. Without delay, he moved the massive boulder obstructing the cave's mouth and entered to assess Liu Hu and his companion's condition. Afterward, he retrieved the blood-red flower from his tungsten ring and pinched Liu Hu's viewpoint. Liu Hu groggily awakened. Liu Feng promptly placed the flower in his mouth and softly urged, "Brother, this is the blood-red flower. My uncle says it can detoxify you. Chew it thoroughly and swallow. You shall soon feel better." Weak and frail, Liu Hu managed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears before slowly beginning to chew. Once Liu Feng gently laid Liu Hu down, he approached Liu Yu, similarly pinching her viewpoint. As she gradually regained consciousness, he placed the blood-red flower in her mouth and whispered softly. After sipping half a cup of tea, Liu Feng finally delivered the blood-red flower to Liu Hu and the others. He then slowly settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, activating the secret method of the undying golden body to gradually recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, the little creature, Xiao Jiao, that had been hovering in the air, descended onto Liu Feng's shoulder, carefully observing the surroundings. A night passed without incident, and at dawn the following day, Liu Feng gradually opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile on his face. His injuries had mostly healed, though external wounds required further recuperation. After all, such deep sword wounds could not be mended in just a day or two. Rising slowly, he turned to glance at his older brother and the others, noting that their faces had regained color, indicating that the poison had eased. Finally feeling relieved, he sensed his stomach protesting, so he stepped out of the small cave, found a stone to sit on, and took out some water and provisions to eat. Yet, his mind wandered back to Zhang Chu's words from the previous day, feeling that the situation was far from simple. Moreover, it seemed that several families harbored unspeakable secrets regarding the trial assembly, though he could not discern what those secrets might be. Chapter 24. Discussing strategies and stepping forward just as Liu Feng was lost in thought. Liu Hu joyfully emerged from the small cave. Upon seeing the sword wound on Liu Feng's back, he hurriedly rushed over, peering through the torn fabric to witness the blood that continued to flow from the injury. "Little brother, what happened to the sword wound on your back?" Liu Hu inquired with a darkened expression, clearly puzzled. Coming back to his senses at the question, Liu Feng smiled and replied, "Elder brother, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Don't change the subject, I'm perfectly fine. Tell me about the sword wound on your back," Liu Hu said, shooting a stern look at Liu Feng. "Yesterday, after finding the blood-red flower, I encountered Zhang Chu and his group on my way back. I accidentally got hurt." "It's nothing serious," Liu Feng answered cheerfully, looking at Liu Hu. "Does Zhang Chu not fear that if the matter is exposed, our father might annihilate their family? Does he not comprehend this, or is he still harboring resentment from your previous humiliation, seeking revenge recklessly?" Liu Hu pondered, frowning as he analyzed the situation. That moment, Liu Yu and the other two emerged from the small cave. Smiling, as they stepped outside, they spotted Liu Feng, whose back bore a large patch of dried blood and a significant tear in his clothing. In a panic, Liu Yu rushed over and asked, "Little brother, who inflicted this injury upon you? Tell your sister, and I will avenge you. Anyone who dares harm my brother will regret ever setting foot in this world. Tell me, who hurt you?" Liu Feng quickly stood up, waving his hands in a gesture of dismissal, and with an amused expression, he said to the furious Liu Yu, "Sister, I appreciate your concern, but you need not resort to such violence. The person who injured me is also having a rough time. They have all fallen victim to Xiaoju's fire poison. If it weren't for Xiaoju this time, I might not have made it back." As Liu Yu's countenance darkened, Liu Feng hastily interjected, "I shall tell you. Upon my return yesterday, I fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Zhang Chu and his cohorts. However, prior to their departure, Zhang Chu ominously proclaimed that it would not be long before not only I would meet my demise, but all members of our Liu family would perish as well. Reflecting upon this, I perceived that these several clans must harbor some unspeakable secrets regarding this trial assembly. There exists a possibility. My cousin Liu Liangtang, who participated in the last trial assembly, mentioned that they were remarkably united during that time. Unlike our current predicament, where upon entering the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, we were met with treachery from several other families. Although a significant portion of this treachery stemmed from the Hu family's Canglong sword, there was no direct conflict with the Nan and Zhang families. Yet, upon encountering them, they seemed intent on our annihilation. It appears there is indeed a deeper narrative at play. Perhaps we should discreetly follow them to uncover their clandestine dealings. After pondering their recent experiences for a moment, Liu Hu, with a grim expression, addressed the four companions softly. Liu Feng and the others exchanged contemplative glances, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Liu Yu tended to Liu Feng's wounds before the group swiftly concluded their breakfast. The five of them then retraced their steps, eager to escape the treacherous region rife with venomous creatures and deadly traps. Only by leaving this peril-laden area could they hope to encounter the three families participating in the trial and ascertain the nature of their hidden secrets. Leading the charge, Liu Yong relentlessly swung his great sword, severing branches and vines to carve a path for Liu Feng and the others, thus hastening their progress. After all, only a few days remained until the conclusion of the trial assembly. If they did not seize this opportunity to uncover the unwelcome truths of the three families, it was conceivable that they would face lethal repercussions once the assembly came to an end. Buzzing above them, the four-winged golden silkworm, Xiao Jiao, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious activity. This allowed Liu Feng and his companions to lower their guard, granting their weary nerves a moment of respite. As they continued their journey with light-hearted banter, roar. Just as the five emerged from the domain of venomous creatures, they had yet to catch their breath when a fearsome roar echoed nearby. Startled, Liu Yong turned back and queried, "Could we be so unfortunate? That sound suggests a formidable beast. Should we press onward or attempt to sneak past? What should we do? Let us go and take a look." Liu Feng replied decisively, noting the expectant gazes of his companions. Thus, he sent Xiao Jiu ahead to scout the situation. After a brief while, Xiao Jiu returned, conveying the circumstances across the river. Liu Feng then remarked, "Brothers, someone is being pursued by a third-tier beast, the red fox. We should investigate who is being hunted. As long as it is not members of the Hu, Nan, or Zhang families, we shall intervene to assist. If it is indeed one of the three families, we shall have quite the spectacle to witness." Upon hearing the words, Liu Hu and his companions displayed sinister smiles on their faces. The experiences of recent days had filled them with a deep-seated animosity towards the members of the three families, and they found great satisfaction in witnessing their pursuers. With stealth, they crept closer, soon spotting 4 men and 1 woman fleeing rapidly. Hot on their heels was a 3-meter-long, half-meter-tall red fox, its movements remarkably agile. Suddenly, the third-level demon beast, the red fox, raised its tail and launched hundreds of hair-like projectiles, as sharp as steel needles, at the fleeing quartet. This violent scene left the approaching 5, including Liu Feng, utterly astonished. Just as Liu Feng contemplated whether to rescue the 5 being hunted by the 3 families, Liu Hu beside him bolted forward, charging directly at the third-level demon beast, the red fox. "Brother, wait. This third-level demon beast is formidable. We need a comprehensive plan before intervening." Liu Feng snapped back to reality, reaching for his weapon but finding it empty. He quickly got to his feet and shouted, before he could finish. Liu Yu, with a playful grin, interjected, "Don't shout, little brother. First, take a good look at what that woman is saying." Turning to glance at Liu Yu, Liu Feng, filled with confusion, scrutinized the fleeing girl. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was the daughter of the city lord. Instantly, it dawned on him. She was the beloved of his elder brother. Such an opportunity to heroically rescue a damsel in distress was not something his brother could overlook. Understanding the situation, Liu Feng, prioritizing Liu Hu's safety, steeled himself, drew the large sword from his back, and leaped from his hiding place to pursue Liu Hu. Without hesitation, Liu Yu and the other 3 followed suit. Charging into the fray, the 5 from the city lord's residence fled. A flicker of hope appeared on their faces upon seeing someone come to their aid. They had been relentlessly pursued by the third-level demon beast, the red fox, for nearly half an hour and were utterly exhausted. Liu Hu charged towards the third-level demon beast. He was mere meters away when the fox's fluffy tail shot up, releasing hundreds of hair-like projectiles that resembled steel needles. Liu Hu swiftly dodged to the side, seeking refuge behind a large tree as the projectiles struck his previous position, leaving behind a flurry of tiny holes. "Brother, you should check if they are injured. We will handle this beast," Liu Feng called out with a smile as he rushed forward. As he landed, he tightened his grip on his sword and swung it down towards the approaching red fox. With a roar, the red fox leaped to bite Liu Feng, who, seeing the cunning nature of the beast, remarked coldly, "How clever to seize such an opportunity. Truly worthy of the Fox clan. However, you are far from capable enough to contend with me." Bang! The third-tier demon beast, the red fox, opened its gaping maw, a gruesome sight, and lunged forward with a savage bite. A cold smirk adorned Liu Feng's face as he descended, his grip tightening around the great sword in his hand. With increased swiftness, he plunged the blade toward the red fox's bloodthirsty jaws. Under the incredulous gaze of the fox's pale red eyes, Liu Feng's sword struck fiercely against its cunning visage. In an instant, the red fox plummeted towards the ground, just as Liu Yu and her companions, who had been pursuing Liu Feng, arrived on the scene. The trio leaped forward, each thrusting their swords into the fray. Clanged as they pierced the red fox, it felt as though they had struck a steel plate. The tips of their blades scraped against its thick fur, sparking a few embers. Such a horrifying spectacle left them all in disbelief. The entirety of the continent was aware that demon beasts clad in scales possessed an unimaginable level of defense, and while fur-clad beasts like the red fox were generally deemed weaker in comparison, this particular third-tier red fox's defenses surpassed those of many lower-tier scaled beasts. Thus, it was no wonder that Liu Feng and the others felt a chill of horror, knowing that unless witnessed firsthand, few would believe their accounts. Older sister, this beast's defenses are exceedingly formidable. With our current attack strength, we cannot breach its defenses. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Otherwise, we shall suffer greatly, exclaimed Liu Feng, astonished. Bang! After crashing heavily to the ground, the red fox rolled and regained its feet, glaring furiously at Liu Yu and her companions. The trio, still reeling from shock, exchanged glances and hastily retreated several paces, fixing their eyes firmly on the red fox. At that moment, having sprinted a short distance, Liu Hu glanced at his beloved, Mo Yuqing, not far away, and, steeling himself, turned and dashed toward the red fox. Liu Feng, having landed, swiftly advanced to stand before Liu Yu and her companions, his expression grave as he focused intently on the red fox. Older sister, I shall take the lead in attacking. You two flank it. If we can discern its weaknesses, slaying it may still be within reach. The three behind him exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Liu Yu responded, Younger brother, let us proceed as you suggest, but do not act recklessly. Ensure your safety, and do not forget the words of our clan leader. With that, Liu Feng lunged forward, sword poised to strike, while calling upon Xiao Jiao for support. Liu Yu and her companions swiftly spread out, launching assaults on the red fox from various angles. At this juncture, Liu Hu returned, calling out, blood-draining strike? Roar! The red fox let out a furious howl, charging directly at Liu Feng, disregarding the attacks from Liu Hu and the others, displaying a reckless determination. This reckless advance alarmed Mo Yuqing, who sat nearby. She recalled how they had attempted to encircle the red fox only half an hour prior, which had resulted in their near demise. Without hesitation, she shouted a warning. Be cautious. This beast has no fear of being surrounded. We suffered greatly under its relentless assault. Bang bang. However, Mo Yuqing's reminder seemed to have come a tad too late. The 5 individuals attacking the red fox, apart from Liu Hu who was pushed back a few steps by the rebound, were all sent flying as Liu Feng was propelled through the air. His eyes widened in disbelief. He felt utterly bewildered by how the red fox had managed to strike him down. It was as if he had been struck by an immense force, causing him to be flung away in an instant. This left him perplexed, as the third-level demon beast, the red fox, appeared to possess some extraordinary ability. The thought of a talent ability flickered in Liu Feng's mind, and he felt a sinking sensation, akin to plunging into a bottomless abyss. If this truly was the red fox's innate power, then they were in grave trouble. Regardless of the red fox's low rank, any demon beast endowed with a talent ability would undoubtedly surpass its peers in combat prowess. In other words, given the strength of Liu Feng and his companions, attempting to slay a creature with the power of a 4th-level demon beast was nothing short of a fool's errand. An utterly impossible task. Bang! Liu Feng collided heavily with a large tree and crashed to the ground. Regaining his senses, he felt his blood surging, and a sharp pain radiated from a sword wound on his back, accompanied by the unmistakable sensation of his clothing becoming sticky, indicating that the injury had reopened and blood was oozing out. Bro, you all need to be cautious. This beast seems to be utilizing its innate ability, he cautioned, gritting his teeth as he struggled to his feet, tightening his grip on the great sword with a grave expression. Roar! The red fox, engaged in a fierce struggle with Liu Hu, let out a furious roar. As Liu Feng rushed toward the red fox, his eyes caught sight of Liu Yu struggling on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on toward the red fox while shouting, Yong-gu, go check on how my sister is doing, bang. Suddenly, in the midst of battling the red fox, Liu Hu was struck by its bushy tail and sent flying. He spewed a mouthful of blood midair, and the red fox, having successfully landed a blow, swiftly pursued him, opening its gaping maw to bite down on the airborne Liu Hu. Whoosh! Observing this, Liu Feng, charging toward the red fox, raised his great sword and hurled it at the creature, which was lunging for Liu Hu. The sword, propelled by Liu Feng's sheer strength, flew through the air like a finely shot arrow toward the red fox. Roar! On the other side, Liu Exine had just regained his footing when he saw the red fox, in hot pursuit of the flying Liu Hu, racing toward him. In this critical moment, he felt no fear. Instead, he swung his sword in a sweeping motion. As the rushing red fox roared at him, it raised its tail and shot out hundreds of needle-like hairs. Whoosh whoosh! Liu Exine did not flinch. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the red fox and bellowed, "Damn beast, I fear you not." Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Exine was struck by a barrage of the red fox's needle-like hairs, toppling him onto his back, his anguished cries echoing around him. In a fit of rage, the red fox lunged forward to bite him, but at that critical moment, Liu Feng's hurled great sword struck the red fox squarely on the head. Bang! Damn beast, get away from me! Liu Feng shouted furiously as he charged forward, his feet executing a swift movement while his hands formed a palm strike aimed at the red fox. Chapter 26. Liu Yu and the Contract Beast. Bang! Bang! With a series of powerful strikes from the wave-stacking palm technique, a succession of muffled thuds echoed, causing Liu Feng to stumble backward several paces from the recoil buzz. Seizing the opportunity that had finally presented itself, Xiao Jiao, who had remained on the defensive, launched a swift attack. As the red fox swayed dizzily from the onslaught of Liu Feng's wave-stacking palm, Xiao Jiao, akin to an arrow in flight, struck at the back of its ear. Roar! Infused with a torrent of fiery poison, the red fox let out a furious roar, and just as its rage threatened to overwhelm its senses, waves of searing pain surged through its body. At this moment, Liu Feng, having taken a few steps back, surged forward with agility, rolling to the ground to snatch up the rusted great sword and swiftly rose to his feet, launching a direct thrust at the fox's right eye. Roar! However, at that instant, the enraged fox howled, its legs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, narrowly evading Liu Feng's strike. Bang! Missing his target, Liu Feng twirled his sword and executed a sweeping horizontal slash. The red fox, weakened by the fiery poison, was utterly defenseless, its pale red eyes fixated on Liu Feng's sweeping blade, reflecting a mix of reluctance and a lingering attachment to the world. Such a deeply human expression caused a tremor in Liu Feng's heart, prompting him to involuntarily retract his great sword. Gazing at the red fox with a complex expression, he spoke solemnly, "I do not wish to slay you, but you have harmed my kin. You have two choices: become my sister's contract beast, or succumb to the explosive fire poison within you." At that moment, not far away, Emo Yuching approached calmly with her 4 younger cousins. Meanwhile, Liu Hu, having administered several medicinal pills to Liu Exine, assisted Liu Yong in helping Liu Yu to Liu Feng's side. All of them were moved by the red fox's human-like expression. Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, Liu Yu's face lit up with a smile. If this third-tier demon beast became her contract beast, her combat prowess would surely increase by more than double, not to mention her fondness for the striking red fox, adorned with beautiful long crimson fur that exuded an air of majesty. Consequently, despite her injuries, Liu Yu joyfully inquired, "Little brother, sister's efforts were not in vain. I truly adore this contract beast." Standing beside Liu Hu, upon hearing her words, Emo Yuching revealed a hint of envy, which Liu Hu caught a glimpse of while supporting Liu Yudian that fleeting moment. Something within him stirred, as if he grasped an elusive understanding, yet it remained unclear. Roar! Observing the red fox grimace at him defiantly after hearing his words, Liu Feng's fleeting sympathy shattered, his expression darkening with anger as he retorted, "If you seek death, I shall grant your wish. Do not kill it." Liu Yu and Emo Yuching cried out simultaneously from behind Liu Feng. Yet, he paid them no heed and swung his sword downwards towards the fox's head. At that moment, the red fox seemed to comprehend that this individual was unequivocally a decisive killer, and its hopes of bargaining for survival were futile. In the blink of an eye, the red fox gazed pitifully at Liu Feng, its front limbs humanized as they cradled its head. Observing this, Liu Feng, with a grim expression, halted the mighty sword he wielded a mere 2 centimeters above the fox's head. Behind him, Liu Yu and Mo Yuqing sighed with relief. Having been exceedingly tense moments before, both eager to claim this striking red fox, whose beauty and formidable combat prowess made it the ideal candidate for their contractual beast. Oh, not dally, young master. Persisting stubbornly is futile. I shall ask you once more. If you wish to perish, merely shake your head. If you desire to live, give a nod, Liu Feng uttered coldly to the red fox. At that moment, Xiaojie flitted to Liu Feng's shoulder and exchanged a few words with him, prompting a faint smile to grace his face. He then turned to Liu Yu and said, "Sister, come forth and sign a contract with the red fox. It shall henceforth be your companion." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's face lit up with excitement, while Liu Hu and Mo Yuqing exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken words, leaving Liu Feng perplexed. "Brother, if you have something to say to the enchanting lady behind you, speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Let us not forget, we must act swiftly," he urged, with an apologetic glance at Liu Yu. Liu Hu murmured, "Younger brother, might it be possible to allow Miss Mo Yuqing to let the red fox choose its own master?" Everyone around them regarded him with peculiar expressions. Even Mo Yuqing wore a look of confusion. Liu Hu turned to her and offered a subtle smile. "Miss Mo Yuqing, do you not recall? 4 years ago, during the Lord's birthday celebration, we met in the back garden." "Ah, stop, I remember now. You are Liu Hu, dear brother," Mo Yuqing interjected hastily before he could finish. Their exchange left all present wearing expressions of bewilderment, and as Mo Yuqing felt the weight of their curious gazes, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, causing her to lower her head shyly. This scene elicited an even more enigmatic expression from everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng stepped swiftly to Liu Hu's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then winked at Liu Yu with a smile. Turning his attention back to Mo Yuqing, he spoke softly, "Miss Mo Yuqing, since my elder brother has suggested this, let us proceed in this manner. My contractual beast informed me that another red fox was spotted a mile away, rapidly approaching US.IT should be arriving shortly. Let us collaborate to capture that fox. Afterwards, you and my sister may, based on your individual merits, persuade them to sign contracts with you." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuqing immediately replied without hesitation, "That plan is splendid. If we cannot contract this red fox, having another one available simplifies matters greatly. The one we previously encountered possesses nearly equal strength to this one. Thus, it would be best for your sister to contract this red fox, while I will claim the other. Does that sound agreeable?" With a smile gracing his features, Liu Feng nodded, and upon witnessing this, the individuals nearby let out a collective sigh of relief. Should the two of them fall out over the red fox, it was not merely the prospect of a potential altercation that concerned them. Rather, it was the undeniable difficulty Liu Hu would face, for he could not afford to offend either party. However, he too felt a sense of relief, as even the business at hand revealed a knowing smile. Supporting Liu Yu, Liu Yong remarked, "What are we waiting for? Sister, you should proceed to sign the contract with the red fox. Later, my younger brother can have Xiaoju administer the antidote. We must not delay, lest we leave any lingering consequences." Liu Yu nodded with a smile, and with the assistance of Liu Hu and Liu Yong, she approached the red fox. Under Liu Feng's stern gaze, the red fox complied and signed the contract with Liu Yu, after which Liu Feng instructed Xiaoju to administer the antidote. At that moment, a fiery red figure, filled with fury, roared from a distance and surged towards them like a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing the enraged roar, the red fox, lying on the ground awaiting the antidote, struggled to rise. Yet, despite its efforts, it could not stand and let out a fierce roar directed at the approaching crimson figure. This figure immediately halted, its large, pale red eyes flashing with ire as it glared at Liu Feng and his companions. However, standing before the red fox with a sinister grin, Liu Feng drew his sword and pressed it against the red fox's throat. Speaking in a low voice, "Your companion is in our possession. It is not impossible for her to live. Provided you agree to become her contract beast, I will release your companion immediately." The red fox, with Liu Feng's rusted sword poised against its neck, let out an enraged roar, glaring fiercely at Liu Feng while struggling against its bonds, as though it wished to tear him apart. Liu Feng, unfazed by the red fox's fury, regarded it with a wicked smile that sent shivers down the spines of Liu Yu and the others, instilling in them a sense of dread at his malevolent demeanor. Nearby, the red fox, witnessing its counterpart held at sword point, emitted a mournful cry, seemingly filled with sorrow, before disregarding the red fox's furious roars and lowering its head as it approached. At this juncture, a faint smile appeared on Liu Feng's face, while Imo Yuqing, standing beside him, blushed with excitement, her entire form trembling slightly, as her beautiful eyes fixated on the approaching red fox. This red fox, with fur even darker than that of Liu Yu's contracted beast, appeared more strikingly beautiful as this third-tier demon beast reached Imo Yuqing. It cast a glance at the red fox held by Liu Feng, then willingly entered into a contract with her. Very well. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. Even demon beasts comprehend this principle. It is truly an eye-opening experience, Liu Feng remarked with a gentle smile as he sheathed his sword. Thank you, Liu Feng, Imo Yuqing said gratefully, stroking the fur of her contracted beast. Future sister-in-law, you need not be so formal. Liu Hu is my elder brother. If you require assistance, who else would I help if not you? With a playful squint directed at Liu Hu, Liu Feng turned to Mei Yuqing and jested, "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Mei Yuqing shot a quick, bashful glance at Liu Hu before lowering her head, displaying a rather embarrassed demeanor that elicited hearty laughter from those around her. Yet, to the astonishment of Liu Feng and his companions, the thick-skinned elder brother, after hearing her words, also lowered his head, his face flushed with an unusual shyness, a rare sight that prompted even more raucous laughter from the onlookers. You heartless lot! I've sustained grave injuries, and not a single one of you comes to tend to me, Liu Feng, leaning against a large tree not far away, exclaimed with a tone full of resentment. Only then did the crowd remember him. Liu Feng quickly smacked his forehead and, while approaching Liu Feng, expressed his apologies. Brother Feng, it is entirely our fault, but your level of resentment is akin to someone having stolen your wife. Liu Feng shot him a resentful glance, causing Liu Feng, who was advancing towards him, to stumble slightly, nearly toppling to the ground. His body suddenly prickling with goosebumps, he promptly turned and dashed back, shouting, Brother Yong, you handle it. Brother Feng is starting to act like a fake girl again. I almost lost my lunch, I can't take it. After a bout of playful banter, Liu Hu reluctantly parted ways with Mei Yuqing. Once Liu Feng and his 4 companions bid farewell to Mei Yuqing, they redirected their course towards the towering 10,000 Great Mountains, keenly observing the traces along the way for any fresh signs, as those could potentially indicate the presence of the 3 major families. The 4-winged golden silkworm, Xiaojiao, had been absorbed into Liu Feng's body, while the red fox, Hua Er, was taken in by Liu Yu. Currently, Hua Er remained rather weak. Although Xiaojiao had alleviated its poison, some residual toxins had penetrated its bones and could not be entirely eradicated. Consequently, Hua Er could only recuperate within Liu Yu's body. Each warrior bonded with their contracted beast would, upon the successful signing of the contract, create a unique space within them, designated for the healing of their injured contract beasts. Gripping a rusted great sword in his right hand and holding a basic swordsmanship manual obtained from Liu Hu in his left, Liu Feng occasionally swung his sword when he suddenly perked up, halting and scanning the surroundings. Stop! There seems to be some movement ahead. Listen closely, he whispered. After uttering this, amid the puzzled gazes of his companions, he nimbly leaped onto a nearby large tree and gazed into the distance. After a moment, Liu Feng descended from the tree, a sly grin spreading across his face. We are in luck. The people ahead are from the Hu family. I spotted their eagle totem on their chests. Hee, that's perfect. We've endured quite a bit these past few days. Let us ambush them, Liu Yong said, a sullen expression etched on his face, slightly petulant. Liu Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled gently. Brother Yong, we all share your frustration, but the time is not right. Our priority now is to uncover the unspeakable secrets of the 3 major families. Once we grasp their secrets, opportunities to strike will abound. Xiao Yong, do not behave like a resentful person. My younger brother speaks the truth. The immediate priority is to uncover the secrets of those formidable individuals. If they succeed, it is of little consequence if we 5 lose our lives. However, if they truly turn against our family and we possess the opportunity to intervene yet fail to do so, we shall become the family as traitors. Furthermore, Zhang Chu's remarks to my younger brother suggest that their clandestine secrets are likely aimed at our family, perhaps elucidating the reason behind the alliance of their 3 families. With a grave expression, Liu Hu intently analyzed the situation before Liu Yong. Once he finished speaking, Liu Hu grasped Liu Feng's arm. and they cautiously made their way towards the location of Wang Hu and the others. Observing the departing duo, Lu Yu pouted, stamped her foot in frustration, shot a fierce glance at Liu Xian, and turned to say, "Xiao Yong, why don't you stay back to look after Xiao Xian while my elder brother and I investigate?" Liu Yong, who had been deep in thought, rose and shook his head, replying, "Elder sister, it would be better for you to remain here with Xiao Xian. I will follow them to see if I can bring them back." In a short while, Lu Hu and Liu Feng arrived at a thicket of low shrubs, where a few tents were situated not far away. Chu Tian and his companions were gathered together, engaged in idle conversation. With keen eyes, Liu Feng nudged Lu Hu with his elbow, pointing to a nearby spot, and whispered, "Elder brother, look over there. There's a cave. The guards of the Hu family are standing nearby. I suspect there is a secret within that cave. Let us sneak over to investigate when night falls." "That is a splendid idea. Let us return now and rest well, then come back to explore at night," Lu Hu responded after contemplating the cave. Liu Feng pointed out, "Elder brother, what were you and the younger brother discussing? You both seem rather serious. Have you discovered something?" queried Lu Yong, cautiously approaching and squatting beside Lu Hu, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lu Hu turned to Lu Yong with a smile and softly said, "Brother Yong, this is not the place for discussion. We shall deliberate further upon our return. If we alert them prematurely, we may suffer great losses." With a puzzled expression, Lu Yong nodded at Lu Hu's reassuring smile, suppressing his curiosity, and the three of them carefully retreated. After Liu Feng and the others departed, Hu Tian, brimming with joy, rose and walked towards a nearby tent. Before he could reach it, a one-handed figure emerged from within, the very man, dantian, who had lost a hand to Liu Xian's sword. "Brother Hu, I must thank you for this. Otherwise, my life might have been lost within the 10,000 great mountains. By the way, do you have news regarding Liu Feng and the others? If you do, I would appreciate your informing me. I believe members of the Nan family have also entered the fray. Unless we eliminate those 5, I shall not be able to quell the resentment in my heart." As dantian stepped out of the tent, he spotted Hu Tian approaching and quickly greeted him with a smile, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "I say, brother, there is no need to rush. Let us wait patiently for Zhang Chu and his foolish companions to arrive. Once everything is in order, we can jointly ambush Liu Hu and the others within the 10,000 great mountains." Gently patting dantian on the shoulder, Hu Tian exclaimed with a smile. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and his companions returned to sit together with Lu Yu, discussing the circumstances they had just encountered along with their thoughts. While the proposed plan had its merits, it also bore considerable risks. In my view, for the operation tonight, I shall stealthily accompany my younger brother into the cave, while Xiao Yong can keep watch outside. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian, it would be prudent for you to remain here and await our good news." Noticing the four were at a loss for a better strategy, Lu Hu picked up a small branch and sketched some patterns on the ground, pondering for a moment before decisively stating. Observing Lu Yu's hesitance as she seemed torn between words, Liu Feng softly urged, "Sister, this time you must heed your elder brother's advice. We could not afford to linger longer. We remain oblivious to the situation within, the number of Hu family members present, and their precise locations. Recklessly infiltrating could lead to our immediate discovery, rendering our efforts futile. If you insist on not allowing me to go, then you must guarantee that you will return safely. I have no desire to care for additional wounded." Seeing that even Liu Feng, who usually heeded his words, remained steadfast, Lu Yu expressed her concern in a roundabout manner. After finalizing the specifics of their nocturnal operation, the 5 of them sought a relatively concealed refuge nearby, hastily consuming some water and provisions for lunch. Each settled down to heal their wounds or cultivate, while Lu Yong, feeling idle, succumbed to a deep slumber. It was not until the depths of night that Liu Feng and his companions gradually awoke. After hastily consuming some dry rations and exchanging a few words with Lu Yu and Liu Xian, the trio took advantage of the cover of darkness to stealthily approach the Hu family's encampment. Even from a distance, they could see several bonfires and guards patrolling with torches. Liu Feng estimated that there were at least 60 or 70 individuals present. Once they stealthily approached within 100 meters of the Hu family encampment, they concealed themselves behind a pile of rubble, observing every movement within the camp. However, after closely monitoring for nearly half an hour, the patrolling guards had not exhibited even a moment of negligence, and the frequency and thoroughness of their patrols left Liu Feng and his companions with no doubt that the cave harbored significant secrets. With a furrowed brow, Liu Feng whispered, "Brother, under these circumstances, If both of us go over, we risk being discovered. You are the future of our family. We cannot allow you to take such a risk. It would be wiser for me to investigate. Even if I am detected, I will find a way to extricate myself. Without waiting for Liu Hu to respond, Liu Feng swiftly rose and darted out. After a few leaps, he neared a pair of patrolling guards. It was only then that Liu Hu and Liu Yong realized what was occurring. Cursing under his breath, Liu Hu stood up, preparing to follow, only to be firmly restrained by Liu Yong. "Let go, Xiao Yong." Liu Hu hissed angrily. "We cannot allow our younger brother to take such a perilous risk alone, my dear brother. In this instance, I believe my younger sibling is entirely correct. Any of us could encounter unforeseen circumstances, but you must not, for you are the future of our family. Furthermore, given the current capabilities of my younger brother, even if he were discovered while infiltrating alone, I am confident he would find a means of escape. The 3-year pact holds paramount significance for him. Thus, he should possess a contingency plan, and we must place our trust in him. Additionally, your presence there might inadvertently expose him prematurely." Gripping Liu Hu's arms firmly and observing the fury etched upon his face, Liu Yong resolutely declared. Sighing deeply, Liu Hu pondered for a moment before gradually crouching down, his gaze fixed intently on the Hu family encampment. The moment any disturbance arose within, he intended to charge forth without hesitation. Meanwhile, Liu Feng had stealthily arrived outside a tent, crouching in the shadows, eavesdropping on the idle chatter of several acquaintances within. After a considerable duration, the conversation finally pivoted to the crux of the matter. After half a tea session, a startled Liu Feng straightened up, casting a cautious glance around before stealthily making his way toward the encampment's perimeter. As he neared one of the tents, an unexpected voice pierced the air. "Who goes there?" A member of the patrol guard, having caught sight of Liu Feng lurking suspiciously nearby, called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng cursed silently, swiftly employing his swift steps to dash toward the camp's exterior. The patrol guards, noticing his flight, shouted and pursued him, causing chaos to erupt within the Hu family encampment. Chapter 29. Revealing the conspiracy? Ensnared in a siege, Uncle Long, you appear quite flustered. Has something transpired? In response to the commotion outside, Hu Tian and several others emerged from the tent, their faces marked with confusion, just as they spotted Hu Tian, the leader of the family guard, rushing in a state of alarm. "Young master, someone infiltrated the encampment, but thankfully, our patrolling brothers noticed in time." Hu Long, sprinting toward Hu Tian, offered a respectful nod as he spoke softly. "What? Someone has infiltrated. We must capture that individual, dead or alive. The consequences of any leaked information would be unimaginable." Zhang Chu, his face grim, spoke with utmost seriousness. "Brother Hu, what Brother Chu says is absolutely correct. We must apprehend the intruder. If word were to leak, the repercussions would be beyond our capacity to bear," Nan Batian remarked, his brow furrowed as he looked at Hu Tian. "Uncle Long, both brothers are right. You must personally lead the pursuit. We cannot afford to let that individual escape. The fallout from any information leak is something our 3 families cannot shoulder," Hu Tian stated, having contemplated the situation for a moment before looking at Hu Long. Hu Long nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, young master, I will immediately take a team to pursue." With that, he bowed to Hu Tian and swiftly departed. As Liu Feng fled with rapid steps, he rejoined Liu Hu and Liu Yong, continuing to run frantically while whispering, "Brother, the members of the 3 great families have gone mad. That cave contains a secret realm. The 3 families have colluded with the Yin Yang sect, intending to seize control of Maple Leaf City. Now, not only are we 5 in peril, but the entire city is even more endangered. Thus, it is imperative that we hasten to convey this news to the head of the family and the lord of the city. The 3 prominent families have truly lost their senses. Their actions are tantamount to treason. It appears that they are cornered and desperate, indicating that some significant event is poised to unfold on the continent." As Liu Hu, fleeing in a frantic manner, glanced back at Liu Feng, he solemnly analyzed the situation. "Heh," chuckled Liu Yong, a sly grin on his face. "Brother, do not fret too much. This may not be entirely unfavorable. Such an opportunity could very well allow us to deal with the 3 families. Though perilous, it also harbors potential rewards. If we relay this information back to the family, it will surely be a great achievement, and the lord of the city will regard us with newfound respect. Perhaps this could even lead to something between you and Mo Yuqing." Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind. Liu Feng, having previously encountered danger, instantly paled and shouted, "Quick, find a place to hide." These are masters of marksmanship, having faced them just days ago. They are undoubtedly exceptional archers. Without delay, Liu Feng rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding 3 flying arrows, and concealed himself behind a large tree. Bang bang. Dozens of arrows struck the ground and the nearby trees, their quivering fletchings producing a buzzing sound. Behind another tree, Lu Hu and Lu Yong felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the arrows embedded in the trunk and the earth. Had they been a moment slower, they might have become pincushions. "Brother, let us split up and flee. We'll regroup with sister later," Liu Feng urged, peering out cautiously. Seeing dozens of individuals approaching with torches and great swords, he called back to Lu Hu and darted away. Lu Hu and Lu Yong followed suit, splitting their paths to evade capture. The relentless pursuers from the Hu family were compelled to divide into 3 teams in pursuit of Liu Feng and his companions. After a brief interval, the trio safely reunited with Lu Yu. Without elaborating, Lu Yong hoisted Liu Xian onto his back and sprinted away. Lu Yu, puzzled and about to inquire further, was abruptly pulled along by Liu Feng, with Lu Hu quickly trailing behind. "Brother, do explain to sister what on earth is happening." Lu Yu, being dragged along, turned to Liu Feng with a perplexed expression. "Sister, listen carefully and refrain from interruption. The 3 families have colluded with the Yin-Yang sect, intending to seize control of Maple Leaf City. We inadvertently attracted the attention of patrolling guards while infiltrating the Hu family camp, and now we are being pursued by dozens of them. Right now, our lives are at stake," Liu Feng replied, his face darkened with gravity. Boom, boom. The following morning, as Liu Feng and his companions continued their frantic flight, they paused to rest and hastily consume breakfast. Within moments, they prepared to resume their journey toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from all directions, and the 5 exchanged glances, their expressions grave. "Damn it, we are surrounded. How many people have the 3 families dispatched into the 10,000 Great Mountains? Do they not fear that word will leak out?" Lu Yong questioned, his face clouded with confusion. Prior to this trial assembly, the 3 prominent families had been preparing for several years, and neither the families nor the various factions within Maple Leaf City detected the slightest anomaly. It appears that the dark hand behind them is certainly not as simple as a mere Yin-Yang sect. With an impassive expression, Liu Feng quietly analyzed, "Enough of the idle talk. We should contemplate how to respond next. After all, we are already encircled, and we must devise a means of escape." Gazing into the distance at Lu Hu, he turned to the 4 and solemnly remarked, "Brother, there's no point in panicking. If we randomly choose a direction to break free, there remains a possibility, for their forces have not yet fully converged. This could create blind spots and vulnerabilities, from which we might successfully escape." Seeing Lu Hu appear somewhat at a loss, Liu Feng spoke with a gentle smile. "Thus, the 5 of us have resolutely decided to break through towards the northern perimeter of the 10,000 mountains. Perhaps due to ill fortune, the direction chosen happened to coincide with a team of guards dispatched by Hu Tian to capture Liu Feng. Mere moments later, the 5 of them found themselves ensnared within this guard's encirclement. Whoosh, whoosh. As Liu Feng and his companions entered the encirclement, they had yet to react when dozens of feathered arrows, fanned out like a peacock's tail, shot towards them with lightning speed. Liu Hu's voice rang out, "Everyone, be cautious. We are ambushed." Clink, clink. The foremost Liu Feng swiftly unsheathed the rusted great sword from his back, his feet executing a rapid movement as he swung the sword to deflect the incoming arrows. "Captain, we've struck gold this time. The waist that the young master seeks is that lad wielding the great sword," exclaimed a Hu family guard on a nearby slope, excitement radiating from his expression as he turned to a burly man beside him. "Indeed, send a signal to the young master immediately. Then we shall await our reward. Furthermore, inform the brothers not to engage them directly, but to ensnare them using our specially designed traps," the stout man replied with a nod, attentively issuing instructions. Chapter 30. Stepping forward, breaking through the siege boom. The guard nodded with a smile and swiftly launched a thunderous signal flare into the sky, relaying the news of their capture of Liu Feng. Whoosh, whoosh. After fending off the initial volley of arrows, Liu Feng and his companions quickly retreated a short distance, barely catching their breath before the second wave of arrows came soaring towards them. "It seems they intend to trap us here, waiting for reinforcements from other directions to converge and eliminate us in one fell swoop." glancing at the thunderous explosion of the signal flare in midair, while hearing the ominous whistling of the second wave of arrows approaching. Liu Feng, taking cover behind a nearby tree, spoke with a grim countenance. Indeed, we must think of a way to break through. Otherwise, we shall truly become lambs to the slaughter. Lu Hu, hidden behind the large tree, turned and softly replied. Quickly surveying their surroundings, Liu Feng turned back to Lu Hu and smiled. Brother, I suspect their numbers are few. I will apply some pressure on them. You all should seize the opportunity to break free amidst the chaos. I will extricate myself at the earliest and rejoin you. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng darted out, his feet gliding over the smooth terrain like a specter, weaving unpredictably towards the earthen slope. Meanwhile, the concealed archers swiftly unleashed a third barrage of arrows at him, yet none managed to impede his speed, nor did they graze even the hem of his garment. Such an uncanny agility drew a frown from the burly man closely monitoring Liu Feng's movements from the hillside. He promptly commanded, "Everyone, heed my orders. At all costs, eliminate him. We cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, the young master will hold us accountable, and we shall face dire consequences." Whoosh! Upon uttering these words, the robust man drew an arrow from the quiver strapped to his back with one hand, while raising a specially crafted longbow with the other, swiftly aiming at the rapidly advancing Liu Feng. Releasing the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air caused Liu Feng's brow to furrow, prompting him to hastily evade. However, the arrow's velocity was so tremendous that it merely grazed his thigh in an instant. He felt a sharp pain in his right leg and glanced down to discover a long, bleeding abrasion. Damn it! What kind of formidable bow is this, possessing such terrifying lethality? This is merely a graze. Had I been struck directly, it could have resulted in severe injury or even death, Liu Feng thought darkly. Not far away, Lu Hu and the others, who were concealed, watched the astonishing scene unfold, their hearts racing with concern for Liu Feng. Whoosh! The burly man on the slope, fixated on the approaching Liu Feng, cursed under his breath and hastily notched another arrow, barely taking aim before firing it at the sprinting Liu Feng. "You bastard! Do you think I can be easily intimidated? You think of me as mere prey to be toyed with? I'll make you pay for this!" Liu Feng shouted in furious indignation as he noticed the burly man preparing to shoot again. Clang! Fueled by rage, Liu Feng chose not to dodge. As he sprinted, he brandished the rusted sword in his right hand, swiftly parrying the arrow that came hurtling towards him, sending it flying off course just as he reached the top of the slope. In a surge of fury, Liu Feng lunged forward, aiming to stab the towering man. Meanwhile, the other archers dared not retaliate with arrows, as the proximity rendered their weapons ineffective, and they risked hitting their own. Clang! The burly man, a warrior of formidable prowess, met Liu Feng's thrust with composure, discarding his bow and seizing a large sword from the ground beside him. "You've got some skills, kid, contrary to the tales spun outside about your ineptitude. However, today, you've crossed paths with me, a rough-and-tumble warrior, and you are simply out of luck," he sneered, effortlessly blocking Liu Feng's strike with a dismissive air. With a swift and ineffective strike, Liu Feng pivoted and executed a horizontal sweep of his sword. Forcing back the several individuals who had encircled him, he chuckled lightly, warning them to be cautious with their boastful words lest they trip over their own tongues, and taunted them about their meager skills, asserting that they could not possibly pose a threat to him. After uttering these words, a cold smile adorned Liu Feng's face as he advanced confidently. Despite his lack of proficiency in swordsmanship, he executed a powerful downward slash, prompting a dismissive shake of the head from the rugged opponent, who sidestepped slightly and countered with a strike aimed at Liu Feng's back. Bang! In an instant, Liu Feng was staggered by the impact of the large sword, nearly toppling to the ground. Regaining his balance with great effort, he quickly contemplated his next move and, with a burst of brute strength, swept his sword backward. Bang bang! The force of his strike sent the encroaching assailants flying, and even the advancing adversary was nearly caught in the sweep. Meanwhile, archers concealed in the surroundings began to emerge from their hiding spots, rushing towards the earthen embankment. Not far away, Lu Hu and his companions, having received the signal, swiftly emerged from behind a large tree, charging towards the embankment. In an instant, the entire Hu family guard squad was thrown into disarray. The rugged opponent engaged in combat with Liu Feng noticed the chaos and cursed under his breath. seemingly infusing his large sword with renewed vigor as he aimed a direct thrust at Liu Feng's chest. Seeing his goal accomplished, a cold smile crept across Liu Feng's face. He sheathed his sword behind him and raised a palm to meet the incoming strike. In a chilling tone, he remarked, "I've had my fun with you. Allow me to demonstrate my true abilities. Do not mistake me for a fool." Bang, bang. With a series of layered palm strikes, he sent the opponent's sword flying, and leveraging the momentum of the opponent's forward lunge, he executed another palm strike, propelling the incredulous adversary through the air. As the rugged opponent's sword backward, he could scarcely fathom that Liu Feng possessed such skills. Bang, bang. Liu Hu and his trio of companions surged forward, dispatching the Hu family guards who stood in their way, while Liu Hu shouted, "Brother, do not linger with them. We must make haste. The other squads from the Hu family are likely on their way." "Understood. You all go ahead. I will deal with this person and catch up with you shortly," Liu Feng replied decisively, not turning back as he sprinted toward the retreating adversary. Bang, bang. You can meet your demise. And remember to be more discerning in your next life. Not everyone is a fool, Liu Feng declared disdainfully, rapidly striking several powerful blows to the opponent's chest. The rugged opponent, struck repeatedly by Liu Feng's layered palm technique, let out a despairing cry before succumbing to his fate. Bang, bang. Seizing the moment, Liu Feng dashed forward to confront two approaching Hu family guards, skillfully deflecting their thrusting swords with a series of palm strikes. The two guards were momentarily stunned by the sight, but Liu Feng, undeterred, seized the opportunity to close the distance and delivered a palm strike to each of their chests, bringing their lives to a swift conclusion. Whoosh, whoosh in the distance, the guards of the Hu family rushed forth, and upon sensing the grim situation, a dozen of them hastily drew their formidable bows and loosed a volley of arrows towards Liu Feng. The arrows, resembling startled swans, sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed at Liu Feng's back as he burst through the encircling throng. Bang, bang. With the agility of a fleeting shadow, Liu Feng deftly evaded the onslaught of arrows, his demeanor audacious as he made his escape. "Damn useless fools, I've finally caught up with you. Let us see how you escape this time. Ha ha." Suddenly, just as Liu Feng broke free from the siege, a furious roar echoed behind him. Upon hearing that bellow, Liu Feng's expression darkened instantly. He swiftly glanced back and his countenance shifted dramatically. Behind him, Hu Tian, flanked by hundreds of guards, was charging towards him with relentless speed. "Damn it, Hu Tian, you truly overestimate yourself. But allow me to reiterate, with these ineffectual buffoons, do you truly believe you can capture me? I have no time to play with you. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." Maintaining his speed, Liu Feng brazenly declared, "Hey, since we are so familiar with each other, why not linger a while to reminisce before parting? After all, Brother Batian and Brother Chu are both present. Let us sit down and enjoy a drink together." Hu Tian, persistently pursuing Liu Feng, feigned a smile as he called out. This remark elicited a cold chuckle from Liu Feng, who chose to ignore Hu Tian and continued his reckless flight, displaying an attitude impervious to persuasion, inciting the frustration of Hu Tian and his cohorts, who seethed with anger, their intentions of capture unwavering. "Since you have shown such blatant disregard for your brethren, we shall have to resort to more forceful measures. Uncle Long, instruct your men to be resourceful. If they cannot catch him alive, then they must do so dead." Hu Tian, undeterred in his pursuit, turned sharply to issue his command. "Young master, your subordinate understands." Hu Long, sprinting alongside, responded promptly before turning back to shout, "Listen up, everyone. The young master has decreed. If they cannot be captured alive, then dead will suffice." With that, Hu Long accelerated his pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, among the more than 100 guards trailing behind, several, armed with powerful bows, quickly knocked arrows and, while running, aimed at the fleeing Liu Feng, releasing their shots with precision. Hearing the lethal whistling behind him, Liu Feng furrowed his brow, his instincts sharpening. He swiftly adjusted his steps, moving with the grace of a phantom, eluding the barrage of arrows that whizzed past him. Bang, bang. The errant arrows, having lost their mark, either ricocheted off rocks or embedded themselves deep within tree trunks. A few narrowly grazed Liu Feng, plunging into the ground, their fletchings vibrating at a high frequency, producing a resonant hum. Catching sight of the arrows that had brushed perilously close to him, an involuntary chill coursed through Liu Feng, his body bristling with fear. He cast a quick glance over his shoulder. terror gripping him as he realized the dire situation. Alas, with so many skilled adversaries on my tail, if I do not devise a means to shake them off, capture is but a matter of time. Upon encountering a dozen skilled adversaries swiftly closing in from behind, the sullen-faced Liu Feng muttered a few words under his breath. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed behind him. Liu Feng, with his ears twitching slightly, cursed inwardly, realizing that none of the arrows were aimed directly at him. Rather, they were shot towards the path he was destined to traverse. It was evident that they intended to block his way, thereby allowing the pursuers to encircle him. What a cunning strategy! Humph! Having grasped this realization, Liu Feng snorted coldly and noticed a massive rock standing beside him. He quickly leapt forward, deftly striking the rock a few times with his feet, and in an instant, he sprang onto the rock, then swiftly leaped onto a nearby large tree, thus evading the imminent danger of encirclement. Boy, where do you think you're running? Leave it to me, exclaimed Hu Long, who had pursued him relentlessly, thrusting his sword forward as he spoke. Bang! At the sound, Liu Feng, with a look of astonishment, swiftly sidestepped and unleashed a palm strike, clashing directly with Hu Long's incoming attack, only to be sent flying backward by Hu Long's formidable internal energy. As Liu Feng was propelled through the air, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. No one understood the power of the wave palm better than he did. Yet he had failed to injure his opponent and was instead flung away by Hu Long's overwhelming force. It was clear that his opponent's cultivation far surpassed his own and seemed on the verge of breaking through the 9th tier of the warrior realm, rendering him no match. Bang! Having successfully struck, Hu Long lightly tapped his toes on a branch to propel himself forward, and with a sweeping kick, he struck Liu Feng mid-flight, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Liu Feng fixed his gaze on Hu Long, whose countenance was filled with disdain. Ignoring his injuries, he rolled on the ground and sprang up, launching a palm strike in retaliation. Boy, there's no need for futile resistance. With your current strength, you are no match for me, Hu Long remarked with disdain as he descended from the air, watching Liu Feng's palm strike approach. Bang! As he spoke, Hu Long executed a flip while simultaneously hooking his left leg, his right heel striking Liu Feng's right shoulder. Liu Feng, before even touching the edge of Hu Long's garment, was once again sent flying. Damn it! I am no match for this person. Could it be that I am truly doomed this time? Liu Feng murmured softly while being propelled backward. Bang! Upon landing, his body skidded along the ground, leaving 2 shallow grooves, while his hands flailed in the air before crashing into a large tree. He clutched his abdomen with one hand, staring intently at Hu Long, who stood several meters away. At this moment, Hu Tian, laughing maniacally, approached with a group, flanked by Zhang Chu and Nan Batian, leisurely making their way towards Liu Feng while solemnly declaring, "You worthless scoundrel, allowing you to escape last time has kept me restless." Cough, cough. After a bout of coughing, Liu Feng, still holding his abdomen, looked up with a cold smile and said, "Indeed, it is time to settle our accounts. Even in this situation, do you truly believe you can secure an unshakable victory?" As Nan Batian approached Liu Feng, he gazed upon the latter's disheveled visage, marred by a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A sinister smile of triumph spread across Nan Batian's face, inciting an overwhelming urge in onlookers to deliver him a swift kick. Chapter 32. Capturing Hu Tian and crafting an escape. Buzzing. Just as Hu Tian and his 2 companions, wearing sinister grins and swaying with a swagger, approached Liu Feng, Xiao Jiu suddenly darted out without warning, shooting toward Hu Tian like an arrow. Be careful, brother Hu. This venomous creature is the root cause of the brother's affliction with fiery poison, Zhang Chu warned, recalling the terror he felt upon seeing Xiao Jiu emerging from Liu Feng's body. Bang! With a cold smirk, Liu Feng observed the terror etched on Hu Tian's trio. He swiftly advanced, disregarding his injuries, and unleashed both palms, instantly sending Zhang Chu and Nan Batian, whose attention was captivated by Xiao Jiu, hurtling away in one fluid motion. He then seized Hu Tian. Hemph! Grasping Hu Tian by the throat, Liu Feng coldly remarked as Hu Long rushed forward in panic, "If you dare take another step, I shall promptly end this fool's life." "What audacity! Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed?" Hu Long retorted, his face darkening as he halted. "PFF, Hu Tian, it seems your life holds little value, treated as inconsequential even by a mere servant. If that is the case, Allow me to send you off, Liu Feng replied, his countenance steely, as he prepared to strike Hu Tian's chest with a powerful blow. Witnessing this unfold, Hu Long's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to bluff Liu Feng to seize a moment to rescue Hu Tian, never anticipating Liu Feng's resolute decisiveness. At that moment, Xiao Ju seized the opportunity, darting forth like a striking swan, landing a blow to Hu Long's nape while injecting a torrent of fiery poison into his body. Hu Long felt an intense, searing pain radiate from his neck and involuntarily cried out in agony. "Step aside, or your young master will perish," Liu Feng declared, his face grim, as he surveyed his surroundings while retreating with Hu Tian in tow. However, with Hu Tian's throat in a vice-like grip, he turned to Hu Long and coldly asserted, "You worthless fool, without my command, they shall not let you pass, ha ha. Heh, you are far from a match for my cunning." Liu Feng replied, tightening his grip on Hu Tian's throat, his voice icy. "Brother Hu, I regret to put you in this predicament. Someone, capture Liu Feng, dead or alive." Zhang Chu, having been struck and lightly injured by Liu Feng's blow, stated with a hint of calculated intent. In an instant, over a dozen Zhang family guards surged toward Liu Feng from the encirclement, prompting Hu Tian's face to darken to an unprecedented degree. The guards charged at Liu Feng. Hu Long seethed, "Young Master Chu, if you do not command them to halt, do not blame the Hu family for lacking compassion." Seeing Zhang Chu feign ignorance, Hu Long's urgency escalated. With a darkened countenance, he coldly ordered, "Hu family guards, heed my command. If these Zhang family guards do not cease their advance, let loose a hail of arrows upon them." Hemph. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chu turned sideways and gestured towards Hu Tian, who had struggled for quite some time yet failed to release even a single sound, coldly snorting and declaring, "This is indeed unacceptable. Everyone, return to me at once." Heh. Liu Feng let out a few peculiar laughs, glancing at Hu Tian, whom he had gripped by the throat, then turned his gaze towards Hu Long and the others, sneering, "What a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs. It truly opens my eyes." He then fixated on Hu Long, whose expression was as stern as ever, and said in a commanding tone, "I shall say this only once more. Instruct your men to withdraw, or else your young master's life will be in jeopardy." After uttering these words, Liu Feng, still holding Hu Tian hostage, inwardly chanted a command to Xiao Jiu. In response, Xiao Jiu shot back to Liu Feng's side like an arrow, and under Liu Feng's wicked grin, circled him before lunging at Hu Tian's neck, injecting a substantial amount of fire poison. Hu Tian screamed in sheer despair as the fire poison coursed through him. Liu Feng, with a cold smile plastered on his face, raised his hand and struck Hu Tian's chest, sending him flying. As Hu Tian's body soared through the air, Liu Feng delivered a swift kick, transforming Hu Tian into a human projectile aimed at Hu Long. Despite being afflicted by the fire poison, Hu Long disregarded his own safety and rushed to catch Hu Tian. However, when he turned to look at Liu Feng's position, he found Liu Feng had already vanished. Having executed a swift movement that placed him several dozen meters away, Hu Tian, his face darkened to the utmost extent, forcefully pushed Hu Long away and furiously commanded, "Pursue him. Tear that waste into 1,000 pieces. Whoever captures him alive shall be handsomely rewarded." Upon hearing this, over 200 guards from the Hu family, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, let out a fierce roar and charged forward. Observing his guards pursuing Liu Feng, Hu Tian turned to glare at Zhang Chu, his voice low and menacing. "Zhang Chu, what were your intentions just now? Could your dog eyes not see that I was already in the clutches of that waste? Why did you allow your guards to rush in? Do you wish for my demise?" Chu brother was merely flustered in his haste. He meant well, intending to send his subordinates to rescue you without fully considering the danger it posed to you. It was purely a misunderstanding, NNBTIN interjected, stepping forward to support Hu Tian with a grin. Not far off, Zhang Chu approached with a smile, expressing his remorse. Brother, my brother acted thoughtlessly just now. It nearly led to a grave mistake. Please do not hold it against him. I owe you an apology." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Chu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Hu Tian. "Humph." Hu Tian scoffed at this and disregarded Zhang Chu, turning away without regard for his injuries, supported by Hu Long as he proceeded towards the direction in which the guards were chasing Liu Feng, moving at a measured pace. Zhang Chu, still with hands clasped, cast an awkward glance at NNBTIN before turning his gaze, now icy, towards Hu Tian's retreating figure, a subtle smirk beginning to form on his face. Meanwhile, NNBTIN also glanced at Hu Tian's departing silhouette and quietly remarked, "Chu brother, it would be wise for us to endure for the time being. Confronting them now would be detrimental to us. Let us wait for the reinforcements from our families to arrive before we decisively deal with Hu Tian and his ilk." Puff. On the other side, Liu Feng, fleeing in desperation, disregarded his injuries as he sprinted for his life. Unable to suppress the tumultuous energy surging within him, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stumbling slightly, he nearly fell headlong to the ground, whoosh, whoosh. Casting a hurried glance over his shoulder, he pressed on, enduring the pain as he ran with renewed vigor. Suddenly, piercing sounds of air being sliced through reached his ears. Hearing the noise, Liu Feng cursed under his breath, quickening his pace in an instant. Chapter 33. Escaping the pursuers, hiding in the cave. Boom, boom. Suddenly, several dark figures sprang forth from the thicket nearby, relentlessly pursuing the Hu family's guards who were hot on Liu Feng's trail, hurling a dozen ominous iron balls towards them, which erupted in a series of explosive sounds. Indeed, the dark figures were Liu Hu and his companions, who hurriedly rushed forward to support Liu Feng. With a worried expression, Liu Yu asked, "Little brother, we have arrived late. Are you gravely injured? Older sister, spare me the chatter. Let us discuss it after we escape," Liu Feng replied, covering his chest with one hand, a wry smile on his face. "You two, stop the idle talk. The Hu family's guards are closing in," Liu Hu said softly, furrowing his brow as he turned to look at them. Supporting Hu Tian, who was accompanied by members of the Zhang and Nan families, Hu Long's demeanor turned serious as a flustered Hu family guard rushed back, calling out in a panic before even saluting, "Young master, that useless one has been rescued. Speak properly. Your frantic demeanor is unbecoming." Hu Long scolded sternly, his face composed. The guard, breathless and agitated, replied, "Young master, just as we were about to capture that useless one, a group emerged from the thicket and saved him, throwing several explosive iron balls our way, injuring many of our brothers, which allowed them to escape." "What? A bunch of useless fools. What purpose do you serve?" Enraged, Hu Tian kicked the guard to the ground, his face darkened as he shouted. Hearing the guard's words, Zhang Chu and Nan Batian, who were trailing behind, were instantly taken aback. With a gloomy expression, Zhang Chu stepped forward to interrogate Hu Tian, allowing that useless one to escape. "If news of this leaks out, can you bear the consequences for our family's lives and fortunes? How dare you blame me? If it weren't for your tardiness, the matter would have been resolved long ago. And why is it that the moment you arrived, that useless one infiltrated our camp?" Hu Tian retorted, his face grim as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu. "Hu Tian, clarify your words. What do you mean by that?" Zhang Chu asked through clenched teeth, maintaining a serious expression as he confronted Hu Tian. Observing the escalating argument, Nan Batian chuckled coldly to himself before stepping in to mediate. "Gentlemen, this is not the time to assign blame. We should return to our families to relay the news and continue our pursuit. After all, if this information leaks, none of us will escape unscathed." Supporting Hu Tian, Hu Long leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Young master, Master Batian is correct. Now is not the time to assign blame. We must swiftly relay this information back to the family, so that the patriarch will have ample time to prepare." "Humph!" Hu Tian scoffed lightly, turning to Hu Long and stating, "Uncle Long, I understand. Immediately dispatch someone to disseminate the news, and instruct the returning individuals to inform the patriarch that we are short-handed and require reinforcements. Only then do we stand a chance of capturing Liu Feng and his companions." Meanwhile, Liu Feng, assisted by Liu Hu and Liu Yu, glanced back at the situation behind him. Relieved to see that they had evaded the Hu family's guards, in that moment of respite, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Ah, brother, what happened to you?" Liu Yu exclaimed in alarm, noticing the blood. "Cough, cough." Liu Feng responded, clearing his throat, "Do not worry. I am not severely injured, but we cannot afford to delay. We must find a safe place to tend to my wounds. Otherwise, it may lead to lingering afflictions. Indeed, there is an excellent spot ahead that should be difficult to locate," Liu Hu remarked with concern, "and it would be just right for you to recuperate." Thus, the four of them hurriedly guided Liu Feng towards the distant mountain peak. After a brief respite, they arrived at the secluded location Liu Hu had mentioned. Liu Feng, supported by Liu Hu and Liu Yu, gazed at the towering waterfall before him, measuring 10 or so zhang in height and 6 or 7 zhang in width, his expression one of confusion. With a smile, Liu turned to Liu Feng and gently assured him, "Brother, this place is absolutely secure. We stumbled upon it by chance." Liu Feng's confusion deepened at this declaration, and he stared at Liu who, perplexed. "Brother, are you certain this is the right place and not just a case of mistaken perception?" "Ha ha!" Liu Yong, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter upon witnessing Liu Feng's bewildered demeanor, prompting Liu Yu and the others to join in the mirth. This is the very essence of its concealment. Outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to discover. Liu Yu, still supporting Liu Feng, remarked with a gentle smile. Yet, Liu Feng remained baffled. Aside from the impressive waterfall, he saw no other hidden features and could not fathom why his brothers insisted that this location was so discreet. Just as Liu Feng found himself lost in thought, Liu Hu and Liu Yu guided him directly towards the waterfall. Liu Yong chimed in with a chuckle, "Brother, seeing you so perplexed, I shall reluctantly enlighten you. Behind this waterfall lies a cave. Can you imagine such a concealed place? As long as we hide within, those foolish patriarchs will never find us, even if they dig 3 feet into the ground." With a sudden realization dawning upon him, Liu Feng's confusion dissipated. With a splash, the 5 of them crossed through the waterfall and entered the cave behind it, finally allowing themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. Supported by the gentle hands of Liu Hu and Liu Yu, Liu Feng was carefully assisted to sit cross-legged. Liu Yong hastily offered a handful of medicinal pills, which Liu Feng accepted, tilting his head back to consume them, his eyes gradually closing as he began to recuperate from his injuries with the aid of the pills. Observing this, Liu Hu and the others also settled into a meditative posture, for in such a secure sanctuary, their only course of action was to cultivate their skills. It was their fervent hope to achieve a breakthrough in their advancement. This would enhance their chances of survival, even if discovered by the 3 prominent families. With a sudden gasp, Liu Feng expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, his pallid complexion slowly gaining a hint of color. As he activated the secret technique of the undying golden body, a stream of warmth, the size of a hair, began to circulate within him, rapidly converging within his meridians. This warmth then flowed downward towards his dantian, while a portion of it also directed itself towards his injured internal organs. With the assistance of this gathered warmth, the recovery of his damaged organs commenced, albeit at a sluggish pace in the span of a little over an hour. As he diligently practiced the undying golden body technique, the injuries to his internal organs were significantly healed. Chapter 34. Machinations from all sides. Stop right there. State your name. A robust man, wielding a large saber, stood guard at the entrance of an opulent estate within Maple Leaf City, addressing a martial artist rushing towards him with an unyielding expression. "Bow, it's me, your brother. Quickly take me to see the family head. Something grave has occurred with the young master." The approaching warrior spoke in a hushed yet urgent tone. "Chi, what has happened?" Upon recognizing the voice, Luo Bao's face broke into a smile as he hurriedly approached, inquiring softly, "Enough with the chatter. Lead me to the family head at once. If we delay any longer and the family head holds us accountable, we will both be in dire straits," Hu Chi retorted with a glare, a hint of anger in his voice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Luo Bao wasted no time and promptly escorted Hu Chi through the estate's entrance, making their way towards the study of the Hu family head. Moments later, they arrived at a separate courtyard and halted before a door. "Knock, knock, family head, team leader Hu Chi has urgent matters to report," Luo Bao softly announced as he rapped on the door. Come in," came a response from within after a brief pause. With a creak, Luo Bao pushed the door open, leading Hu Chi inside. They approached Hu Gang, who was seated at a table, and bowed respectfully. Team leader Hu Chi pays his respects to the family head. Hu Chi half knelt on the ground, raising his gaze towards Hu Gang. "What is it? Please rise and speak," Hu Gang replied gently, lowering the book he had been reading. Standing upright, Hu Chi respectfully stated, "Family head, the matter orchestrated by our 3 prominent families has leaked. We require your orders to dispatch more individuals to apprehend the 5 members of the Liu family who have infiltrated the camp." "Luo Bao, this does not concern you anymore. You may leave to attend to your duties," Hu Gang said, shifting his gaze to Luo Bao. "Understood. Family head, I shall take my leave," Luo Bao replied before departing. Luo Bao promptly bowed respectfully and uttered a few words of deference before turning to exit the study, gently closing the door behind him. That moment, Hu Gang, seated in a chair, changed countenance. Rising to pace anxiously for a while, he turned his head to glance at Hu Qi and inquired in a low, grave tone, "How did the Liu family come to learn of this? Can we be certain that they have not relayed the news back to the Liu clan?" The head of the family, the young master, is currently leading a contingent of guards to scour the 10,000 Great Mountains for them. I believe they have yet to find an opportunity to convey any information. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains are neither too vast nor too small. Our three families do not possess enough manpower within to effectively capture them. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, the young master has instructed his subordinates to return. Furthermore, as a precaution, he has asked me to inform the head of the family to prepare in advance. Should the news leak, there may still be a chance for escape. Standing before the desk, Hu Qi lowered his head slightly and stole a glance at Hu Gang, respectfully responding. Upon hearing this, Hu Gang furrowed his brow in contemplation as he resumed his pacing. After a moment, he returned to the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a metallic token, declaring solemnly, "Hu Qi, take this token at once and seek out the family's chief guard. Lead 500 elite family guards back to the 10,000 Great Mountains and ensure the capture of those from the Liu family participating in the trial assembly." With his head slightly bowed, Hu Qi promptly extended his hand to receive the token, replying dutifully, "Head of the family, I shall depart immediately and ensure the Liu family's trial assembly is eradicated." With that, Hu Qi hastily grasped the token and rushed out the door. After watching Hu Qi leave, Hu Gang raised his hand and beckoned to a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. The figure stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Head of the family, what are your instructions?" Hu Gang gestured for the figure to approach, and the expressionless individual clad in black moved closer. Hu Gang whispered a few words into his ear, and the figure nodded before swiftly vanishing from the study. With a furrowed brow, Hu Gang took several steps toward the bookshelf on the right, pulling on a book. The bookshelf slowly shifted aside, revealing a dark cavernous opening. He lowered his head and slipped inside. Meanwhile, in the discussion hall of the Liu family within Maple Leaf City, the senior members were engaged in deliberations when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside. Seated in the prominent position, Liu Zhang inquired in a deep voice, "Old steward, who is causing the disturbance outside?" In response, the elderly steward hurried into the hall, bowing to Liu Zhang and respectfully stating, "Master, the fourth miss insists she has urgent matters to report, but the head of the family has ordered that no one is permitted to enter. Thus, I instructed the guards to stop her." Upon hearing the steward's words, Liu Zhang turned and shot a glare at Liu Wu, who sat below with an embarrassed expression. He then commanded, "Old steward, bring that troublesome girl in. I am curious to know what urgent matter she wishes to discuss." "Yes, master. I shall fetch the fourth miss at once," the old steward replied with a bow, responding respectfully. Having spoken, the old steward turned and exited the council hall. Moments later, he returned, accompanied by an adorable young girl of around 10, clad in a pink princess dress, her bright eyes sparkling as she skipped along beside him. With a playful grin, Lu Qian made a cheeky face at Lu Wu, who sat with a stern expression nearby. Lu Zhang, seated at the head of the table, along with the elders flanking him, couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Qian's antics, casting amused glances at Lu Hu. After a hearty laugh, the laughter subsided, and Lu Zhang, maintaining his serious demeanor, spoke in a deep voice. "Little Qianer, the old steward mentioned you have something of importance to share. Speak up so that your uncle may hear. However, should you dare deceive me? You are well aware that entering the council hall without permission is a serious offense according to our clan's rules. If you acknowledge your mistake now, I shall take it upon myself to forgive you." With a light chuckle, Lu Qian tilted her head and, with a finger to her lips, said, "Uncle, if I accomplish something noteworthy, will I be rewarded?" Learning to negotiate for benefits, are we? Very well. If the information you provide is indeed significant, I shall grant you 2 golden leaves, Lu Zhang replied, suppressing a smile. "Uncle, how stingy," Lu Qian murmured softly, adopting a precocious demeanor. "Earlier, while I was playing outside the North City Gate, I discovered something strange. The 3 rival families opposing our Liu clan have dispatched a large number of guards towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. They seem to be in quite a predicament." Upon finishing her words, Lu Qian gazed intently at the contemplative Lu Zhang, while the senior members of the Liu family on either side fell into deep thought upon hearing this news. After a brief moment, Lu Zhang, returning from his reverie, exchanged a knowing glance with the old steward. Understanding the cue, the steward promptly retrieved 2 golden leaves from his robes and handed them to Lu Qian. guiding her out of the council hall. Once Lu Qian was taken out, the atmosphere in the council hall erupted into a flurry of chatter. Head of the family, this matter seems rather suspicious. To be on the safe side, I suggest we dispatch some guards to stealthily infiltrate the 10,000 Great Mountains and provide covert protection for Hu and the others, proposed the eldest elder, rising from his seat and bowing to Lu Zheng with a furrowed brow. Indeed, the eldest elder has a point, but I believe we should send multiple teams to investigate the 10,000 Great Mountains more thoroughly. It would be ideal to uncover the intentions of the three rival families, added the fifth elder, standing and bowing to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng, seated at the head, replied calmly, "Eldest elder, I entrust this task to you. Ensure that we ascertain the purpose of the three families' ancestral rites, while also guaranteeing the safety of Hu and his companions." Upon hearing this, the eldest elder stood, acknowledged Lu Zheng with a bow, and swiftly exited the council hall at this moment. Within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the 5 members of Liu Feng, having recuperated from their injuries, cautiously emerged from the waterfall and stealthily navigated through the dense foliage, making their way towards the outskirts of the mountains. Regardless of any rustle or disturbance they encountered along the way, the group remained vigilant, swiftly circumventing potential threats. Just as they were on the verge of breaching the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the sky darkened ominously, forcing the 5 to halt and seek a safe haven for the night. However, this very pause led to the unfortunate exposure of their whereabouts. Whoosh, whoosh, as the group discovered a relatively concealed spot and prepared to set up camp. A series of sharp whistling sounds sliced through the air from all directions. "Everyone be cautious, we are ambushed," Lu Hu warned, his face a mask of composure as he swiftly turned around. Clang, clang. The 5 members of Liu Feng quickly drew their weapons, deflecting the rain of arrows that came hurtling towards them. Yet the cacophony of battle cries surrounding them caused their expressions to shift to one of alarm. "Brother, quickly throw out a few of those black, explosive iron eggs you used to rescue me earlier, in all directions. Otherwise, we may find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Only by creating chaos can we seize the opportunity to flee," Liu Feng urged, wielding his rusted great sword to parry the incoming arrows. "Indeed, what my younger brother says is entirely accurate. You should hasten to deploy some thunderous bombs and toss them around. This will surely enhance our chances of escape." Lu Yong chimed in, positioning his sword to block yet another arrow, his tone tinged with urgency. "I am well aware of that. But the problem lies in the fact that we only have a handful of thunderous bombs left. Even if we use them all at once, the effect may still fall short of our expectations," Liu Feng replied with a hint of resignation, swiftly deflecting several arrows before retreating to join his companions. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng turned to Lu Hu, saying, "Brother, we can only resort to desperate measures now. With so many guards from the 3 great families converging upon us, if we wait until they surround us, we shall find it impossible to escape, even if we sprout wings." Boom, boom. Lu Hu, hearing this, could only manage a wry smile of resignation. He hurriedly retrieved the remaining thunderous bombs and flung them in all directions. A series of explosions erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling around them. Seizing this moment of chaos, the 5 members of Liu Feng charged forth in unison. Leading the charge, Liu Feng surged ahead like a tiger among sheep, dispatching any foes that dared to obstruct his path with a single strike, rapidly carving a passage through the hostile ranks. However, the 4 behind him, Lu Hu and the others, found themselves ensnared by enemies closing in from both flanks, severely hampering their advance. Clang! In a moment of desperation, Liu Feng pivoted and charged back to assist, allowing Lu Hu and the others to lead the way while he covered their retreat. After cleaving an enemy guard of the Hu family aside, he shouted, "Brother, do not linger in combat. Breaking through is our utmost priority." At that moment, a hearty laugh erupted from Hu Tian, who had just arrived. With a darkened expression, he coldly declared, "You pathetic wretches, even now you dare to contemplate escape? Do you truly believe you can elude us this time?" Surrounded by 3 guards of the Hu family, Liu Feng suddenly lost focus upon hearing those words and was struck by the sweeping sword of one of the guards. As he uttered the name of the Copper Kettle Doctor, he hastily retreated several steps to counteract the momentum of the blow. Hemph! Seeking death. Just as Liu Feng regained his footing, his peripheral vision caught sight of the 3 Hu family guards recklessly pursuing him. With a composed expression, he coldly commanded, and in an instant, he sprang forth like a descending tiger, thrusting his sword towards one of the Hu family guards. Bang! Liu Feng's great sword whirled as he swiftly sidestepped and leaned forward, his left hand striking forcefully against the guard's chest. Before the guard could react, Liu Feng effortlessly sent him flying backward. Bang bang! Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng swiftly turned to face the two other Hu family guards charging at him. Gripping his great sword tightly, with a powerful sweep, he struck out, propelling both guards away in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh! A series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air, causing Liu Feng's brow to furrow. He dashed towards Liu Hu and the others. Upon reaching them, he delivered a powerful blow that sent a Hu family guard, who had his back turned, flying. In a deep voice, he urged, "Elder brother, you all must leave at once. I will hold them off. If we do not depart soon, we shall all meet our end here." Clang. "You cannot always be the one to take risks, little brother. Take Xiao Yu and the others and flee quickly. I will stay behind to cover you." Liu Hu replied resolutely as he deflected a guard's sword strike with his own. Heh. Zhang Chu, who had arrived with hundreds of guards, stood not far away, sneering disdainfully, "Brother Liu Hu, do not entertain foolish thoughts. None of you shall escape this time." As soon as Zhang Chu's words fell, he waved his hand, and the hundreds of Zhang family guards surged forward like a tide towards Liu Feng and his companions. Having swept his sword, Liu Feng's gaze fell upon this scene, his expression changing dramatically. He urgently commanded, "Sister, you must take elder brother away immediately. If you do not leave now, there will truly be no chance of salvation. Your auxiliary martial skills are not as formidable as mine. Believe that I will find a way to break through. Hurry and go." Humph. Suddenly, Nan Batian arrived with hundreds of Nan family guards, charging from a distance. Upon seeing the others attempting to flee, he coldly declared, "Damn worthless fools. Let us see how you escape this time." Whoosh whoosh. Just as Liu Yu and Liu Yong were helping Liu Hu escape a few meters, a barrage of hundreds of arrows was shot towards them by the Hu family guards. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air stunned Liu Feng and his companions. Liu Yong, caught off guard, was struck in the left shoulder by an arrow, involuntarily crying out in pain. The others quickly regained their composure, their faces stern as they swung their great swords to deflect the incoming arrows. "Elder brother, you must take elder sister and the others away. Otherwise, we shall prepare to perish here. Though you wish for our family and the other clans in Maple Leaf City to meet the same grim fate as us?" Wielding a rusted great sword, Liu Feng resolutely blocked the arrows that came hurtling toward him, his expression stern as he barked, "Brother, what my younger sibling said is absolutely correct. If we were to perish here, it would spell doom for our entire family, as well as for all the clans outside the three major families of Maple Leaf City." Liu Xian, positioning the great sword before him, retreated to Liu Hu's side and urgently exclaimed, "You must remember, dear brother, our mother is still alive. I await your return so we may seek her together." Liu Hu, casting a fierce glare at Liu Feng, gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother, are you truly speaking the truth?" Liu Feng, his face a mask of disbelief, turned to Liu Hu and gasped in astonishment. Liu Hu, having been pulled away by Liu Xian for several meters, called back, "Brother, the upper echelons of our clan are aware of this matter, but they have refrained from informing you due to your youth and the fact that your dantian has been rendered useless. I assure you, our mother is indeed alive. You must return to inquire with father about the specifics. Therefore, for the sake of our mother, you must survive." Clang! Before Liu Hu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a South family guard who lunged forward with a thrust of his sword. Fortunately, the quick-thinking Liu Yong swiftly countered with an upward slash, deflecting the guard's blade just in time, narrowly missing Liu Hu's shoulder. Clang bang! Liu Feng leaped into action, positioning himself behind Liu Hu and the others, blocking the great sword of a South family guard. He then propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful palm strike to the guard's chest, followed by a spinning kick that sent another Hu family guard flying. His actions bought Liu Hu and the others a precious opportunity to escape, yet their intentions were painfully clear. The guards of the three major families were not fools. Over 1,000 guards from the three families surged toward them like a tidal wave. "Damn it! At this rate, my brother and the others will never escape. I need to devise a plan. If only I had learned the 9 styles of breaking heaven a few days ago. Its power would be perfectly suited to deal with this overwhelming number of foes," Liu Feng muttered, his brow furrowed as he caught sight of the approaching guards. Bang! Lost in thought amid the battle, Liu Feng was struck by a powerful blow from Hu Long, who had blended into the crowd, sending him hurtling backward. Cursing under his breath as he flew through the air, Liu Feng scanned the surroundings and noticed that Liu Hu and the others had almost broken free from the encirclement. In midair, he called out softly, twisting his body several times before landing gracefully on the ground. With a sweeping leg kick, he sent several approaching guards from the three families tumbling down, then swiftly dashed through the throng like a slippery eel, creating a zone of safety around him where no guard dared approach. At that moment, Hu Long, standing several paces away, shouted furiously, "You useless lot! He has already been severely injured by me. Charge forward. Anyone who shows cowardice will face execution without mercy. Brothers, it's a death sentence either way. He is but one man. Let us unite and eliminate him." The captain of the rear guard of the Zhang family, observing the formidable protectors of the three great clans ahead, appeared somewhat intimidated and hesitant to advance. He then shouted loudly, a few paces away. The guards of the three families exchanged wary glances, none daring to charge forward. This sight incensed Hu Tian, who was watching from the periphery. His countenance darkening to the utmost degree, he bellowed, "Uncle Long, urge this band of useless cowards to attack. What purpose does it serve for the family to raise such spineless individuals? Anyone who dares to hesitate or falter in their charge, make sure to note their names. When we return to the clan, I shall deal with them accordingly," Hu Tian declared. "I have long asserted that your motley crew from the Hu family could never hope to capture Shaoyi. It is nothing short of a delusion." Gripping his rusted greatsword, Liu Feng, standing within the encirclement, scoffed disdainfully, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Clear the way. I shall handle this myself." With a composed expression, Zhang Chu forcefully pushed aside a guard blocking his path, addressing the audacious Liu Feng in a low voice. Suddenly, a captain of the Nan family's guards seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind Liu Feng, only to be sent flying by Liu Feng's swift counterstrike. "Heh." Liu Feng cackled mockingly. "No wonder your three families are no match for the Liu clan. Aside from employing despicable tactics, you possess nothing of substance, merely nurturing a pack of gluttonous leeches. Today, I have truly gained insight." Keeping a watchful eye on Liu Hu and his companions, Liu Feng finally felt a sense of relief as they broke through the encirclement. With a smirk, he surveyed the area before propelling himself forward, charging in the direction where Liu Hu and his group had escaped. "Kill! Kill!" The guards of the three families instinctively took a few steps back, but one brave guard from the Nan family shouted defiantly and charged at Liu Feng. The others, seemingly inspired, echoed his battle cry and surged forward with their weapons raised. After a fierce struggle lasting half a tea time, they finally carved out a bloody path, though not without sustaining numerous injuries. Liu Feng swept his sword horizontally, forcing several guards in his way to retreat. Ignoring his wounds, he leapt over a few guards and made his way towards the rear. Yet, it seemed the three families had anticipated this move. Barely covering 100 paces, he found Hu Tian, flanked by hundreds of guards, standing before him with a sinister grin. With a somewhat pallid complexion, Liu Feng quickly scanned his surroundings as he ran. To his left, Zhang Chu, also grinning malevolently, led hundreds of guards in a methodical encirclement, while behind him, Nan Batian pursued with his own contingent. In front of him, Hu Tian commanded yet more guards. The only direction free of the three families was to the right. Despite knowing that the right was likely a dead end, after all, the three families would not have been so careless as to leave a path open for him to escape. He had no choice but to venture into the unknown. After all, in the other three directions, members of the three great families charged forward in their current states, akin to willingly marching toward their demise. Chapter 37. Defiant in the face of death. Abyssal depths. Even if the right side harbors perilous dragon lairs and tiger dens, I shall venture forth. It is far better than recklessly dashing toward the other three directions to meet my end. With a grim expression, Liu Feng murmured softly. Having spoken, he swiftly made his way to the right, while those in the other three directions, upon witnessing Liu Feng's retreat, began to encircle him slowly, lacking any urgency to pursue. Moments later, Liu Feng, with an ashen countenance, gazed into the unfathomable abyss before him. Turning back, he saw Hu Tian and the others approaching with amused expressions, causing his brows to furrow involuntarily into a deep frown. Hu Tian, who had joined forces with Zhang Chu and Nan Batian, stood amidst the crowd, laughing maniacally, and exclaimed, "Damn worthless fool! Let us see how you escape this time. Brother Hu, why waste words on him? With just a dozen archers, even if he evades the arrows, he shall plummet into the abyss and meet his end. This way, we can encircle him with those on the periphery and capture Liu Hu and the others. Ensuring our actions remain concealed, Zhang Chu remarked with a cold smile as he regarded Liu Feng. Indeed, there is no need for further dialogue. Let the archers rain arrows upon him to end this once and for all, lest he concoct some cunning scheme. Let us not forget that Liu Hu and his companions are stealthily making their way toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. We must hasten to encircle them and seize them all. Dantian cautioned gravely, turning to Hu Tian for emphasis. Yes, my brothers are quite right. Now is the opportune moment to dispose of this waste, Hu Tian said with a sinister smile, a hint of shame flickering in his voice. He then called out, Uncle Long, prepare the brothers. Let us unleash a torrent of arrows to eliminate this fool. Yes, young master, Hu Long, standing behind Hu Tian, promptly responded with respect and swiftly turned to shout. All archers, prepare. Let us rain arrows upon this fool. Whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of arrows sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtling toward Liu Feng, who stood at the edge of the abyss. The terrifying sight sent a chill down Liu Feng's spine. Causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In a moment of furious resolve, he declared, Hu Tian, even so, you shall not take my life. My fate is in my own hands, and no one shall dictate it. Ha ha. Fixating on Hu Tian and his cohorts with a manic laugh, he propelled himself backward, plunging into the abyss. The arrows, now devoid of a target, fell harmlessly into the depths below. Hu Tian, having swiftly approached the abyss's edge, witnessed Liu Feng's descent and let out a raucous laugh. I have long foretold your demise at my hands, and now my words have come to fruition. I do not fear to speak the truth. Before long, your Liu family and the other clans within Maple Leaf City shall join you down there. At that time, the entirety of Maple Leaf City will belong to our three great families. Feeling a sense of elation, Hu Tian turned away, his anger dissipated, and addressed the crowd with a solemn tone. Let us depart immediately for the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains to join our brethren and capture Liu Hu and his companions. Having spoken, Hu Tian waved his hand, and over 1,000 guards from the three prominent families swiftly divided into three groups, racing towards the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In a fleeting moment, the area returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Plop! Liu Feng, who had initially believed he would meet his demise in the abyss, found himself miraculously alive, having fallen into a small pond over a yard wide, narrowly escaping death. Thank heavens, this time I have salvaged my life once more. Humph, cursed Hu Tian, just you wait. Once I emerge from this place, I shall undoubtedly devise every means to have you torn to shreds. Ouch! Holding his breath, Liu Feng surfaced from the pond, his face alight with joy as he muttered a few words before swimming to the bank, only to cry out in pain as he raised his hand. Damn it, both my hands are broken. I can't even get ashore now. It seems I must first cultivate my energy to heal, and later consume some elixirs to restore my injuries. With his feet treading water in the pond, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and mumbled. After taking several deep breaths, he held his breath and closed his eyes, settling into a cross-legged position in the water, his body slowly sinking to the bottom of the pond. As he operated the secret technique of the immortal golden body, he shifted from breathing through his mouth and nose to inhaling through his pores. As the formidable immortal golden body technique commenced, a faint golden aura shimmered across Liu Feng's skin, unbeknownst to him that countless tiny energies were penetrating his body through the innumerable pores. With his eyes tightly shut, Liu Feng was oblivious to the peculiar circumstances. Yet the mysterious energies entering his body through his pores posed no significant harm. Rather, they brought greater benefits, which is why he refrained from investigating the origins of these energies. After all, at this moment, his utmost priority was to heal his injuries and swiftly depart from this abyss, relaying the news back to his family. Furthermore, the enigmatic energies entering his body bore no detrimental effects. Instead, they greatly aided in his recovery. As Liu Feng operated the immortal golden body technique, the special energy generated within him greedily consumed the mysterious energies streaming in through his pores, channeling them towards his dantian and the various injured areas within. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. As the influx of mysterious energy through his pores increased, Liu Feng found himself unable to expend such an overwhelming amount of energy, leading to a detrimental cycle wherein he risked exploding from energy excess. Just as Liu Feng sensed something amiss and ceased the operation of the immortal golden body technique, the mysterious energy continued to flood into his body through his pores, instilling fear within him. If this relentless influx did not cease, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Liu Feng hastily employed various methods to halt the incessant surge of mysterious energy, yet despite exhausting nearly all his options, he could not stop the energy from pouring into his body. Just when he found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do next within the tungsten ring, the ethereal being, Yozuin, suddenly burst forth, its translucent form floating uncertainly at the bottom of a small pool. Gradually, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on its transparent face as it turned to glance at Liu Feng, who was seated a short distance away, his brow furrowed in frustration. With another swift movement, it dove back into Liu Feng's body, communicating within his mind. "You little rascal, I cannot fathom what extraordinary luck you possess to encounter such an abundance of 10,000-year-old stalactites. These treasures are the fervent desire of all martial artists, not only possessing formidable healing properties, but also capable of elevating the practitioner's cultivation level. You, my boy, have struck it rich this time. Ah, Yozuin, you have finally awakened. Quickly, devise a way to save me. This inexplicable energy is about to burst my body apart." Liu Feng thought desperately, as if grasping a lifeline. "Fear not, with my presence, you shall encounter no harm. Such a rare opportunity is not to be wasted. I shall assist you once more," Yozuin replied calmly, and before Liu Feng could respond, it vanished from his consciousness, arriving in his dantian, which resembled a universe composed of countless celestial bodies. Realizing what had transpired, Liu Feng gasped in astonishment and attempted to communicate with Yozuin, but received no response. "Stop your incessant whining, you little brat. I am currently resolving your predicament. If you continue to disturb me, do not blame me for any misfortunes that may befall you," Yozuin retorted impatiently. "All right, I shall remain silent," Liu Feng replied, finally exhaling in relief. On Liu Feng's dantian, Yozuin lowered its head, deep in thought, and swiftly made intricate gestures with its hands, releasing waves of profound energy that radiated outward. Bang, bang. As these mystical waves traversed through Liu Feng's dantian, the abundant energy within began to disperse, infiltrating his bones and every inch of his skin. Before long, under Yozuin's control, every bone and every part of his skin, nourished by the ceaseless flow of energy, emitted crisp sounds, while his skin gained newfound vitality. "You've struck a lucky chord this time. Quickly, activate the immortal golden body secret technique and see if you can break through to the realm of great perfection. If you succeed, you will truly reap immense rewards. Thereafter, the immortal golden body technique will operate automatically, and with time, you will achieve a genuinely immortal and indestructible golden body," Yozuin remarked with a hint of significance upon hearing the cracking of bones. This moment, Liu Feng, with his eyes tightly shut and seated cross-legged at the bottom of the small pool, was engulfed by excruciating pain that felt as if fire were ravaging his entire being. He lacked the energy to respond to Yozuin's words, focusing entirely on combating the searing agony. This intense pain contorted Liu Feng's face into a mask of suffering, and just then, Yozuin emerged from his dantian, observing Liu Feng's torment with a shake of its head. "You little rascal, you must withstand this fortuitous opportunity. Should you squander it, do not blame me for not warning you. You may indeed become a mere husk, with your meridians and bones shattered. Even I would be powerless to assist you then." Upon hearing these words, Liu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet he found himself restrained, his spirit willing but his strength insufficient. He clenched his teeth and continued to endure, his entire body ablaze with excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the ethereal presence floating nearby, Yozuin, exhibited no signs of agitation. Instead, it swiftly leapt from the depths of the small pool, hovering above its surface. A cursory glance revealed they were situated in an abyss of unfathomable depth. What a fortuitous locale! No wonder it could foster such an abundance of millennia-old stalactites. Should one manage to absorb the stalactites from this small pool, it could potentially restore my essence to the 6th layer of strength. It appears this insolent brat may lack substantial prowess, yet his fortunes run deep. Thus, the task entrusted to me seems within his reach. Floating mid-air, Yozuin murmured softly before darting into the small pool, arriving at Liu Feng's side at the bottom. With arms crossed over his chest and mouth agape like a supermassive black hole, he began to draw in the millennia-old stalactites, which swirled into his maw, while the visible volume of stalactites within the pool diminished at an observable rate. In mere moments, the once several yards deep pool of stalactites was reduced to less than a meter, prompting Yuzun to cease his absorption. Casting a glance at Liu Feng, who was still consuming the stalactites, he swiftly retreated into the tungsten gold ring. Bang bang. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds resonated within Liu Feng's body, causing him to exclaim in agony as he opened his eyes, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly perplexed. The small pool, once several yards deep, now barely held a meter of water, and he stood there, bewildered. How could this be? Why was there so little water left in the pool? Liu Feng muttered in confusion. Insolent brat, why are you dawdling instead of diligently cultivating your powers? After absorbing the millennia-old stalactites, Yuzun burst forth, his face stern as he reprimanded. Yuzun, could you not provide a warning next time you emerge? Such sudden appearances are quite startling. Liu Feng, taken aback by Yuzun's abrupt arrival, expressed his irritation. Humph. In response, Yuzun glared fiercely, prompting Liu Feng to lower his head and remain silent. Yuzun then let out a cold huff, stating, Insolent brat, I have harnessed the energy from the millennia-old stalactites in this small pool to fortify your bones and every inch of your skin. However, you still have some distance to cover before achieving the state of the indestructible golden body. If you utilize the remaining stalactites now, it should aid you in breaking through to the pinnacle of the indestructible golden body, perhaps even enhancing your cultivation further. Once you successfully transcend to the ultimate realm of the indestructible golden body, remember to select a secret technique from the ancient scriptures to pave the way for your future cultivation. Yuzun, I have barely glimpsed the path of the indestructible golden body technique. How could I possibly break through to its pinnacle in such a short time? Liu Feng rose to his feet, gazing at Yuzun with a despondent expression. You insolent brat, do you think you can outwit me? Since I have spoken thus, you shall undoubtedly succeed in breaking through to the pinnacle of the indestructible golden body technique. Even if the remaining energy from the stalactites proves insufficient, I shall personally lend you a hand when the time comes. Gazing at the enigmatic figure of Yuzun, whose expression was a blend of mirth and inscrutability, I spoke with firm conviction. Upon hearing my words, Yuzun nodded and gracefully settled into a cross-legged position. Closing his eyes tightly, he swiftly commenced the operation of the undying golden body secret technique, and in an instant, the millennia-old stalactite, which measured less than a meter, began to bubble as if in boiling water, transforming into wisps of energy that surged into his body. This energy was subsequently devoured by the flowing warmth generated by the undying golden body secret technique, coursing through his meridians and into his dantian, with a portion also permeating his bones and every inch of his skin. In the blink of an eye, within the span of a tea brew, the once abundant stalactite was entirely absorbed by Yuzun, yet the energy garnered was still insufficient to propel him to the consummate realm of the undying golden body secret technique. At this moment, Yuzun, who had been floating in midair, swiftly descended behind him and placed a palm on his back, continuously infusing him with pure energy to aid in breaking through to the ultimate level of the secret technique. You must endure, my young friend. Should you successfully transcend to the grand completion of the undying golden body secret technique, your physical strength and resilience will rival that of martial artists at the level of a martial master. Among those of the same cultivation realm, none shall be able to match your physical prowess, Yuzun warned, his face etched with concern as he observed Liu Feng trembling slightly from the pain of his exertion. With a crack, bang, Liu Feng, gritting his teeth and on the verge of collapse, finally managed to elevate his undying golden body secret technique to the grand completion realm, aided by the influx of energy from Yuzun. His cultivation level also ascended to the third tier of the warrior realm. Moments later, having solidified his newfound strength, Liu Feng opened his eyes and rose with a smile, declaring, I shall forever remember the assistance you have bestowed upon me, Yuzun. Once my power reaches a level where I can aid you, I will undoubtedly fulfill any task you entrust to me without hesitation. There is no rush for that matter. During your previous cultivation, I absorbed nearly all of the energy from this small water pool stalactite. It is imperative that I devote time to further refine my skills. Therefore, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not disturb my training, Yuzun cautioned, his expression serious as he regarded Liu Feng. Without awaiting a response, he swiftly entered the tungsten gold ring, leaving Liu Feng standing dumbfounded, mouth agape, as he processed the abrupt departure. Sighing, I blinked and lifted my gaze to the towering, smooth stone wall. Shaking my head in resigned amusement, I realized that there were no footholds for leverage. Attempting to leap from such a depth was not a trivial endeavor for me at this moment. Yozuin must have done this on purpose. With my current cultivation and skills, I cannot possibly ascend this slick wall. I murmured softly, casting a glance at the polished surface. But there are still some millennia-old stalactites here. I should take these back for my elder brothers. I believe they will be quite pleased, I exclaimed, spotting a small pit of stalactites at my feet, my excitement bubbling forth. Upon concluding his speech, Liu Feng promptly crouched down, extracting 2 porcelain vials filled with blood-replenishing elixirs from his tungsten ring. He uncorked the vials and poured several dozen blood-replenishing pills into his mouth. Afterward, he refilled the emptied vials with ancient stalactite, sealed them, and deftly returned them to the tungsten ring with a flick of his wrist. Rising, he moved aside, bent down to retrieve the rusted greatsword, and with a smile approached the smooth stone wall. With a delicate push of his toes, he leaped gracefully, brandishing the greatsword as he struck the smooth surface, sending shards of stone flying in an instant. As Liu Feng landed, he lightly pressed his toes against the ground, propelling himself upward once more, continuing to wield the greatsword against the polished wall. After several vigorous strikes, a series of deep grooves appeared in the once smooth surface, providing footholds for ascent. Liu Feng glanced at the newly formed indentations, smiling as he sheathed the rusted greatsword on his back. After brushing off his hands, he elegantly danced through the grooves, using them to leap to the top, where he began to survey his surroundings. However, upon taking a closer look, he was left utterly astonished by what lay before him. Surviving such peril, one must surely be blessed with fortune. The heavens are indeed benevolent. This time, I have struck gold, for these precious herbs are all mine. Ha ha! Observing the abundance of 4th-grade Bodhi grass surrounding him, Liu Feng exclaimed with delight as he regained his composure. That moment, Xiao Jiao, with a noticeably enlarged belly, wobbled down to perch upon Liu Feng's shoulder. Seeing the now larger Xiao Jiao, Liu Feng blinked, silently lamenting, "Xiao Jiao, you ungrateful creature. I have treated you well despite the losses." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao hastily communicated within Liu Feng's consciousness, "Young master, I went to protect young master Liu Hu and the others and could not return in time to assist you. I acknowledge my mistake and promise to always be by your side from now on. Well, since you were safeguarding my brother, I shall let you off this time. Just be more vigilant in the future. Remember, if I perish, you shall follow suit." Liu Feng thought inwardly, understanding the situation. "Now, go and scout the surroundings for any suspicious activity." "Understood, young master." Xiao Jiao will thoroughly inspect the area, ensuring nothing escapes notice. With that, Xiao Jiao took flight, soaring away. Buzz. Watching Xiao Jiao take off, Liu Feng nodded with a smile and turned toward the nearby Bodhi grass. As he approached the dense growth, he could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and quickly crouched down to gather the precious herbs. "I have struck it rich. Surviving this calamity has truly been a windfall. With such an abundance of Bodhi grass, it will be nearly impossible not to secure first place in the upcoming trial event." Liu Feng murmured excitedly, his face alight with exhilaration. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, having gathered nearly 70 to 80% of the surrounding Bodhi grass, he finally ceased his efforts, satisfied. "I shall leave these as seeds, allowing future descendants of the family to gather Bodhi grass here for the trial event, thus greatly enhancing our chances of winning and accumulating points." Buzz. Xiao Jiao meticulously surveyed the depths of the abyss. He soon returned, gracefully alighting upon the right shoulder of Liu Feng. Within his mind, he conveyed, "Young master, Xiao Jiao has conducted a thorough examination and found no suspicious elements. However, I have detected the exit of the abyss. Xiao Jiao, can you ascertain that it is indeed the exit of the abyss?" Liu Feng inquired, a mixture of surprise and doubt flickering within him. Perched upon Liu Feng's shoulder, Xiao Jiao rose and unfurled his 4 wings, giving them a gentle flap before respectfully replying in Liu Feng's consciousness, "Young master, I followed that cave and emerged from the abyss to the periphery of the 10,000 mountains." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Liu Feng's face as he internally mused, "Xiao Jiao, well done. Once the trial gathering concludes, I shall reward you handsomely. He then urged, now, lead the way swiftly. We must exit the abyss at once. I seek to avenge the grievance of being forced into this abyss. Buzzing in affirmation, Xiaojie responded, yes, young master, I shall guide you to the exit. With that, Xiaojie took to the air, soaring toward the abyss's exit. Following closely behind, Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback by the rare medicinal herbs flourishing around him, suppressing the urge to gather them as he hurried after Xiaojie until they reached a modest cave. Without hesitation, he retrieved a firebrand from his bosom, using its faint glow to plunge into the small cavern. After a brief interval, Liu Feng emerged from a concealed thicket of underbrush. After surveying his surroundings and confirming their safety, Liu Feng signaled to Xiaojie, who had been hovering in midair, and upon landing in his palm, he spoke softly, Xiaojie, scout the vicinity for any guards from the 3 major families. If you discover any, return immediately to report. Understood, young master, Xiaojie replied promptly, taking flight once more. Once Xiaojie departed, Liu Feng leapt onto a nearby tree, leaning against the trunk as he settled onto a sturdy branch. His mind wandered to the secrets he had uncovered regarding the 3 major families. He pondered how he might leverage this knowledge to topple them if he returned to his own family at this moment. It was unwise to return without sufficient evidence. Even if he did, it would merely ensure his own survival. To extinguish the 3 families entirely, he needed irrefutable proof. Otherwise, he risked alarming them, which could provoke a desperate response, potentially jeopardizing not only the Liu family but all the clans within Maple Leaf City as well. Furrowing his brow, Liu Feng muttered quietly, twirling a twig in his hand. Not long after, Xiaojie swooped back like a shooting star, landing steadily on Liu Feng's right shoulder. Young master, I have located a small squad of guards from the 3 major families up ahead, Xiaojie said respectfully within Liu Feng's consciousness. Lead the way? I wish to see for myself, Liu Feng replied softly, discarding the twig as he leapt from the tree. Liu Feng stealthily followed behind Xiaojie, cautiously making his way to the right. After advancing for several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a campsite where over a dozen guards from the Hu family, adorned with an embroidered emblem of a soaring eagle on their chests, were gathered around a bonfire, indulging in copious amounts of food and drink. Concealed behind a large tree, Liu Feng observed the Hu family guards with a sinister grin and murmured, enjoy your carefree moments while you can. Once I eliminate your young master, I shall return to deal with you insignificant minions. With that, Liu Feng signaled to Xiaojie, who promptly returned to his essence in an instant. He vanished into the dense underbrush, leaping several times until he was completely out of sight. Accelerating to his utmost speed, Liu Feng raced deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, running tirelessly through the night until dawn broke the next day at last. He arrived at the same location where he had overheard the conspiracies of the 3 major families, once again hiding behind the pile of rubble. Peering cautiously over the rocks, he keenly observed the movements within the camp. His attention was drawn to the cave that had previously aroused his suspicion, where the guards from the 3 families were entering and exiting, engaged in some clandestine activity. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Had the 3 families deciphered the cave's hidden restrictions? If that were the case, trouble loomed. He needed to devise a plan to thwart their efforts. An idea sparked in his mind. If he could destroy the entrance to the cave, it would prevent the 3 families from accessing it for a time, thus blocking their entry into the secret realm. This would also provide him an opportunity to relay the information back. Furrowing his brow, Liu Feng whispered to himself, that moment, he spotted hundreds of guards from the Nan family escorting Liu Hu and 3 others toward the camp. Liu Feng's expression darkened as he fixated on the wounded and tightly bound Liu Hu and his companions. Meanwhile, within a tent in the camp, Hu Tian and his associates emerged, brimming with self-satisfaction upon learning of the news. Seeing Liu Hu and his companions thoroughly captured by the guards stationed around the 10,000 Great Mountains, their smiles widened. Liu Hu, I once promised that should you fall into my hands, I would have you torn to shreds. It seems today I shall finally see that promise fulfilled. And as for Miss Liu Yu, I shall take you as my bride today. Ha ha, Dantian proclaimed, his face alight with arrogance as he gazed at Liu Hu and his companions. Bah! Even if your grandmother were to perish, she would never allow you to succeed. Abandon all hope. Once my brother delivers the news, I will see to it that all you treasonous scoundrels are executed, Liu Yu retorted, her teeth clenched in fury despite being securely bound. By the way, Miss Liu Yu, I neglected to inform you that your worthless Liu family member has plummeted into the abyss, meeting his demise. You should harbor no illusions. It would be wise to submit to me. Otherwise, I might be inclined to employ more forceful measures, which would yield quite a different experience. Ha Nan Batian, dare to lay a finger on Xiaoyu, and I shall see you meet a fate worse than death. Liu Hu bellowed, his face stern as he struggled against the grips of the Nan family's guards. Ha ha, after I enjoy my wedding night with Liu Yu, I will come back to deal with you three. Nan Batian chuckled maliciously, delivering a few vicious kicks to Liu Hu. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Liu Hu, along with the unconscious Liu Yong and Liu Xian, were taken away by a dozen guards from the Nan family. Liu Yu was also escorted into a tent by several guards. Brother Nan, congratulations on securing a beautiful companion. You have finally avenged your severed arm, Zhang Chu said with a smile, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Nan Batian. Brother Nan, what Chu said is absolutely correct, but do not let the allure of a lovely lady distract you from important matters. After all, we have yet to completely dismantle the barriers. Without doing so, we cannot enter the secret realm to procure the treasures. Let us not forget that there are merely 2 days left until the trial gathering concludes. At that time, the Liu family will undoubtedly send someone into the 10,000 Great Mountains to trace the whereabouts of Liu Hu and the others. Therefore, we must hasten our efforts to dismantle all the barriers within these 2 days, allowing us to send someone in search of the treasures, while we three can make our exit. Zhang Chu, with a serious demeanor, lightly patted Nan Batian's shoulder as a reminder. Humph! Upon hearing this, the smile faded from Nan Batian's face, and he snorted disdainfully before turning towards the tent where Liu Yu was held captive. Observing this, Hu Tian, with a stern expression, muttered an expletive under his breath and led Hu Long towards another tent, leaving Zhang Chu standing there with a perplexed expression. Not far from the camp, behind a pile of scattered stones, Liu Feng wore a grim expression, rapidly contemplating a method to rescue Liu Hu and the others. After pondering for a considerable time, he could not devise a perfect solution. Ah, you bastard! Don't come any closer. If you take another step forward, I shall immediately bite my tongue and die. Just then, from a nearby tent within the silver drops, Liu Yu's terrified voice echoed. Liu Feng cursed under his breath, swiftly darting out from behind the pile of stones. He immediately accelerated to his utmost speed, and in the blink of an eye, he covered several meters, concealing himself within a patch of weeds, evading the attention of the patrolling guards from the 3 major families within the camp. After several such attempts, Liu Feng approached the camp. With one last effort, he could enter, but this would be the most perilous moment of discovery. Taking a few deep breaths, he sprang forth like a cheetah, swiftly entering the camp and heading directly towards the tent from which Liu Yu's cries emanated. Miss Liu Yu, the more you scream, the more exhilarated I feel. In the tent, the lustful Nan Batian gazed at the firmly bound Liu Yu with a lecherous grin, inching closer to her pale and terrified visage. Suddenly, Nan Batian lunged forward, toppling the securely bound Liu Yu to the ground. As she reacted to bite her tongue in desperation, he seized her cheek with his remaining hand, preventing her from carrying out her grim intention. At that moment, 2 guards inside the tent hurriedly stuffed a rag into Liu Yu's mouth, and only then did Nan Batian release his grip, laughing, "You two may leave now. Let the brothers outside also depart. I wish to have a delightful time with Miss Liu Yu." Ugh, ugh. With her mouth obstructed, Liu Yu emitted muffled sounds as she struggled vehemently to unseat the man, Nan Batian, who was atop her. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on his lecherous grin, her heart a tumultuous blend of profound hatred and relentless humiliation regarding her imminent fate. As the 2 guards departed, the lustful Nan Batian could hardly contain himself, eagerly tearing away Liu Yu's garments to reveal a delicate pink belly wrap. With desperate effort, Liu Yu continued to squirm, producing pitiful sounds while tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. The sight only served to heighten Nan Batian's excitement. At that moment, a group of guards had exited the tent, and Liu Feng, lurking in the shadows, quickly sprang into action. With a forceful crash, Liu Feng burst into the tent, unleashing a powerful palm strike to Nan Batian's chest, sending him sprawling away from Liu Yu. Swiftly, he drew the great sword from his back, slicing through the ropes that bound Liu Yu and removing the rag from her mouth. "Brother, why did it take you so long? I was on the verge of losing myself to this beast. You must teach him a lesson, preferably one that slowly tortures him to death," Liu Yu declared fiercely. Now free from restraint, in response, The brooding Liu Feng swiftly moved beside dantian, driving his sword into the man's heart with a twist. Instantly, the unconscious dantian jolted awake, his eyes wide with terror as he felt his life force ebbing away. Unable to utter a sound, he could only stare in bewilderment until the moment of death, never comprehending how Liu Feng could return unscathed from the depths of despair. I regretted letting you escape last time. Now, you dare to assault my sister? May you find solace in hell, Liu Feng coldly proclaimed, tightening his grip on the rusted sword and twisting it once more, ensuring dantian's complete obliteration from existence. Sister, are you gravely injured? Liu Feng asked softly as he sheathed his sword, returning to Liu Yu's side and gently aiding her to sit up. Liu Yu smiled faintly, shaking her head, though not worry. It's merely a matter of blood loss. A few blood-replenishing pills will suffice. You should rescue our brother first. I will recover here and join you shortly. No, you must come with me. Should any further mishap occur, the consequences would be dire, Liu Feng insisted resolutely. With that, he produced 3 blood-replenishing pills and placed them in Liu Yu's mouth, stating, Sister, do not ask questions or say anything. Focus on recovering your strength. Soon, we shall fight our way out to rescue our brother and destroy that cave nearby. Though Liu Yu opened her mouth to protest, the unwavering determination in Liu Feng's gaze compelled her to acquiesce. With a resigned smile, she settled into a meditative position to recuperate, while Liu Feng moved to the tent's entrance, pressing his ear against the canvas to attentively listen to the sounds outside. After a cup of tea, Liu Yu, whose injuries had mostly healed, opened her eyes and stood up. Hearing the commotion, Liu Feng swiftly appeared beside her. The two exchanged hushed whispers, meticulously devising a plan before cautiously exiting the tent. Once outside, they stealthily approached the tent where Liu Hu and the others were held captive, concealing themselves in a thicket. Carefully observing their surroundings, they noted 4 guards from the Nan family stationed outside the tent. With a shared glance, Liu Feng and Liu Yu sprang from the underbrush. Bang, bang. Liu Feng, with a composed demeanor, leaped forward to confront the 4 guards, delivering rapid strikes to the chests of the 2 nearest. The other 2 guards, now alert, swiftly brandished their swords to retaliate. Intruder, there's a stab. One guard barely finished his warning when Liu Yu, following closely behind, pierced him through the chest with her sword, sending him flying with a swift kick. Liu Feng, employing his agility, evaded the thrust of a sword and pressed forward, executing a palm strike, while Liu Yu executed a horizontal sweep with her sword, cleaving another guard in 2. With a resounding thud, the dismembered bodies of the guards fell to the ground, snapping Liu Feng back to reality. He raised his thumb in approval towards Liu Yu. They entered the tent, relieved that the earlier commotion had not attracted attention, yet they knew that the patrolling guards would inevitably discover them if they lingered. Inside the tent, Liu Yu and Liu Feng hurriedly severed the ropes binding Liu Hu and the others. However, Liu Yong and Liu Xian remained unconscious, unable to escape on their own. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and whispered, Brother, you and sister take Yong and Xian and find a place to hide. I will hold off the guards from the 3 major families. All right, but be careful yourself. We'll meet at the cave behind the waterfall. Liu Hu, pale-faced, replied as he tossed aside the ropes that had restrained him. Brother, I'll go out first to draw them away, and you take this opportunity to flee, Liu Feng said, patting Liu Hu's shoulder with seriousness. With that, Liu Feng turned and dashed out, striding boldly toward the cave. Suddenly, a patrol team rounded a tent, and the leading squad captain eyed Liu Feng with suspicion before shouting, Stop him. He is that useless Liu Feng. We cannot let him escape. With a mischievous laugh, Liu Feng maintained his speed, unsheathing his rusted great sword. He executed a rapid advance, sweeping his sword at the approaching guards. Bang, bang. With a single strike, he sent 3 guards flying and leapt over several others, sprinting toward their rear. What is happening outside? Hu Tian, who was discussing matters with Zhang Chu inside a tent, turned to inquire at the exit. After a moment, a guard rushed in, panting, and bowed to Hu Tian and Zhang Chu. Young master, the waste who fell into the abyss has not perished. He infiltrated the camp and is currently being pursued by our patrolling brothers. What? He is still alive. Damn it. He survived a fall into the abyss. That liquor should have turned you into a second-tier demon beast, a steel-spined hedgehog. Hu Tian's expression darkened. Muttering coldly, as Zhang Chu and Hu Long rose, their faces composed, they made their way outside Hu Tian. Stationed near a tent, immediately spotted Liu Feng swiftly advancing towards the cave in the distance. In an instant, both Hu Tian and Zhang Chu's expressions transformed dramatically. Bang bang. Without hesitation, the two shouted loudly and charged forward with a group of guards. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, in his frantic dash, glanced back, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He then swiftly swung his sword backward, sending several guards, caught off guard, flying through the air. Liu Feng estimated that Liu Hu and the others must have escaped, prompting him to turn and rush towards the cave. After all, the purpose of this endeavor was to destroy the cave and hold the members of the three great families in place, allowing him to return to his own family and expose their conspiracy. Chapter 42. Stalling the crowd, moving the flowers and shifting the trees. Clang bang. Liu Feng's sword slashed down, slicing through a guard's leather armor beneath his armpit, and with a swift kick, he sent the guard flying. What formidable physical strength! It is astonishing that he could cut through the finely crafted family armor. No wonder he remains so unruly despite his dantian being crippled. Enough chatter. Quickly block him. Do not let him approach the cave. Liang Gu, the young master, commands. If necessary, use the specially crafted strong bow to shoot him down. Do not allow him near the cave. Bang bang. Liu Feng barreled forward, sending several guards blocking his path flying, and leaped forward, thrusting his sword at the guard squad leader stationed at the cave entrance. Seeking death. Seeing Liu Feng's thrusting attack, the guard squad leader, Zhang Liang, coldly shouted and took a step forward to meet him. Clang! The clash of their swords echoed with a piercing metallic sound as the two blades collided. With a swift motion, Liu Feng stepped in, inserting his foot between Zhang Liang's legs and gently pulling, causing Zhang Liang to lose his balance. Liu Feng withdrew his sword and sidestepped. He observed Zhang Liang tumbling forward, who instinctively slapped the ground with his hand, initiating a spin. Angry dragon slaughter. A furious roar erupted from Zhang Liang as his body spun faster in midair, lifting leaves and small stones from the ground in a whirlwind. Witnessing this scene, Liu Feng's expression darkened. It was evident that Zhang Liang was employing a martial technique beyond his level. Damn it, this is troublesome. His cultivation level is already higher than mine, and combined with such martial prowess, if I am struck, I may not die, but I will certainly be gravely injured. With a composed expression, Liu Feng muttered softly and swiftly darted towards the cave. You brat, only now do you think to run? Isn't it a bit too late? Zhang Liang, spinning in midair, growled, resembling a ferocious beast pouncing on Liu Feng. Boom. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Liu Feng executed rapid sidesteps, evading several attacks, and with a deft push off the cave wall, he performed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. Turning around, he saw Zhang Liang charging towards him, propelled by his martial technique, and quickly leaped aside to avoid the oncoming assault. Heavenly strike. As Zhang Liang's strike missed, he almost instantly sidestepped, unleashing a silver sword energy half a meter long that shot towards Liu Feng with an enraged roar. Boom. As beads of cold sweat began to form on Liu Feng's forehead, he narrowly evaded the oncoming sword chi, landing with trembling legs. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been cleaved asunder on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Liu Feng felt fortunate to have escaped this peril, dozens of guards from the three prominent families, armed with whose specially crafted longbows, unleashed a volley of arrows toward him. Clang, clang. With no other option, Liu Feng darted into the cave, as a flurry of arrows struck the rocky entrance, producing a series of sharp sounds. You little rascal, prepare to meet your end, shouted Zhang Liang, who had caught up, as he spun and thrust his sword forward. The silver blade shimmered ominously, clearly employing the technique known as Raging Dragon's Fury. Damn it, do you truly think I have no means to deal with you? Liu Feng retorted, his anger boiling over. He summoned Xiao Jiao from the contract space and raised his sword, bending his knees slightly into an unusual posture. Boom! At that moment, pressed into a corner, Liu Feng channeled the internal heat from his dantian, guiding it through his meridians along a specific path, surging toward the Shaoshang acupoint. In an instant, the meridians connected to the Shaoshang acupoint filled with the heat, and with a muffled sound, the acupoint burst open. Buzz! A faint golden light flickered around Liu Feng's body, and an enigmatic smile crept across his face. Heaven-rending 9 techniques. First move, flower tree transformation. Just as Zhang Liang's Raging Dragon's Fury was about to strike, mere inches from his chest, Liu Feng bellowed, pulling his great sword to deflect Zhang Liang's technique aside. Boom! The sword collided forcefully with the cave wall, causing countless loose stones from the ceiling to rain down like hail. Though Liu Feng managed to execute the first move of the heaven-rending 9 techniques, it fell short of the true essence of the flower tree transformation. After all, with his current cultivation level, he could not unleash its full power. It was merely a superficial display. The genuine essence of flower tree transformation does not simply redirect an opponent's attack, but rather reverses its potency against them. This is the true strength of the first move. You little brat, I see your dantian is damaged. Yet you possess such abilities, it seems I cannot spare you. Zhang Liang, now leaning against the cave wall with his sword braced before him, glared at Liu Feng like a predator, his expression cold and resolute. In response, Liu Feng scoffed disdainfully, saying, "You dare speak? I am merely at the 3rd level of a warrior, while you boast the prowess of an ascendant warrior. Yet you still cannot best me. What audacity you have to boast before me." "Prepare yourself," Zhang Liang, his face darkening with fury, shouted angrily as he leaped forward, aiming his sword at Liu Feng's head. Humph! Liu Feng frowned slightly and, with a swift motion, sheathed his great sword, dodging to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned forward, drew his palms to his chest, and closed in, bang bang. Rapidly, he struck several times on Zhang Liang's shoulder, and with the momentum, he lowered his center of gravity and delivered a sweeping kick. Bang! A relentless barrage of attacks caught Zhang Liang completely off guard, and he was swiftly sent flying by Liu Feng's sweeping strike. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dozen specially trained archers from the Hu family surged into Shandong, launching a coordinated volley of arrows just as Liu Feng prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Liang. Damn it, do they think this will save him? Clang, clang. With a composed expression, Liu Feng disdainfully uttered a remark. Swiftly drawing the great sword from his back, he promptly executed the first move of the breaking Heaven 9 styles, deftly diverting the oncoming arrows to the side in an instant. He closed the distance to Zhang Liang, who lay incapacitated on the ground, and brought his sword down from below. A blood-curdling scream erupted as half of Zhang Liang's head was severed by Liu Feng's strike, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed. Damn it, if this continues, I'll either be killed or exhausted to death. I must devise a plan to destroy the cave. Casting a glance at the charging Hu family guards, Liu Feng murmured softly. Bang, bang. With a fierce glare, he turned and charged forward, gripping the sword hilt tightly. Without any flamboyant maneuvers, he unleashed a brutal onslaught, cleaving through the Hu family guards with sheer force, sending any who came into contact with his great sword flying. Chapter 43. Slaughter within the cave, destruction of the entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Liu Feng broke free from the encirclement of the Hu family guards, he barely had a moment to breathe before another wave of guards emerged from the cave entrance, armed with specially crafted strong bows, launching another volley of arrows. Damn it, they're using this tactic again. Let them not blame me for being ruthless. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he retreated several steps, perfectly positioning himself to shield from the oncoming arrows with the guards he had just sent sprawling. In an instant, the guards who had just risen from the ground emitted chilling cries, collapsing pitifully. Damn useless fools, do not think that rescuing Liu Hu and the others means I cannot deal with them. Go be frank. There are at least a few thousand members of our 3 great families scouring the vast mountains. There is no way they can escape from the depths of these mountains. Outside the cave, Hu Tian pulled aside one of his guards and shouted with a stern face. Inside the cave, Liu Feng paid no heed to Hu Tian's furious roar. At this moment, he seized a Hu family guard to use as a shield and dashed towards the cave entrance. Bang, bang, as he neared the entrance. Liu Feng violently hurled the guard he held as a shield towards the dozen Hu family guards, toppling several of them to the ground. Heh. With a sinister chuckle, Liu Feng declared loudly, Hu Tian, I will ensure that your 3 families regret this. I eagerly await the day your families are hunted down by every clan in Maple Leaf City. In the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 deep cracks in the cave wall, and a spark of inspiration struck him. Liu Feng swiftly advanced. Bang bang. With both hands swiftly striking the crevice like a pair of palms, a series of muffled thuds echoed forth. Damnable waste, you shall not destroy the cave. Uncle Long, you all go up and eliminate this useless fool. Hu Tian's sword flashed, and Liu Feng's palms rapidly pounded against the cave wall. Realizing his intent, He bellowed angrily and charged forward with his sword drawn. Bang bang. Continuous muffled sounds resonated as Liu Feng unleashed a torrent of power through his layered waves technique, the forceful hidden energy wreaking havoc upon the fissures of the cave wall, visibly enlarging them at an alarming rate. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Hu family guards, armed with specially crafted strong bows, unleashed a volley of arrows towards Liu Feng's back, the sharp sound of the arrows slicing through the air sending chills down the spines of all present. Ha ha, Hu Tian, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? You even forced me to leap into the abyss of 10,000 lanterns. Now, I shall ensure your scheme is utterly thwarted. Enraged and frenzied, Liu Feng showed no inclination to evade the barrage of arrows hurtling towards him, determined to collapse the cave before backing down. Meanwhile, the advancing Hu Tian and Zhang Chu wore expressions of utter despair. Should the cave truly collapse due to Liu Feng's actions, the repercussions would be beyond their capacity to bear. Clang, clang, clang. Just as dozens of arrows were about to transform Liu Feng into a pincushion of second-level beastly steel needles, Liu Feng deftly dodged to the side. Humph, however, ill fortune struck, and one arrow pierced through his left clavicle, eliciting a muffled grunt as Liu Feng retreated to the fissure. Crack! Ignoring his injury, he formed his hands into palms and swiftly unleashed the layered waves technique, pounding fiercely against the cave wall. Suddenly, a resounding crack reverberated as the fissure expanded, resembling a spider web spread across the cave wall. You dare, you worthless fool! This scene incited Hu Tian, charging forward, to erupt in fury. Thunder flash! Zhang Chu, with a grim expression, shouted coldly as a silver bolt of lightning shot forth from his great sword, aimed at Liu Feng's back. What do I have to fear? If I allow you beasts to succeed, not a single family in Maple Leaf City will be spared. You vile monsters, your hearts are too dark, daring to concoct such a heinous scheme. Should you three great families triumph, Maple Leaf City shall know no peace. Liu Feng, palms rapidly pushing against the wall, spoke with a calm demeanor, fully intent on annihilating the three great families. Bang, rumble. Suddenly, he struck down with great force, and the spider-webbed cave wall could no longer withstand Liu Feng's violent layered waves technique, ultimately collapsing. Ha-ha. With a swift leap to the side, Liu Feng cackled as he bounded several meters away, taunting, Hu Tian, I wonder how you will enter the secret realm now. Just wait to be hunted down by all the families of Maple Leaf City. At that time, I shall lead my family's guards, and you will learn what it means to be the cat chasing the mouse. With that, Liu Feng activated his speed to its utmost limit, racing towards the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, having thoroughly provoked the three great families, knowing well that failure could cost him his life and render all his efforts in vain. After all, for Hu Tian and his companions to keep their conspiracy concealed, the only course of action was to eliminate Liu Feng and ensure the demise of the fleeing Liu Hu. Otherwise, should the information leak, the three prominent families would face relentless pursuit from every clan in Maple Leaf City, and even the nearby Great Yin Empire would dispatch numerous experts to hunt them down. Thus, Hu Tian, regaining his composure, furiously declared, Damn it! Hurry and pursue. We must ensure their extermination without any reservations. If news gets out, we will all meet our doom. Tio survive, he must perish, and anyone from the Liu family encountered shall be executed without mercy. Brother Hu, everyone is off to chase. What about the cave? Shouldn't we leave some people to clear the rubble blocking the entrance? Zhang Chu inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Hu Tian. Humph! Hu Tian turned to Zhang Chu, disdain evident in his cold snort, and replied, Our primary objective now is to capture Liu Feng and Liu Hu. If they manage to escape, even if they enter the secret realm, we will find ourselves with no path to survival. With that, Hu Tian led all the Hu family guards in pursuit of Liu Feng, while experts like Hu Long swiftly surpassed him, vanishing from sight in an instant. Zhang Chu's eyes blazed with fury, his face aflame with humiliation from Hu Tian's disrespectful remarks in front of the guards. If not for the greater scheme, he would have relished the opportunity to plunge his sword into Hu Tian's heart. Young master, shall we pursue? A white-haired elder standing behind Zhang Chu softly inquired. Pursue, of course, but we need not accompany that fool Hu Tian. Were it not for this mission, I would have relished the chance to slay him for his incompetence. I cannot fathom why such a useless individual was chosen as the leader of this task, Zhang Chu replied, his face shadowed with displeasure as he glared at the elder. Once Hu Tian and his group had vanished from sight, Zhang Chu gestured for several hundred Zhang family guards to charge forth in pursuit. Chapter 44. The encirclement, damn it, they caught up so quickly. Upon noticing several dark figures closing in with remarkable speed, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and muttered, "Little brat, where do you think you're going?" Hu Long, having swiftly closed the distance, interposed himself before Liu Feng, brandishing his sword as he coldly commanded him to stop. "You old fool, do you think you can hinder my escape?" Liu Feng, seeking to provoke him, replied with deliberate disdain, then leapt forward, thrusting his sword. Clang! The corner of Hu Long's mouth curled into a smirk as he swiftly unleashed the martial technique Shadow Wind Claw, instantly manifesting fierce talons to counter the attack, producing a resounding metallic clash. Bang! The great sword was firmly ensnared by the claws conjured by Hu Long, prompting Liu Feng to swiftly sidestep and deliver a palm strike, sending the unsuspecting Hu Long staggering back several paces, his expression one of disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh! At that moment, several archers who had caught up drew their bows and unleashed arrows towards Liu Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng rapidly pivoted and executed a swift escape. The wretched little rascal is indeed exceedingly cunning. Let us continue the pursuit and ensure he does not escape. Steadying himself, Hu Long turned back to utter these words, and then, accompanied by several Hu family guards wielding powerful bows, he gave chase. Buzzing, buzzing, ahead of them, Liu Feng, sprinting madly, heard the cacophony of a multitude of flying insects approaching. Just as he found it peculiar, a voice within his mind exclaimed with excitement, "Young master, whatever you see, do not halt. Leave these creatures to me, Xiaojio." Although Liu Feng felt perplexed, he chose to place his trust in Xiaojio, for it was his contracted beast, incapable of causing him harm without facing dire repercussions itself. "Look quickly, what on earth is that?" he exclaimed. "This is bad. We must find a place to hide. It must be a swarm of poisonous insects." Suddenly, a vast horde of venomous creatures surged toward them, but under Xiaojio's control, none of the insects targeted Liu Feng. They all lunged at Hu Long and his companions. One Hu family guard, armed with a strong bow, reacted a moment too late and was overwhelmed by the swarm, which enveloped him entirely as Liu Feng glanced back, witnessing the guard's tragic fate. An involuntary chill ran down his spine. At that moment, Xiaojio returned, buzzing as it alighted on Liu Feng's shoulder. Without losing momentum, Liu Feng murmured, "Xiaojio, you truly possess remarkable skills. When we return to the family, a grand reward awaits you." Before long, Liu Feng had managed to shake off Hu Long and his group, maintaining his speed as he raced toward the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed through the air, causing the rushing Liu Feng to stop and gaze upward, where a vibrant firework exploded in an instant. He comprehended the situation, cursing under his breath before activating his swift step and dashing forward once more. Whoosh, whoosh. After traversing two small peaks and reaching the banks of a stream, a volley of arrows shot forth from the dense underbrush beside him. "Damn it, another ambush!" With a sharp exclamation, Liu Feng swiftly drew the great sword from his back and leaped onto a nearby boulder. Clang, clang. Rapidly executing the first move of the Breaking Sky 9 techniques, he redirected the incoming arrows to the side. Then, with a light push of his toes against the boulder, he launched himself into the fray. "Brothers, do not panic. Let us unleash another volley," murmured the leader of a Hu family guard squad from the thicket. Whoosh, whoosh. With a composed expression, Liu Feng, utilizing his swift step and brandishing his rusted great sword before him, deftly dodged the barrage of arrows with a series of agile movements. "You rabble, be sent to hell," Liu Feng declared as he executed several swift movements, approaching the thicket like a wraith, and with a fierce shout, he plunged into the dense underbrush. Bang, bang. Upon entering the thick foliage, he swung his great sword with force, while his left hand struck, sending two leaping Hu family guards flying. With a slight twitch of his ear, he thrust his sword backward, piercing the chest of the squad leader, who, as he fell, could scarcely comprehend how Liu Feng had known of his impending ambush from behind. With an impassive expression, Liu Feng cast a sweeping glance around him. Just moments ago, he had been the target of a barrage of over a dozen arrows, yet he had only managed to eliminate a few adversaries, while several others remained concealed, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. However, he was certain that those individuals were lurking amidst the thick underbrush nearby. Hemph! With a cold snort, Liu Feng swiftly turned and dashed towards the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He had no time to squander on these insignificant foes. After all, his primary objective was to return to his clan and expose the schemes of the three prominent families, which would ultimately lead to their downfall. Boom! Yet, not long after Liu Feng had taken flight, a resounding crash echoed behind him. Without needing to look, he knew that the Hu family guards had conveyed the news, and it would not be long before they formed a perimeter to ensnare him. Liu Feng's conjecture was spot on. The three families had stationed numerous patrol teams along the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, their ranks swelling to nearly 1,000, thus, attempting to escape from under the watchful eyes of so many and return to his clan was nearly an impossible feat. Nevertheless, since Liu Feng dared to act as he did, he had already devised a strategy to boldly charge in a single direction, trusting that he would encounter only one or two patrol teams before they could establish a full encirclement, which would undoubtedly fail to halt his progress as nightfall descended. He finally reached the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, albeit in a state of utter exhaustion. Yet, Liu Feng had no intention of pausing to rest. He pressed on beyond the mountains. Damnable waste. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, a voice taunted. You would do well to surrender. I can ensure your death is painless and your body remains whole. Without warning, Zhang Chu, accompanied by hundreds of men, sprang forth from the surrounding underbrush and towering trees, blocking Liu Feng's path with a condescending glare. The sudden turn of events caught the weary Liu Feng off guard, prompting him to spin around and flee once more. At that moment, he lacked the strength to engage in combat. Being caught would spell certain doom. Hee. Zhang Chu cackled, raising his hand to signal his hundreds of guards to pursue. Meanwhile, an elderly man with white hair flickered into view, appearing before Liu Feng in an instant, almost causing Liu Feng to collide with him. Little rascal, surrender obediently, lest you suffer the pains of flesh and blood, the old man said, his expression devoid of emotion as he clasped his hands behind his back. Old fool, I won't fall for your tricks. Take this, Liu Feng retorted, his face stern as he drew the rusted great sword from his back and lunged forward, aiming a strike at the white-haired elder. You seek death, the elder bellowed, swiftly maneuvering to Liu Feng's rear, raising his palm to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! Liu Feng, momentarily stunned, had not yet registered the attack when a sharp pain lanced through his back, propelling him through the air. Before he could hit the ground, a mouthful of blood erupted from Liu Feng's lips, and at that moment, the white-haired elder, like a wraith, appeared beside him, launching a ferocious punch aimed at his chest. Bang! As the wind of the willow swirled in reverse, it had just begun to regain its composure when a heavy blow struck its chest, causing it to crash to the ground in an instant. Humph! The willow, upon hitting the ground, let out a cold snort, rolled over, and half knelt, staring intently at the white-haired elder with a mocking grin, saying, Old scoundrel, you, a distinguished martial artist, cannot even kill me with a single strike. It seems martial artists are not so formidable after all. At that moment, Zhang Chu, accompanied by hundreds of guards, arrived. Seeing Liu Feng injured by Ao Shu and unable to escape, he approached with a hearty laugh. Liu Feng, you never expected to fall into my hands, did you? But fear not, I have no intention of granting you any chance of a comeback. Unlike that rascal Hu Tian. With a leisurely gait, he approached Ao Shu, casting a disdainful glance at the half-kneeling Liu Feng before turning to give a knowing look to Ao Shu. The white-haired elder nodded, swiftly moving in front of Liu Feng, grabbing him by the throat with an impassive expression and lifting him into the air. Cough, cough. Suspended in midair, Liu Feng struggled to breathe, his throat aflame with pain, his hands and feet flailing helplessly, his complexion fading to a deep purple. Just then, hundreds of black-clad figures surged forth from the surroundings, with three burly men at the forefront, who almost instantaneously reached Ao Shu, launching attacks at 3 critical points. Realizing the peril, Ao Shu smirked wickedly and used Liu Feng as a shield against the incoming blows. Liu Biao, the captain of the Liu family S-Guard, swiftly darted towards Zhang Chu. Old scoundrel Ao Shu, you take my family's second young master as a hostage, then I shall take your eldest young master as mine. With a stern face, Liu Biao declared as he raced toward Zhang Chu. Bang! Reacting quickly, Zhang Chu turned and fled, but before he could get far, Liu Biao caught up, delivering a palm strike that sent him flying. Liu Biao, if you dare take another step, I will kill your second young master. Cough! coughed Ao Shu, gripping Liu Feng's throat, roared in fury, tightening his hold, causing Liu Feng to cough even more violently. Heh, old scoundrel, do you take me for a fool? Liu Biao, having positioned himself in front of Zhang Chu, effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick, responding with disdain, ah. Hearing the cries of anguish echoing around him, Liu Feng, suspended by his throat, clutched Ao Shu's hand tightly, a thought flashing through his mind. He seethed, old scoundrel, I will not allow you to succeed. Bang bang. With several strikes landing on Ao Shu's arm, the hidden power of the successive blows forced the martial artist Ao Shu to loosen his grip. Disbelief etched across his face. Such formidable physical strength was almost comparable to that of a first-tier martial artist. As soon as Liu Feng freed himself, he was seized by Liu Du, who was assaulting Ao Shu, while Liu Biao, holding Zhang Chu, burst into unrestrained laughter. Uncle Biao, there is no need to engage with them. Hasten to take me back to the family. The three major clans are conspiring to betray the nation, and we cannot afford to linger here. We must relay this information back to our family and the lord of the city. With a pale face and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Liu Feng spoke in a low voice, pressing his hand against his chest. Upon seizing Zhang Chu, Liu Biao's expression shifted dramatically. He solemnly declared, damn it, no wonder the three major clans have dispatched so many guards into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Liu Du, you must promptly escort young Master Daier back to the family while we remain here to hold them off. Since we have come this far, let us stay together. A sudden voice echoed as thousands emerged from the shadows, instantly clashing with the hundreds of Liu family guards. The leader, Hu Tian, stood not far away, his face dark with displeasure. Liu Du, who was carrying Liu Feng, exchanged a glance with Liu Biao before turning to dash towards Maple Leaf City. Seeing this unfold, Hu Tian coldly remarked, they shan't escape. Long Shu, take your men and pursue Liu Feng. I will handle things here myself. Standing beside Hu Tian, the robust Hu Long nodded and waved his hand, leading over 20 Hu family guards in pursuit. Liu Du, carrying Liu Feng, moved swiftly through the dense forest, his cultivation having reached the level of a martial master, entirely disregarding the pursuing Hu Long and his men. Severely injured, Liu Feng finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Hu Long's expression darkened as the gap between them widened, the difference in cultivation becoming painfully evident. Half an hour later, Liu Du, still carrying the unconscious Liu Feng, managed to shake off Hu Long and his men, finally exiting the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a slight sigh of relief, Liu Du dared not slow his pace, hastening towards Maple Leaf City. Along the way, several practitioners from various families returned to Maple Leaf City, chatting and laughing, clearly having retrieved a considerable amount, yet they were left bewildered by Liu Du, who rushed past like a startled swan. Those with keen eyesight recognized Liu Du carrying Liu Feng, leading to a flurry of curious discussions. Isn't that Liu Feng from the Liu family? She appears to have fainted. I haven't seen Liu Hu and the others. Could they have encountered a fearsome beast in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Unlikely. We've been deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains for days without hearing a peep in my view. This might not be such a bad thing. With the Liu family out of the competition, our chances of securing first place are greatly enhanced. You think your Li family can seize first place? Even if what you say is true, it shall be our Huang family that claims victory. Conversations of this nature echoed along the route, but Liu Du, bearing Liu Feng, paid them no mind as they approached the city walls of Maple Leaf City. Liu Feng slowly regained consciousness, having overheard their discussions. After a moment's contemplation, she weakly stated, Uncle Du, first take me to see the lord of the city. Once I have met with him, you may return to the family to report, and then bring assistance for Uncle Biao and the others. Carrying him on his back, Liu Du nodded and replied, very well, second young master. I shall first escort you to meet the lord of the city. Liu Du was no fool. The audacity of the three prominent families to commit treason during the trial assembly indicated they were well prepared. A moment's carelessness could alert the enemy, potentially leading to a retaliatory strike against us. Chapter 46. Unveiling the Conspiracy, State of War. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the skies above the 10,000 Great Mountains erupted with a series of deafening explosions. Something had gone awry with the Hu family's trial team, causing such tumultuous uproar. This could be fortuitous. Our chances of securing first place have significantly increased. Indeed, this presents a golden opportunity. Let us hasten to submit our tasks and see who among us can claim the top position. Despite carrying Liu Feng, Liu Du maintained an unyielding pace. After a brief respite, they finally returned to Maple Leaf City, only to find the North City Gate besieged by members of various families. A veritable blockade. After all, tomorrow marked the final day of the trial assembly, and many trial teams had emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thus, while Liu Du bore Liu Feng into Maple Leaf City, he was compelled to slow his pace. However, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and said, "Uncle Du, we cannot afford to delay any longer. The news of our escape from the 10,000 Great Mountains will soon reach the three prominent families." That series of thunderous explosions must have been Hu Tian, that scoundrel, signaling the Hu family of the changing circumstances. "Second young master, I shall expedite our journey to meet the lord of the city," Liu Du replied, nodding in affirmation, and swiftly maneuvered through the streets. The city lord's residence. Entry was forbidden to the uninvited. Shortly thereafter, Liu Du arrived at the gates of the city lord's estate, where several guards stood sentinel. One guard, clad in silver light armor, brandished his spear horizontally, blocking Liu Du's path. The pale-faced Liu Feng hastily patted Liu Du, signaling him to set him down, and addressed the obstructing guard with a serious tone. "I am Liu Feng, the second young master of the Liu family. I have urgent matters to report to the lord of the city. Please relay this at once. Any delay could lead to grave consequences for both of us." The guard, initially perplexed, chose to trust Liu Feng's words, nodding before turning to enter the city lord's residence. Moments later, the silver-armored guard emerged, softly stating, "Young Master Liu Feng, the lord of the city requests your presence in the study. Please follow me." Liu Feng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Supported by Liu Du, he trailed behind the silver-armored guard, navigating a series of lefts and rights until they arrived at a modest courtyard in front of a certain room. "Knock, knock." The silver-armored guard gently rapped on the door, announcing, "Lord of the city, I have brought young Master Liu Feng." Creak. A middle-aged man of imposing demeanor opened the door and replied softly, "You may leave now. No one is permitted near the study without my command." "Understood, my lord, I shall convey your orders," the silver-armored guard responded promptly, bowing respectfully before departing. "Liu Feng, my dear nephew, what has transpired to cause you such injury?" As Liu Feng noticed a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Who furrowed his brow in perplexity and inquired, "Shu, my injuries are trivial. This time, the three prominent families have conspired a shocking plot, one they may have been scheming for over a decade. Deep within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, they have uncovered a secret realm and, in collusion with the Yin-Yang sect, aim to seize control of Maple Leaf City. I believe the three families are now aware of my escape from the 10,000 Great Mountains and may act out of desperation." With a pale complexion, Liu Feng fixed his gaze intently on Who and spoke with utmost caution. After finishing his words, Liu Feng noticed Who's stern expression and nodded slightly to Liu Du, who was supporting him, prompting Liu Du to release his hold and turn away. After a brief moment of Liu Du's departure, Who regained his composure and cautiously asked Liu Feng, "My dear nephew, can you be certain that there is no mistake?" Liu Feng replied earnestly, "Uncle Mo, how could I jest about such a matter? My elder brothers are still trapped deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and even those sent to rescue me, like Uncle Biao, remain unaware of their fate." Without anyone supporting him, Liu Feng leaned against the doorframe, his eyes fixed on Who as he spoke with gravity. Suddenly, the urgent tolling of alarm bells reverberated throughout every corner of Maple Leaf City. As the sound of the bells echoed, pedestrians and vendors alike hurriedly rushed home, and the four city gates were promptly shut. A battalion of guards clad in silver light armor swiftly emerged from the city lord's residence, while the aerial unit of the city lord's estate, the fifth-level beast riders, took to the skies, circling above Maple Leaf City, with several heading towards nearby towns. The heads of various families and senior elders hastened to the city lord's residence, each bewildered by the sudden onset of a wartime state. The simultaneous ringing of the alarm bells and the ascent of the beast riders indicated that only in times of war would the city lord dare to take such measures. Otherwise, even if the city lord were of royal lineage, he would face severe punishment under imperial law. That moment, the heads of families and senior elders pondered which audacious nation would dare to assault the great Yin Empire, choosing Maple Leaf City as their primary target. Outside the eastern gates of Maple Leaf City, within the 10-mile Wolf Valley, the Imperial Army's 30,000 Wolf Riders were stationed, renowned as one of the 5 great land armies across the continent. It was precisely due to the deterrent presence of the 30,000 Wolf Riders that, for many years, No nation would foolishly select Maple Leaf City as their first target in wartime. This situation left the family heads and senior elders feeling increasingly puzzled, wondering who possessed such audacity to target Maple Leaf City for an attack. Before long, in the vast conference hall of the city lord's residence, apart from the heads or senior elders of the three prominent families who had yet to arrive, the heads or senior elders of several dozen other families were present. Sitting in the seat of honor, Mo, who raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming aura that spread throughout the hall, silencing the previously bustling assembly of family heads and senior elders, who turned their attention towards Mo's silence enveloped the room. Mo, who turned to his companion, Liu Feng, who wore a pallid expression, and gestured for him to speak. Liu Feng, with a solemn nod, intoned, "The Hu, Zhang, and Nan families of Maple Leaf City have, unbeknownst to us, discovered a hidden realm within a cave deep in the 10,000 Great Mountains, in their relentless pursuit of the treasures within this secret domain. These three families have conspired with the Yin-Yang sect, aiming to seize control of Maple Leaf City. Such acts of treachery against the nation warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage." At this proclamation, a tumultuous uproar ensued, with few willing to believe such claims. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and continued, "Esteemed uncles and elder relatives, my words are not mere sensationalism. They have meticulously plotted this conspiracy for several years. Had it not been for my victory over the Hu family's heirloom prior to this trial assembly, I would not have been pursued within the 10,000 Great Mountains, nor would I have been compelled to secretly trail them due to my grievances with Hu Tian. Consequently, I would not have uncovered their sinister plot. As for my elder brother and uncle Biao, who endeavored to rescue me, they, too, are now besieged by nearly 2,000 guards from the three families, their fates uncertain. I implore you to trust in my words." Suddenly, a silver-armored guard, drenched in blood, staggered through the doors of the assembly hall and collapsed onto the floor. "Why, Lord, the three families have rebelled. They are currently launching a fierce assault on the Lord's manor with thousands of warriors." The fallen guard hastily rose, panic evident in his demeanor. "I understand," Mo, who replied, his expression unyielding. The assembly hall fell into a chilling silence as disbelief permeated the air. Few were convinced that the three families had truly betrayed the realm. Mo, who surveyed the assembly and declared with gravity, "Dear family heads and elders, the truth stands before us. There should be no doubt. We need to wait until the rebels hold weapons to our throats before we accept reality." With a firm demeanor, Mo, who clapped his hands, prompting the arrival of the Wolf Cavalry Corps commander and several generals from the adjacent chamber, as the assembly hall became encircled by a battalion of fire wolves. Rather than engaging the three families outside, the 1st Cavalry Brigade surrounded the Lord's Manor Assembly Hall, leaving the family heads and elders in a state of confusion. "Why, Lord, what is the meaning of this?" they questioned. "Do you still doubt our loyalty?" Commander Mo Fei of the Wolf Cavalry Corps took his seat at the head of the assembly, removing his helmet with a gentle smile. "Forgive me, esteemed guests. For the sake of the Empire's interests, I have instructed the Lord to take these measures. You need not worry. My subordinates will ensure the safety of you and your families. Once the truth is established, those uninvolved will be released without delay." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the family heads and elders varied significantly. Some sat at ease, sipping tea with no hint of fear, while others appeared as though pierced by needles, drenched in cold sweat, visibly restless and anxious. "Humph." Seated in the foremost position, Mo Fei's expression darkened as he coldly uttered a phrase, unleashing a formidable aura that swept through the entire assembly hall. The four anxious heads of the minor families immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, while Mo Fei remained oblivious, taking a delicate sip from the teacup that rested on the table beside him. Observing this, Mo, who shook his head in resignation, pulling Liu Feng forward and stating, "Elder brother, this is Liu Feng, my esteemed nephew. It is he who, against all odds, managed to bring forth the news from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Look at the injuries he bears. Do you not think you should acknowledge his efforts?" Setting down the teacup, Mo Fei turned to fix Liu Feng with a steady gaze, and despite his pale complexion, Liu Feng met his stare unflinchingly. After a moment, the stern Mo Fei burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "What a brave lad! With such audacity, I, the commander of this legion, shall heal your wounds." The scions of the Liu family. The three major families are treasonous, colluding with the enemy sect, the Yin-Yang sect, in a plot of rebellion. Such acts of treachery against the nation must be punished. As citizens of the Empire, what is our course of action? Liu Zheng, standing atop the grand martial arts plaza of the Liu family, inquired with palpable indignation. Kill, kill, kill. Hundreds of Liu family members, along with over 1,000 guards, roared in unison. Master, it is dire. The three major families are assaulting the Lord's manor, and the guards there are suffering heavy casualties. A guard rushed into the plaza, panic etched across his face. Master, we cannot delay any longer. We must rush to the Lord's manor and flank the three families. Otherwise, if they seize the manor, our 6 families will be on the brink of annihilation. Master, the Grand Elder's analysis is sound. We must abandon any hesitation and engage in a decisive battle against the three families. Any further delay will only result in greater losses of our forces. At the moment of Liu Zheng's indecision, a guard burst into the plaza, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, Master, the vanguard of the Wolf Cavalry, the Fire Wolf Brigade, has entered the city and is currently slaughtering those besieging the Lord's manor. Ha! Truly, heaven favors our Liu family. Liu family brethren, follow me to slay the traitors. Upon hearing this news, Liu Zheng, who had been wavering, let out a wild laugh and bellowed, signaling over 1,000 of Liu family's elite to march forth. With a resounding crash, they encountered a contingent from the three major families, and chaos erupted instantly. Ack! Leading the charge, Liu Zheng and Liu Liang wielded their great swords, their blade energy devouring all in their path, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies. Meanwhile, the three esteemed guardians of the Liu family, though not aiming to kill, left their foes maimed, their pitiful cries echoing through the streets. Like a tidal wave, they surged forth with thunderous might, swiftly advancing towards the Lord's manor. However, they encountered blockades set by smaller squads from the three families along the way. In desperation, Liu Zheng commanded that all forces be divided into smaller groups to push towards the Lord's manor, thus increasing their speed, albeit at a considerably greater risk. Clang! Amidst the chaos of the fray, Liu Zheng arrived at the square outside the Lord's manor, only to be ambushed by Hu Gang, the head of the Hu family, who emerged from the shadows with a sword aimed at Liu Zheng. Fortunately, Liu Liang intervened, parrying the attack with his own sword. With a hearty laugh, Liu Zheng regained his composure and solemnly warned, Brother Hu, it is not too late to cease hostilities. If you do not consider your own well-being, at least think of your entire family, young and old alike. If you surrender now, I shall intercede on your behalf before the Lord. With a scornful expression, Hu Gang raised his great sword. His face darkened as he retorted, Liu Zheng, spare me your pretentiousness. You seek to bring about my demise, just as I intend to do to you. Thus, let us dispense with the pleasantries. It is premature to declare a victor. With a resounding clash, Hu Gang swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at Liu Zheng. Both Liu Zheng and Liu Liang's expressions darkened as they swiftly dodged to the side. But many guardians engaged in battle nearby were caught off guard, meeting their demise at the hands of the lethal sword Aura. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige, Liu Zheng declared, the light of his sword radiating fiercely. Witnessing the slaughter of his guards ignited a furious blaze within Liu Zheng. He pointed his sword skyward, conjuring a myriad of illusory forms, then leaped into the air, thrusting his sword downward. Humph! In the interplay of reality and illusion, several manifestations of Liu Zheng coalesced, and with Hu Gang's astonished gaze fixed upon him, Liu Zheng pierced his sword into Hu Gang's chest. Letting out a muffled groan, Hu Gang retaliated with a strike aimed at Liu Zheng's head, forcing him to withdraw his sword in defense. Reversal Dragon Slash. With a stoic expression, Liu Zheng propelled himself into the air, descending upon Hu Gang with a sweeping strike. The sword's tip, emanating a fierce energy, surged forth like an enraged dragon, charging relentlessly at Hu Gang. Amidst the turmoil, Hu Gang, struggling yet resolute, bellowed, ancient secret technique, 9 swords of godslaying. Transforming into a colossal sword, he surged forth to meet Liu Zheng. The two warriors' techniques clashed violently, neither gaining the upper hand as they were both sent reeling backward. You old cur, daring to harm my father, prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, a dark figure darted towards the retreating Hu Gang, accompanied by a furious roar. Indeed, it was Liu Feng, who, having rapidly recovered from his injuries with Mo Fei's assistance, bid farewell to Mo Hu and Mo Fei before charging out from the Lord's manor. As he witnessed the clash between Liu Zheng and Hu Gang, he launched himself at Hu Gang with ferocity. Just as Liu Feng drew near, Hu Gang, still reeling from his previous encounter, executed a swift turn, attempting to seize him. Heavenly break, flower, and with transposition, Liu Feng shouted, brandishing his sword defiantly before him, unyielding in his approach. You insolent brat, do you think you can capture me? You underestimate your own capabilities. Prepare to die, Hu Gang coldly declared, his outstretched hand transforming into a dragon's claw aimed at the advancing Liu Feng. Just then, as Liu Zhang and his companions maintained their composure, preparing to intervene, Hu Gang was on the verge of capturing Liu Feng, a sinister smile creeping across his face. However, from above, Xiao Jiu descended like a swift phoenix, landing behind Hu Gang and swiftly injecting him with a potent fire toxin. As Hu Gang finally grasped the situation, he was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, causing him to plummet to the ground in a most undignified manner. You old fool. Your son is an imbecile, but I never anticipated that you would be even more foolish. Had I not possessed absolute certainty, I would have charged at you with reckless abandon, he scoffed, observing the writhing Hu Gang on the ground with disdain as Liu Feng came to a halt, having successfully subdued his opponent. Suddenly, a series of furious roars from the monstrous beasts echoed from outside the city, resembling thunderclaps reverberating above Maple Leaf City. Hu Gang, convulsing on the ground, gritted his teeth and slowly rose to his feet. Laughing maniacally, ha ha, you are all doomed. The reinforcements from the Yin-Yang sect have arrived. With a swift movement, Mo Hu and a few others appeared before Liu Feng, casually tossing the white-haired elder, who resembled a lifeless dog, at Hu Gang's feet, mockingly taunting him. Idiot, are you referring to this wretch? He was just chased outside the city by tens of thousands of wolf cavalry like a stray dog. Oh, and by the way, a few hundred others have already been fed to the first-level demon beast, the fire wolf.as. Hu Gang gazed incredulously at the white-haired elder at his feet. A continuous chorus of wolf howls from first-level fire wolves emanated from the 4 city gates. 300,000 wolf cavalry surged forth from the gates towards the Lord's Mansion Plaza, mercilessly slaughtering members of the 3 prominent families along their path. The air was thick with the sounds of carnage, and the chilling cries of the dying echoed above. The advancing wolf cavalry, akin to a colossal meat grinder, left no bones behind, only pools of fresh, crimson blood and mangled flesh. The streets and alleys of Maple Leaf City became a torrent of blood, coalescing into small streams in no time. The 300,000 wolf cavalry had stormed into the vast plaza outside the Lord's mansion, encircling the remnants of the 3 families. Riding atop a 5th-level demon beast, the Silver Wolf King, Mo Fei, commanded a path through the encircling wolf cavalry, approaching the trapped remnants of the 3 families with a composed demeanor. Dismounting from the Silver Wolf King, he strode directly to Hu Gang. Inquiring, Hu Gang, as a first-class viscount of the empire, you conspired with enemy sects to incite rebellion. This crime warrants the annihilation of your entire clan. Upon hearing these words, Hu Gang burst into laughter, replying gravely, "Ah, what a statement! This crime deserves the extinction of my clan. Surrender means death. Yet perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope in resistance. Those unwilling to await death, come join me in the fray." From a distance, over 1,000 guards from the Hu family rushed forth, each wielding specially crafted weapons, unleashing a volley upon the encircled wolf cavalry. Charge! Reinforcements have arrived. Let us break through together. Hearing the familiar sound of piercing projectiles, Hu Gang, his face slightly pale, feigned bravado with a fierce shout and charged toward the nearby wolf cavalry with his sword drawn. Humph! Mo Hu's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Filled with fury, the heart of a thief remains unquenched. Allow me to demonstrate what true despair feels like, buzzing. Just as Mo Hu charged forward, sword in hand, Hu Gang was suddenly beset by Xiao Jia, who soared from Liu Feng's shoulder like a startled swan, darting towards Hu Gang. Meanwhile, the surrounding wolf cavalry, numbering over 1,000, unleashed a volley of arrows from Hu Gang's family guards, who had been stationed to defend their home. They swiftly commanded their fiery wolves to change direction and charged forth with a devastating onslaught. Over 1,000 arrows fell upon the advancing wolf cavalry like raindrops, and the heavy cavalry faltered, collapsing in droves. Yet, rather than instilling fear in the wolf cavalry, this only ignited their wrath, propelling them into a more bloodthirsty and terrifying frenzy. Bang! bang, in a collective charge. Before even employing their lances, they inflicted near half the losses upon Hu Gang's guards. The predatory wolf cavalry eschewed the use of lances in their fury. They sought to ensure their enemies met a death steeped in terror. Bang! On another front, Hu Gang was intercepted by the pursuing Xiao Jiu before he could reach the wolf cavalry, only to be mercilessly sent flying by Mo Hu's sword. Master, allow this old servant to lend you a hand. Among the encircled remnants of the three great families, a white-haired elder darted forward, positioning himself before the tumbling Hu Gang, shielding him with his body and brandishing a massive sword with an impassive expression, fixated on Mo Hu. Master, I was fortunate to earn the old patriarch's favor in the past. Not only did he cure my hidden ailment, but he also ensured my family did not starve in the streets. Now that our clan faces the brink of annihilation, it is time for me to repay this debt. The elder cast a compassionate glance at Hu Gang before resolutely charging towards Mo Hu. Crack, crack. With a stern countenance, Mo Hu hurled his sword aside, flicking his sleeves dramatically, his hands morphing into claws. Producing a resounding crackle, dragon eagle claw, with a fierce roar, Mo Hu advanced, his clawed hands enveloped in spiritual energy, the nails glinting ominously, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld them. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by a heart-wrenching scream as Mo Hu severed the elder's right arm, blood sprang forth. This brutal and bloody scene stunned many. Even Lu Zhang and the others nearby stood frozen in shock. They had never truly realized the extent of the Lord Mayor's prowess. Indeed, you are easily amazed. Do not forget that the Lord Mayor is the brother of the Legion commander. He must possess considerable skill. The son of the Empire's foremost duke, even if lacking, would still surpass us. Furthermore, both the Legion commander and the Lord Mayor were hailed as the Empire's twin heroes in their youth. Standing among the wolf cavalry, Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback, almost breaking into laughter before managing to suppress it. Crack! With an impassive countenance, Mo Hu casually tossed aside the right arm of the elderly man with white hair, then swiftly extended a claw, his 5 fingers gripping the skull of the old man. With a forceful exertion, a sharp crack resonated, and the elderly man's face contorted in agony as his bulging eyes closed forever. Such a sinister and terrifying martial skill, yet it piqued the interest of the young master. Observing the lethal force of Mo Hu's dragon eagle claw, Liu Feng, with his arms crossed over his chest, murmured softly, bang. Mo Hu nonchalantly hurled the deceased old man's body, which landed like a bomb, knocking down the dazed Hu Gang at that moment. A brawny man riding a fire wolf approached, swiftly dismounting and respectfully bowing to Mo Fei, reporting, Commander, all individuals within the residences of the 3 prominent families have been executed. As per your orders, 3 squads remain, and within a secret chamber of the Hu family, we discovered correspondence revealing their collusion with the forces of Yin and Yang. Upon receiving the letter handed to him by the brawny man, Mo Fei's expression darkened to an extreme after a cursory glance, as he fixed his gaze intently on Hu Gang, gritting his teeth and declaring, the evidence is irrefutable. All wolf riders, heed my command. Form ranks and slay without mercy. Kill, ah. The knights raised their lances, galloping forth on their fire wolves. The thousands of wolf riders surged forward, their onslaught overwhelming the remnants of the 3 families, inflicting massive casualties, while the few with higher cultivation barely managed to escape with their dignity intact. Death is inevitable on either side. Brothers, let us fight them to the end, for there may yet be a slim chance of survival. The head of the Nan family, Nan Xiang, witnessing the pallor of his comrades, bellowed as he brandished a hefty broadsword, charging towards the oncoming wolf riders. The hundreds of remnants from the 3 families, momentarily stunned, followed suit with bloodshot eyes, rushing into battle. Liu Feng, possessing lesser cultivation, had already positioned himself at the periphery, disinterested in the one-sided massacre. Shaking his head, he turned to leave but was suddenly met with a fierce wind at his back. Frowning, he spun around and instinctively struck out, transforming his hand into a claw and seizing the arm that came hurtling towards him. Oh, a spatial ring. Whose arm is this? He mused, momentarily distracted by the ring on the index finger. Removing the spatial ring, he discarded the severed arm and walked over to Lu Zhang, a hint of concern in his voice as he inquired, Father, did Uncle Du bring people into the 10,000 Great Mountains to rescue someone? Fenger, you have achieved great merit this time. You truly reflect the pride of the Liu family, Lu Zheng said, patting Liu Feng's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Perplexed by his father's non-responsive answer, Liu Feng pressed further. No, father, we will discuss that later. I wish to ask, did Uncle Du lead people into the 10,000 Great Mountains to rescue someone? Indeed, we received news of his actions, prompting us to organize our forces and hasten here. He took half of the family's guards and left the city for the 10,000 Great Mountains before the alarm sounded in Maple Leaf City. Why are you so curious about this? Lu Zhang, with a cheerful expression, responded amiably yet with a hint of perplexity, casting a quizzical gaze at Liu Feng. Upon hearing this, a spark of realization ignited in Liu Feng's mind as he spoke half-truths, saying, Father, I must hurry to rescue my elder brother and the others. If I do not reach their hiding place, Uncle Du will undoubtedly fail to locate them. Moreover, I intend to seek revenge on Hu Tian and his associates. I nearly lost the chance to see you and the others. They forced me to leap into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Fortunately, I was ensnared by vines as I fell, which spared my life. Otherwise, their sinister plot would have succeeded. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhang was consumed with rage, exclaiming furiously, What? How dare they force my son Lu Zhang to jump into a bottomless chasm? This cannot stand. I shall personally lead a force to annihilate them. Before Lu Zhang could finish his sentence, Liu Feng, unable to bear it any longer, swiftly interrupted, saying, Father, your presence is still required here. I believe the city lord and the commander of the Wolf Cavalry Legion will seek you out shortly to discuss matters. As for this situation, I can handle it myself. With that, Liu Feng turned and dashed away, leaving Lu Zhang, his face a mask of fury, in a state of bewilderment. Armed with the token given to him by Mo Fei, Liu Feng navigated through the throngs of thousands of wolf cavalry with ease, hastening towards the northern city gate. Now, despite the formidable power of the three major families, they were trapped under siege by 300,000 wolf cavalry. Making escape impossible, Liu Feng, free from lingering worries, recalled the predicament of Lu Hu and Uncle Biao, who were ensnared within the 10,000 Great Mountains. He also remembered Hu Tian and the others who had coerced him into that perilous leap. He would not miss such an opportunity to strike down those who were already down and out. Moreover, the prospect of future opportunities was bleak, as the three major families had revolted. Once the forces within the city eliminated them, it was likely that the wolf cavalry would penetrate the 10,000 Great Mountains, searching relentlessly for the remnants of the three families. Thus, Liu Feng realized that if he did not act swiftly, he might never have the chance to personally slay Hu Tian and his cohorts. Hence, it was with a somewhat sinister intent that Liu Feng chose to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains at the earliest opportunity. Ah, this is indeed the spatial ring of that old scoundrel Hu Gang. Could that hand belong to him? No, wait. I distinctly saw Hu Gang being assisted by the two elders of the armor. He did not charge forward at all. How peculiar! As Liu Feng sprinted towards the northern city gate, he held the spatial ring he had acquired from the severed arm. Using his mental energy to probe inside, he discovered merely 4 items, 3 tomes and a dark gold metal piece. Among them, one tome bore the inscription God slaying 9 swords, which piqued his curiosity. Although he felt some confusion, obtaining Hu Gang's spatial ring was certainly a considerable gain. Despite its meager contents, each item was of exceptional quality. Gradually, a smug smile began to spread across Liu Feng's face. Chapter 50. Re-entering the 10,000 Great Mountains halt. Anyone who approaches will be dealt with ruthlessly. Upon reaching the northern city gate, Liu Feng was intercepted by the city guards stationed there, one of whom, a young lieutenant, barked a warning. Liu Feng quickly produced the token given to him by Mo Fei, approaching with a gentle smile as he waved the token before the lieutenant's eyes. Ji Lu, open the city gates and grant passage. The young lieutenant, with a stern expression, glanced over and, upon recognizing the insignia of the Wolf Cavalry Corps, promptly turned to issue orders. With a sharp sound, Liu Feng secured the insignia and nodded at the lieutenant before hastening to follow Gu Lu to the city gates. Under the combined effort of 5 city guards, the heavy gates gradually creaked open, and the drawbridge was lowered as well. Once the northern city gate was ajar and the drawbridge spanned the moat, Liu Feng strolled out leisurely. The city gates have opened. At last, we can enter. Yet, wait. The fire wolves have not been granted passage, indicating there must be other matters at hand. Look, someone is coming out. Could it be to announce the opening? What sort of eyes do you have? The one emerging is Liu Feng, not a member of the Wolf Cavalry Corps. I reckon we shall have to continue waiting, unaware of what has transpired within the city. Before Liu Feng could fully descend from the drawbridge, he overheard these remarks. Frowning slightly, he scanned the crowd multiple times, confirming the absence of members from the three prominent families. With a swift motion, he hastily navigated through the throng, heading towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Half an hour later, Liu Feng, having faced no obstructions along the way, entered the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He refrained from blindly delving deeper and instead meticulously observed the surrounding footprints, setting off in the direction with the densest traces. Throughout his journey, Liu Feng remained cautious. Although his uncle had already led men into the 10,000 Great Mountains, the current state of enemy and ally was unclear. So he did not dare to be reckless. He understood well the adage that caution ensures longevity. Should he inadvertently encounter remnants of the three prominent families, being alone would spell disaster. Thus, he had to tread carefully. Suddenly, a feathered arrow shot towards him from a distance. Liu Feng promptly leaped, taking refuge behind a pile of rubble. After a moment of waiting, aside from the sound of the arrow striking a tree, no other noise reached his ears. Tentatively, he peered out, seeing nothing suspicious before cautiously emerging from behind the stones, shaking his head in self-mockery, and making his way towards the direction from which the arrow had come. As he advanced several hundred meters and ascended a small earthen slope, the sounds of slaughter echoed from below. Liu Feng hurriedly dashed down, weaving through the chaos to engage in the fray. With both hands, he unleashed the wave palm technique, leaving a path of either death or injury in his wake. Crack! A swift kick sent one of the Zhang family guards, who had his back turned, flying, and with a quick step forward, he struck a Hu family guard squarely in the chest, producing a sharp, crisp sound as the man was sent hurtling through the air, lifeless before he even touched the ground. Such a ferocious display of slaughter from Liu Feng drew the attention of Liu Biao, who, not far off, pierced his opponent's heart with a sword. Catching sight of Liu Feng, he inquired, "Second young master, what brings you back?" With a swift movement, Liu Feng positioned himself in front of two southern family guards, unleashing simultaneous palm strikes that sent them hurtling away, and replied, "If I do not return, you will not find eldest brother and the others. Moreover, I intend to personally slay Hu Tian and Zhang Yi." In a wonder, at that time, we boldly ventured deep into the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, searching in vain for any trace of the young master and his companions. Oh, by the way, Hu Tian and Zhang Chu fled with a dozen men, and it remains uncertain whether Liu Du can catch up with them. As Liu Biao charged towards Liu Feng, he bellowed, "Die, you little brat!" In response, Liu Feng furrowed his brow, sidestepped a sword strike from a Hu family guard, and simultaneously unleashed a powerful palm strike. Bang! The palm struck the guard's head, producing a crisp crack, and the Hu family guard let out a scream before collapsing backward. After a one-sided massacre, all the guards from the three major families were slain without exception. Moments later, once the family guards had finished clearing the battlefield, Liu Feng turned to Liu Biao and spoke softly, "Uncle Biao, since Uncle Du has gone to pursue Zhang Chu and Hu Tian, you must lead the men with me to find my elder brother. We cannot afford any further mishaps." "Understood, second young master," Liu Biao replied, leading over 100 guards in a grand procession behind Liu Feng, heading deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as Liu Feng and his group departed, 5 shadowy figures emerged from a thicket nearby. "Shogu, it seems our plan has failed. This wretch has somehow survived and thwarted our family's scheme. We should have eliminated him when we had the chance," a sullen-faced youth remarked, glaring at the distant figures of Liu Feng and the others, his teeth clenched in anger. "Enough with the complaints. I opposed this plan from the start. How could a mere Fengye city serve as our stage? Our stage is the entire continent. Since the plan has collapsed, there is no point in lamenting. After all, the three major families are nothing but a bunch of fools," Feng Yuxiu said with a sinister grin, patting the glum-faced Feng Hao on the shoulder nonchalantly before leading his companions away. As Liu Feng, heading deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, turned to Liu Biao and inquired, "Uncle Biao, the three major families boast nearly 2,000 men. Is it truly possible that you managed to eliminate them all in such a short time?" Liu Biao chuckled softly and replied, "Second young master, you jest. We lack such prowess. It was Liu Du who returned and left no survivors among the three families. A small fraction fled in disarray, while the majority were vanquished in the encounter, which allowed Zhang Chu and Hu Tian to escape with a handful of men. Hence, Lu Du dispatched his forces in 3 directions to pursue them, while I took a portion of our men to search the area for those pesky little fish that fled. The path ahead was unimpeded, with no remnants of the 3 families to be found, nor any unwary beasts to accommodate the injured. Liu Feng and his group did not move swiftly, yet they still arrived at the secluded waterfall where Lu Hu and the others were hidden before nightfall. As they waded through the waist-deep water toward the base of the waterfall, Liu Feng called out loudly, "Elder brother, we have dealt with the persistent Hu Tian and his ilk. Now we can return to the family without concern." Plop! Behind the waterfall, within the cavern, Lu Yu gazed anxiously at the unconscious Lu Hu and his companions lying beside her. Just as she found herself at a loss, she heard shouts from outside. Rising swiftly, she dashed through the waterfall and plunged into the waist-deep water. "Brother, you arrived just in time. Quickly take my brother and the others back to the family. They are gravely injured and remain in a deep slumber. I have exhausted all possible remedies, yet none have yielded any effect," she exclaimed, clutching Liu Feng as if he were a lifeline, her face etched with panic. Upon hearing this, Liu Biao's expression darkened. He hurriedly led several individuals through the waterfall and into the cave, where they retrieved the unconscious Lu Hu and his companions. "Second young master, we must return to the family immediately. The eldest young master and the others are severely wounded," Liu Biao said gravely, holding Lu Hu in his arms as he fixed a solemn gaze upon Liu Feng. Liu Feng, who was comforting Lu Yu, nodded in agreement, and the group set off towards the outskirts of the Shawandishan Mountains under the protection of over 100 guards. After several hours of travel, they emerged from the mountains without incident. "Second young master, you should return first. We will remain here to continue searching for the members of the 3 great families," Liu Biao said softly as he handed Lu Hu to one of the guards. "Uncle Biao, you must find a way to capture Hu Tian and Zhang Chu, or we will face endless troubles, and the family will never know peace," Liu Feng replied, standing alongside Lu Yu, before leading the group down the main road towards Maple Leaf City. "Brother, what is the situation in Maple Leaf City now?" Lu Yu asked, slightly breathless as she ran beside Liu Feng. Liu Feng turned to her with a smile, saying, "What else could it be? The 3 great families have been extinguished, however, due to the considerable commotion. The Wolf Cavalry Legion has mobilized, surrounding Maple Leaf City inside and out, and even nearby cities have sent reinforcements." When Liu Feng and his companions arrived at the city gate, they were halted by the stationed Fire Wolf Knights. "Look, it's Liu Feng. Lu Hu and the others are actually injured. This will be quite a spectacle," one knight remarked. "Indeed, even Feng Yuxiao and the others couldn't enter just now and nearly got captured. Now, we are poised to enjoy the show," another added. "I doubt they can get in. During the day, he swaggered out without a care. Perhaps that fool has a way," a third knight speculated. Hearing these comments, Liu Feng's expression turned disdainful, and he approached the group of Fire Wolf Knights with a slight smirk. "Maple Leaf City is under martial law. No unauthorized personnel are permitted to approach, or they will be killed without mercy," one of the Fire Wolf Knights warned sternly as Liu Feng and his companions advanced. Liu Feng produced a military insignia and waved it in front of the speaking knight, inquiring, "May we enter now?" At that moment, the onlookers from various families, gathered to witness Liu Feng's embarrassment, were astonished to see what he held. After he waved the insignia before the Fire Wolf Knight, the knight respectfully opened the barricade, allowing Liu Feng and his companions to pass. This scene left the spectators, who had anticipated a spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. None had expected such an outcome as Liu Feng, accompanied by several individuals, followed the Fire Wolf Knight to the moat. He called out to the city guards atop the wall, urging, "Quickly open the city gates. I have urgent matters that cannot be delayed." Upon finishing his plea, Liu Feng forcefully tossed the military token into the air. The vigilant guards swiftly caught the token and, without hesitation, dashed away. Soon, the heavy city gates creaked open, and the drawbridge began to descend, leaving the onlookers nearby in stunned silence. Even Feng Yuxiao and a few others at the edge of the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Many individuals hurriedly approached, hoping to seize the opportunity to slip into Maple Leaf City, only to be intercepted by a small squad of Fire Wolf Knights. "Why are they allowed entry while we are barred? Is this discrimination against us? We wish to enter the city as well," one Fire Wolf Knight, observing the agitated crowd, replied in a grave tone. "They possess the military tokens of the Lord of the City and the Legion Commander. Thus their passage is unimpeded. You, on the other hand, do not possess such tokens," rendering you unable to enter Maple Leaf City. You must await the lifting of the war status. Let me remind you, causing a disturbance without cause is tantamount to treason. As the drawbridge descended, Liu Feng and his companions swiftly ascended onto it and entered Maple Leaf City. The junior officer among the city guards at the north gate hurriedly approached to respectfully return the military token to Liu Feng. Receiving the token, Liu Feng nodded with a smile and quickly made his way with his companions towards his family home. Upon their urgent return, Liu Feng ensured that Liu Hu and the others were settled before promptly sending someone to notify the family head. Sister, do not worry too much about our elder brother. First, tend to your injuries to avoid any lingering ailments. In the living room of the modest courtyard where Liu Hu resided, Liu Feng observed Liu Yu, her tattered clothing reflecting her distress as she paced anxiously. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently remarked, I only have some superficial wounds, nothing serious. However, our elder brothers are gravely injured. It is I who have burdened them. Otherwise, they would not have sustained such injuries to protect me. Stopping in her tracks, Liu Yu turned to Liu Feng, her voice tinged with tears as she replied, Elder brother, you mustn't blame yourself. This matter is not significantly tied to you. The fault lies with the three major families. You should not carry this guilt. Liu Feng approached Liu Yu, gently guiding her to sit in a chair as he offered words of comfort. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. Liu Feng turned to see his father, accompanied by the Grand Elder and others, returning with somber expressions. Liu Yu, seated in the chair, quickly rose and said, Uncle, it is all my fault. I caused our elder brothers to suffer grave injuries while protecting me. Before she could finish, Lu Jing interrupted, stating, Xiao Yu, this matter does not concern you. The true culprits are the three major families. Right now is not the time to assign blame. We must focus on finding a way to treat Huer and the others. At that moment, behind them, Mo Yuqing, with a worried expression, gently grasped Mo Hu's hand and whispered, Father, please do not just stand there. If Brother Liu Hu has any urgent matters, I will return to the imperial capital to inform mother and grandfather that you stood by while he suffered, all the while maintaining a stern demeanor towards me. Why, precious daughter, you mustn't say such things, especially not to your mother. Very well, I shall check on that young man's injuries. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to save him. Is that satisfactory? Mo Hu exclaimed, fear evident in his voice as he grasped Mo Yuqing's hand tightly. Nearby, Lu Zheng and the others suppressed their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Ha ha. Yet, Liu Feng unabashedly laughed heartily and approached Mo Yuqing, softly saying, future sister-in-law, if brother were to know of your deep concern for him, I dare wager he would awaken immediately to these words. Mo Hu and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Mo Yuqing, feeling bashful, shyly retreated behind Mo Hu. Ha ha. Following this, everyone erupted into laughter, even Mo Hu joining in, before he remarked, Brother Liu, it seems our worries were unfounded. The group anxiously watched Mo Hu, who sat by the bedside tending to Liu Hu and the other two's injuries. After a fragrant incense had burned for a while, Mo Hu, looking somewhat pale, finally rose and nodded towards the crowd, prompting a collective sigh of relief. A day later, the rebellion of the three major families was quelled, and Maple Leaf City returned to its former bustling splendor. The heads of the families, notable figures from Maple Leaf City, as well as skilled reinforcements and high-ranking members of the Wolf Rider Corps, gathered at the City Lord's mansion to discuss merits and rewards. Lu Zheng, having witnessed the elders' repeated failed attempts to send someone, personally came to fetch Lu Zheng to the City Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, sitting by the bedside, Liu Feng chatted with Liu Hu and the others for a while before taking his leave to return to his own courtyard, instructing Xiao Cui not to allow anyone to disturb him. Then he plunged into his bedroom. With the 3-year agreement approaching, Liu Feng deemed it necessary to learn a few martial techniques. He took out 3 manuals obtained from Hu Gang's spatial ring and placed them on the table. In addition to the God-slaying 9 swords previously demonstrated by Hu Gang, there was a martial art manual for thunderstorm boxing and another for the 1000 gene drop leg technique. Both thunderstorm and 1000 gene drop were mid-level Shin-grade martial arts, regarded as some of the best within the entirety of Maple Leaf City. All 3 techniques were commendable, so Liu Feng decided to learn them all, thinking that having more skills would never be burdensome. Oh right, the ghostly sovereign urged me to quickly find the secret method for warriors to cultivate. Perusing through the 3 manuals, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. He then retrieved the ancient secret tome and quickly flipped through it until he found several cultivation methods for warriors, which he meticulously compared. Liu Feng resolved to practice the method that strengthened muscles and bones, specifically the enhanced version of the undying golden body secret technique, which possessed unfathomable powers. Indeed, the golden body shield technique was an extension of the undying golden body technique, designed to elevate the internal organs and skeletal structure of the practitioner to corresponding strengths. Thus, one can truly achieve a harmonious balance of inner and outer cultivation, surpassing the physical strength of peers at the same level, and better preparing the practitioner to refine their body into the optimal vessel for absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth before embarking on their cultivation journey. After a brief interval of tea, the secrets of the golden body shield were firmly entrenched in his mind. Liu Feng waved his hand, storing the 3 tomes and the ancient classic into his tungsten ring, then rose and approached the bedside. He removed his shoes and settled into a cross-legged position upon the bed. With his eyes gently closed, he initiated the circulatory path of the golden body shield, guiding the warmth within his dantian and commencing a slow, deliberate rotation. With each complete cycle, a refreshing coolness enveloped his insides, nourishing his vital organs and meridians. As Liu Feng continued to circulate the small weak, the refreshing sensation multiplied, gradually purging impurities from his internal organs and pathways. Ghoul. While meditating on the bed, a sudden pang of discomfort struck Liu Feng's abdomen, accompanied by an unmistakable gurgling sound. Burp. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Liu Feng involuntarily released a loud and foul-smelling flatulence. Frowning in annoyance, he could no longer contain himself. His eyes flew open, he pinched his nose, hastily slipped on his shoes, and dashed towards the door, flinging it open and bolting out. Burped in a hurried sprint towards the latrine. Liu Feng unfastened his belt and lowered his trousers, barely managing to squat before another loud and noxious sound erupted. This was followed by a series of thunderous rumbles echoing from the latrine. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, who was tidying up the living room, heard the peculiar noises emanating from the backyard and, fueled by curiosity, set down her cloth and made her way to investigate. However, within the confines of the latrine, each resounding release brought Liu Feng a sense of clarity and relief. Burp. Still squatting, Liu Feng continued to expel the noxious gas, while Xiao Chui, upon nearing the latrine, was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent stench. Quickly covering her mouth and nose, she stepped back several paces. Once the unbearable odor dissipated, a look of confusion crossed her face as she called out, "Young master, what on earth are you doing in there? Why does it smell so terrible? And what is that thunderous noise?" In the latrine, reveling in the detoxifying experience, Liu Feng felt his face flush upon hearing her inquiry. He quickly responded, "Xiao Chui, attend to your tasks. The young master is occupied. Please leave at once." Embarrassed, Liu Feng sought to dismiss her with a rather clumsy excuse, wishing to keep this awkward incident from prying eyes. After a couple of incense sticks had burned down, Liu Feng emerged from a refreshing bath, donned clean clothes, and returned to his bedroom. He resumed his cross-legged position on the bed, delving back into the practice of the golden body shield until midday. When he slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he slipped on his shoes and exited the room. Stretching his limbs in the courtyard, he retrieved the 3 tomes and settled into a cool chair beneath a grand tree. Perusing the texts leisurely, "Young master, it is time for lunch," came Xiao Chui's gentle voice as she approached, carrying a food container with a warm smile. "Xiao Chui, for the next few days, inform anyone who inquires that I am in seclusion for cultivation and shall see no one," Liu Feng instructed. Releasing the secret manual, Liu Feng accepted the food box handed to him by Xiao Cui. As he opened the box, he solemnly remarked, "Very well, young master, I shall take my leave now to attend to other matters." Xiao Chui replied with a smile before turning to depart. After devouring his lunch with great appetite, Liu Feng picked up the martial technique manual, Thunderstorm, of the profound mid-tier level from the table and began to study it meticulously. Gradually closing his eyes, he mentally rehearsed each move repeatedly before slowly opening them again, placing the Thunderstorm manual back on the table and rising to the open space. Once more, he shut his eyes to center himself and regulate his breathing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if transformed into a different person, exuding an aura of untamed ferocity. With a fierce glare directed ahead, Liu Feng clenched his fists at his waist. What appeared to be a slow punch unleashed a powerful surge of energy. He diligently practiced each movement at a deliberate pace, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What constituted Thunderstorm? Each punch unleashed must embody the force of a thunderclap, possessing not only the might to obliterate all in its path, but also the resounding crack of thunder. Gradually, it seemed Liu Feng grasped the essence of it, and he began to illustrate each technique, with every punch generating a gust of energy. Boom, boom, in no time. As Liu Feng entered a state of transcendence, after numerous repetitions, a punch erupted with a thunderous explosion, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to unleash each subsequent blow with explosive sound effects. Bang, bang, as Liu Feng's speed intensified, powerful gusts of energy swept through the courtyard, scattering items in disarray. Nearby, a row of potted plants was overturned and shattered by the forceful currents. Immersed in his trance, Liu Feng remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him, his expression unchanged as he persisted in practicing thunderstorm. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds resonated incessantly, creating such a commotion that it roused the entire family. In the conference hall, Lu Zheng and others were in discussion with Mo, who, when they heard the uproar, each rising with puzzled expressions to follow the source of the noise. This is Feng's courtyard. Could it be that the remnants of the three great families have come for revenge? Lu Zheng expressed his concern as they approached the source of the commotion. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous sounds erupted again, and Lu Zheng exchanged glances with the others, not daring to delay for a moment. They leaped over the courtyard wall and entered Liu Feng's residence. Lu Zheng, leading the way, dashed inside, taking several turns until he spotted Liu Feng expressionlessly practicing his martial technique before the living room door. Liu, brother, do not approach. Feng has entered a certain state of enlightenment. Do not disturb him, cautioned Mo, who had caught up and swiftly pulled him back. Strange. This technique resembles the thunderstorm employed by Hu Gang, Lu Liang remarked, observing Liu Feng's practice with a puzzled expression. If I am not mistaken, Feng has acquired Hu Gang's spatial ring. This is fortuitous. I was at a loss as to how to reward him, Mo who responded, his eyes lighting up as a smile graced his lips. Mo Xiong, with this, you and I can rest assured, for we have not fallen into the hands of the remnants of the Hu family, and our worries are thus rendered unnecessary. With a smile gracing his face, Lu Zheng turned to Mo Hu and remarked, boom, boom, in a state of forgetfulness. Liu Feng, upon reaching the threshold of the thunderstorm, unleashed punches that reverberated with explosive sounds akin to thunder, essentially achieving a minor realm of mastery. Should he master his momentum, he could ascend to perfection. However, being unfamiliar with the nuances of momentum rendered mastery impossible. Gradually exiting his state of enlightenment, Liu Feng came to a halt, closed his eyes, and reflected in his mind before smilingly opening them to gaze at Lu Zheng and the others. What a remarkable lad! This thunderstorm technique is a mid-tier martial skill of the Xian level. To achieve minor mastery in such a brief span is no small feat, Mo Hu remarked with a gentle smile as he approached Liu Feng. How does Uncle Mo know that your nephew is practicing thunderstorm? Liu Feng, startled internally, braced himself to counter with a question. You rascal, still trying to play tricks on me. During the encirclement of the three great families, after you left with the military symbol, Hu Gang and the others refused to surrender, and the thunderstorm that Hu Gang employed with his 4,000 troops was none other than that technique. It is evident that Hu Gang's spatial ring is in your possession. Asmo, who reached Liu Feng. He patted him on the head lightly, chuckling as he spoke. Ha ha ha. Lu Zheng, following closely behind, let out a hearty laugh and said, Fenger, your Uncle Mo was just pondering what reward to give you. Do express your gratitude. Hee, thank you, Uncle Mo. Liu Feng, now aware of the situation, scratched his head in embarrassment and responded with a silly grin. This time, I'll let you off easy. Tomorrow is the Trial Grand Assembly's martial combat. Do you have confidence in defeating your opponents? Oh, by the way, it seems you have a 3-year agreement with Feng Yuxiu. Do you believe you can triumph over him? With a gentle smile, Mo Hu nodded, looking at the foolishly grinning Liu Feng as he inquired. Suddenly, realizing the implication, Mo Hu awkwardly slapped his forehead and turned to glance apologetically at Lu Zheng, who merely shook his head in response, while Lu Liang and the others wore solemn expressions, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Noticing this, Liu Feng, with an air of indifference, chuckled softly, Uncle Mo, there is no need for concern. This nephew has grown accustomed to it. As for the martial combat and the 3-year agreement, I will prove to everyone that even with a crippled dantian, I can defeat them. Before long, Lu Zheng and the others consoled Liu Feng briefly before returning to their discussions. After seeing Lu Zheng and the others off from the small courtyard, Liu Feng stood at the entrance, watching them depart, murmuring to himself, "Since you do not believe, then tomorrow I shall astonish you all, showing you just how much weight this so-called waste carries in your eyes." Closing the door with a mischievous smile, he returned to pick up the 3 fallen tomes, seated himself, and began to peruse the 1,000 gene weights. As the name implies, each kick delivered felt as if bound by 1,000 gene, with the force behind it capable of shattering stone and splitting gold, akin to the impact of 1,000 gene concentrated into a single point. After memorizing the key points of the 1,000 gene weights, Liu Feng carefully stored the 3 tomes and made his way toward the backyard point 3 years ago, after the dantian was rendered useless. Liu Feng, having experienced a period of despondency, gradually regained his spirits in the backyard. He instructed his servants to prepare an array of heavy training apparatuses, which were now perfectly suited for his practice of the 1,000 gene weights. Upon arriving at the backyard, Liu Feng strode directly to the corner, swiftly binding 2 of the largest black gold stone bags to his calves. He attempted to move, each bag weighing close to 2 stone lions. Fortunately, his physical strength had been amplified several times. Otherwise, even the slightest movement would have been exceedingly arduous. He chuckled to himself, a peculiar grin forming on his face as he laboriously approached a series of wooden stakes. With all his might, he attempted a kick, but before his foot could make contact with the stake, it fell limply back down, causing him to stumble and nearly topple to the ground. Bang! Ouch! Undeterred, Liu Feng steadied his breath, held in a deep breath, and kicked out with all his strength. This time, he successfully struck the wooden stake, but due to excessive force, he was propelled backwards, landing heavily on the ground with a pained cry. Rubbing his sore backside, Liu Feng slowly rose, frowning in contemplation, feeling as though he had misunderstood something crucial. After pondering for a while, he retrieved the 1,000 gene weights manual and perused it carefully. "Ah, so that's how it is. How foolish of me. I almost went astray." Having grasped the correct method of practice, Liu Feng let out a wry smile, muttering to himself as he quickly untied the black gold stone bags from his calves. Bang, bang. Standing before a wooden stake, he awkwardly applied the techniques from the 1,000 gene weights, swiftly kicking at the stake. Creak, creak. The wooden stake, thick enough for 2 men to embrace, swayed alarmingly under Liu Feng's rapid kicks, producing a series of strange sounds. 1,000 gene weights. As he began to find his rhythm, Liu Feng let out a fierce shout and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Crack! A resounding thud echoed, followed by a sharp crack as a noticeable fissure appeared on the wooden stake. "Ha! I am truly a genius. To have learned 2 martial techniques in such a short time is something even the esteemed Feng you could not accomplish," Liu Feng boasted, a smug smile gracing his face as he admired the crack in the stake. Subsequently, he continued his relentless assault on the stake, not pausing until 2 incense sticks had burned down, panting heavily as he retrieved the shattering God 9 swords, flipping through its pages while making his way back to the front courtyard. Upon returning, the deeper he delved into the shattering God 9 swords, the more his brow furrowed, particularly upon reading about the body as sword technique. Memories surged forth of the day when Hu Gang transformed into a sword and clashed with his father, an image that lingered vividly in his mind. The echoes of that moment, when Hu Gang became a sword, seemed to ensnare Liu Feng, yet he could not discern how to proceed. Gradually, a bitter smile emerged on his face as he shook his head, turning to a chair where he sat down, slowly closing his eyes to reflect on Hu Gang's body as sword technique, hoping to uncover its secrets. However, after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Liu Feng opened his eyes with a bitter smile, inwardly cursing his lack of progress. With no other options, he once again scrutinized the manual, hoping to uncover the key to mastering the technique. Chapter 54. Shattering God 9 Swords, Mysterious Iron Blade. Standing in the open space, Liu Feng resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an undeniable brilliance. The intangible aura of the sword surged ever higher, the corners of his garments fluttering without a breeze, as a powerful gust of wind swept across the ground. With a swift motion, he transformed into a gleaming sword, shooting forth in an instant, leaving behind a sharp sound that pierced the air. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, Liu Feng finally grasped the essence of the technique. He took a step, lightly tapping on a tree, executing a flawless backflip and landing gracefully on the ground. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound echoed above, and a branch, thick as a wrist, plummeted to the earth. He chuckled, having succeeded. Sidestepping the descending branch, he glanced at the clean cut where it had broken, murmuring with a peculiar smile. Filled with joy at mastering the ancient secret technique of the 9 swords of godslaying, Liu Feng made his way to the backyard, his mind deep in contemplation. Although he had acquired 3 commendable martial skills, he felt a lingering uncertainty about whether he could triumph over Feng Yuxiu without practical combat experience. After a period of deep thought, Liu Feng arrived at the backyard and decided to freshen up and change into a clean set of clothes. He intended to venture into the streets to procure a weapon for the impending martial contest and the 3-year agreement. After a brief incense sticks time, Liu Feng, carrying several taels of gold, stepped out onto the bustling street. Observing the throngs of passers-by, he noted that the recently lifted state of war seemed to have left no trace, and the rebellion of the 3 prominent families had sparked little commotion. With minimal impact on the local merchants and the peaceful populace, it appeared that Uncle Amo and his associates had managed the situation adeptly, as if nothing had transpired. After traversing 2 blocks, he heard no discussions regarding the events, truly impressive indeed. As Liu Feng strolled along the street, he muttered something to himself and quickened his pace toward the trading street. Navigating through 4 narrow alleys off the main thoroughfare, he arrived at the trading street, where he ambled past numerous stalls, failing to find any weapon that piqued his interest. Walk by, don't miss out. Every item just 10 taels of silver. Just as Liu Feng was inspecting a gleaming, thick-bladed sword at one stall, he heard an amusing call from a short distance away. Curiosity piqued, he set the sword down and turned to the source of the commotion, where a large crowd had gathered around a particular stall. His intrigue deepened, and he joined the throng heading toward that stall. Clinking sounds echoed. Once squeezed into the crowd, Liu Feng beheld over 100 weapons displayed on the stall, instantly igniting his enthusiasm. He crouched down, casually picking up a large sword and flicking his finger against its blade, producing a crisp resonance. Clink! Nodding in approval, he set the large sword aside and picked up a thick-bladed knife, repeating the gesture and similarly eliciting a pleasing sound, indicating this knife was also a fine weapon. He tested several large swords and thick-bladed knives, all of which were indeed exceptional. However, Liu Feng still felt unsatisfied. While these exquisite weapons would suffice for a martial contest, they would fall short against Feng Yuxiu. Undeterred, Liu Feng meticulously examined every weapon at the stall, all of which were of remarkable quality, only to rise in frustration and shake his head. Young master, having tested every weapon, could it be that none have caught your eye? As Liu Feng turned to leave, the middle-aged man arranging the carpets, somewhat puzzled, queried, "Sir, each of these weapons is a masterpiece. Yet they are not suited for my use." Out of courtesy, Liu Feng did not walk away immediately. Instead, he turned back and replied with a smile. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and as Liu Feng was about to step away, he raised his head and said, "Young master, please stay a moment. If you genuinely seek a fine weapon, you may visit my home. I possess a family heirloom, a black iron sword." Just as Liu Feng's foot was about to touch the ground, he quickly retracted it, turned to face the middle-aged man, and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Ha ha." The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "You jest, young master. I, Liu San, have been in this trading street for over a decade. Everyone familiar with this place knows about my family's black iron sword." Seeing that the man did not appear to be deceiving him, Liu Feng's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he softly remarked, "Very well, uncle. Could you take me to see it now?" Observing Liu Feng's eagerness, Liu San, with a knowing smile, said, "Young master, I can certainly take you to see it, but the price of the black iron sword." Before Liu San could finish his sentence, Liu Feng interjected with a slight smile. "If it is indeed a black iron sword, the amount of silver is not a concern. You need not worry about that." "Splendid. Allow me a moment to tidy up." Upon hearing this, Liu San responded with a grin and swiftly began to pack. In a short while, amidst Liu Feng's curious gaze, Liu San quickly gathered over 100 weapons from the ground into several burlap sacks and secured them onto a gaunt, emaciated horse. Standing beside, Liu Feng gazed at the beleaguered horse, finding it difficult to fathom how such a frail creature could bear the weight of so many weapons without collapsing. Shaking his head, he followed Liu San, slowly navigating through the throngs of people towards the slums of the southern district of Maple Leaf City. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Liu Feng, following Liu San, arrived at the southern district and traversed several streets and alleys before entering the slums. Upon entering the slums, the pungent stench overwhelmed Liu Feng, who, despite some mental preparation, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Reluctantly, he pinched his nose and asked, "Uncle, how much further is it?" Hee. Liu San, leading the emaciated horse, chuckled apologetically, "Not far now. Just around the next corner." "Wow!" Observing the uneven ground littered with refuse and the buzzing green flies, Liu Feng could no longer contain himself and retched. Liu San, who was leading the horse, quickly halted, turned back, and said apologetically, "Young master, I sincerely apologize. Slums are like this. If it's unbearable, I can take you directly to your residence." Bent over, Liu Feng waved his hand, converting his breathing to internal respiration, and with a slight frown, replied, "No need for that. Please lead the way." Liu San nodded, quickened his pace while leading the emaciated horse, and Liu Feng followed closely, suppressing the urge to vomit. After turning a corner and not traveling far, Liu San stopped abruptly, calling out loudly, "Dog Dan, hurry out to unload the cargo and lead Xiao Hongdian into the backyard for some fodder." Suddenly, a burly man, bare-chested, burst forth from the door, wielding a multitude of weapons from the back of a small figure named Xiao Hong. With one hand grasping Xiao Hong's arm, he deftly maneuvered around Liu San and stepped inside. Liu San, with a smile gracing his face, gestured invitingly and said, "Young master, please, do come in. There's no need for pleasantries. Simply take me to view the Xian Tai Dao," replied Liu Feng, slightly furrowing his brow as he strode directly inside. "Young master, behold. This is the Xian Tai Dao passed down through my family. It measures 7 feet in total length, with a 1.5-foot handle, a 5.5-foot blade, and a width of 1 foot, weighing a remarkable 1,800 pounds. Even the handle is forged from Xian Tai," Liu San proclaimed proudly, pointing to the sword resting on the corner rack. With astonishment etched on his face, Liu Feng approached the Xian Tai Dao, instinctively reaching out to caress its surface before laboriously grasping the hilt. In the midst of Liu San's astonished gaze, Liu Feng swung the sword from side to side and inquired, "Uncle, this is indeed a fine weapon. What price do you ask for it? You truly wish to acquire it?" "I would require 100 taels of gold," Liu San replied after a moment of contemplation, his demand rather exorbitant. "Very well. Here are 50 taels of gold. For the remaining 50, I kindly ask you to accompany me to retrieve it," Liu Feng responded eagerly, fully aware of the inflated price but unable to contain his eagerness for the Xian Tai Dao. Liu San, taken aback by Liu Feng's swift agreement, felt a twinge of regret. He realized he had been rather foolish, as he should have requested 200 taels of gold. With a swift motion, Liu Feng stowed the Xian Tai Dao within his tungsten ring and hastily exited Liu San's residence. Liu San, coming to his senses, hurried after him, finding Liu Feng racing back along the path they had come. He had no choice but to quicken his pace to catch up. The journey was silent, and upon returning to his family estate, Liu Feng sought out the old steward to procure the 50 taels of gold to hand over to Liu San, effectively sending him on his way. "Second young master, please wait. The head of the family requests your presence in the conference hall," called out the old steward as Liu Feng was about to return to his courtyard. "Ah, they seek me in the conference hall. It surely cannot be for anything pleasant," Liu Feng muttered with a resigned expression as he turned to follow the steward. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Liu Feng reluctantly entered after the steward's announcement, bowing to his elders and asking, "Father, may I inquire why you have summoned me?" "Fenger, we have just received word that Nan Xiang, the head of the Nan family, and Zhang Hong, the head of the Zhang family, have escaped from the Wolf Cavalry Corps. Furthermore, your uncle Biao has relayed news that Zhang Chu and Hu Tian have also fled. Therefore, unless it is of utmost importance, do not venture out alone," cautioned Liu Zhang, seated at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on Liu Feng. With a sheepish grin, Liu Feng felt warmth in his heart at his father's concern for his safety and replied, "Rest assured, if it were not for my quest to find a suitable weapon, I would not be wandering about." "Have you found a suitable weapon? Do you require your father's assistance?" Liu Zhang inquired. Liu Zhang nodded, gazing at Liu Feng as he inquired, "Hee." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng chuckled foolishly several times, brandishing the Xian Tai Dao with an air of pride as he addressed the onlookers. "Esteemed guests, behold my acquisition of the day. The Xian Tai Dao.it measures a full 7 feet in length, with the hilt spanning 1.5 feet, the blade extending 5.5 feet, and a width of 1 foot, weighing a formidable 1,800 pounds. Even the hilt is forged from Xian Tai. With that, Liu Feng cast a self-satisfied glance at the crowd, only to find their faces etched with astonishment. Yet not a single word of praise emerged. He blinked, waving the Xian Tai Dao with casual grace. Seated beside Liu Zhang, Mo Hu, who had remained silent, rose and approached Liu Feng, seizing the Xian Tai Dao for inspection. He exclaimed, "Young man, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. Might you consider parting with it for double its worth?" "Uncle Mo," Liu Feng replied, resolutely reclaiming the Xian Tai Dao, "this is a precious find that I have toiled to acquire, and I have yet to even grow warm to it. Besides, I need it to secure victory in the martial arts competition against Feng Yuxiu, so I shall not sell it." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng snatched the Xian Tai Dao back, his gaze fixed firmly on Mo Hu as he declared his steadfast refusal. He hastily stowed the sword away, bowed to the crowd, and in a flash, darted out of the conference hall, leaving Mo Hu in stunned silence, along with the others who struggled to suppress their laughter. Once Mo Hu regained his composure, he chuckled and scolded, "That cheeky lad, I was merely jesting." Yet he took it to heart and fled faster than a rabbit. What a sight! Liu Zhang and the others could no longer contain their mirth, erupting into hearty laughter. Upon returning to his small courtyard as if fleeing for his life, Liu Feng glanced back to swiftly shut the door, fearing Mo Hu might pursue him to the entrance. Xiao Chui, who was tending to the flowers, noticed the flustered Liu Feng and asked, "Young master, what troubles you?" Liu Feng patted his chest, advancing to pull Xiao Chui into the living room while instructing, "Xiao Chui, no matter who comes seeking me, tell them I am not here, but be sure to remember that. Also, there is no need to serve dinner. I shall be practicing for tomorrow's martial arts contest." "Understood, young master, if there is nothing else. I shall return to my duties," Xiao Chui replied, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat from Liu Feng's brow, smiling as she did so. Having calmed his emotions, Liu Feng waved his hand dismissively, and with a smile, Xiao Chui turned to leave. Liu Feng shook his head as he returned to his chamber, taking out the Xian Tai Dao to admire it for a moment before settling down at his bedside. Removing his shoes to sit cross-legged and begin his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was deep into the night. Seated on his bed, Liu Feng's body radiated a soft golden light as he diligently circulated his energy. Occasionally, wisps of vapor emanated from above his head. The golden body cloak technique continuously produced a refreshing sensation that nourished his internal organs and bones, while the undying golden body technique operated autonomously, generating warmth that similarly nourished every inch of his skin. Suddenly, as if a monk in deep meditation, Liu Feng experienced a slight tremor throughout his body, the golden light surrounding him becoming more pronounced. With the assistance of the ancient stalactite hidden within him, his cultivation successfully broke through to the fourth tier of the warrior realm. Seated cross-legged by the window, the flowing breeze did not cease its cultivation despite the breakthrough in his prowess. Acutely aware of the formidable nature of Feng Yuxiu, he recognized that utterly defeating him with his current abilities was nearly an insurmountable task. Although he had often feigned disdain for Feng Yuxiu, such sentiments were merely for the sake of appearances. The disparity between their strengths was far from negligible, however. In a bid to avenge his past humiliations and reciprocate the suffering he had endured over the past 3 years, Liu Feng resolved to take a gamble. With reckless determination, he aimed for a frenzied breakthrough, aided by Yozuan within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, absorbing a substantial quantity of ancient stalactites. Provided he could effectively refine and assimilate them, successive breakthroughs should not pose a significant challenge. Even should dangers arise along the way, he believed Yozuan would not abandon him in a life-or-death situation. With such thoughts in mind, Liu Feng fully activated the secret techniques of the immortal golden body and the golden body shield, generating a continuous stream of both warmth and coolness within his body. Simultaneously, the ancient stalactites hidden deep within him began to flow forth, mingling with the warmth and coolness to nourish his organs and every inch of his skin and bones. However, a slight frown marred Liu Feng's brow, as he found the speed of the process most unsatisfactory. Consequently, he opened his eyes and retrieved 2 small porcelain vials containing the ancient stalactites, uncorking one and drinking its contents in one swift motion. Closing his eyes once more, he rapidly circulated his techniques to absorb the ancient stalactite. Bang wow! Moments later, as Liu Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, a muffled sound echoed within him, followed by a sudden expulsion of fresh blood. Though he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of a warrior, pain etched across his face, for in his haste, he had inadvertently harmed his internal organs during the breakthrough. This would not do. Such reckless cultivation was tantamount to self-sabotage, and he realized he must find another method. After opening his eyes, Liu Feng popped a few medicinal pills into his mouth and murmured softly. He closed his eyes again, harnessing the potency of the pills to heal his injuries. Once he stabilized his condition, he shook his head with a wry smile, then rose to put on his shoes, lighting the candles in the room with a fire stick, before retrieving an ancient tome and settling at his desk to study diligently. The next morning, the entire Maple Leaf City was alive with a jubilant atmosphere. The much-anticipated martial combat phase of the trial assembly had finally arrived. The square before the Lord's mansion was crowded with tens of thousands of spectators, with 10 arenas constructed of black gold stone towering at the center. Heads of families and esteemed elders gradually took their seats on a massive viewing platform. Meanwhile, the participating contestants from various clans awaited in the rest area, each exuding an air of arrogance, as if victory were already theirs. Liu Feng, carrying Liu Hu, followed behind Liu Zhang and others, finding a place on the viewing platform before setting Liu Hu down. Brother, this time, it's all up to you and Xiao Yu. You must bring glory to our family and reclaim the honor that belongs to you. Show them your true strength. I will be here cheering for you. Liu Hu said, patting Liu Feng's arm with earnest conviction. Elder brother, just watch, I will make those fools understand what a true genius is. Liu Hu replied confidently. Liu Feng gazed intently into Liu Hu's eyes and resolutely declared, Indeed, showcase your true strength, and let me see how much you have progressed over the past 3 years. Liu Hu, his complexion somewhat pale, smiled encouragingly. Liu Feng nodded vigorously at Liu Hu before turning to Liu Xian and Liu Yong, saying, Brother Yong, you and Brother Xian should pay close attention. Do not be intimidated by the strength I am about to display. With a mischievous chuckle, Liu Yong replied, Dear brother, we are well aware of your capabilities, and it won't be easy to frighten us. Besides, you must secure the first place. I have wagered 100 taels of gold on your victory. Hearing this, Liu Zhang, seated nearby, furrowed his brow and admonished, Young Yong, how can you gamble? You shall be reprimanded when we return to the family. Upon hearing this, Liu Yong shrank back slightly, fear evident on his face as he stuck out his tongue and began to wink at Liu Feng, hoping he would speak on his behalf. Chuckling, Liu Feng nodded at Liu Yong and approached Liu Zhang, questioning, Father, Brother Yong merely believes in my abilities. Do you not have faith in my potential to achieve first place? Ridiculous, of course. I believe you possess that capability, Liu Zhang replied sternly, though lacking conviction, as he was unaware of Liu Feng's restored dantian. Yet he dared not disclose this, fearing it might undermine Liu Feng's confidence. Observing the stiffness of his father's expression, which clearly reflected his disbelief, Liu Feng pondered briefly before saying, Then, Father, if you truly trust Brother Yong, you should also express your faith in me. Otherwise, you would not have mentioned him. Moreover, if you wish for me to believe, stake a wager of 10,000 taels of gold on my victory. This. The elder Liu Liang, sitting nearby, could no longer remain silent. His face stern, he interjected, Fenger, you are placing your father in a difficult position. 10,000 taels of gold represents half a year's income for the family. Several hundred taels would suffice. With a sigh of disappointment, Liu Feng lowered his head and murmured, In the end, you simply do not believe in my strength. Why else would you invoke the family's resources? Seeing Liu Feng's evident disheartenment, Liu Zhang gritted his teeth and declared, Enough of this charade. I shall wager 10,000 taels of gold on your securing first place. The elder Liu Liang, maintaining his stern countenance, cautioned, Patriarch, this is ill-advised. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Liu Zhang raised a hand to silence him, stating firmly, Elder, my mind is made up. Even if Fenger does not achieve first place, we can earn back the 10,000 taels. However, if we damage his confidence, that is a loss we cannot recover. With that, Liu Zhang produced a stack of gold notes and handed them to a guard standing behind him, instructing him to relay a message. The guard promptly rose and hurried away from the observation platform. In an instant, Liu Feng lifted his head, a sly grin spreading across his face as he softly remarked, Father, you can look forward to receiving your winnings. I forgot to mention, during a fortuitous encounter half a month ago, my dantian, previously sealed, has been restored. I now possess the cultivation of a 5th-level warrior. Dealing with those imbeciles will be a trivial matter. As for Feng Yuxiu, who is reputed to be the foremost genius of Maple Leaf City. Please have faith in your son. He too will face the repercussions of events from 3 years ago. Oh, and do keep this a secret, father. There is something quite delightful about feigning humility while concealing one's strength. The astute elder, Liu Liang, with keen ears, also caught wind of this conversation. Upon raising his head, Liu Feng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Instantly beaming with a smile, elder Liu Liang gave Liu Feng a thumbs up and remarked, "Head of the family, seeing Fenger so brimming with confidence, I dare say 10,000 taels of gold may be insufficient. Perhaps we should wager 100,000 taels instead." Liu Zheng was no fool. He grasped elder Liu Liang's intent clearly. Liu Feng's words were a source of reassurance, and knowing it was a surefire investment, it truly was not his style to refrain from capitalizing on such an opportunity. Thus, Liu Zheng feigned contemplation for a moment, then produced a stack of gold notes, turning to hand them to a guard behind him, saying, "Take these gold notes and visit several establishments. Ensure they all wager on Fenger securing first place." "Understood, master. I shall attend to it immediately." The guard receiving the gold notes responded respectfully before swiftly departing the observation platform. After a brief period of casual conversation, Liu Feng and Liu Yu descended from the platform, heading toward the competitors' rest area. Upon arriving, Liu Feng and Liu Yu casually selected 2 vacant seats. However, they remained oblivious to the hostile glares directed at them from 2 corners of the rest area. In the right corner sat Feng Yuxiu, alone and gritting his teeth as he glared at Liu Feng, while in the left corner, 2 individuals shrouded in heavy garments also cast menacing looks at Liu Feng. "Brother, do you truly believe you can secure first place? You must know that Feng Yuxiu is also competing. Are you confident in defeating him?" Liu Yu, filled with concern, turned to Liu Feng and asked solemnly. Liu Feng, having been meditating, slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Sister, while I cannot claim absolute certainty, I am about 70% confident. Though he possesses a higher cultivation level than I believe I can compensate through martial skills. Defeating him merely requires a bit more time. You must not lose, for this matter is not as simple as it appears. Each session of the trial competition is intricately tied to the interests of various families. The rankings dictate the distribution of power among the families in Maple Leaf City, making it imperative that you secure victory." Observing Liu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Liu Yu leaned closer and spoke softly. With a furrowed brow, Liu Feng fixed his gaze intently on Liu Yu, unable to fathom that such significance had eluded him until now. Realizing Liu Feng's incredulity, Liu Yu offered a wry smile and said, "Brother, the stakes behind this matter are substantial, thus it is crucial that you attain first place." Liu Feng remained silent, and after a moment, he gravely nodded at Liu Yu before closing his eyes once more. Drifting into contemplation. Watching Liu Feng's demeanor, Liu Yu found herself uncertain if he had absorbed her words. She sighed in resignation and slowly closed her eyes, preparing herself for the impending martial competition. Chapter 57. The martial competition commences. The once boisterous square suddenly fell into a hush. The Lord of Maple Leaf City, Hu, emerged from the Lord's mansion, accompanied by a group of imperial nobles and esteemed guests, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. "Wow, is that the Lord of Rolling Stone City? I never expected him to attend as well. What of the Lord of Rolling Stone City? Look at that masked woman. And now observe the patterns on her attire. She is undoubtedly a direct disciple of the Divine Sword sect. And that elderly gentleman in green, with silver cloud patterns on his sleeves, must be an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. To witness such a multitude of skilled individuals here truly makes this journey worthwhile." As the square fell into a hush, whispers echoed among the attendees. Hu, along with his entourage, ascended the podium at a measured pace and took their seats in order. Hu then turned his head and exchanged a knowing glance with the steward, who nodded in acknowledgement. The steward strode a few steps forward, raised his hands to quell the crowd, and when the square grew silent, proclaimed loudly, "For this session of the trial assembly, the second round of martial combat will proceed as before. We kindly invite all participating contestants to come forth in succession to draw lots, after which they will be grouped for combat." Having spoken, the steward gradually descended from the podium, accompanied by 2 guards carrying a wooden box, who had been waiting below the stage. Upon seeing this, the contestants in the resting area hurriedly rose, each displaying their prowess as they rushed toward the arena. Liu Yu also stood up, only to find Liu Feng still lost in a daydream. Seated as if in another world, she promptly reached out and gave him a gentle pat on the head. Slowly opening his eyes, Liu Feng stretched his arms and yawned lazily, asking in a daze, "Sister, what is happening? Can't you let me sleep a bit longer?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's forehead bore 3 dark lines as she rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted with mild irritation. "You're still daydreaming. Hurry up and come draw lots with me." Just then, from the corner, Feng Yuxiu soared above the crowd, lightly tapping a few heads before landing gracefully on the arena. Wow, no wonder he is hailed as the #1 genius of Maple Leaf City. He is simply dazzling. So handsome. Feng Yuxiu, I love you. Fool, take a look at yourself. Do you think Feng Yuxiu would take notice of you? You little squat, why don't you take a moment to reflect on your own appearance? I am a beauty of unparalleled grace. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their inquisitive gazes toward the girl, bending over in laughter. Just wait. I'll make you repay the suffering I've endured for the past 3 years. Observing the girl below, each of them cheered and screamed for Feng Yuxiu, while Liu Feng scoffed disdainfully. Heh. Liu Yu covered her mouth, chuckling softly as she teased. Little brother, look at that sour expression on your face. I dare say you are envious of him. Ridiculous. Why would I be jealous of him? Do you believe he deserves it? Liu Feng replied with a tone full of disdain, before wrapping an arm around Liu Yu's slender waist and, with a sudden leap, propelled himself upward, effortlessly landing on the arena. Did I just see correctly? The reputed waste of Maple Leaf City can actually leap onto the arena, which is quite surprising. Who could have imagined? A waste whose dantian has been destroyed has transformed into such a formidable figure. How can we, the rest, hold our heads high in comparison? It is not difficult to comprehend. Perhaps his dantian has already recovered. It seems this martial arts competition will be quite a spectacle, and let us not forget the grudge he holds against Feng Yuxiu. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd beneath the lay platform, Liu Feng's face displayed a hint of disdain. Liu Yu chuckled softly, taking hold of the disdainful Liu Feng, and, alongside the preceding contestants, they ambled forward at a leisurely pace. After the duration of half a tea session, Liu Feng finally arrived at the wooden box, reaching in to retrieve a token without even glancing at it, and stepped aside to allow Liu Yu passage. Liu Yu smiled at him, advanced to the wooden box, seized a token, and cheerfully pulled Liu Feng away from the arena. Upon returning to the resting area, Liu Feng finally inspected his token and, feeling rather disheartened, remarked, "What a stroke of bad luck to draw #1. As he spoke, Liu Feng turned to Liu Yu and inquired, "Sister, what number did you get?" Liu Yu turned to Liu Feng, chuckling a few times, and responded, "Of course, my luck is better than yours. I am number 158, which should place me in the later rounds." Liu Feng nodded and, with utmost seriousness, said, "Indeed, sister, your luck has always been the best. However, it depends on how formidable your opponents are. Let us hope you don't get eliminated in the first round, or that would be rather embarrassing, Upon hearing this, Liu Yu playfully swatted at him, but Liu Feng deftly dodged, standing a yard away, grinning at the indignant Liu Yu. Just as the agitated Liu Yu prepared to pursue him, the steward at the first arena, after the last contestant received their token, called out loudly, "We shall now begin the draw for groups. Contestants numbered 1 to 50 will form the first group, 51 to 100 will be the second group, and 200 to 250 will form the fifth group. Contestant 1 will face contestant 50, and so forth. You have 1 tea session to prepare." Upon hearing these words, the resting area for contestants fell silent, while the throngs of spectators outside erupted into a cacophony. Liu Feng and Liu Yu ceased their playful banter and returned to their seats, awaiting the commencement of the martial arts competition. Although Liu Feng was brimming with confidence, at this moment, he was also intensely nervous, his palms sweating and his demeanor restless. This sight elicited delightful laughter from Liu Yu, who teased, "Look at you, all anxious. Has the fearless Liu Feng finally met his match?" To ease Liu Feng's tension, Liu Yu deliberately teased him with her words, "Sister, what are you rambling on about? I'm simply excited. Do you understand?" Liu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding curtly in the blink of an eye. Half a tea session had passed, and 5 esteemed officials from the city lord's office leapt down from the podium onto the 5 arenas. Upon landing, each of the 5 officials called out, "Please, the first round contestants, step onto the stage." Liu Feng, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment in the resting area, instantly stood up, offered Liu Yu a brief smile, and with a swift motion, propelled himself forward, lightly bouncing off the heads of a few spectators, and landed steadily on the first arena. Almost simultaneously, Liu Feng's opponent also sprang onto the stage, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Feng and ostentatiously striking a few poses for the onlookers. With his arms crossed over his chest, Liu Feng observed his opponent with keen interest, noting the latter's frantic movements in the arena, akin to a performer engaging in a monkey show. He disdainfully shook his head. Just then, their eyes met, and his opponent's expression darkened instantly. In a deep voice, he declared, "A waste will always be a waste. If you have any sense, surrender promptly and return whence you came, lest you suffer at my hands." Chapter 58. An easy victory. Liu Yu's lecture. Hee. Liu Feng chuckled to himself, turning to the referee and inquiring, "Shall we begin?" On the opposite side, He Ming, witnessing Liu Feng's disregard for his words and his inquiry to the referee, felt a surge of anger rise to his head, gritting his teeth as he glared at Liu Feng. The referee, a high-ranking member of the city lord's residence, expressionless, briefly explained the rules before signaling the two to commence, swiftly retreating to the edge of the arena. "Damn it! A worthless fool dares to look down on me. You shall pay for your arrogance." In an instant, enraged He Ming shouted and lunged at Liu Feng with his sword. Yet, Liu Feng stood motionless, expressionless, gazing at the approaching He Ming as if he were frozen in fear. Bang! Just as He Ming charged forward, his furious sword aimed at Liu Feng's chest, Liu Feng's body swayed slightly, vanishing from his original spot and swiftly appearing at He Ming's side. In a blinding flash, he executed a devastating strike to He Ming's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward almost instantaneously. Time seemed to suspend in that fleeting moment. As He Ming flew through the air, his eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend how he had been struck without even grazing Liu Feng's clothing. The spectators below the arena collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by Liu Feng's speed, which was so swift that few could discern how he had dispatched He Ming. Such incredible speed. It's impossible to see how he executed that. Indeed, his speed is remarkable, but I believe it is only effective against those of inferior strength. If he were to encounter Feng Yuxiu, he would surely find himself on the receiving end of a beating. I disagree. The agreement the two made 3 years ago will undoubtedly be settled in this tournament. If Liu Feng lacks sufficient strength, the Liu family would never allow him to compete. Exactly. This indicates that Liu Feng must have adequately prepared. It seems he has been biding his time for 3 years, awaiting this opportunity to redeem himself. Having successfully landed a blow, Liu Feng swiftly returned to his original position, refraining from advancing aggressively. Instead, he wore a smirk that revealed his disdain as he gazed at the airborne He Ming. Bang! He Ming crashed heavily onto the arena floor but quickly rose. His face darkened as he fixed his stare on Liu Feng, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Liu Feng, grinning wickedly, approached He Ming leisurely. Each step Liu Feng took felt like a hammer striking He Ming's chest, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down his body. "Damn it, worthless fool, I shall kill you." Unable to endure any longer, He Ming, in a struggle against his fear, bellowed in rage and charged recklessly towards Liu Feng. "Fool, if I am a waste, then you are even more worthless." Liu Feng shook his head in exasperation and proclaimed loudly without a hint of restraint, "Haha." Those beneath the arena erupted into laughter upon hearing his words. "Fool, I have no time to play with you. Just get off the stage." Suddenly, Liu Feng called out sharply, using a technique to swiftly engage his opponent. Bang! Realizing the situation, He Ming swept his sword horizontally, attempting to repel the advancing Liu Feng. However, Liu Feng deftly leaped onto the blade's edge, using the tip of his foot to launch himself into a devastating move, crashing down heavily onto He Ming's chest, sending him screaming off the stage. Bang! Taking a few steps to the edge of the arena, Liu Feng looked disdainfully at He Ming, who lay heavily on the ground. "So, how does it feel, fool? You are even less than a waste. If I were you, I would find a block of tofu and end it all, to spare myself the humiliation of living in this world." Pfft. He Ming, struggling on the ground and fighting back the surging blood, lifted his head to hear Liu Feng's words, only to spout a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. When did my eloquence become so formidable that it could make someone spit blood? Alas, what a sin! What a sin! Even after He Ming fainted, Liu Feng continued to use words to belittle him, showcasing just how cunning he was. Not far away, the referee standing at the edge of the arena shook his head in disbelief at Liu Feng's antics, quickly turning to signal the medical personnel to carry He Ming away. Once that was done, He walked expressionlessly to the center of the stage, took out a pen, marked in a notebook, and then raised his voice to announce, "The winner of this match is contestant number 1. Please exit the stage, and the next group of contestants may now ascend." At the edge of the arena, Liu Feng turned to bow to the referee, then swiftly utilized his technique to leap back to the resting area, lightly landing atop the heads of a few onlookers. "Sister, what do you think of my performance?" Liu Feng asked eagerly as he approached Lu Yu. "It was acceptable, though somewhat excessive. There was no need to offend anyone. You should be more cautious in the future. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Even if you cannot gain friends, you should not turn them into foes, as that may bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself," Lu Yu admonished him, somewhat exasperated by his behavior. Her words left Liu Feng feeling quite discontent, and with a frown, he retorted, "Sister, which fool provoked me first? The moment I stepped onto the stage, he called me a waste repeatedly. Even a clay figurine has its limits. If I did not teach him a lesson, my anger would remain unsatisfied. I already showed him enough mercy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave the stage alive. What are you saying, that if I scold you, you want to hit me instead?" Lu Yu, noticing Liu Feng's rising temper, seized his ear and asked menacingly, "Ouch, sister, I was wrong. Please let go. It hurts." Liu Feng, feeling the pressure, immediately began to plead for mercy. "Humph," Liu scoffed, "I'll let you off this time. But remember, sometimes it is unnecessary to go to extremes. It is often oneself who suffers the consequences." "It is truly outrageous. I cannot help but suspect whether you are indeed my dear cousin. For the sake of an unfamiliar fool, you have resorted to your ultimate tactics against me." With a displeased expression, Liu Feng muttered softly, "Oh, you poor boy, are you feeling utterly wronged?" Liu Feng, with a half-smile, inquired upon noticing his quiet murmuring, "Absolutely not. What my elder sister says is indisputable wisdom. How could I possibly feel aggrieved?" After pausing for a moment, Liu Feng, secretly lamenting the situation, quickly raised his head and cheerfully offered a compliment. "Alas," Liu Yu sighed, gently grasping Liu Feng's hand, and softly said, "Younger brother, I understand you are quite unhappy, but do not take it to heart. This is all for your benefit. You have always possessed remarkable intelligence and talent. Had it not been for that incident 3 years ago, I believe you would not be in this predicament. In the future, you must learn how to navigate interactions with others. Otherwise, you will surely face great losses." Aware that Lu Yu had his best interests at heart, Liu Feng remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. In the blink of an eye, noon arrived. Liu Feng and his companion had each emerged victorious 3 times, advancing to the top 28. Carrying Lu Hu on his back, Liu Feng followed closely behind Lu Zheng and others, engaged in lively conversation as they returned to the family estate. "Fenger, what would you and Xiao Yu like to eat?" Lu Zheng, walking ahead with a cheerful demeanor, suddenly turned and asked, "Uncle, no need to trouble yourselves. Anything would suffice. We will need to conserve energy for the afternoon's martial contest," Lu Yu replied, waving her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, still carrying Lu Hu, chimed in with a smile, "Father, if my elder sister does not eat, then I shall. There is no need for extravagance. Just a few signature dishes from Piaoxianglu will do." Gasp! Upon hearing this, Lu Liang and the others inhaled sharply. It is well known that Piaoxianglu is the most luxurious restaurant in Maple Leaf City, where even a casual meal can cost dozens of gold pieces. And each signature dish requires 100 pieces of gold and must be reserved in advance. It is no wonder that Lu Liang and the others reacted with shock after Liu Feng's words. "Father, do not heed my younger brother's nonsense. He is merely seizing the opportunity. Let the chef prepare something special for our meal. Once he secures first place, we can then go to Piaoxianglu and order a few tables worth of food to celebrate," Lu Hu suggested, shaking his head in disbelief while patting Liu Feng's head. Looking up at Lu Zheng, he proposed, "Let us proceed as such. Once Fenger wins first place, I shall personally foot the bill for a grand feast at Piaoxianglu." Lu Zheng nodded in agreement, smiling as he made the promise. After returning to the family estate and quickly resolving lunch, Liu Feng and the others took a brief respite before heading back to the square outside the city lord's mansion. Preparing for the afternoon's martial contest, Liu Feng and Lu Yu casually found 2 adjacent seats, closing their eyes to await the commencement of the top 14 competition. Moments later, as Liu Feng began to feel drowsy, the bustling square fell silent. City Lord Amo, who, accompanied by the imperial nobles and esteemed guests who had dined, ascended the stage and took their seats in order. Following closely behind, the advisor, at Amo Hu's signal, descended from the podium and ascended to the first ring, announcing loudly, as per tradition, "Let us first invite the top 28 to the ring to draw lots, and thus the competition for the top 14 shall commence." At that moment, the guards of the city lord's mansion ascended the arena with a modest wooden box in their arms. As Liu Feng opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He cast a glance at Feng Yuxiu, who stood not far away, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Tugged along by Liu Yu, he hurriedly made his way to the first arena, where they took turns drawing tokens. After registering with the city lord's attendant, Liu Feng and the other 27 contestants leapt down from the arena and returned to the competitors' resting area. Sitting in a chair, Liu Feng glanced at the token he had drawn and muttered to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. What terrible luck! How is it that I drew number 1 again? Noticing Liu Feng's disappointment, Liu Yu, with a twinge of annoyance, remarked, "Well, I fared slightly better. I drew number 5. If the rules remain unchanged, we will both have to compete in the first round. How about we have a little contest between ourselves? If we both end up in the first round, let's see who can defeat their opponent first. The loser will owe the winner 10 taels of gold," proposed Liu Feng, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "Who is afraid? Let us compete," Liu Yu retorted defiantly, her hands on her hips and her eyes narrowed in challenge. Seeing her agreement so readily given, Liu Feng pondered momentarily before stating, "All right, it's settled then. If anyone tries to cheat, they shall be deemed a fool. Please, contestant number 1 and contestant number 28, proceed to the first arena for combat. Contestant number 2 and contestant number 27, ascend to the second arena, and so forth. The first round of the top 14 contenders is now commencing," announced the official in a booming voice from the first arena. As Liu Yu sprang up and winked at Liu Feng. She dashed towards the fifth arena. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, with a self-deprecating smile, activated his footwork technique, lightly tapping the heads of several individuals before landing gracefully on the first arena in the competitor's resting area. Feng Qiang, who had just stood up beside Feng Yuxiu, darkened his gaze upon seeing Liu Feng occupying the first arena. "Qiang, do not underestimate him. This fellow is quite formidable. His dantian may have already recovered, and he has been biding his time, pretending to be weak, which is indicative of his exceptional abilities," cautioned Feng Yuxiu, noticing the malice in Feng Qiang's eyes. "Yuxiu, if it weren't for his interference, our flawless plan might have already succeeded. It is this detestable individual who has caused our efforts to come to naught. Therefore, regardless of whether he has regained his dantian, I will execute my move to eliminate him, for my resentment cannot be alleviated otherwise." Feng Qiang seethed, his expression dark and menacing as he fixated on Liu Feng in the first arena. "Qiang, while you may seek to kill him, do so discreetly. If you find yourself unable to contend with him, it would be wise to concede immediately and wait for the second or third round when I can take my turn," Feng Yuxiu advised cautiously, aware that Liu Feng's disruption had thwarted the Feng family's entire plan. Upon receiving Feng Yuxiu's agreement, Feng Qiang nodded vigorously and swiftly made his way towards the first arena. Moments later, standing on the arena, Liu Feng caught a glimpse of a shadow leaping onto the stage. Turning his head to take a closer look, he realized it was none other than Feng Yuxiu's cousin, his sworn adversary. In an instant, Liu Feng's countenance darkened, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Qiang as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Feng Qiang, I never anticipated encountering you here. It is only fitting that you repay some of the suffering that Feng Yuxiu has inflicted upon me over the past 3 years. You two, spare the idle chatter. Allow me to clarify. No malicious killing of one another is permitted, and once one side surrenders, the attacks must cease. I hereby declare the match to commence." At that moment, the referee, standing in the center of the arena, briefly outlined the rules before swiftly retreating to the edge of the platform. Feng Qiang, observing the referee's withdrawal, wore a brooding expression as he glared at Liu Feng. Disdain dripping from his words. "Liu Feng, unleash whatever techniques you possess. You won't have another chance after this." A sinister chuckle escaped Liu Feng's lips as he responded, "Since that is the case, I shall not be coy. Prepare yourself to witness my prowess." With that, Liu Feng executed a rapid series of steps, and suddenly, 3 phantoms of Liu Feng emerged upon the arena as he moved with remarkable speed. The illusions danced around him, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the true Liu Feng. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed through the air, leaving Feng Qiang stunned as if struck by lightning. Liu Feng, completely unconcerned with Feng Qiang's presence, delivered a heavy blow to his left cheek and then circled around Feng Qiang, who had yet to regain his composure, playfully toying with him instead of launching a full-on assault. Chapter 60. Suffering defeat and unexpected turns. Feng Qiang was indeed unfortunate. Encountering Liu Feng of all people, it was clear that meeting Liu Feng was a stroke of bad luck. Isn't this splendid? We shall eagerly await the unfolding spectacle. Gradually regaining his senses, Feng Qiang touched his stinging left cheek, his anger surging to a boiling point. Just then, as Liu Feng circled behind him, he delivered a swift kick to Feng Qiang's rear. Caught off guard and seething with rage, Feng Qiang was sent sprawling forward, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Liu Feng, I swear I will kill you. Rising to his feet and hearing the mocking laughter from the crowd below, Feng Qiang bellowed in fury, swiftly turning to fix Liu Feng with a blood-red glare. Come, I stand here. Come and kill me. Liu Feng, with a darkened expression, stood a short distance away, deliberately provoking him. You insufferable wretch. This is all you're doing. Feng Qiang roared in rage, drawing the massive sword from his back, beginning to wield it slowly. In an instant, the atmosphere around Feng Qiang shifted dramatically, exuding an oppressive aura akin to standing at the base of a towering mountain, gazing up at its summit. Simultaneously, a fierce wind began to swirl around him, lifting his hair and clothing, and combined with his furious demeanor, it left many in the audience awestruck. Interesting, you possess some skill. I shall indulge you a while longer, Liu Feng remarked with a slight furrow of his brow, stroking his chin with intrigue. Humph, such arrogance. Receive my strike. Meteor blade. Feng Qiang shouted, launching a rapid thrust towards Liu Feng, accompanied by the ominous sound of slicing air. Gazing at the assailant Feng Qiang, Liu Feng murmured softly, what an impressive martial skill. How have I never heard of it before? Not one to be foolish. Liu Feng opted to evade the oncoming threat. Just as Feng Qiang's sword was about to strike, he executed a swift sidestep, narrowly avoiding the sharp tip of the blade. That was close. I nearly fell for it. Liu Feng muttered, a lingering sense of trepidation in his heart, before he deftly pursued his opponent with renewed determination. Boom, bang. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng had reached Feng Qiang's rear, unleashing a thunderous strike that landed squarely on his back. Ah, pft. Feng Qiang, unable to halt his momentum after the failed counter, let out a cry as he spewed blood and was propelled backwards. You shall not escape. Prepare to meet your end, Liu Feng declared ominously. Quickening his pace to close the gap once more, bang bang. Seizing the moment, Liu Feng grasped the dazed Feng Qiang with his left hand and unleashed a flurry of thunderous blows to his chest and abdomen with his right. Bang! As blood continued to pour from Feng Qiang's mouth, Liu Feng released his grip and executed a devastating move, sending the severely weakened Feng Qiang flying off the stage with a fierce kick. Bang! Pft! Launched by Liu Feng's powerful strike, Feng Qiang had yet to hit the ground before he succumbed to unconsciousness, crashing heavily onto the earth. Regaining his senses but still dazed, he opened his eyes only to spew another mouthful of blood and faint once more. The sequence of events unfolded so swiftly that the spectators were left in stunned silence. Even the distant referee at the edge of the arena stared in astonishment at the fallen Feng Qiang, momentarily forgetting to summon aid or declare a victor. Damn you worthless fool, return my father's life. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak leaped from the crowd onto the stage, bellowing furiously as he lunged at Liu Feng with a sword. Ha ha! Liu Feng laughed heartily before responding, Hu Tian, you are still alive. Truly, heaven has eyes. Instead of seeking you out, you have delivered yourself to me. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of forcing me into the abyss. Oh, and since you've become a wretched dog, I assume Zhang Chu is also here. Do not hide. Come forth and let us settle our scores before all these witnesses. Clang! Drawing his dark iron blade with swift precision, Liu Feng parried Hu Tian's incoming strike, the clash producing a resounding metallic echo. The spectators, just regaining their composure, were startled by this sudden turn of events. On the podium, Mo Hu and several informed individuals rose abruptly, their faces darkened as they fixed their gaze on Hu Tian. Meanwhile, heads of various clans and esteemed elders in the viewing area stood with solemn expressions. Their eyes locked onto Hu Tian as well at that moment. Another cloaked figure emerged from the crowd, leaping onto the stage and charging directly at Liu Feng with sword drawn. Indeed, this was Zhang Chu. who, incited by Liu Feng's words, had abandoned his initial intent to assassinate Liu Yu and instead sought to eliminate Liu Feng in a fit of rage. Clang bang. As Liu Feng engaged in a fierce confrontation with Hu Tian, he swiftly executed a formidable move known as Thousand Gene Drop, sending Hu Tian hurtling towards the oncoming Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu deftly caught the tumbling Hu Tian, stabilizing himself as their gazes locked momentarily. Without hesitation, they both turned and charged towards Liu Feng. However, the composed Liu Feng interjected, "Wait a moment, gentlemen. I have no desire to join you in being mercilessly shot down by the city guards below." After uttering this, Liu Feng disregarded their thoughts, inclined his body towards the podium, and proclaimed loudly, "My lord city master, as a scion of imperial nobility, I beseech you not to unleash the city guards to surround and slay these two. Allow me to personally vanquish them." At this juncture, Hu Tian and Zhang Chu, who had been charging towards Liu Feng, suddenly realized that the entire arena was encircled by city guards, necessitating their abrupt halt. The city master, Mo Hu, who wore a solemn expression on his face, did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and glanced at Liu Zhang on the observation platform. Noticing Liu Zhang nodding with a smile, he turned back to Liu Feng and declared loudly, "Very well. This pleases me. The nobles of the empire should indeed conduct themselves thus. I hereby grant this request. Without my command, no one shall act recklessly. Those who do so shall face severe consequences. Thank you, my lord city master. I shall exert every effort to vanquish the two," Liu Feng replied respectfully, bowing before fixing his gaze upon Hu Tian and Zhang Chu. "Kill! Kill!" Hu Tian and Zhang Chu exchanged glances, both letting out furious shouts as they brandished their swords and charged at Liu Feng. Excellent, breaking the heavens, ninth style, the first move, transplanting flowers and shifting trees. With a sharp exclamation, Liu Feng flicked his wrist, firmly gripping the mysterious iron blade in his right hand. Raising the edge skyward, an unseen current of air erupted from beneath him, causing his garments to emit an eerie sound. Subsequently, Liu Feng appeared to move slowly as he swung the mysterious iron blade in a circular motion before him, deftly deflecting the massive swords aimed at him by Hu Tian and Zhang Chu. The immense force of the deflection caused both men to stumble, nearly losing their footing on the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng leaped into the air, executing the Thousand Gene Drop with both legs crashing heavily onto Hu Tian and Zhang Chu. As Liu Feng landed, he swiftly pursued the airborne Hu Tian. "Brother Hu, watch your back." Zhang Chu, also propelled backward, turned his head mid-flight to urgently warn Liu Feng. However, upon receiving the warning, Hu Tian instinctively turned to look, only to see the mysterious iron blade growing larger in his vision, followed by an agonizing sensation as crimson blood erupted from him, plunging him into darkness. With a resounding thud, Liu Feng caught up to Hu Tian and cleaved him in two with the mysterious iron blade. His body falling lifelessly onto the arena. Blood splattered across a significant portion of the stage, with many spectators below being doused in the crimson spray. A murder. Help! Numerous noble ladies, witnessing such a gruesome scene and overwhelmed by the stench of blood, gasped in horror, their faces paling as they screamed. Meanwhile, Liu Zhang, regaining his composure on the observation platform, chuckled, "That rascal has hidden his skills well. To be this formidable in Jin Du, yet he failed to give us a heads up." Liu Hu shook his head, smiling as he defended Liu Feng. "Father, you see, my younger brother simply wishes to avoid distractions, so he can focus on enhancing his strength and redeeming himself." After slaying Hu Tian, Liu Feng turned to glare at Zhang Chu, who lay stunned on the ground. He licked the blood that had splattered onto his face and advanced towards him step by step. "You seek death, young man?" Suddenly, from the crowd gathered around the square, a figure clad in a black cloak shouted furiously and rushed toward the arena. Upon hearing that unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice, Liu Feng immediately envisioned the silhouette of Kueao in his mind. "Ha ha!" Swiftly turning, he followed the direction of the voice and spotted the approaching Kueao, who wore a dark expression yet laughed loudly. "Kueao, I did not expect your master to be foolish, and you to be even more so," Liu Feng bellowed through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the rushing figure. At that moment, Mo Hu, seated on the platform, rose with a grim expression and declared angrily, "Seize this rebel for me." Whoosh, whoosh. Following Mo Hu's command, the city guards quickly aimed their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. dozens of feathered projectiles whistling through the air toward Kueao, who was dashing toward the first arena in an instant. Kueao was forced to halt and evade the oncoming barrage of arrows. "If you wish to kill my son, Zhang Lai, you must first pass through me. Damn you, return my son's life." At that moment, two more furious roars echoed, and two rapid figures burst forth from the crowd. "Flee quickly, it's the remnants of the three great families." Instantly, the entire square erupted into chaos, with thousands of people crying out and scattering in all directions. "Damn it, you finally dare to show yourselves. Since you've come, let us settle this once and for all." The long-absent commander of the Wolf Cavalry, Mo Fei, shouted as he charged out from the Lord's mansion, followed by thousands of fiery wolf knights. The heads of the various families and their esteemed elders quickly sprang into action as well. "Brother Lai, I will hold them off. You must ensure that you kill that young man." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nan Xiang, with a heart resigned to death, shouted with desperate struggle as he leaped onto the head of a fleeing bystander, then turned to confront the oncoming MOFEID in an instant. The vicinity of the first arena was filled with the clash of swords and the thunderous cries of battle clang. Standing on the arena, Liu Feng, with a darkened expression, swiftly slashed his blade towards Zhang Chu. Just as the Xian Tai blade was about to strike Zhang Chu, the rapidly approaching Kueao evaded and thrust his sword toward Liu Feng's back, forcing Liu Feng to retract his blade for defense. The two weapons collided with a resounding clash. "Damn you! This time I shall see how you escape. Perish!" Kueao shouted coldly, violently cleaving downward with his thick-backed blade. Clang! With a grim expression and gritted teeth, Liu Feng tightly grasped the hilt of his blade to block the attack. However, due to the disparity in strength, as their blades collided, Liu Feng's face changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending him hurtling backward. Even worse, seeing that the family head Zhang Lai had detained the referee, Kueao recklessly pursued Liu Feng, intent on delivering the final blow. As the wind of the willows swept through the air, Liu Feng caught a glimpse of Mo, who and others soaring from the podium in a desperate attempt to provide aid. But it was already too late. Ancient scriptures, the 9 swords of godslaying. With that, Liu Feng closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure as he recalled the essence of the 9 swords of godslaying. And almost instantaneously, he opened his eyes with a furious roar in that fleeting moment. A tremendous change enveloped Liu Feng, transforming him into a peerless sword, emanating an aura sharp enough to obliterate all. As he pivoted to confront Kueao, as their figures intertwined, Liu Feng coughed up blood and crashed heavily onto the arena, while Kueao let out a pained shriek, his body severed in twain, collapsing onto the stage. With a slightly pallid complexion, Liu Feng propped himself up with his Xian Tai Dao, slowly rising to his feet, and fixed his gaze upon the two halves of Kueao's corpse, coldly declaring, "Old curmudgeon, I warned you last time that I would slay you beyond the 10,000 great mountains." Having spoken, Liu Feng's body swayed precariously, and just as he was about to fall, Mo who rushed over and caught him, swiftly retreating to safety. Once in a secure location, Mo who laid Liu Feng gently on the ground and solemnly instructed, "You few, guard this place diligently, and ensure his safety. Should anything happen, you shall bring your heads to me." "Understood, my lord. We swear to protect him with our lives," the leading elder of the city lord's mansion replied respectfully, as several individuals quickly formed a protective circle around Liu Feng. Meanwhile, Mo who, with a grim expression, nodded and grasped Liu Feng's Xian Tai Dao, dashing towards the first arena. "Rebel Zhang Lai, prepare to meet your end." Soaring onto the stage, Mo who gripped the Xian Tai Dao tightly. Resembling an arrow in flight, he spun and slashed towards Zhang Lai. "Hemph, enough with the trivialities. It's merely the victors and the vanquished." Zhang Lai, having forced the referee back with a single move, scoffed disdainfully before darting towards Zhang Chu, thinking of escaping. Is that even possible? Upon seeing Zhang Lai veer towards Zhang Chu, Mo who let out a derisive cry, stamping heavily on the arena, causing the black gold stone structure to crack like a spider's web, and he seized the opportunity to execute a horizontal strike. "Chewer, do not concern yourself with me. Flee from Maple Leaf City at once. You are not to return to the great Yin Empire without absolute power." Zhang Lai grasped Zhang Chu, swiftly hurling him towards the area with fewer city guards, all the while shouting, "Crack!" As Zhang Lai turned, He found himself confronted by Mo whose horizontal slash. Before he could react, his head was severed from his body. Father, sobbed, I vow to flatten the great Yin Empire within 10 years, so that all may accompany you in death. As Zhang Chu, having regained his footing, witnessed his father's head rolling onto the arena, he was momentarily engulfed in rage, unleashing a desperate roar before fleeing towards the square. 62. Chapter 62. Zhang Chu's escape and recovery of wounds. Brother Lai. In the midst of the carnage, Nan Xiang cried out in shock upon seeing Zhang Lai's severed head. Pooh! Momentarily distracted, he was pierced through the chest by the lances of 2 fire wolf knights, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood, collapsing to the ground as his eyes slowly lost their luster. The entire incident unfolded so abruptly that before the heads of the various families or the esteemed elders could arrive, all combat had already ceased. Upon ascending the arena, Lu Zheng approached Mo Hu and inquired, City Lord, should we initiate a citywide search for the fleeing rebel? No need, Mo Hu replied, shaking his head dismissively. The 4 city gates are already secured by the wolf cavalry's fire wolves. With that fellow's abilities, it is utterly impossible for him to escape. Suddenly recalling something, he smacked his forehead and added, right? We must swiftly check on my esteemed nephew. He was gravely injured during his fierce battle with Kueao. Where is Feng now? Lu Zheng's face instantly betrayed his concern as he looked at Mo Hu, his voice tinged with urgency. Oh, not fret. Mo Hu reassured him with a calm demeanor. He was not severely wounded by Kueao, but rather, he sustained injuries from a backlash while employing Hu Gang's signature technique beyond his level. The situation is likely not dire. Seeing Lu Zheng's evident anxiety, Mo Hu smiled gently, offering words of comfort before leading him down from the arena. A few guardians accompanying Liu Feng promptly bowed as Mo Hu and Lu Zheng approached. Very well, this matter does not concern you any longer. Please accompany the steward and help soothe the crowd. Mo Hu instructed with a wave of his hand before kneeling beside Liu Feng, grasping one of his hands and channeling a sliver of spiritual energy to assess his condition. He then retrieved a pill and administered it to Liu Feng. Raising his gaze to Lu Zheng, he smiled, saying, There is nothing to worry about. He merely has his vital energy surging and obstructing his chest. Having taken the blood transformation pill, he shall awaken shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng finally exhaled in relief, nodding gratefully at Mo Hu. This lad, he is truly unharmed, is he not? Mo Fei, who had hurried over, glanced at the unconscious Liu Feng and gently inquired. In response, Lu Zheng's expression darkened momentarily, but upon recognizing it was Mo Fei, he softened and replied, My son is fine. I appreciate your concern, Commander. Well, that is a relief. Mo Fei nodded, then turned and led thousands of fire wolves in 4 separate directions towards the city gates. Lu brother, please do not hold it against my elder brother Jiao for his demeanor, Mo Hu said, noticing Lu Zheng's slight displeasure as he patted his shoulder, an expression of apology on his face. Lu Zheng nodded and replied earnestly, Mo brother, it is impossible to continue the martial duel now. I shall escort Feng back to recuperate. I am truly thankful for your assistance. Embracing Liu Feng, Lu Zheng swiftly reunited with Lu Liang and others, making haste towards their family residence. Upon returning, he settled Liu Feng before hastening to the family council hall with elder Lu Liang to convene an urgent meeting. The atmosphere in the vast Liu family became increasingly tense, with patrols of guards moving about with heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, younger family members and those returning from external missions dispatched numerous family guards for protection. That moment, a palpable tension enveloped the entirety of Maple Leaf City. As squads of city guards and the wolf cavalry's fire wolves swiftly traversed the streets, it was only when night fell that Liu Feng, lying in bed, began to awaken slowly. Little brother, you have finally awakened. Everyone has been terribly worried. Lu Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Liu Feng open his eyes. Dear brother, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. If you hadn't woken up, I dare say uncle would have been driven to madness. Lu Yong, who had gathered around, jested with a beaming smile. Feeling quite touched, Liu Feng chuckled lightly and replied with a hint of arrogance, I am as resilient as a cockroach. Even amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, they were unable to bring me down, let alone just a handful of people this time. How can you still boast? I almost forgot to ask, what happened that forced you to leap into the abyss? Lu Yu rolled her eyes, her face a mask of confusion. Well, it's a matter of luck. Before you were captured, I found myself cornered with no escape. In a moment of desperation, I took the plunge into the abyss, and miraculously, I survived. As I fell, I was fortunate enough to be ensnared by some vines on the cliffside. Once Hu Tian and the others departed, I quietly made my way back up. Liu Feng recounted, half-truthfully, as he had anticipated Liu Jie and the others would inquire about this. Oh, by the way, after I fainted, how did I manage to recover? Can any of you enlighten me? Noticing the others were momentarily speechless, Liu Feng pressed on with eagerness. Sighing, Liu Hu came to his senses and responded, what else could be done? Zhang Lai and Nan Xiang were killed on the spot, and only Zhang Chu managed to escape. The entire city is now being combed house by house, and the 4 city gates are under the control of the Fire Wolf Knights. Brother, you cannot be serious. Given Zhang Chu's capabilities, how could he achieve such a feat? Liu Feng propped himself up on his hands, disbelief etched across his face. I have no reason to deceive you. Zhang Lai, in a moment of crisis, threw Zhang Chu out, allowing him to escape. Liu Hu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Liu Feng. Seeing that Liu Feng was rambling on without pause, Liu Yu stood up to remind him, all right, dear brother, you ought to rest properly. I suspect the martial competition will resume tomorrow. Do not underestimate its stakes. Understanding the implication behind Liu Yu's words, Liu Feng slightly lifted his head and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, you all must be weary as well. I need to cultivate and recuperate. Otherwise, I won't stand a chance at securing first place, which would result in a loss of 100,000 taels of gold for our family. Exchanging glances, Liu Hu and the others found his reasoning sound and rose to leave the room with Liu Yu. After watching Liu Hu and the others depart with a smile, Liu Feng gradually settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes to recover his energy. The following morning, as he sat cross-legged on the bed, tending to his injuries, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. After a night of cultivation, he had nearly recovered, and his abilities had subtly advanced. Gurgle, gurgle. Liu Feng suddenly froze, realizing that after a night without food, his stomach was now protesting. Shaking his head in resignation, he slipped out of bed, donned his shoes, and swiftly made his way to the table. He seized the pastries laid out before him and began to devour them ravenously. Moments later, he had cleared 3 plates of pastries and, reaching for the water jug, gulped down a hearty drink. With a contented burp, he patted his slightly distended belly and, with lingering satisfaction, extended his tongue to lick his lips. Chapter 63. The martial arts battle continues. The top 4 emerge in a concealed chamber within Fengye City. Fengfu, Brother Chu, you should take refuge here for the time being. Once the commotion subsides, I will devise a means to escort you out of the city. Feng Yuxiu said, observing the sorrowful Zhang Chu with a furrowed brow. Feng Yuxiu, regardless of your intentions in rescuing me, I acknowledge this favor and shall repay it in due course. For now, I desire to be alone for a while, Zhang Chu replied, gazing at the bracelet his father had gifted him in his youth, not lifting his head. Oh, not be too disheartened. Shortly, I will send someone to bring you daily necessities and food. It is beneficial to have some solitude. Feng Yuxiu nodded gently, uttering a few words before turning to leave the chamber. Despite the tireless efforts of thousands throughout the night, they were unable to capture Zhang Chu, leading many to believe he had successfully fled Fengye City. Little did they suspect that it was the stone tablet man who had aided in his escape, nor could they fathom that it was Feng Yuxiu who had concealed him within a hidden chamber of Fengfu. The news of Zhang Chu's escape spread like a gentle breeze through the morning mountains, sweeping across the entirety of Fengye City. However, few took Zhang Chu's abilities seriously. After all, even with Hu Tian's assistance, they had been unable to subdue Liu Feng, which led the crowd to dismiss the significance of his escape. Furthermore, under the calming efforts of the city lord, Mo Hu, the common folk experienced little panic. Many had finished their breakfast and were eagerly making their way to the square outside the city lord's palace to witness the martial arts competition. Heads of various families or esteemed elders gradually made their way to the square as well. At this moment, 3 carriages halted before the Liu family gate. Liu Zhang and his companions boarded the carriages, escorted by a contingent of guards, as they proceeded towards the square outside the city lord's palace. Upon arrival at the square, Liu Feng greeted Liu Zhang and the others before emotionlessly heading toward the contestant rest area. Liu Yu, having lost in the martial arts battle yesterday, did not accompany Liu Feng but rather joined Liu Zhang and the others to watch from the observation platform. Finding an empty seat, they gazed at the unaffected commoners, who wore expressions of anticipation. Liu Feng then glanced at several contestants seated not far away, noting their similarly eager expressions. Sighing, Liu Feng murmured, "Why do I worry? That fool Zhang Chu, even if he returns, it would be a matter of mere moments." Liu Feng, how delightful it is that you can still participate in the martial arts battle. If you were to be defeated again today, it would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Feng Yuxiu had seated himself beside Liu Feng, a mocking smile upon his face as he provocatively spoke. "Heh heh." Liu Feng chuckled derisively, turning to Feng Yuxiu, "With your current prowess, dreaming of besting me again is sheer folly. You should be more concerned about yourself, for soon I shall repay you in kind, allowing you to experience the humiliation I have endured over the past 3 years." Feng Yuxiu remained silent, merely smiling at Liu Feng before turning away to meditate. At that moment, the city lord, Mo, who, along with his entourage, ascended the podium, conversing and laughing as they took their seats. The master of ceremonies approached the podium and proclaimed loudly, "In this current trial assembly, for the second round of martial combat to determine the top 14, the 6 contestants who failed to reach a conclusion yesterday are summoned to the arena to continue their duel. Additionally, the next 2 groups of competitors shall ascend the stage in order." As his words resonated, 5 esteemed officials from the city lord's manor gracefully descended upon the 5 arenas, in the competitors' resting area. 10 participants rose simultaneously, dashing towards the 5 platforms. After the 10 contestants took their places and impatiently listened to the referee outline the rules, a fierce and immediate clash ensued on the 5 stages, erupting into a violent spectacle of combat. Following a brief yet intense flurry of violence, the victors and vanquished were determined on 4 of the platforms, with only the 2 combatants on the 3rd stage still engaged in a fierce struggle, their strengths nearly equal. "Brotherly, it would be wise for you to concede now rather than compel me to unleash that technique. You are well aware of its potency. There is no need for both of us to suffer defeat and provide an advantage to others," Guochang solemnly advised, his great sword raised towards his opponent, Li Wei. With a sigh of resignation, Li Wei executed a flourish of his sword and replied with a wry smile, "You speak the truth. Once you employ that technique, I have no hope of victory, and it would indeed benefit our adversaries." Turning to the referee standing at the edge of the arena, he declared, "I concede." With this somewhat comical conclusion, the first round of the martial combat for the top 14 came to an end. The subsequent 7 matches concluded without much suspense, ultimately revealing the final 14 contenders. The crowd grew increasingly boisterous, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battles, as nearly every participant among the top 14 was renowned as a prodigy from Maple Leaf City, save for the notoriously infamous Liu Feng. However, following Liu Feng's impressive display yesterday and his subsequent ascension, no one dared to regard him as a mere failure any longer, as they once had. Those competitors who did not make it into the top 14, do not despair. It is not a reflection of your innate talents, but rather the efforts of those who advanced. After this trial assembly concludes, return and hone your skills diligently. You are no less capable than any of them. Without further ado, I shall adhere to tradition. I invite the successful contenders to the stage to draw lots." Upon the city lord Mo, whose announcement, accompanied by a gentle smile, he gestured for the master of ceremonies to organize the drawing and then turned to take his seat. Shortly thereafter, the master of ceremonies ascended the first arena with a guard carrying a wooden box. The 14 finalists, brimming with pride, rose and hurried towards the stage. Deliberately lagging behind, Liu Feng waited for Feng Yuxiu to catch up, whispering with a sly smile, "Feng Yuxiu, I hope this time you cross paths with me." "I hope so as well," Feng Yuxiu responded with a smile, continuing his sprint towards the arena. Liu Feng, observing Feng Yuxiu's retreating figure, smirked disdainfully and then swiftly dashed forward to catch up with the others. Upon drawing his token, Liu Feng did not return to the resting area as he had in previous rounds. Instead, he gazed at the token in his hand. "Alas, number 1 again. What abysmal luck!" he exclaimed, unable to suppress his discontent. At this moment, Feng Yuxiu, holding a token, approached with a strange chuckle and remarked, "I apologize, but I have drawn number 14. If the rules remain unchanged, your opponent is none other than me." "Ha ha!" Upon hearing this, Liu Feng burst into exuberant laughter and provocatively replied, "I have awaited this day for 3 years. Enjoy your laughter while you can. Soon, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. Everything you bestowed upon me 3 years ago will be returned to you in double." Chapter 64. Overpowered and forced to reveal the ultimate move. No malicious killing of the opponent is permitted, nor may one continue to attack after the other surrenders, I hereby declare the match to commence." With the referee succinctly outlining the rules, the martial contest began. Liu Feng and Feng Yuxiu did not immediately launch their assaults, both locking their gazes intently upon one another. "Liu Feng, even if you have endured for 3 years, your current strength is akin to that of 3 years ago. I shall once again render you powerless," Feng Yuxiu sneered, unsheathing a great sword from his back and aiming it disdainfully at Liu Feng. "Fool, do you truly believe that I would stand here to engage in a duel with someone of your caliber?" Liu Feng replied, arms crossed and a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have no desire for a war of words. Let our hands reveal the true skills." With a sharp exhale, Feng Yuxiu lightly propelled himself into the air and lunged forward with his sword poised to strike. "Humph! Who shall prevail?" Liu Feng retorted defiantly, swiftly advancing to meet Feng Yuxiu's charge. Bang, bang. With a rapid motion, Liu Feng executed a layered palm strike against the descending sword, followed by another palm aimed at Feng Yuxiu's approaching punch. They crossed paths, neither gaining the upper hand. However, as they separated, Liu Feng's left foot crashed down heavily upon the arena, his body twisting as he lunged toward Feng Yuxiu. The sudden clash left the onlookers beneath the thunderous platform in stunned silence. Liu Yu, seated in the observation area, relaxed her previously furrowed brow and softly remarked, "Little brother, what astonishing speed! Defeating Feng Yuxiu should pose no challenge." Indeed, the speed is impressive, yet overcoming Feng Yuxiu with just this is still quite a feat. Liu Hu replied with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on the arena. "You two, cease your chatter and observe closely how you have trained over these 3 years." Fenger had his dantian crippled 3 years ago. Yet after 3 years, it has not only been restored, but his strength has significantly increased. "You must learn from him. Do not spend your days in mere indulgence," Liu Zheng admonished, his expression stern as he glared at Liu Hu and the others. Liu Yu quickly lowered her head, sticking her tongue out at Liu Hu, and resumed her unwavering focus on the arena. "Thunderstorm!" Liu Feng bellowed as he darted behind Feng Yuxiu, delivering a punch aimed at his back. "Humph!" Feng Yuxiu scoffed, lightly tapping the ground with the tip of his left foot, spinning around to roar, "Snowfall blade!" Bang! A punch collided solidly with the great sword, producing a deep, resounding boom. "Fool! I refuse to fall prey to the same trick twice." With a sullen expression, Liu Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he disdainfully regarded the retreating Feng Yuxiu. He uttered a soft admonition and then, in a swift motion, leapt forward with remarkable speed. Is it possible? Liu Feng is extraordinarily powerful. Feng Yuxiu is clearly at a disadvantage. Indeed, it is truly unexpected. 3 years ago, Feng Yuxiu had rendered Liu Feng's dantian useless, yet now, not only has Liu Feng's dantian been restored, but he possesses strength that rivals Feng Yuxiu's, which is utterly astonishing. I remain unconvinced. After all, Liu Feng's cultivation is still significantly inferior to Feng Yuxiu's. Precisely, it is likely that Feng Yuxiu has reached the brink of unleashing his full potential. Should he fully erupt, Liu Feng would undoubtedly be no match for him. In response to the spectators' comments from below the arena, Liu Feng wore a look of contempt. Bang, bang. Without granting Feng Yuxiu a moment to unleash his martial techniques, Liu Feng charged in with a thunderous storm of strikes, relentlessly pressing the attack and leaving Feng Yuxiu in a state of disarray, forced into a passive defense. "Damn it, receive my strike, flying sand and shifting stones." With a swift movement, Feng Yuxiu retreated and bellowed, brandishing his sword to confront Liu Feng. Oh no. Feng Yuxiu is employing flying sand and shifting stones. Liu Feng is in for a rough time. If he cannot defeat Liu Feng with his renowned technique, then victory is surely beyond his grasp. Indeed, Liu Feng has yet to wield a weapon, and Feng Yuxiu is already resorting to his signature technique. Should he fail to secure victory, he will have no opportunity to best Liu Feng. Humph! Upon witnessing Feng Yuxiu unleash his famed technique, Liu Feng let out a derisive snort. Standing his ground, he fixed his gaze on Feng Yuxiu, brandished his Xian Tai Dao, and swiftly executed the first move of the Breakthrough 9 styles, the Flower and Wood Exchange. Liu Feng's Xian Tai Dao whirled forth, deftly ensnaring Feng Yuxiu's colossal sword as if it were a suction cup, firmly drawing it aside and effortlessly dismantling Feng Yuxiu's proud technique. Feng Yuxiu was utterly blindsided. His most cherished signature move was rendered ineffective in Liu Feng's hands, causing him to stagger and nearly topple to the ground. Wow, Liu Feng is incredibly formidable. Can it be? Feng Yuxiu's signature technique has been shattered. Such prowess! It is astonishing that Liu Feng has been able to endure for so long. Enough with the nonsense. Until the final result is revealed, the outcome remains uncertain. Feng Yuxiu, you truly are a fool. I already stated that I would not fall for the same trick twice. I was defeated by this very move 3 years ago. And you dare to employ it again, thinking I am as foolish as you? Liu Feng sidestepped and executed a horizontal slash, simultaneously uttering his disdainful remark. Clang! In a moment of peril, Feng Yuxiu quickly steadied himself, attempting to counter with a defensive maneuver, yet it was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. How disappointing! With your current strength, you still dare to claim the title of the greatest genius of Maple Leaf City? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Liu Feng, having swiftly closed the distance, mocked him with a scornful expression. Damn it, do not get too complacent. It is not over yet. Qinkuan sword technique, mountain splitter. As Feng Yuxiu was propelled backward, he performed a graceful spin to face the pursuing Liu Feng, with both feet landing firmly on the ground. He swiftly struck the resilient black gold stone behind him, stabilizing his stance. With a composed countenance, he let out a sharp exhale. His toes lightly tapped the ground in succession, drawing forth his great sword to engage in combat. Manifesting his true prowess, Feng Yuxiu unleashed a life-preserving martial technique, a black and white bagua materializing behind him, emanating a faint sword intent that was evidently more formidable than before. An intriguing young lad, capable of grasping sword intent. Lu Lao remarked with a chuckle that I find that fellow named Liu Feng rather fascinating. Just yesterday, he valiantly battled against a martial artist of the third heaven, showcasing the ancient secret technique, the god-slaying 9 swords. It appeared rather formidable, and he still seems to be holding back some strength. Little girl, you wouldn't harbor feelings for him, would you? I've never seen you speak so favorably of the opposite sex before. It appears our ice-cold fairy has been stirred by the winds of spring, Lu Lao teased. Humph! Lu Lao is merely spouting nonsense. Upon my return, I shall inform my master and have him pay you a visit at the Luyun sect. Came the retort. Oh dear, please don't, my little ancestor. Your master has such a fiery temper. He'd surely raze my mountain to the ground. Let us consider my words a mistake. At the podium, the elder Lu Lang of the Luyun sect looked imploringly at the masked girl from the Divine Sword sect beside him, pleading with a sense of desperation. The outfit she wore elicited expressions of astonishment from those nearby, such as Mo who found it incomprehensible that an elder from one of the 10 major sects, Luyun sect, would fear a disciple from a second-tier sect. However, given Lu Lang's temperament and status, Mo Hu and others refrained from questioning, maintaining a facade of ignorance. Provide me with a bottle of golden body pills, and I shall refrain from informing my master about your bullying of me for being older. Should you refuse, humph. The veiled figure, Long Bingsu, glared menacingly at Lu Lang, her tone laced with malice. Scoundrel, perish. Qinkuan sword technique. Qinkuan 1 sword. At that moment, Feng Yuxiu, his hand dangling from the platform, roared in frustration, emanating a faint sword intent as he thrust his sword toward the advancing Liu Feng, delivering a strike that felt as terrifying as the collapse of the heavens under the weight of the galaxy. Cursed wretch, then perish, sword of destruction. In a moment of peril, Liu Feng strained against the pressure, releasing a furious shout as he swiftly executed the god-slaying 9 swords. Recognizing that he could not effectively defend against Feng Yuxiu's technique, Liu Feng resolved to counterattack. Instantly, the competitors on the other 4 platforms, engaged in their own battles, halted, their expressions filled with shock as they beheld the confrontation between Liu Feng and Feng Yuxiu. The multitude of spectators, numbering in the tens of thousands, turned their gazes to the pair, sensing the intense energy radiating from them. Lu Lang, seated at the podium, abruptly rose, his voice grave. We must intervene. Should they recklessly employ techniques beyond their rank, it will only result in mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, Mo Hu, who sat beside Lu Lang, recognized the urgency of the situation. He swiftly leaped down from the podium, racing toward the arena where Liu Feng and Feng Yuxiu clashed. Why, esteemed nephews, cease this at once. The formidable Mo Hu, having leaped down from the podium, interjected to halt the 2 combatants. However, on the stage, Liu Feng and his opponent were wholly engrossed in their fierce confrontation, paying no heed to Mo Hu's words. In an instant, Liu Feng transformed into a gleaming sword, dashing forth like lightning to engage Feng Yuxiu. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, immediately followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Feng Yuxiu crashed heavily onto the platform, blood gushing from his mouth, his right arm grotesquely twisted, while his great sword lay in two broken pieces nearby, emitting mournful cries. Meanwhile, a mere yard away, Liu Feng knelt on the stage, a gaping wound of about a foot long, exposing bone, bled profusely, staining his garments crimson. Hiss, hiss. The sight left tens of thousands gasping in shock. Feng Yuxiu, who had crippled the young master's dantian 3 years prior, subjecting him to endless humiliation, was now made to experience the bitter taste of his own dantian being ruined. Just as the crowd presumed the conflict had reached its conclusion, Liu Feng, half kneeling on the stage, caught a glimpse of Mo, who momentarily pausing, before accelerating toward the platform, roaring as he sprang up before Feng Yuxiu, delivering a heavy kick to his abdomen. Crack! Ah! The arena fell into an eerie silence, even Mo, who, rushing over, halted in his tracks, astonished at Liu Feng's audacity to render Feng Yuxiu incapacitated. The square reverberated with the echoes of Feng Yuxiu's anguished cries. Gazing at Liu Feng's serene visage atop the stage, an unsettling chill coursed through the hearts of all present. Ha! Coming back to his senses, Liu Zheng erupted into wild laughter, darting toward the platform, while onlookers from the Feng family, including Feng Lican, wore grim expressions as they too rushed to the arena. Moments later, upon reaching the stage, Liu Zheng scooped Liu Feng into his arms and turned to face the inspecting Feng Lican, tauntingly declaring, "Brother Feng, allow you to savor the bitter taste of having your son rendered useless." Ha ha! Humph! Feng Lican, cradling Feng Yuxiu, snorted coldly, retorting, "Do not rejoice too soon. The wrath of the sword sect is not to be trifled with. We shall see how you confront the consequences when they learn of this." With that, Feng Lican leapt off the stage, hastening toward the square's exit. "Fool! Can I not enter the sect? What is so formidable about the sword sect? Should they provoke me, I shall flatten them just the same." With a pallid complexion, Liu Feng murmured as he watched Feng Lican's retreating figure. "Brother Liu, you still find time to laugh. Your nephew has stirred a great calamity. The sword sect is notoriously protective of their own, and Feng Yuxiu's master, Zhuolang Chan, is the third elder of the inner sect, well known for his fierce loyalty. Now that your nephew has crippled his prized disciple, what do you imagine the repercussions will be?" Mo, who, wearing a wry smile, swiftly approached Liu Zheng to offer a cautionary reminder. "Brother Mo, the die is cast. What shall we do now?" Liu Zheng inquired. His brow furrowed in concern, who glanced around cautiously, whispering, "This is not a place for discussion. First, attend to your nephew's wounds. Once we return to the candle platform, I shall introduce you to a few individuals. It will ultimately depend on your nephew's fortune. Should those few take an interest in accepting him as their disciple, then this matter may find resolution." With that, Liu Zheng patted Liu Feng on the shoulder, turned to gesture at the referee, and then swiftly made his way towards the podium. The referee, expressionless as he stood at the edge of the ring, walked to the center and announced loudly, "In this martial contest, the first contestant has emerged victorious. We now invite the next group of contestants to the stage." Meanwhile, Liu Zheng swiftly carried Liu Feng to the resting area for the contestants. Placing him gently in a chair, he then retrieved a box of healing ointment for external wounds, evenly sprinkling it over the horrific injury, before producing several medicinal pills for Liu Feng to consume. After softly instructing him with a few words, he turned and rushed towards the podium. Liu Feng, whose complexion had improved somewhat, watched as his father reached the podium and, under the vague introduction of the city lord, began to converse with the elderly gentleman and the masked maiden. Although he could only see them and not hear their words, Liu Feng could surmise that at that moment, his father was most likely humbly entreating others on his behalf. A wave of warmth surged within him, mingled with a sense of urgency. He realized that his current strength was merely a drop in the ocean among the vast continent. To act with freedom, one must rely on formidable power, power that instills fear in others. Only then could he pursue his desires without interference. With this realization, Liu Feng stood up, pointed towards the heavens, his face darkened as he slightly tilted his head back and roared, "I, Liu Feng, shall become the strongest. No one shall dictate my fate, not even the heavens. My destiny is mine alone, not governed by fate." The onlookers regarded Liu Feng with a mix of astonishment, although they were unsure of what had come over him. The fervor of his declaration ignited a fire within their hearts. However, after his outburst, Liu Feng disregarded the peculiar stares and closed his eyes, activating the Golden Body Shield secret technique and the immortal Golden Body secret technique to hastily recover from his injuries. Among the crowd, only a few sensed the shift in Liu Feng's aura at that moment. Two of them were Lu Lang and Longbingxue, who were conversing with Lu Zhang and the city lord Mohu. Both displayed a hint of surprise on their faces. Lu Lang glanced at Longbingxue and, unable to contain himself, exclaimed to Lu Zhang, "Ah, I understand your intentions. That lad has caught my eye. I shall take him as my disciple." Before Lu Lang could finish his pompous speech, Longbingxue, seated nearby, interrupted him with a raised hand, softly stating, "Wait a moment, old man. Liu Feng is a disciple of our divine sword sect, and he is also my master's direct disciple. Are you attempting to poach my master's disciple? No way. This time, there is nothing you can say to change my mind. I have taken a liking to this lad and intend to take him as my personal disciple. Do not think that your master can intimidate me. Even if he comes in person, it will be futile." Upon hearing Longbingxue's words, Lu Lang jumped up from his seat, puffing out his cheeks in indignation, and retorted defiantly, "Old man, who do you think you can scare? Others may fear you, but I do not." Similarly rising from her seat, Longbingxue glared at Lu Lang through the thin veil, her expression one of disdain. "How dare you shout at me, you little brat? Be careful, or I shall teach you a lesson," Lu Lang threatened, exasperatedly ruffling his hair. "Humph." Cold Ice Snow let out a slight snort and remarked, "Old fellow, dare to repeat that? Do you believe I shall immediately send a message to my master, urging her to come and pummel you until you can't find your teeth?" Unwilling to concede, Lu Lang appeared genuinely desperate this time, extending a claw to seize Cold Ice Snow, hoping to snatch away the communication talisman from her. If successful, he would no longer fear her informing the madwoman. However, Cold Ice Snow had anticipated his move. She swiftly retreated several paces, producing a jade talisman and waving it at Lu Lang, promptly transmitting a message as she stood her ground, continuing to shake the talisman. "That wretched girl, you truly intend to inform your master? You seek my demise." Lu Lang blinked at Cold Ice Snow, letting out an exasperated cry as he lunged forward, capturing her with a firm grip, stomping his feet in a display of mock terror. Suddenly, with a gleam in his eyes, Lu Lang turned around and cheerfully shouted, "Hey, someone, quickly bring that kid to me. I shall take him as my direct disciple. Old fellow, if you dare to play tricks, just wait until my master arrives. We shall see how you fare then." "Humph," Cold Ice Snow responded, her tone calm yet tinged with urgency. Though she spoke with bravado, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The purpose of her descent from the mountain with her master was to select disciples for their sect. After half a year of searching, she had only recruited a handful before parting ways with her master. Having visited 3 cities without finding anyone suitable, she was not willing to relinquish this opportunity. "Very well, esteemed senior, I shall fetch my son at once." At this moment, Lu Zhang, observing the two, promptly replied upon hearing Lu Lang's words, his feet moving with the swiftness of the wind. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Feng remained seated, eyes closed in meditation, unaware of the unfolding events. As Lu Zhang approached, Liu Feng sensed someone nearing and opened his eyes to find it was his father. A look of confusion crossing his face. "Fenger, hurry and come with me to pay your respects to the master. Fortune smiles upon you as Lu Lang, the elder of Lu Yun's sect, has taken an interest in you and wishes to accept you as his direct disciple." Lu Zhang exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he pulled the bewildered Liu Feng along, his words tumbling out in excitement. Moments later, Liu Feng found himself brought to the podium, where the imperial nobles and esteemed guests greeted Lu Zhang and Liu Feng with friendly smiles and nods, signaling their goodwill. After all, should Liu Feng become a direct disciple of Lu Lang from Lu Yun's sect, one of the 10 great sects, his status would undoubtedly rise, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined for future success. Thus, those on the podium no longer dared to underestimate Liu Feng and Lu Zhang. Indeed, a fine choice by this old man. Though your cultivation is average, you possess an admirable demeanor. Come forth and let me assess your talents." As Lu Zhang and Liu Feng approached, Lu Lang, holding Cold Ice Snow with one hand, stroked his beard with the other, smiling gently as he spoke. "Humph, old fellow, do not revel too soon. Even if you take him as your disciple now, once my master arrives, she shall surely reclaim him. Even if you escort him to Lu Yun's sect, My master will not hesitate to disrupt your plans, and then we shall see how you manage. Anxiously, the frigid and icy coldness of Ling Bingxue, peering through a thin veil, fixed her gaze upon Lu Lang, who, undeterred, threatened once more. Hee hee. Lu Lang turned his head, letting out a peculiar chuckle, and exclaimed, "Little girl, before your master arrives, I shall take my leave with my companions. We can return to the sect in a decade or so, and by then, I trust that the madwoman's ire will have dissipated. That scoundrel dares to speak ill of me behind my back." A furious roar echoed, drawing near and whisking away the clouds above the square. The overwhelming force of the voice caused Lu Lang's previously smug expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to release Ling Bingxue and feign ignorance by stepping aside. Adopting an air of detachment, at that moment, the onlookers beheld a dark figure swiftly traversing the sky. "Wow, that is a martial king." One gasped, "I can't believe my eyes. It is truly a martial king." The figure descended onto the platform in mere moments. "Master, you have finally arrived. Lu Lang, the martial uncle, has been bullying your disciple and even intends to snatch away the students I selected for you." Upon the arrival of the figure, Ling Bingxue swiftly dashed forward, slightly pouting as she recounted her grievances. Hee hee. Lu Lang trembled slightly, masking his nervous laughter as he approached, casting a glare at Ling Bingxue before turning to Yidianhong with a beaming smile. "Well, you see, I was merely jesting with my junior niece. Do not take it to heart." "Humph." Yidianhong snorted coldly, causing Lu Lang to shudder involuntarily, nearly fleeing in embarrassment. "Weren't you supposed to be in Rolling Stone City? What brings you to Maple Leaf City?" Yidianhong inquired, her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Ling Bingxue. "Master, let us discuss that later. Look at that lad. He is the one whom even my martial uncle wishes to take as a disciple, a rather intriguing fellow," Ling Bingxue replied, gesturing towards Liu Feng. "Indeed, Schwerer, you have never been so favorable towards a national artist. I am curious to see what manner of lad has captured your discerning eye," Yidianhong remarked, momentarily taken aback before playfully responding and striding towards Liu Feng. Standing before Liu Feng, Yidianhong stated, her tone flat yet authoritative, "You possess an average appearance, yet your aura is somewhat exceptional. Extend your hand. Let me assess your aptitude." As Yidianhong approached, Liu Feng felt a slight tremor within himself. She appeared to be merely in her 20s yet possessed the cultivation of a martial king, revealing the extent of her extraordinary talent and potential. In truth, Liu Feng's ignorance played a part here. The higher a warrior's cultivation, the longer their lifespan, and with the prolonged use of beauty-enhancing elixirs, one can maintain a youthful appearance. In reality, Yidianhong was nearly half a century old. Liu Feng, feeling somewhat displeased by Yidianhong's tone, slowly extended his right hand, furrowing his brow as he regarded her. Yidianhong reached out with her delicate, jade-like hand, her 5 smooth fingers gently resting upon Liu Feng's wrist. He immediately sensed a chilling energy coursing through his body as her fingertips sent a swift surge of power, only to retreat almost as quickly as it had entered. With exceptional qualifications, he is indeed an intriguing young man, possessing a dantian several times larger than that of an ordinary person. Once he successfully breaks through and advances to the rank of a martial master, he will be an almost invincible presence among his peers. Finally, a treasure has been unearthed. With a beaming smile, Yidianhong exclaimed joyfully to himself, completely disregarding Liu Feng's own intentions. Can I say something?" Liu Feng inquired, furrowing his brows upon noticing that Yidianhong had not sought his consent. "Yes, young man, what is your name? From this moment forth, you shall be my personal disciple. Remember, your master is Yidianhong, the 7th elder of the inner court of the Divine Sword Sect," Yidianhong declared imperiously, tossing a token of personal discipleship to Liu Feng without caring whether he accepted it or not. Upon hearing Yidianhong claim that Liu Feng's dantian was several times larger than that of an ordinary person, Lu Lang, standing a short distance away, was so infuriated that he slapped himself. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng and Imo Hu, who were in the know, gazed at Liu Feng with expressions of disbelief. They were aware that Liu Feng's dantian had been rendered useless 3 years prior. Although it had now been restored, it could not possibly be exaggerated to such an extent. This could only imply that he had experienced some extraordinary adventure. Lu Zheng and Imo Hu exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts, and resolved to have a thorough discussion with Liu Feng regarding the nature of his recovery. Ling Bingxue, who had followed closely behind, was equally astonished, her mouth agape in shock as she stared at Liu Feng, A dantian several times larger than that of an ordinary person would result in terrifyingly rapid cultivation speed and an immense capacity for absorbing spiritual energy once he reached the rank of a martial master. Her own dantian was 10 times that of an average person, earning her the family's and sect's accolades as a once-in-a-century genius. Now, in comparison to Liu Feng, she could hardly bear to contemplate the disparity. However, Liu Feng gazed at Yi Dianhong with a peculiar expression, feeling as though he stood completely exposed before her, unable to conceal even the slightest secret. With a resigned glance at his father, he accepted the token of personal discipleship and expressionlessly turned to leave the podium. It was not that Liu Feng was unwilling to resist. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. Although Yi Dianhong's manner seemed domineering, it might not be entirely disadvantageous for him. Even if the Divine Sword sect was a second-rate sect with limited formidable techniques and martial arts, he could still cultivate the ancient secret techniques provided by Yuzun. After all, the Divine Sword sect was the sect to which Liu Hu belonged, and in the future, he could seek assistance if needed. Moreover, joining a sect was merely a facade to conceal the secrets of the ancient secret techniques. Should any discerning individual become aware, it would undoubtedly attract countless experts seeking to seize them. Thus, despite his reservations about Yi Dianhong, Liu Feng tacitly accepted her as his master. Observing Liu Feng's silence as he turned to leave the podium, Liu Zheng discreetly cast a glance at Yi Dianhong, offered an apology, and somewhat sheepishly pursued Liu Feng. "Don't worry, Shui. I'm not angry by accepting my token. It signifies that he has tacitly acknowledged me as his master," Yi Dianhong remarked with a hint of a smile, turning to face the persistently clinging Longbing Shui, amused yet exasperated. "I nearly scared my disciple to death. I thought my master was angry." Releasing the icy grip of the cold snow, she patted her somewhat prominent chest and responded in a somewhat spoiled manner. Meanwhile, Liu Zheng, in a state of urgency, caught up with Liu Feng, seizing her arm and, with a composed expression, inquired, "Fenger, what are you doing? Regardless of whether you agree or not, you ought to at least say something. Turning your back and walking away without a word will embarrass that formidable martial king. If they become enraged and take your life, do you wish for me to suffer the loss of my child?" Liu Feng rolled her eyes and retorted, "Father, your imagination knows no bounds. I have already accepted the token from my master. If she cannot comprehend this, then I shall not take her as my teacher. Enough of this nonsense. Since I have accepted the token, I trust she will understand. I have no other matters to attend to. I am heading to the rest area. The top 7 will soon make their appearance, and I must prepare for the competition for the top 4. Surely, you do not wish for the 10,000 taels of gold to go to waste?" With a sigh, Liu Feng smiled and turned to leave, leaving Liu Zheng, who was at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation. As he observed Liu Feng's nonchalant departure, he sighed and turned his gaze towards the podium, walking expressionlessly towards the viewing platform. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, the top 7 were determined. The Elder Master ascended the stage once more, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to the contestants who have successfully entered the top 7. To those who have fallen short, do not lose heart. A minor setback does not denote a lack of talent, but rather a deficiency in ambition. Following this trial, I hope you will return with renewed vigor. Only by consistently surmounting greater heights can one hope to stand atop the pinnacle of martial prowess. I shall refrain from further verbosity. As per tradition, I now invite the contestants who made it into the top 7 to draw lots. Furthermore, the contestant who draws the 7th token shall receive a buy and advance directly to the top 4. Liu Feng deliberately lingered at the back, observing the 6 individuals ahead of her, a hint of disdain gradually appearing on her face. The strength of these 6 was utterly incomparable to Feng Yuxiu, posing no threat to her whatsoever. Although she wore a look of contempt, Liu Feng scrutinized 2 individuals whom she had never encountered before. Once on the stage, and after the 6 had drawn their lots, Liu Feng, with an impassive expression, stepped forward, reached into the wooden box, and retrieved the final token bearing the number. Upon inspecting it, she was nearly provoked to exclaim in frustration, having once again drawn the number 1, with a visage that seemed to exclaim her indignation. She moved to the side of the stage, awaiting the commencement of the martial duel. Once the other 5 contestants had exited and the Elder Master, clutching the wooden box, departed the arena, the referee stationed at the edge of the stage approached the center. Casting a glance at Liu Feng and the other contestant, He briefly outlined the rules before promptly declaring the start of the match and retreating to the edge of the stage. "Hello, I am Wu Chun. Although I am not your match, I still wish to test my skills against you." Wu Chun, clad in coarse linen garments, smiled warmly at Liu Feng. "You appear unfamiliar, so you must not be from Maple Leaf City. It is a pleasure to meet you." Noting Wu Chin's courteous demeanor, coupled with a seemingly innate charm, Liu Feng, usually expressionless, managed a smile in response. "After you." Wu Chun smiled as he gestured invitingly, while simultaneously uttering a soft command. Swiftly darting towards Liu Feng with his sword drawn to strike. "Prepare yourself for a move of thunderstorm." In the blink of an eye, Wu Chun closed the distance, but Liu Feng adeptly stepped aside, evading Wu Chin's sword strike, and countered with a swift thunderstorm attack. Bang! The blow missed its mark, prompting Wu Chun to quickly alter his stance and slash at Liu Feng's approaching fist with a reverse strike. Liu Feng, however, merely smiled, unperturbed, and retaliated with even greater speed. A sense of overwhelming force surged towards Wu Chun, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Liu Feng. Wu Chun was confident in his own abilities. Although he realized he could not surpass Liu Feng, he had believed he could endure several exchanges before succumbing. To his dismay, after just one exchange, his hand felt numb, struggling to maintain grip on his great sword, instilling within him a tinge of defeat. "You are indeed far superior to me. There is no need for further contest, I concede," Wu Chun said with a wry smile, shaking his head as he turned and leapt off the arena. Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback by Wu Chin's actions, and the referee standing at the edge of the arena also appeared puzzled before stepping into the center to announce Liu Feng as the victor of the duel. After the announcement, Liu Feng, with a stoic expression, descended from the platform and returned to the resting area, where he encountered Wu Chun. "Brother Liu, I must depart from the great Yin Empire for a pressing matter. I had hoped to share a drink with you. Please accept this token. Should you find yourself in the Ryukyu Kingdom, this emblem will guide you to me." Standing in the competitor's resting area, Wu Chun approached Liu Feng, who bore a neutral expression, and handed him a token with a smile before departing with two burly companions. By the time Liu Feng processed this, Wu Chin's figure had already vanished. Sighing, he shook his head, glanced at the token, and tucked it away, seeking a quiet corner to meditate. "Senior sister, I just heard from father that our master has accepted my younger brother as a direct disciple. Is this true?" Liu Hu inquired with a smile as he, along with Liu Yu and others, approached the competitor's resting area, following Lung Bingxue. "Junior brother Liu Feng, it appears your brother is indeed your sibling. I had almost forgotten that you share the same surname." "You are correct. Master came from afar specifically to take your brother as a direct disciple," replied Lung Bingxue, pausing briefly before turning to Liu Hu with a calm demeanor. "That is splendid news. I intended to take my brother back to the sect after the trials concluded, allowing him to join our divine sword sect," Liu Hu remarked with a smile, heartened by the confirmation. Soon, they arrived at the resting area, spotting Liu Feng seated with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. As they approached, Liu Feng opened his eyes, recognizing Liu Hu and the others. "Brother, what brings you here?" he asked with a smile, gesturing for them to sit. A hint of curiosity in his voice. "Congratulations, little brother, on joining our divine sword sect. I must admit, I am quite envious that you have become the direct disciple of Master Yi Dianhong. You should greet your senior sister, Lung Bingxue," Liu Hu exclaimed, giving Liu Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder and playfully winking at him. "Esteemed senior sister, please take a seat." Upon noticing the frosty demeanor of Lung Bingxue behind Liu Yu, Liu Feng quickly rose and approached her, exclaiming as he grasped her hand. This scene caused Liu Hu's smile to falter. He was acutely aware that Lung Bingxue was akin to a block of eternal ice, and Liu Feng's audacious advance would undoubtedly provoke her wrath. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he observed a peculiar sight. Lung Bingxue, seemingly shy, lowered her gaze and did not unleash her fury, instead allowing Liu Feng to guide her to a chair. Such an extraordinary spectacle left Liu Hu in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. To his utter amazement, Liu Feng's mouth fell agape, large enough to accommodate a firebird egg. "Junior brother, I have come merely to inform you that I shall be departing with the master shortly. You should attend to your own affairs and return to the sect with Liu Hu," she softly murmured, handing Liu Feng a small booklet before swiftly ascending to the podium with remarkable speed. "A miracle, indeed!" Liu Hu exclaimed, recovering from his astonishment. "Why, dear brother, What do you mean by that? We are eager to hear your elaboration, inquired Liu Feng, sitting comfortably in a chair, a playful smile illuminating his face. Brother, you have struck a stroke of fortune. Senior sister Long Bingxue is renowned as the Ice Fairy. Any male who dares to touch her will undoubtedly provoke an explosive reaction, leaving them in tears. It is unprecedented for anyone to witness her smile, yet just now, she exhibited a hint of shyness towards you, which unequivocally indicates her interest, Liu Hu remarked, grinning mischievously at Liu Feng, embodying a sense of gossip. Liu Yu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief directed at Liu Feng. Brother, you are simply overreacting. It was merely that senior sister, recognizing my status as her junior, chose not to hold my ignorance against me, Liu Feng retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Half an hour later, Liu Feng, having experienced an unfortunate stroke of luck, drew the first token and effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Successfully advancing to the finals, he sat in the resting area, engaging in light conversation with Liu, who, while occasionally glancing at the two competitors still contending in the semifinals, "My dear brother, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your victory is virtually assured. This trial assembly will be a source of pride for you, exposing the schemes of the three major families and solidifying your achievements. Yesterday, you bravely confronted the remnants of those families, and today, you have finally shed the burdens of the past 3 years by neutralizing Feng Yuxiu. I am genuinely delighted for you. Who will dare to label you as a waste from this point onward?" Liu Hu declared, one hand resting on Liu Feng's shoulder, while the other waved in a self-satisfied manner. Brother, we must broaden our horizons. A single city, an empire, or a sect is not our stage. Our arena encompasses the entire continent. We must never become complacent, for that breeds lethargy and extinguishes the drive for advancement. Only through such relentless pursuit can one truly stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess, unbound by any constraints. Not even the heavens themselves. Liu Feng, with a solemn expression, gazed upward at the sky, speaking with an air of arrogance that seemed to dismiss all before him. Upon hearing his words, Liu Hu and the others felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, Liu Hu pondered deeply. Achieving such heights was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Setting aside innate talent and potential, how many could truly maintain an unwavering spirit of relentless pursuit? 3 years prior, he had nearly lost all confidence, and after 3 years of concealment, the transformation he underwent was so profound that he seemed like an entirely different person. At tea times during these past few days, he even felt like a stranger to himself. His every action had evolved significantly compared to 3 years ago. His demeanor had matured and sharpened, and his cultivation progressed almost daily. Reflecting on Liu Feng's transformation, a faint smile gradually appeared on Liu Hu's face. Turning to Liu Feng, he remarked, "Brother, it seems only you possess such remarkable achievements. None of us can match your state of mind or your resolute willpower." Liu Feng, still gazing at the sky without lifting his head, replied, "Nay, it is merely that you carry too many burdens of thought, rendering you incapable of tranquil cultivation. Once you truly set aside these mental encumbrances, you will discover that your path has merely begun." Chapter 69. The final battle with my sister-in-law, the first martial duel standing on the arena. Liu Feng smiled cheerfully at the young woman opposite him. "What bad luck to encounter you, yet I shall not yield. I will surely triumph over you." With a slight frown, Mo Yuqing gazed at the grinning Liu Feng and earnestly declared, "Sister-in-law, had I known I would face you, I would not have allowed my father to pressure me into winning first place with a reward of 100,000 taels of gold. Now, I cannot afford to concede. Do not blame me for tossing you off the stage." With a playful grin, Liu Feng responded somewhat helplessly, "Oh, Liu Feng, how you jest. Prepare yourself." At the mention of being called sister-in-law, Mo Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment as she retorted in mock anger, drawing her sword and lunging forward. Facing his future sister-in-law, Liu Feng could not afford to be careless, not due to Mo Yuqing's prowess, but out of fear of inadvertently harming her. With swift footwork, he evaded to the side, refraining from counterattacking, and instead relied on his speed to maneuver around her, seeking the optimal moment to subdue her without causing injury. After a brief bout, panting slightly, Mo Yuqing halted and glared at Liu Feng from a distance of 10 paces, exclaiming in indignation, "You insufferable Liu Feng! If you keep running, you'd best not let me catch you." "Hee hee." Liu Feng, with his hands clasped behind his head, shook his head with a playful chuckle, saying, "Sister-in-law, I dare not strike you. Otherwise, my elder brother would surely give me a beating later." Before he could finish his sentence, the flustered Mo Yuqing, puffing with annoyance, charged at him once more with her sword drawn. Liu Feng hastily executed his footwork again, swiftly dodging, unwilling to engage in combat with Mo Yuqing. Ha ha! This is simply too amusing. Indeed, what was expected to be an epic clash has transformed into a sparring match between a younger brother and his sister-in-law. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Hearing the crowd's banter and exaggerated laughter below the arena, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and silently cursed to himself. With swift and decisive steps, I reached the edge of the arena, turning to face the relentless pursuit of Mo Yuqing's sister-in-law. "I must apologize," Liu Feng murmured softly in the fleeting moment that Mo Yuqing swung her sword toward me. I deftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting my hand forward, sending her tumbling off the stage. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing?" Mo Yuqing exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot, then quickly turned to ascend the platform again, fixing Liu Feng with an indignant glare. "You foul Liu Feng, this is not over. Sister-in-law, you have indeed fallen from the stage, and that constitutes a loss. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the judge," Liu Feng retorted, retreating several steps in a moment of trepidation as Mo Yuqing leaped back onto the arena. "Humph, I care not for such matters. Today, I shall certainly give you a good thrashing," Mo Yuqing declared, her cheeks flushed, charging toward Liu Feng. "Brother, help!" Liu Feng cried out, hastily retreating from the arena, sprinting towards the contestants' resting area where Liu Hu awaited. What was initially anticipated as an epic confrontation had devolved into a farcical scene of a sister-in-law chastising her younger brother, reducing the audience of thousands to fits of laughter, even eliciting broad smiles from Liu Hu and others seated at the podium. Liu Feng, seeking refuge behind Liu Hu, nervously eyed the furious Mo Yuqing, pleading, "Sister-in-law, consider my long-standing dedication to combat. Please let me off this time. I promise not to speak carelessly in front of others again." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, then, as realization dawned, responded in a stern tone, "What do you mean by not speaking carelessly in front of others? Do you intend to speak carelessly when fewer people are around? It was merely a slip of the tongue, a momentary error. I shan't repeat it," Liu Feng quickly amended, shifting his gaze to Liu Hu, adding in a mocking tone, "Oh dear brother, now that you have a sister-in-law, you seem to have forgotten your own flesh and blood. How could you not come to my defense? It truly wounds my heart." With that, Liu Feng, chuckling, made a hasty retreat, pulling Liu Yu and Liu Xian along with him. Liu Yong, regaining his wits, smacked his forehead and promptly pursued the trio. Moments later, Liu Hu smiled and addressed the audience from the podium, proclaiming, "As we reach the final segment of this trial gathering, I invite the representatives of each team to ascend the arena. The beasts you have hunted and the herbs you have gathered within the 10,000 Great Mountains will now be evaluated in conjunction with your martial prowess." "Ha, the rules have changed? We still have a chance to secure a ranking. Is this even permissible? Now we can finally shine. I have collected a fair amount of quality herbs from the 10,000 Great Mountains. I am certain of a commendable position." Liu Yu nudged Liu Feng with her elbow, expressing her exasperation. "Brother, throughout our time in the 10,000 Great Mountains, we were entangled by the 3 great families and hardly managed to hunt any beasts. Our collection of herbs is pitifully scant. This rule change is decidedly unfavorable for us." "What nonsense! Even with the rule change, we can still claim first place. Just wait and see. Quickly hand me the storage bag," Liu Feng replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Liu Yu blinked her eyes, somewhat perplexed by Liu Feng's apparent confidence, yet she still retrieved the storage bag and handed it to him. Upon receiving the bag, Liu Feng flashed a smile at Liu Yu before turning to stride towards the podium. When he extracted items from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains and returned to Fengye City to expose the conspiracy of the 3 major families, Liu Feng had selflessly relinquished all the treasures he acquired from the mountains, entrusting them to Lord Mo Hu for safekeeping. Now, the time had come to reclaim them. Ascending the podium, Liu Feng respectfully bowed to the assembly before approaching Mo Hu, saying, "Uncle Mo, it is time for you to return the items I entrusted to you. Impudent lad, you have just vexed my children. You must sell me the hide of the diamond ape. Otherwise, I shall not return your belongings." Mo Hu retorted with a grin, deliberately attempting to coerce Liu Feng into submission. Rolling his eyes, Liu Feng was unfazed by the threat and replied with a chuckle, "Uncle Amo, I have rendered significant service to Fengye City. Even if you choose not to grant me any favors, how can you audaciously speak of the treasures I painstakingly acquired? If you refuse to return them, I shall send a message to my master, requesting him to come and adjudicate this matter." Mo, who was momentarily taken aback, then tossed Liu Feng a storage bag with a playful admonition, "You rascal. Have you learned your sister's tricks? Fine. I cannot afford to offend your master. Quickly take your belongings and be on your way." Since Uncle Amo threatened him, Liu Feng was no longer intimidated, boldly declaring, "If you have the audacity, go ahead and seek my master." Hee. Catching the storage bag, Liu Feng smiled and, with a gust of wind at his feet, turned to make his exit. As he dashed down from the podium, he cheerfully made his way to the back of the line, moving slowly alongside those ahead of him. Chapter 70. Absolutely astonishing. Wow, a level 3 monster core. Hey, is that 3rd grade purple herb? Goodness, and a 4th grade beauty's drunkenness. Are we to live at all? Heavens, a level 3 lightning cat. Are level 3 beasts as common as cabbages? At the rear of the line, Liu Feng listened to the crowd's exclamations with a look of disdain, pouting slightly. A group of individuals, having never seen the world, were astonished by such herbs and cores. Just wait until you see the cores and herbs I have harvested. I believe you will be utterly flabbergasted. Hee hee. With a smile creeping onto his face, Liu Feng noticed that as the crowd thinned, their astonishment waned. When it was finally Liu Feng's turn, he smirked and softly said, "Could you please make some space? I have far too many items for this table to accommodate." The 2 attendants from the Lord's office were momentarily stunned, shifting their gaze to the steward behind them. After a moment of contemplation, the steward nodded in agreement with Liu Feng's request. The 2 guards hastily stepped forward to lift the table to the edge of the arena, allowing Liu Feng to proceed. With a beaming smile, he approached the center of the arena, retrieved the storage bag from Lord Amo, who, and dramatically opened it, pouring its contents forth. With a resounding crash, thousands of herbs cascaded from the storage bag like a waterfall. Goodness, has someone brought an entire herb field? My goodness, that is indeed the legendary ice crystal grass. I cannot believe such a thing truly exists in this world. As the crowd marveled, the pouch held by Liu Feng ceased to dispense any further herbs, prompting him to promptly stow it away. Turning to the 2 astonished city lords' attendants, he smiled and said, "Esteemed attendants, you may begin your counting." Regaining their composure, the attendants hurried forth to tally the findings, and after a brief interval, they finally concluded their calculations. Liu Feng nodded with a smile towards them, and with a wave of his left hand, he summoned the pile of herbs, which resembled a small mountain, into his tungsten ring. With his right hand, he then retrieved the storage pouch to empty its contents. Clink, clink, a multitude of crystals of varying colors and sizes tumbled forth from the pouch. Ha ha! A mere 20 or so crystals. This is utterly hilarious. I thought I was about to witness a miracle. Laughter erupted among the tens of thousands in attendance, who were unable to contain themselves at the sight of just 20 crystals. Suddenly, 2 resounding thuds echoed from the arena, silencing the laughter almost instantaneously. As the crowd stared in shock at the stage, at that moment, Liu Feng stood at the edge of the platform, casting a keen gaze around, yet no one paid him any heed. Even those in the observation stands and on the main platform looked on in astonishment at the arena. Indeed, those 2 thunderous sounds were the result of Liu Feng bringing forth several beast carcasses that he had yet to deal with, having played the role of a fisherman in the vast mountains, yielding 2 high-level beast corpses that landed upon the stage like 2 mountains of flesh, with several other carcasses falling around him. A collective gasp of disbelief arose, magnified by the sheer number of voices. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? High-level beast corpses. That one resembles a gorilla, clearly a level 5 beast, the diamond ape, while the other must be a level 5 silverlight deer. There was no mistake about the silverlight deer, and the other was likely on the verge of becoming a level 6 creature. One could see that the 7th branch of its antlers had already begun to sprout. Lu Liang, seated at the management table, rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Once convinced, he turned to the still-dazed Lu Zhang, exclaiming, "Master, we have struck gold. 2 level 5 beast corpses are worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold, and they are priceless. Do not speak so loudly. I can see for myself. Just mention it to me, but do not say it in front of Fenger and the others." This is their bounty, and the rewards rightfully belong to them as long as they are unwilling to share. We shall pretend to be oblivious. The children have grown and developed their own thoughts. Lu Zhang, having been roused from his stupor by Lu Liang's words, replied with a furrowed brow, somewhat reflective. Lu Liang opened his mouth, intending to say more, but upon observing Lu Zheng's expression, he swallowed his words. Unable to endure the spectacle any longer, Liu Feng approached the two attendants and waved his hand before their eyes. Upon the return of the two venerable attendants to their senses, they chuckled and remarked, "Esteemed guardians, might you tally the results without delaying the time of the others? I find myself rather famished." An early announcement of the results would allow us to conclude this event swiftly, enabling me to indulge in a hearty feast, and you to claim your rewards from the treasury. The cheeky lad, despite our astonishment at your miraculous feats, we have yet to voice any grievances, yet you take the opportunity to jest at our expense. How formidable the younger generation has become. Among them, one venerable attendant with white hair gave a slight nod, somewhat disheartened, and proceeded to tally the results. After a brief interval, the two attendants gazed at Liu Feng with expressions of astonishment, leisurely approaching the scribe to present the compiled data before descending from the platform with the two guards. Liu Feng waved his hand to collect the crystal cores and the carcasses of the beasts into his tungsten ring, then handed over the storage bags before vanishing from the arena in a few swift movements. The Liu family truly shone in this year's trial assembly. Indeed, although only Liu Feng and Liu Yu participated in the second round of combat, both displayed remarkably captivating performances. I beg to differ. Liu Feng's display was indeed striking, while Liu Yu appeared rather mediocre. What do you know? I have heard that the trial teams from the three prominent families, along with over 2,000 guards, pursued Liu Feng and his companions within the 10,000 Great Mountains, which also explains why Liu Hu, the eldest son of the Liu family, along with two others, abstained from the martial contest. Liu Yu sustained injuries, which accounted for her lackluster performance. I have heard of this as well, and on the day the trial assembly concluded, I witnessed a Liu family guard carrying the injured Liu Feng to the Lord's Manor at the northern city gate. Precisely, it was Liu Feng's discovery of the conspiracy among the three prominent families that led to their pursuit by over 2,000 guards in the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, it is truly astonishing that they managed to achieve such remarkable results under such perilous circumstances. Across the square, thousands were engaged in discussions about Liu Feng and his companions, while some well-informed individuals recounted to those nearby how Liu Feng and his comrades, undeterred by the pursuit of over 2,000 guards from the three prominent families, had bravely returned to Maple Leaf City with news of the conspiracy against them, despite being in what seemed to be a life-threatening situation. Not long after, the scribe holding all the data presented a booklet to Lord Imohu. After glancing through it, Imohu rose and approached the podium, raising his hand to signal for silence among the crowd. The third-place winner of this trial assembly is Feng Hao from the Feng family. The second-place winner is Imo Yuqing from the Lord's Manor, and the first-place winner is Liu Feng from the Liu family. The remaining rankings will be posted later on the announcement board in the square. I invite the top three contestants to the first arena to receive their prizes. As the crowd quieted, Imohu opened the booklet to announce the names of the 1,003 recipients, then descended the podium alongside two distinguished guests. The scribe followed suit with three maidens, each carrying a tray adorned with red cloth and sugarcane. Once the group ascended the first arena, Liu Feng, Imo Yuqing, and Feng Hao promptly joined them on the platform. The lord of the city, Imohu, along with two esteemed guests, sequentially unveiled the crimson cloth that covered the steering wheel held by their handmaidens, presenting the prizes on the tray to Liu Feng and his companions. Upon receiving the small wooden box, Liu Feng refrained from opening it. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the lord and the two distinguished guests, then turned to acknowledge the entire square with another bow before swiftly departing the arena. Returning to the podium with the two guests, Imohu stood before them, his face beaming with joy as he delivered an extensive speech, ultimately declaring the conclusion of this grand trial assembly. Boom, boom. Following Mohu's announcement, hundreds of fireworks erupted from around the square, igniting a fervor among the tens of thousands present in an instant. Liu Feng and his companions reunited with Liu Zhang, all of them grinning broadly, except for the eldest elder, Liu Liang, who observed Liu Feng with a look of hesitation. "Father, this time I've earned a fortune of 1,000,000 taels of gold for the family. Shall we head to the fragrant pavilion for a feast now?" Liu Feng exclaimed with a beaming smile, gazing at Liu Zhang with eager anticipation. Liu Zhang, with a resigned smile, replied softly, Today may not be feasible. I must attend a banquet at the Lord's mansion shortly, and I need to return home to change my attire. I must hurry back to the Lord's residence. Arriving late could offend others. Tomorrow, I will take you all to the fragrant pavilion. Oh, very well. Then we shall go tomorrow, Liu Feng responded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. After a brief tea session, the group returned home in 3 horse-drawn carriages. Liu Feng and his companions parted ways with Liu Zhang, merrily making their way towards Liu Feng's small courtyard. Brother, where did you procure such a vast array of medicinal herbs, and those 2 fifth-level demon beasts? We were utterly astonished at the time, inquired Liu Yong, seated in the living room of Liu Feng's courtyard, his expression filled with curiosity. Just a stroke of luck, Liu Feng replied with a grin, taking a sip from his teacup. While I was diverting the demon tiger in search of you, I encountered those 2 fifth-level demon beasts in a small valley. They ended up killing each other, and I simply seized the opportunity. Oh, by the way, elder brother, I recall you mentioning that our mother did not pass away but is still alive and well in this world. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, Liu Feng remembered what Liu Hu had said in a moment of crisis within the 10,000 Great Mountains, and he looked up at Liu Hu, questioning him. Alas, Liu Hu sighed, responding, I thought you had forgotten. I had intended to tell you 3 years ago, but given your condition then, Father advised me against it. Our mother has a mysterious background. When Father was young and out training, he met her in a dense forest, and they gradually developed feelings for one another. After marrying, they had you and me, living what was once a blissful life. As Liu Hu paused, his expression darkened significantly, and he continued, when you were 10 years old, on one fateful night, 3 formidable individuals infiltrated our home, forcibly abducting your mother. Your grandfather was grievously injured by one of them and ultimately succumbed to his wounds, while your father lay incapacitated for over a month due to his own injuries. Upon recovering, while sorting through your mother's belongings, he discovered a fragrant pouch containing a handwritten note from her. It was then that he learned your mother originated from a hidden sect, of which your maternal grandfather was the leader. Most importantly, your mother had been betrothed to another since childhood, and when the time for marriage approached, she clandestinely fled and encountered your father. The living room fell into a dreadful silence. Although Liu Hu's narration lacked overt dramatics, it brought tears to the eyes of Liu Yu and Xiao Chui, who stood beside Liu Feng. Humph! Liu Feng scoffed, raising his head with a face full of struggle, and solemnly declared, regardless of the nature of that hidden sect, I vow to bring my mother back one day. That moment, I shall see who dares to obstruct me, and I will also make the scoundrel who grievously harmed my grandfather pay dearly. 5 days later, within the Liu family's council hall, Liu Feng filled a storage pouch, acquired from the steward, with the herbs and beast carcasses obtained during the trial assembly. He smiled as he presented it to Liu Zhang. Noticing Liu Zhang's puzzled expression, Liu Feng chuckled, Father, I discussed this with my elder brother and the others. These items are of no immediate use to us. I believe they should be entrusted to the family for distribution to those who can benefit from them. I kindly ask you to accept them. Before Liu Zhang could respond, Liu Liang, seated beside him, rose swiftly and snatched the storage pouch from Liu Feng's grasp, hastily tucking it into his own clothing. He whispered, Fenger, I will speak on behalf of Father and ensure these items are accepted. Liu Feng nodded with a smile, turning to Liu Zhang once more, Father, I intend to set out shortly for the Xinjiang sect alone. Would it be possible for you to provide me with some gold notes for my journey expenses? Liu Zhang furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not object. Be vigilant on your journey, especially regarding the Jin sect and the Feng family. They will not relent easily. Seek out the steward later and request whatever amount you need directly from him. Last night, I heard Hooer mention that you are aware of certain matters. Keep them in mind, but remember, without absolute strength, do not reveal your identity, even if you encounter someone familiar. Father, I understand all of this. I will return home to prepare and leave for the Xinjiang sect by noon. Liu Feng replied expressionlessly, bowing to Liu Zhang and the others before exiting the council hall. Liu Zhang, seated in the main chair, gazed at Liu Feng's departing figure, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words emerged, his eyes betraying profound paternal love. Once outside the council hall, Liu Feng approached the old steward to request 20,000 taels of gold, then hurried back to his small courtyard. Liu Feng wished to avoid witnessing the sorrowful expressions of those bidding farewell. Thus, he took care of all matters in the preceding days, planning to embark on his journey discreetly and alone. Chapter 72. Departing alone. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Dasha and Ursha tidied up simply and, after giving a few words of caution to Xiaotsue, Liu Feng quietly slipped away from the clan. Without disturbing anyone, Liu Feng wandered through Fengye City, procuring some essential supplies and provisions for the wilderness. After studying a map for a while, he exited the city through the eastern gate, walking along a gravel path. "Hey, brat, do you not see your lord here?" Suddenly, as Liu Feng traversed the gravel path and crested a small hill, he was confronted by two dim-witted, burly men. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Liu Feng momentarily froze, then erupted into laughter when he noticed the rusted kitchen knives clutched in their hands. "Brat, what are you laughing at? Encountering us, the notorious black and white duo, you ought to swiftly surrender your silver coins, or else you shall face dire consequences," declared the burly man with a bushy beard, glaring menacingly. Though Liu Feng had never encountered such a scenario before, he could discern that the two were inexperienced. With a grin, he replied, "Wow, you two are indeed the infamous black and white duo. You've truly frightened me. But alas, I am penniless. You little rascal, knowing our names yet you refuse to hand over your silver? Do you really think we wouldn't dare to eliminate you?" The burly man, with a face full of flesh, stepped forward and pressed the rusty knife against Liu Feng's neck, coldly inquiring. Before Liu Feng could feign terror and respond, the bearded man struck the fleshy-faced thug on the head with a resounding slap and said, "Ursha, stop wasting time with him. Just search him and we'll know for sure." "How did I not think of that, Dasha? You're quite clever," exclaimed the man referred to as Ursha, as he scratched his head in earnest realization. Liu Feng, witnessing this comical display, nearly burst into laughter again, utterly astonished to encounter such absurd bandits. After Ursha rummaged through Liu Feng's belongings, he found not a single coin. Ursha quickly turned to Dasha and whispered, "Dasha, this kid doesn't he have a single coin on him? What should we do now?" "What? You little brat, dressed so finely yet you're poorer than my brother and me. Encountering you truly feels like a stroke of bad luck," Dasha muttered, his face quivering in disbelief as he glared at Liu Feng. Amused by the antics of these two foolish robbers, Liu Feng's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Black and white duo. Seeing that I'm obviously a beggar, I implore you not to kill me. I have offended the young masters of the three major families in Fengye City and had no choice but to flee. I was hoping to beg elsewhere. And this attire is what I salvaged from a corpse. I've been starving for several days. Might you spare me some food?" Liu Feng summoned tears, gazing pitifully at the two men as he recounted his woeful tale. Upon hearing these words, Xiaozi's eyes turned red, and he promptly turned to Xiaozi, exclaiming, "Look at this poor lad. Why don't we take him under our wing as our junior brother? That way, when we venture out to plunder, we will have an extra pair of hands. Just look at how thin he is, like a mere bamboo pole. He must not be deceiving us. Young man, what is your name? Seeing you in such a pitiful state, we shall take you as our junior brother, ensuring that you will enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. As for that so-called young master of the three great families, once we gather more followers, we will storm Fengye City to take revenge for you." Xiaozi's face flushed slightly upon hearing Xiaozi's proposal, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. However, upon hearing their conversation, Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly contemplating in his mind, "Thank you, esteemed brothers, for considering me as your junior, but I must inform you that I have heard rumors when leaving the city. The Lord of Fengye City is reportedly dispatching a large contingent of city guards to eliminate all bandits along the routes to Liang Kingdom. I believe it would be wise for us to distance ourselves from this place." With a playful spirit, Liu Feng concocted a fabricated tale to deceive the two men. "Xiaozi, you are the wisest among us. We must swiftly decide our course, as it seems we cannot linger here." Xiaozi's expression changed, and he turned to Xiaozi, urgently stating, "Is it possible that you truly are a fool? Must I even ask? Of course, we should flee as far as possible. Do you wish to remain here and face execution?" Xiaozi slapped Xiaozi on the head, exclaiming in exasperation, "I certainly do not wish to be executed. So where shall we go now?" Xiaozi rubbed his head, which had been struck, and asked, looking utterly lost. "Perhaps we should venture to Liang Kingdom," Liu Feng suggested, suppressing a laugh. "I have heard that the people there are quite affluent. With just a couple of successful heists, we could revel in comfort for several years." After a short while, having been swayed by Liu Feng's words, Xiaozi and Xiaozi led Liu Feng to their dwelling, a relatively dry cave. Inside, aside from a well-preserved mat, the rest of the items were mere scraps. Once back in the cave, Shaozi busied himself, while Shaozi approached a massive boulder, estimated to weigh at least several thousand pounds, and effortlessly moved it aside, revealing a shabby earthen jar with a cheerful grin. Shaozi retrieved it and smashed it onto the ground, causing silver and copper coins to scatter across the floor. Skinny bamboo pole, stop standing there like a fool and come lend a hand. Shaozi called out from the side as he rummaged through the belongings. Hearing himself referred to as skinny bamboo pole, Liu Feng rolled his eyes in silence, yet he held no grievances. Instead, he perceived that the simple-minded Shaozi and Shaozi possessed an inherent kindness and a sense of righteousness. Despite their lack of intelligence, they were indeed worthy of deep friendship. All right, Liu Feng replied with a grin and walked over to assist. Before long, a large bundle, nearly as tall as Liu Feng himself, was hoisted onto Shaozi's back, while Shaozi pocketed a handful of scattered silver coins. The three then set forth on their journey. Shaozi, are you truly brothers with Shaozi? Liu Feng inquired curiously, walking between the two. Certainly, the simpleton is indeed my dear brother. Were it not for the catastrophic flooding in our hometown that claimed the lives of our mother, father, and the entire village, both of us might have already taken wives and sired children. Instead, we have been reduced to a life of desperation. You, my fortunate friend, have encountered us brothers, or else, with your meager attire and empty pockets, you would have met a grim fate, dismembered and discarded in the woods to feed the wolves. The simpleton patted Liu Feng on the shoulder with his large hand, a smug expression adorning his face. Indeed, had it not been for the deluge in our hometown, both the simpleton and I would have already settled down with wives and children. It is all the fault of that accursed city lord, who misappropriates the silver allocated each year. When we sought him out, we nearly met our demise in the dungeons, fortunate to have been rescued by a benefactor. The second simpleton, burdened with an enormous pack, spoke with palpable indignation. Chapter 73. The conspiracy of the Feng family in Peach Blossom Town. As night fell, Liu Feng and his two companions arrived at Peach Blossom Town. Although it is a small settlement, its location along the trade route between two nations attracts a multitude of merchants and adventurers. This influx lends a lively atmosphere to Peach Blossom Town, where numerous shops line the broad, stone-paved street. Following the flow of the crowd, and with Liu Feng's persuasion, the simpleton and the second simpleton reluctantly agreed to seek lodging at Unin first. Big simpleton, this place seems quite suitable. Shall we stay here? Liu Feng, feigning a pitiful demeanor, pointed to a modest inn nearby and suggested to the big simpleton. Big simpleton, I find this inn quite agreeable as well. Let us stay here tonight, declared the second simpleton, glancing at the inn before dramatically rushing inside. Coming to his senses, the big simpleton swiftly followed suit, leaving Liu Feng standing in astonishment with his mouth agape. Waiter, prepare a room for us, and bring 3 large platters of roasted meat along with 2 jars of strong liquor, called out the second simpleton, his loud voice ringing through the inn. Certainly, esteemed guests. Will you be dining in your rooms or here? Inquired the smiling waiter, addressing the big simpleton and the second simpleton. Before they could respond, Liu Feng stepped forward with a smile, interjecting, Waiter, we require 3 rooms and will dine here. Very well, esteemed guests, please follow me, the waiter exclaimed, leading the trio to an empty table before hurriedly departing. Skinny Bamboo, what are you shouting about? Do you have any idea how much silver 3 rooms will cost? We have but a meager amount. We cannot squander it, lest we starve on the way to Liang Kingdom, the second simpleton said, furrowing his brow as he removed his oversized pack. Liu Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, Big simpleton. This is of no concern. I just noticed that every inn has a sign recruiting adventurers to escort merchant caravans. Once we have filled our bellies, we can take a stroll. Surely, there will be a caravan heading to Liang Kingdom if we join them. Not only will we earn some silver, but our meals and lodging will be covered along the way. What a splendid opportunity. Ah, such a good fortune. How was I unaware of it? The great fool gazed at Liu Feng, his face a canvas of confusion as he inquired, Brother de Shah, upon your and Shah's arrival in Taohua Town, your eyes were undoubtedly drawn to the enchanting women on the streets. How could you possibly notice anything else? When the waiter comes, simply ask him, and you shall have your answer. Liu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, recalling how the two had been utterly captivated by the alluring sights upon entering the town. Heh heh. The great fool and the second fool, both aware of Liu Feng's subtle jests, sheepishly scratched the back of their heads, grinning foolishly. Dear patrons, your 3 grand platters of roasted meat, accompanied by 2 jars of fine liquor, have arrived." At that moment, the waiter approached, balancing a tray and beaming as he set down the 3 sizable platters of meat along with the jars of potent spirits upon the table. "Waiter, do you happen to know of any merchant caravans that will be departing for Lianghua tomorrow morning? We 3 are adventurers and wish to find a caravan in need of escorts to Lianghua," Liu Feng said, reaching into the great fool's embrace to retrieve a small amount of silver, which he presented to the waiter with a cheerful smile. "Rest assured, esteemed patron, this matter is in my capable hands. Please enjoy your meal while I inquire," replied the waiter, cheerfully accepting the silver and promptly scuttling away. "Who would have thought? You truly possess a knack for this, slender bamboo. With you and the second fool around, I shall no longer fear being at a disadvantage," remarked the great fool, taking a hearty swig from the jar of liquor and patting Liu Feng's shoulder with earnestness. "Brother de Shah, your words are excessive. Without you and Heir Shah, I would still be facing hunger. Since you both are willing to take your younger brother along, I shall ensure that neither of you suffers any loss." Liu Feng feigned a deeply touched expression, responding with heartfelt gratitude to the great fool. "Great fool, Slender Bamboo is as much my brother as you are to me in times of peril. It is up to Slender Bamboo's word. For now, let us indulge in our feast of meat and wine. Such delectable offerings will be scarce in the future." The second fool, with a hand brushing away the liquor clinging to his beard, spoke with gusto, seizing several pieces of roasted meat and stuffing them into his mouth, his eyes squinting in delight. Meanwhile, seated across from the second fool, Liu Feng lifted a piece of roasted meat with his chopsticks and savored it. Listening to the second fool's words, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie blooming within him, that moment, within the confines of the Feng family's estate in Maple Leaf City, the family head, Feng Lican, regarded the second elder and inquired, "Can we confirm whether that rascal left alone?" "Patriarch, according to our scouts, the lad indeed set forth on his journey alone, but along the way he has joined forces with 2 simpletons and has now arrived in Taohua town," the second elder replied, rising to pay his respects to Feng Lican, his brow furrowed in concern. Feng Lican nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave as he contemplated the situation. "Inform our subordinates that we shall refrain from taking action for now. We will await news from Elder San's messenger, but they must keep a vigilant eye on the lad to ensure he does not slip away." The second elder promptly stood, affirming, "Understood, Patriarch, I shall relay the message at once." "Wait a moment, there is no need to rush. The entrance to the secret realm within the 10,000 Great Mountains has been destroyed by that scoundrel Liu Feng, but that does not imply that the entrance to the secret realm itself has been obliterated. Please, when you have a moment, instruct the members of the Dark Group to facilitate the entry of those from the Li family into the 10,000 Great Mountains for a thorough inspection." The second elder of the Feng family, Feng Lican, was preparing to depart when he was hastily called back and informed. "Understood, master of the house, I shall give the orders immediately." The second elder responded respectfully and then turned to leave the conference hall. "Very well, there is nothing else. Everyone may return to rest." Feng Lican rose, smiling as he spoke, then descended from the high seat and walked towards the exit of the conference hall, followed by the elder Zhang and other important family members of the Feng clan. "Good news, esteemed guest. Tomorrow, a merchant caravan is headed to Liang Kingdom and is in need of a few guards." The waiter rushed over, slightly out of breath, to announce. Liu Feng quickly reached into the embrace of the dim-witted fellow and retrieved a couple of pieces of silver, smiling as he handed them to the waiter. "Why, good fellow, please guide us to the caravan. My brothers and I wish to speak with the caravan leader." The waiter, with a beaming smile upon receiving the silver, replied, "No need for formality, esteemed guest. Please follow me this way." Liu Feng promptly pulled up the dim-witted and the second dim-witted brothers, trailing behind the waiter towards a nearby table. "Master Mo, these are the 3 esteemed guests who can escort your caravan to Liang Kingdom." As the waiter reached the table, he smiled and gestured towards Liu Feng and his companions, addressing the plump Mo Hong, who resembled a sweet potato. Mo Hong set down his wine cup, rose, and smiled at Liu Feng and his companions, inquiring, "May I ask about the strength of my 3 friends?" "You." The second dim-witted brother, slightly intoxicated, felt a surge of anger at Mo Hong's words and was about to unleash a tirade, but fortunately, Liu Feng noticed in time and interrupted him. "Boss Mo, both of my elder brothers possess the strength of a martial artist at the 5th level, while I hold the 2nd level. Might our abilities suffice to join your esteemed caravan?" Liu Feng shot a glare at the second dim-witted brother before turning back with a smile to inquire. Mo Hong nodded with a smile and replied, "Your strength seems adequate. However, we are a small caravan and can only provide food and lodging at 5 taels of silver per person per day." "Very well, we shall accept this task, and we will not disturb you further." Bossimo Liu Feng considered the price reasonable and nodded in agreement. With that, he pulled along the dim-witted and the second dim-witted brother, turning back to their table to continue indulging in hearty meat and wine. Before long, the 3 of them had devoured 3 large platters of roasted meat, reclining back in their chairs with their eyes half closed, unwilling to move. "Brothers, let us first find the waiter to show us to our room to stow our belongings, and then we can attend to some important matters." Suddenly, with half-closed eyes, Liu Feng rose and addressed the dim-witted brothers. "What are you planning now, you skinny bamboo pole?" The dim-witted brother straightened up, looking at Liu Feng with a puzzled expression. "What can we do? Naturally, we should venture out to procure some gear. The 2 esteemed gentlemen intend to wield kitchen knives to safeguard the caravan. Besides, I do not possess even a single kitchen knife, let alone the means to protect the caravan." Liu Feng waved at the innkeeper in the distance and turned back with a smile. After a brief tea session, the innkeeper led Liu Feng and his companions to the 3 guest rooms they had booked, where they stowed their bags and other belongings before departing the inn in high spirits, chatting and laughing. The trio felt no urgency and chose to meander leisurely along the main street, exploring nearly every shop they passed. After spending a few taels of silver to purchase burlap clothing for the clumsy Hier and Dasha, they continued their stroll until they reached the only weapon shop in Taohua Town, Dasha. "What kind of weapon do you, an air shop, prefer?" Liu Feng inquired with a smile as they entered the shop. "Heavy weaponry, especially large axes, are what I favor most," Dasha replied. "I prefer great swords, though these seem too light." "If only they were a bit heavier," Air Shah added after some contemplation. "Excellent. You 2 take your time to browse, and I shall inquire with the owner about your desired weapons," Liu Feng responded with a smile, making his way toward the proprietor, who was sipping tea at the counter. "Good sir, do you have any giant axes or heavy swords for sale?" Liu Feng asked, lightly tapping on the counter as he smiled at the owner. "Indeed, we have them, and they are all top-notch," the slightly plump owner replied with a twinkle in his eye, setting down his teacup. "Silver is not an issue. Please show me, and if they are as you claim, I shall make a purchase." Liu Feng nodded, responding softly. "This way, please." The rotund owner beckoned, leading Liu Feng to a display. The owner opened a wooden box on the shelf, revealing a heavy sword that gleamed with a cold light. Noticing Liu Feng's approval, he walked a few steps further, opening another box that contained a pitch-black giant axe. "Indeed, these are exceptional weapons. Name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall buy them," Liu Feng remarked, smiling as he perceived the owner's glinting eyes, aware of his intentions. "These 2 weapons are our prized possessions. You may take them for 30 taels of gold," the owner replied after a moment of contemplation, offering a fair price. Liu Feng, finding the price agreeable, glanced back at Dasha and Air Shah, who had not approached, and swiftly produced a 50-tael gold note. Handing it to the plump owner, the owner, grinning broadly, accepted the note, quickly retrieving 2 10-tael notes from his pocket and handing them to Liu Feng. "Dasha, Air Shah, come over and take a look at these 2 weapons. They are precisely what you desired, and I have already purchased them," Liu Feng called out to Dasha and Air Shah as he received the notes from the owner. Upon hearing this, Dasha and Air Shah dashed over, their faces lighting up with excitement as they beheld the 2 weapons within the wooden boxes on the shelf. Eagerly extending their hands, they grasped the heavy sword and the colossal axe with a single hand, brandishing them with a few casual flourishes. This spectacle left the slightly portly shopkeeper astounded. These weapons had resided in his store for several years, and none had managed to wield them with such ease. Most potential buyers had ultimately forsaken their interest, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the arms. Upon witnessing the 2 simpletons wielding the weapons so effortlessly, the shopkeeper felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not only was he finally poised to sell these 2 weapons and make a modest profit, but he also realized he hadn't demanded an exorbitant price. Had he done so, he surmised that these 2 might have unwittingly inflicted harm upon him, leaving him bedridden for a fortnight. "Indeed, I quite like this axe. You've done well, thin bamboo," exclaimed the ecstatic second simpleton, caressing the dark blade of the axe as if it were a beloved spouse, while showering praise upon Liu Feng. "Yes, I too am fond of this heavy sword. Commendable work, thin bambooed. I trust you to keep the money safe," the first simpleton echoed, mirroring the joy and gestures of his companion. Casting an appreciative glance at Liu Feng, Liu Feng offered a faint smile to the duo before pulling the portly shopkeeper aside to discreetly retrieve the mysterious iron knife, inquiring, "Boss, do you have a sheath for this knife?" The shopkeeper examined the iron knife, his brow furrowing slightly. At the moment, I do not. But if you truly wish for one, I can have someone craft it for you immediately. You can likely collect it by tomorrow morning. Here are 10 taels of gold. The quality must be impeccable. We are set to escort a merchant convoy at dawn, so it is imperative that the maker completes the sheath before our departure. Liu Feng asserted, nodding as he tossed a 10-tael gold note to the shopkeeper. Catching the gold note, the shopkeeper beamed, patting his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, my friend. I will ensure your satisfaction. You will have the item ready before you set out tomorrow morning." Upon exiting the weapon shop, the second simpleton gazed incredulously at Liu Feng, who bore the iron knife upon his shoulder. Thin bamboo, with such a slight frame, can you truly wield such a massive blade? Noticing Liu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the second simpleton could not help but inquire. "Brother heir, you underestimate me. I possess innate strength. Wielding such a large knife is hardly a challenge," Liu Feng replied, effortlessly brandishing the iron knife with one hand, smiling at the second simpleton. Before long, the trio returned to the inn, where the first and second simpletons hurried to their rooms, clutching their weapons, and fell asleep with cheerful expressions. Meanwhile, Liu Feng retreated to his own chamber. Stowing the iron knife within his tungsten ring, after freshening up, he sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. As dawn broke the next morning, having meditated throughout the night, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes. He rose, donned his shoes, and stretched his limbs before pulling open the door to summon the young attendant for a basin of water to wash up afterward. He retrieved the iron knife, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and roused the first and second simpletons from their slumber. Together, they descended the stairs and devoured their breakfast with fervor. Liu Feng then led his companions briskly from the inn towards the weapon shop. Thud, thud. Upon arriving at the weapons shop, Liu Feng rapped his knuckles against the door and called out, "Boss, hurry and open up. I'm here to collect the knife sheath I ordered yesterday." "Who is it?" "It's early in the morning. Can't a man get some sleep?" came the languid response of the somewhat plump proprietor from within the shop. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the proprietor's half-closed panda-like eyes. Upon recognizing Liu Feng, a smile instantly brightened his face. "I thought it was someone else. It's just you, young man. Come in, come in." The proprietor, upon seeing Liu Feng and his companions, quickly stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Young man, take a look at this knife sheath. It is crafted from the finest fire cowhide and sinew," he said with a smile, presenting the sheath to Liu Feng. "It looks good. We'll take it and not disturb your rest any longer," Liu Feng replied as he carefully placed the Xian Tai knife into the sheath, a smile gracing his lips. And no sooner had Liu Feng and his companions returned to the inn than the merchant caravan prepared to set off. Liu Feng exchanged greetings with the busy Mohong before instructing Air Xiao to head to their room and retrieve the oversized package. The three of them joined dozens of other adventurers, forming a semicircle around several horse-drawn carts as they slowly departed from Taohua Town to Xiaogu. "Take this and show it to Air Xiaogu. You both are brimming with raw strength but lack any combat skills. This is something I procured for you last night. Study it well, and I assure you that your abilities will more than double," Liu Feng said, approaching the towering de Xiaogu while shouldering the Xian Tai knife, which was taller than himself. He handed over a basic swordsmanship manual from the Divine Sword Sect, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, this basic sword technique from the Divine Sword Sect was the simplest yet most practical form Liu Feng had extracted from a booklet given to him by Long Bingxue. The not-so-bright de Xiaogu and Air Xiaogu did not ponder how Liu Feng had acquired the technique, but instead eagerly flipped through the pages, unable to resist mimicking the movements depicted, wielding their weapons in the air. Noticing that de Xiaogu could lift boulders weighing thousands of pounds, and considering their honest and straightforward natures, Liu Feng decided to cultivate their skills, believing it might prove beneficial in the future. Thus, he entrusted them with the basic sword technique, curious to see if they could master it. If they succeeded, he would invest in their training. If not, he would seek other methods. As Liu Feng observed de Xiaogu and Air Xiaogu diligently practicing the basic sword technique along the journey, the caravan moved at a steady pace. Having passed 2 small towns and nearing the Red Leaf Forest, a notorious haven for bandits, 18 noon, Mohong, seated in one of the carts, poked his head out and called, let us take a moment to rest and enjoy our lunch here. As the red leaf forest lies ahead, I trust each of you to ensure my life and cargo remain safe from any bandit encounters." Instantly, the entire caravan came to a halt. Liu Feng settled on a stone, while De Xiaogu and Er Xiaogu exchanged puzzled glances. Er Xiaogu unfastened the oversized package from his back and pulled De Xiaogu aside. "Let us have a friendly contest and see who is stronger, you or I." The foolish one released the hand of the larger fool and provocatively declared, "Come if you dare. I fear you not." The larger fool responded affirmatively, turning to Liu Feng and shouting, "Skinny Bamboo, come here to act as the referee. I am concerned that after I defeat this foolish one, he may refuse to acknowledge his loss, so you must be here to officiate." Liu Feng, who had been lost in thought while sitting on a stone, snapped back to reality upon hearing this, responding with a grin, "All right, I shall come at once. Prepare yourself, larger fool." As soon as Liu Feng arrived, the foolish one called out, and with a sharp command, swung his massive axe toward the larger fool's waist as if it were a mere trifle, a fine strike. "Taste my move, the sweeping blow that can fell thousands." The larger fool, shouldering his great sword, smirked and swiftly countered with a horizontal sweep of his weapon. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed in an instant. "Ha ha, again." The larger fool retreated a few steps, laughing maniacally as he brandished his sword and leapt forward to strike. Bang! The foolish one sidestepped gracefully, flipping his axe handle to jab at the larger fool's chest, toppling him to the ground. Quickly advancing, he positioned the axe against the larger fool's neck. "What say you now, larger fool? You have lost? Do you yield?" The foolish one, filled with triumph, looked down at the larger fool with a beaming smile and inquired, "What is your answer?" The larger fool, brushing off dust as he rose, retorted, "You scrawny bamboo. I merely stumbled upon this stone and fell. Thus, this round cannot count." At this moment, in a secluded hollow of the red leaf forest, dozens of robust men clad in red garments were gathered, heartily drinking and feasting, interspersed with the occasional ribald joke that elicited boisterous laughter from the group. "Boss, fresh meat has arrived from the mountain." Suddenly, a sharp-featured, wiry man came racing towards them, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he shouted loudly, "Monkey brother, sit down for a drink and share the tale slowly. No need to rush." A burly man, with a hefty knife resting beside him, smiled as he offered a large bowl of strong liquor to the panting monkey. Gulp! The monkey wasted no time, downing the liquor as if it were mere water. "Boss, a merchant caravan has come down from the mountain, escorted by only a handful of guards and a few horse-drawn carts." After downing a generous bowl of liquor, the monkey, with a flushed face, cheerfully reported to the burly man, "Well done, monkey. Once we finish this, I shall remember your contribution." The burly man patted the monkey on the shoulder, making a promise before rising to address his companions. "Brothers, fresh meat has arrived from the mountain, with over a dozen carts and scarcely a handful of guards. Boss, without a second thought, this is like meat falling into our mouths. How could we let it slip away? What say you, brothers? Indeed, let us descend and seize it. Boss, it has been half a month since our last haul. It would be a grave misfortune not to plunder this caravan. Very well, let us descend to seize wealth and spill blood, and then return to continue our revelry with food and drink." The brawny man let out a guttural roar, seizing the hefty back knife beside him, and charged down the mountain with dozens of strong companions. In Chapter 76, encountering an ambush, the trio of Liu Feng sat together, munching on the 2 scallion pancakes distributed to each by the caravan, engaging in casual conversation. After the span of 2 incense sticks, Liu Feng and his companions, while safeguarding the caravan, proceeded at a steady pace towards the red leaf forest. "Everyone, stay alert. Ahead lies the red leaf forest, a notorious stretch where mountain bandits thrive, situated along the trade route between the Great Yin Empire and the Liang Kingdom." A squad leader of the caravan's guards, mounted on a fine steed, turned back to remind the numerous guards, "What is there to worry about? With us 3 brothers here, for every bandit that comes, we shall fell them in kind." The fool burdened with an oversized pack and wielding a massive axe muttered disdainfully, "You fool, mind your tongue and stay vigilant, lest you fall victim to a hidden arrow. Do not forget our previous encounter." The large fool, shouldering a heavy sword, smacked the back of the other fool's head and spoke in a deep tone. "Ha ha, the 2 big fools are at it again," chuckled one of the seasoned guards nearby, unable to contain his laughter. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, approaching rapidly. Everyone be cautious. There is an ambush. Liu Feng, the first to react, darkened his countenance as he swiftly drew the mysterious iron sword from its sheath, shouting a warning to the others. The guards, accustomed to living on the edge of danger, promptly unsheathed their weapons, bracing themselves. Clang, clang, damn it, it's poisoned arrows raining down. Everyone be careful. An elderly guard deflected a poisoned arrow with a swift strike. Noticing the green tip in his peripheral vision, his expression changed dramatically as he bellowed in alarm. A dozen individuals, slow to react, were struck by the poisoned feathered arrows, their wounds instantly blackening and spreading throughout their bodies, leading to their anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. Brothers, charge up the slope and slay these scoundrels. The squad leader of the caravan guards, upon spotting the assailants on the hillside, drew his sword and cleaved a poisoned arrow mid-flight, urging his steed towards the slope. Ha ha, brothers, the rich feast lies below. If you wish to return empty-handed, then slay. The bandit chief, known as the Big Red Robe, emerged from the thick underbrush, brandishing his blade and rallying his band of burly men clad entirely in red as they charged downwards with fervor. The fool, having blocked an arrow with his axe, hastily unfastened his oversized pack, cursing, by the bear's maw, someone finally dares to rob us. I was just eager to test my skills. Big fool, let us see who can slay more. Liu Feng grasped the fool's arm, his expression grave, and advised, Brother Urshao, let them charge down before we strike. Engaging them head-on will lead to unnecessary losses. There is no need for reckless sacrifice. Bang, bang, by my mother, it truly is as that skinny bamboo pole said. In mere moments, over a dozen guards who charged forward were almost effortlessly cut down by the throng of bandits descending from the slope, prompting a gasp of astonishment from the fool. Brothers, the time has come for us to charge into battle, kill. With unwavering focus on the unfolding conflict, Liu Feng bellowed fiercely, leading the way alongside the two simpletons, Dashotzi and Air Shotzi. Clang, bang. With a single-handed stroke, Liu Feng cleaved through a mountain bandit-esque great sword, seamlessly executing a move that sent the brigand flying. Bang, bang. Dashotzi and Air Shotzi, relying on their raw strength, surged forth like tigers among sheep, each swing of their axes or heavy swords sending a bandit sprawling in an instant. They cowed the dozen or so mountain bandits descending from the hillside. Ha ha! Air Shotzi laughed heartily, as if he were merely playing. Bang! Dashotzi felled the last standing bandit beside him with a single swing, then turned to Air Shotzi and shouted, Air Shotzi, what are you doing? I've taken down 7. Hurry up and finish that scoundrel so we can continue our competition. The imposing figure of Dahong Pao, the bandit leader charging down the slope, shouted angrily at Dashotzi, and with a series of deft movements, he leapt forward, aiming a deadly strike. Yet, at that moment, Dashotzi stood frozen, lost in thought, oblivious to the imminent peril of his demise at the hands of Dahong Pao. Noticing this dire situation, Liu Feng swiftly dispatched his opponent with a decisive blow. Bang! With a rapid step, Liu Feng closed the distance just as Dahong Pao's blade was about to cleave Dashotzi in two, executing a technique that sent the bandit leader hurtling backwards. Dashotzi, do not lose focus amidst the carnage. That was perilously close. Had I not arrived in time, you would have been severed in half. Grasping Dashotzi's arm, he shook him vigorously until Dashotzi regained his senses. Liu Feng let out a sigh of relief and reproached him lightly to ask the casualties mounted. The remaining fighters, now merely a handful, gradually retreated to the vicinity of the 10 or so horse-drawn carriages. This was untenable. The entire caravan was bound for ruin if things continued this way. Resolutely fixating on the 30-odd bandits encircling them, Liu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. He turned to Dashotzi, instructing, stay here with Air Shotzi. With a composed demeanor, Liu Feng advanced several paces forward, gazing at the encroaching bandits, and declared in a solemn voice, I offer you a chance at life. Vanish from my sight immediately, or do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Should you choose poorly, you will all meet the king of hell. Ha ha. Dahong Pao laughed heartily, defiantly regarding Liu Feng, scoffing, you foolish boy. Do not presume that a few martial techniques make you invincible. There are many far more formidable than you, and they have met their end beneath my blade. Then let death await you all, Liu Feng replied flatly, tightening his grip on the dark iron blade. As an overwhelming aura enveloped him, causing all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. With the ancient secret technique of the god-slaying 9 swords unleashed, Liu Feng transformed into a colossal, archaic sword, hurtling towards the likes of Dahong Pao and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng, now an imposing ancient sword, effortlessly felled over 30 mountain bandits as if harvesting wheat. Hiss! The group, including the simpleton guarding a dozen horse-drawn carriages, collectively inhaled sharply, their astonished gazes fixed on Liu Feng, who stood amidst a pile of corpses. Alas, why do you refuse to believe that what I say is never a jest? Observing the lifeless Dahong Pao at his feet, Liu Feng crouched down, gently closing his unblinking eyes, and softly murmured, expressing his resignation. Upon finishing his words, he began to search the body, discovering a storage bag hidden within Dahong Pao's embrace, a smile instantly illuminating his face. Oh, not just stand there foolishly. Quickly come and clear the battlefield, giving our fallen brothers a proper burial, Liu Feng commanded, tucking the storage bag into his garments and turning to the astonished simpleton and the others, raising his voice. Coming to their senses, the simpleton and his companions mournfully commenced the task of tidying the battlefield. A couple of incense sticks later, Liu Feng and the others found a spot on a small hillside, digging a pit to inter all their deceased brothers. This time, we owe it all to everyone. Otherwise, the cargo of our merchant convoy, carried by over a dozen horse-drawn carts, would have been entirely plundered by this band of mountain thieves. I hope you will accept these silver coins, and we shall also provide compensation to the families of the fallen brothers. The cunning and shrewd Mo Hong approached, his expression tinged with melancholy as he spoke, hoping to encourage Liu Feng and his companions to diligently protect the merchant caravan in the days ahead. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng curled his lips into a smirk and replied mischievously, "Boss Mo, your intentions are greatly appreciated by all the brothers, but we shall decline these silver coins. Please give them instead to the families of the deceased brothers, and we assure you that we will do our utmost to escort the merchant convoy safely to Liang Kingdom." Hee hee. Mo Hong chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Young brother, you jest. I will heed your advice and distribute the silver to the families of the fallen brothers." Once again, the merchant convoy set forth, soon entering the heart of the Crimson Leaf Forest. As Liu Feng walked, gazing at the towering cliffs of the Sky Gap, his brows knitted in apprehension. Such a perilous location could easily spell doom if even a few assailants lay in ambush on the precipices. The brothers driving the carts quickened their pace. This area was fraught with danger. If an attack were to occur, it would take but a handful of adversaries to dislodge some boulders from the cliffs, effortlessly crushing us. We must hasten our passage through the Sky Gap. From behind, Liu Feng shouted to the guards driving the carts ahead. His concern was not unfounded. The Crimson Leaf Forest was already treacherous, characterized by its cliffs and ravines, and the Sky Gap stood out as the most defensible yet challenging position within, a narrow, straight, and elongated canyon passage. Once, the narrow passage known as Yixianshan served as the primary bulwark of the Liang Kingdom against the encroaching forces of the Dian Empire. It was only after the royal families of both nations entered into a somewhat ambiguous marital alliance that the Liang Kingdom voluntarily withdrew an entire legion from this strategic location. One can easily envision how a diminutive principality like Liang could rely on a single legion to thwart the advance of the vast army of the Dian Empire. The treacherous nature of Yixianshan is indeed a testament to this. "Young master," said a middle-aged guard, turning to smile at Liu Feng, "the perilous terrain of Yixianshan renders it impossible for us to accelerate our passage. The cliffs on either side frequently shed massive boulders, and should we urge the horses to hasten, we risk fatal collisions. This pace is already swift enough." Liu Feng, furrowing his brow in contemplation, finally called out, "Come, you two fools, follow me ahead to scout the path. If we encounter any boulders obstructing our way, we shall move them aside. This pace is untenable. Should we be ambushed by bandits, we would find ourselves trapped." Without hesitation, the two fools, no longer daring to underestimate Liu Feng, regarded his words with reverence akin to a royal decree. They swiftly followed in his wake, soon outpacing the merchant caravan and pressing onward. Whenever they encountered boulders blocking the road, the two would instinctively leap forward to clear the obstructions without Liu Feng needing to speak. Half an hour later, the trio emerged from Yixianshan, panting heavily. The two fools, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Liu Feng, equally winded, chose not to rest like his companions, but instead focused on the peculiar stone forest ahead, whimsically dubbed the Ghost Stone Forest by locals. This area, situated deep within the Red Leaf Forest, was notorious for its dangers. The bizarrely shaped stones resembled petrified beings or mythical beasts, making it all too easy for travelers to lose their way. Moreover, the risk of nocturnal bandit ambushes loomed large. "Curse this place," Liu Feng mused, observing the overgrown underbrush. It is no wonder the empire could not conquer even this modest Liang kingdom and felt compelled to lower itself to a marital alliance. He resolved to tread cautiously, acutely aware of the potential for banditry. Turning to the two fools, Liu Feng inquired, "Pray tell, what are your surnames?" Well, the larger fool scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "My father was a strong man, and since both I and the second fool are rather dim-witted, he named us accordingly. The villagers have long since forgotten our real names, and over time, we too have lost track of them." Liu Feng shook his head in bemusement, observing the two with a smile. "You were simply honest and simple-hearted, but should this continue, you may genuinely become fools. How about I bestow upon you new names? You shall be called Manlong, and you, Manhu. What do you think of these names?" "I like this name," exclaimed the second fool, now correctly referred to as Manhu, as he leaped up from the ground in excitement. "Ha ha ha, I have a name now. I shall henceforth be known as Manlong." The big fool, known as Manlong, similarly sprang up from the ground, his facial flesh quivering with unrestrained joy as he let out jubilant shouts. Observing the two of them, resembling 5-year-old children, dancing and leaping with exuberance, Liu Feng felt a warm surge of affection within, smiling as he watched the duo. "Manlong, have you and your brother found a treasure? You two appear so elated. Do share some with your brothers to spread the joy." Just then, as the merchant caravan swiftly emerged from the narrow canyon known as the Line of Heaven, a guard, noticing the delight of Manlong and Manhu, could not help but jest. "Remember, I am called Manlong, and my brother is Manhu. Anyone who refers to us as fools will have to face our wrath." Manlong glared at the teasing guard, his flesh quivering as he solemnly warned him. Fearing that Manlong and Manhu might engage in a brawl, Liu Feng stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Enough of the jesting. My two elder brothers. From now on, it's Manlong and Manhu. Let us not confuse their names. Be mindful in the future. Manlong and Manhu are merely good-natured souls, not the simpletons you imagine. If you continue to call them that, be wary of getting a sound thrashing. You are no match for them." The middle-aged guard, who had previously explained to Liu Feng why they could not swiftly traverse the Line of Heaven, approached from behind, casting a stern glance at Li Si, and offered a light-hearted remark to ease the tension. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted from within the Ghost Stone Forest, drawing the attention of Liu Feng and the others. "I'll go investigate. You all stay alert for any signs of mountain bandits' trickery." Liu Feng exchanged a glance with the middle-aged guard, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly, before turning and rushing toward the source of the ominous sounds. As he entered the Ghost Stone Forest, the terrifying roars were deafening, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Liu Feng paused to discern the precise direction of the cacophony, then swiftly moved toward it with rapid strides. The closer he got to the source of the noise, the more he witnessed countless beasts and lower-tier monsters fleeing in a panic, ignoring Liu Feng entirely. This peculiar sight intrigued Liu Feng. He had never heard of high-level monsters residing within the Ghost Stone Forest, suggesting that something extraordinary was afoot. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the number of frantically fleeing creatures increased, and Liu Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What could have transpired to cause such a mass exodus? While high-level monsters possess such capabilities, it seemed improbable that they were the source of this chaos. After all, the terrifying roars would not likely be caused by high-level monsters in the act of slaughtering. It appeared that he must take the risk and venture inside to uncover the truth, hoping fervently that it was not the awakening of a rare savage beast, for that would spell disaster. Pausing for a moment to chuckle at the absurdity, Liu Feng shook his head in resignation and hastened toward the origin of the thunderous sounds. The closer he approached, the more intense the invisible pressure became, to the point where it felt as if he could hardly breathe. Damn it! What on earth has transpired within? The overwhelming sense of oppression I feel is so intense that even the might of King Wu would pale in comparison. As the pressure intensifies, a flurry of thoughts races through Liu Feng's mind, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He leaps to the side, landing upon a massive stone like a fierce tiger, casting his gaze toward the source of the thunderous sounds. After a brief moment, enduring that absurdly potent pressure, he catches sight of a colossal pit, emitting white smoke, from which the booming echoes originate. Goodness, I have never heard of such a vast chasm existing within the ghost stone forest. I must venture closer to investigate. Curiosity piqued, Liu Feng mutters softly, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure, and swiftly makes his way toward the enormous pit. Boom! Roar. Moments later, Liu Feng stands astonished at the edge of the pit, when suddenly a deafening roar reverberates, startling him so much that he nearly falls onto his backside. Following this, a peculiar growl emanates from the depths of the chasm. Suffused with a thick, malevolent aura, Liu Feng's expression shifts dramatically. The most unwelcome possibility may soon become reality. Such a terrifying aura is not something typical high-level demonic beasts possess. It can only be found in the rare awakened primal beasts. What makes primal beasts so fearsome is their inherent strength, akin to high-level demonic creatures, from the moment of their birth. However, all primal beasts are driven solely by bloodlust. Historically, every awakening of a primal beast has resulted in catastrophic disasters, leaving no living being, human, animal, or demonic, unscathed, as they are mercilessly devoured by these creatures. In ancient times, countless powerful beings united to vanquish nearly all primal beasts on the continent, with only a few fleeing to remote areas to survive. Along with some unhatched eggs, the calamities wrought by primal beasts in the past were solely due to those that had just hatched. Reflecting on this, Liu Feng gazes gravely at the immense pit. If the entity lurking below is indeed a primal beast, it is likely one in the critical stages of hatching. I still possess several cloud-piercing arrows I obtained from Uncle Amo. Why not launch a few down to discern what manner of creature lies within? If it truly is a primal beast, I must hasten to the nearest city to alert them. As a mere warrior, I can do little else. Liu Feng smirks wryly, tapping his forehead, and swiftly retrieves 2 cloud-piercing arrows. Aiming them at the vast pit, he pulls the fuse with one hand, and with a swift whoosh, the ignited arrow, radiating a blinding white light, descends toward the depths of the chasm. Clink! Due to a miscalculation in angle, the arrow strikes the stone wall before reaching the bottom, leaving Liu Feng unable to ascertain whether a primal beast truly resides there. Whoosh! Liu Feng quickly readies the second cloud-piercing arrow, adjusting his stance at the edge of the chasm before pulling the fuse with great urgency. The arrow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, is launched towards the depths of the enormous pit. Roar! Roar! This time, the Chuan Yun arrow valiantly struck the depths of a colossal pit, where an extraordinary creature, its head resembling that of a dragon, its body and tail akin to a bull, its limbs reminiscent of a tiger's, and its hooves resembling those of a horse, gazed up with a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Liu Feng, who stood at the edge of the vast chasm. The creature emitted a series of low growls from its immense maw. Astonishingly, it was a bizarre entity, and Liu Feng had initially mistaken it for a wild beast, only to realize his concerns were unfounded. Boldly, he challenged the creature, daring it to approach, vowing to flay its skin and extract its tendons if it did. Liu Feng, momentarily relieved upon recognizing the strange beast beneath the enormous pit, taunted it. A furious roar erupted behind him, a terrifying sound wave propelling him into the air. "What in the world?" Liu Feng exclaimed, caught entirely off guard as he soared through the air in an instant. He twisted his body mid-flight, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, the creature from the depths had wondrously floated up, now hovering in mid-air, its curious gaze fixed upon Liu Feng as he flew backward. With a resounding thud, Liu Feng crashed to the ground, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the creature suspended above him. Feeling no pain from his fall, the beast let out a low growl, gradually descending to the earth, advancing step by step toward Liu Feng. Observing this, Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat, wishing he could slap himself for engaging in a verbal confrontation with a creature that was not even a wild beast. He had truly been courting death as the approaching creature lowered its head and affectionately nudged its chest, displaying an unexpectedly joyful demeanor under Liu Feng's frightened gaze. He thought, "Heaven forbid, this beast must have some peculiar fondness. I do not wish to be toyed with by such a creature. I pray for a lightning bolt to strike me down instead." Faced with the creature's antics, Liu Feng's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. He closed his eyes for a moment, failing to notice any imminent action from the beast. When he reopened his eyes, he regarded the creature with confusion, relieved that it was merely standing still, seemingly delighted. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Liu Feng's mind, "You foolish child, you are adorably naive. This is none other than the newly born blood slaughter Qilin, a sacred beast of slaughter, and you have stumbled upon a tremendous fortune." Startled, Liu Feng nearly shouted in surprise at the voice of Yuzun. "Yuzun, could you refrain from such sudden revelations, especially in times like these? What if I had been frightened to death? No one would assist you in finding your sealed body." With lingering fear etched on his face, Liu Feng muttered inwardly, somewhat exasperated. "You foolish child, stop wasting time and swiftly establish a contract with the blood slaughter Qilin. If those old monsters arrive, you won't even have the opportunity to act." Yuzun emerged from the tungsten ring, hovering before Liu Feng, anxiously observing the delighted blood slaughter Qilin. Liu Feng beheld the sudden appearance of the bloodthirsty Qilin. Hesitantly approaching it, he reached out to caress its lowered dragon head, his initial trepidation gradually dissipating, replaced by a faint smile. "Seeing how much you adore me, I shall reluctantly accept you as my little brother. If you can comprehend, hasten to sign an equal contract with me. Otherwise, I shall take my leave, with no time to indulge you in merriment." Liu Feng stroked the Qilin's head. His impatience was palpable, causing the nearby Yuzun to roll her eyes in exasperation. With a perplexed expression, the bloodthirsty Qilin lifted its head to gaze at Liu Feng, and just as Liu Feng felt uneasy under its scrutiny, the Qilin let out a mighty roar. The sound, neither a dragon's roar nor a tiger's growl, struck Liu Feng with terror, causing his complexion to pale as he stumbled back several steps, his face a mask of fear. The Qilin, noticing Liu Feng's theatrical reaction, emitted a slightly aggrieved low growl, and within moments, it ambled closer to Liu Feng, affectionately nuzzling him. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Yuzun, seeing Liu Feng so frightened of the Qilin, remarked with irritation, "You foolish boy, there's no need for fear. This sacred beast of slaughter must have recognized you as its parent. It shall not harm you." Liu Feng turned to glance at Yuzun, his belief wavering as he tentatively reached out to stroke the Qilin's head once more. "Oh dear, Yuzun, save me. It's going to eat me." Suddenly, as he reached out, the Qilin clamped its jaws around Liu Feng's right hand, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. Terrified, he turned to Yuzun for help. "Idiot, what are you afraid of? If there were real danger, I would alert you. This is merely the bloodthirsty Qilin initiating a contract with you. There's no reason for your cries for help. Look at your lack of composure. You are truly embarrassing me," Yuzun retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. Unable to watch Liu Feng's pitiful display any longer, she vanished back into the tungsten ring, unwilling to witness such a disgraceful scene. As Yuzun disappeared, Liu Feng understood the gravity of his situation, his face flushing with embarrassment at having so thoroughly disgraced himself. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he turned to observe the bloodthirsty Qilin, which had closed its eyes, its body radiating a crimson glow. A peculiar and immense circular rune began to materialize on the ground, pulsating with a faint red light. With a resounding roar, the bloodthirsty Qilin opened its eyes and released Liu Feng's arm, raising its head to let out a series of thunderous roars. As Liu Feng felt his ears ringing from the fearsome sounds, a gray mist shot forth from the Qilin's forehead. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the mist swiftly entered his brow. The Qilin collapsed onto the ground, and Liu Feng, in astonishment, sensed a tremendous surge in his own cultivation, feeling as though his strength had multiplied tenfold, as if he had grasped an intangible aura. Regaining his composure, Liu Feng observed the bloodthirsty Qilin lying on the ground, appearing exceedingly weak and drained of energy, prompting a surge of concern within him and a state of helplessness. Liu Feng recalled Yozuen and urgently inquired, "Yozuen, please come out and see what has happened to the blood fiend Qilin." "Fool," Yozuen retorted, "the blood fiend Qilin's level surpasses yours. All of its greater strength has been transferred to you through the contract. Naturally, it is now quite feeble, akin to you having exhausted all your energy. You should place it back into the contract space for it to recover on its own. Unless you enhance your strength rapidly, its recovery will take considerably longer." With a hint of annoyance, Yozuen responded, then seemingly fell back into a deep slumber once more, ignoring Liu Feng. Liu Feng shook his head with a wry smile and approached the blood fiend Qilin. gently stroking its head while murmuring an apology. "Rest assured, I will strive to elevate my own power and will soon restore you to health." Having spoken, he sensed the contract space and, through their bond, forcibly drew the blood fiend Qilin back into the contract realm. Finally breathing a sigh of relief, Liu Feng recalled Yozuan's earlier words, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he hastily activated his instant step to return. "Good heavens, my speed has more than tripled. To what level has my cultivation now ascended?" Liu Feng, darting forth like the wind, was momentarily taken aback by his own swiftness. He recalled Yozuan's warnings and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Despite his desire to halt and assess his cultivation, the thought of the ancient beings Yozuan had mentioned, likely approaching this very location, dispelled his inclination to pause. He pushed his speed to its utmost. Racing back in the direction he had come from in less than 2 incense sticks time, Liu Feng returned to the merchant convoy, fabricating a plausible story for the others, who, not suspecting a thing, prepared to set off again as dusk approached. Suddenly, just as Liu Feng rejoined the convoy, a series of piercing sounds echoed from the enormous pit in the depths of the ghost stone forest where the blood fiend Qilin had been born. A cadre of ancient beings materialized above the vast chasm, each furrowing their brows as they gazed down at the spot Liu Feng had recently occupied. "Long time no see, everyone. It appears we have arrived a step too late." "The footprints over there indicate that the blood fiend Qilin must have found a master," remarked a white-haired elder floating in midair, smiling at his companions before vanishing in an instant. "Humph!" scoffed a middle-aged man clad in black, his expression dark and foreboding. "The blood fiend Qilin is no beast that lowly warriors can possess. I shall uncover who has claimed it. When that time comes, I will eliminate them and seize the Qilin for myself." "Ha ha!" giggled a voluptuous woman draped in a delicate pink gown, her face veiled with a thin layer of gauze. "Old ghost, you remain as cunning and treacherous as ever. However, you should abandon that thought. Once the blood fiend Qilin chooses a master, it will never accept another. Even if you were to kill its current master, the Qilin would not select a new one. You would be better off seeking to ally with its rightful owner." "Humph!" The black-clad middle-aged man, referred to as Old Ghost by the woman, shot her a cold glance. Without a word, he slowly faded from view, disappearing into the ether. Chapter 80. Instant breakthrough. The secluded section of the Feng family deliberately lagging behind. Liu Feng took a moment to reflect on his cultivation level, nearly letting out an exclamation of astonishment. He had never anticipated that merely signing a contract with the blood fiend Qilin would yield such tremendous benefits. Elevating his prowess from the 5th layer of a warrior to the 7th layer in that instant, Liu Feng realized that the blood fiend Qilin's significant loss of strength after their contract was the reason for its frailty, allowing him to seize the opportunity to advance 2 minor tiers in his cultivation. "Skinny Bamboo, you seem rather pleased. What are you pondering?" Noticing Liu Feng had fallen behind, Man Long approached him with a puzzled expression and inquired. Coming back to his senses, Liu Feng smiled at Man Long and replied, "I was reminded of some joyful thoughts, but it's best left unspoken. We must prioritize our journey." With that, Liu Feng urged Man Long to quicken their pace as they pursued the caravan ahead. The caravan wound its way through the ghost stone forest, and shortly after nightfall, they emerged unscathed from the ominous woods, arriving at the renowned Tiger Head military fortress. Originally a small town, the fortress had gradually transformed into a small city due to its unique geographical significance, serving as a long-term garrison for a 100,000-strong army of the Liang Kingdom, thus earning its moniker, Tiger Head Fortress. Arriving at Tiger Head Fortress also signified their entry into the borders of the Liang Kingdom, enhancing the caravan's safety. After Imo Hong, the caravan leader, paid the entry tax, the caravan progressed slowly along the bustling streets. Alighting from the carriage, Imo Hong wore the cunning smile typical of merchants, frequently exchanging greetings with acquaintances. "Ah, Boss Imo has returned. Was the journey safe?" Upon reaching the inn's entrance, a cheerful attendant eagerly approached him. "Unfortunate, yet here I stand. Hurry and lead the way to the courtyard with the carts, and prepare a small courtyard for me. Thanks to the vigilant protection of our guards, we can allow them to relax and recuperate now. For the road ahead may not be easy," Mo Hong casually remarked to the smiling attendant before stepping into the inn. Apart from the dozen or so guards accompanying the attendant to guide the carts to the courtyard, Liu Feng and his companions directly followed Mo Hong into the inn. "Third brother, the one with the massive sword on his back. Quickly arrange everything downstairs. I will inquire about their itinerary." Within the inn's upper floor, two burly men scrutinized Liu Feng. One of them turned to speak before departing the room. The man by the window curled his lips into a sinister smile, murmuring softly, steady breathing, profound inner strength. He must possess at least the 6th layer of warrior cultivation. At such a young age, achieving this level of prowess, it is no wonder the family head would go to such lengths to ensure this boy vanishes without a trace. Thud, thud. With that, the burly man exited the room and approached a small courtyard at the inn's rear, knocking on the door. "Who is it?" A voice called from within shortly thereafter. "It is." Open the door quickly. The target has appeared. Standing before the grand entrance, a robust man glanced around to ensure no one was passing by, before softly uttering a sound. Creak. The gate to the courtyard swung open, and the sturdy figure swiftly darted inside. The gate promptly shutting behind him. Upon entering the courtyard, he hastened towards the living room, where, as soon as he crossed the threshold, the gazes of the author's dozen or so strong men converged upon him. The man then cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the middle-aged figure clad in black seated in the main chair, and spoke. "Captain, the target has appeared, and it aligns with your conjecture. The target has taken residence in this inn along with the merchant caravan. Brother Leopard has gone to ascertain their itinerary, and I have come ahead to inform you. If there are no further matters, I shall return to continue monitoring the target." The middle-aged man in black nodded, setting down his teacup, and replied in a solemn tone. "Excellent, you may return to your surveillance, but remember to remain inconspicuous. Once Brother Leopard discovers their schedule, we shall set out ahead of them. We must arrive before they do. You all may leave to prepare." Once everyone in the living room had departed, the middle-aged man in black retrieved a communication talisman from within his garments. After sending a series of messages, he tucked the talisman back into his attire and rose to exit the living room. Unaware of the impending peril, Liu Feng, after taking a bath and enjoying a lavish meal at Imo Honkai's courtyard, stepped out of the inn with Manlong and Manhu to stroll along the bustling street. "Skinny Bamboo, look at that delectable treat over there. Can we get a few skewers to savor with Manlong?" Suddenly, Manhu halted Liu Feng, pointing at the candied hawthorn skewers being sold nearby, his face alight with desire. "Brother Tiger, that S called candied hawthorn, specifically meant for children. At your age, you still wish to indulge?" Liu Feng replied with a hint of disbelief as he followed Manhu's gaze and spotted the candied hawthorn. "Neither Manlong nor I have ever tasted it. I'm merely curious about the flavor," Manhu replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Liu Feng shook his head in resignation and said, "All right, then I shall procure 2 skewers for you both." Thus, Liu Feng spent 10 copper coins to buy the 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, which he handed to Manlong and Manhu. After meandering for a while longer, the trio returned to the inn to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, the merchant caravan resumed its journey. Accompanied by the early morning vendors on the street, the caravan proceeded at a steady pace towards the Tiger Head stronghold, traversing the government road that was laid before them. As the caravan exited the red leaf forest and entered the boundless grasslands, the guards' nerves tightened, aware of the rampant bandits that roamed the plains. Fortunately, the caravan leader, Imo Hong, had a moment of conscience. Upon arriving at the inn the previous day, he had hired over 20 guards. Otherwise, if they encountered bandits upon entering the grasslands, a single charge could spell disaster for them all. Meanwhile, Liu Feng, along with Manlong and Manhu, sauntered at the rear of the caravan, chatting and laughing as if strolling through their own backyard, completely oblivious to the tension that gripped the other guards. "Young brothers, you 3 truly embody leisure. We have now entered the rain and snow grasslands, a veritable paradise for bandits. It would be wise to heighten your vigilance. Should we encounter a bandit attack, preparedness is paramount," remarked a middle-aged guard nearby, shaking his head in exasperation as he approached to offer a word of caution. "Uncle, by heightening our vigilance, we might avert the threat of bandits. Yet, it is evidently an impractical endeavor. If that is the case, why must we all be so anxiously on edge? Such a state only increases the likelihood of error in the face of an ambush and impedes our ability to make sound judgments." Liu Feng shook his head and replied with a smile. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves resounded as a dozen swift steeds galloped towards the merchant caravan. "Everyone, be cautious. It may be the vanguard of bandits," called out a middle-aged guard, his voice low and commanding, as he tightened his grip on the great sword in his hand, fixating his gaze on the approaching horses. "Step back," Liu Feng ordered, "those of you uninvolved." Retreat as far as you can. As the dozen horses reached the front of the caravan, a middle-aged man clad in black dismounted swiftly and fixed his steely gaze upon Liu Feng.